Alpha I am the protagonist template. Invincible chapter 501 520 501. Let me see how far you can go. The fall of the Big North Nose can be said to announce the imminent end of this game, and the fact is exactly as Bai Zi expected. Although Yan Kai's third holding a sword monster with a strong shield was a former trump card, it was slightly stronger than the giant pincer mantis without super evolution in terms of hard power. But in the end, he was just trying his best to force out the super giant form of Kato's monster power, and under the blatant blow of the opponent's extremely huge hot blessing, he completely lost his ability to fight. As this gigantic transformation, for every trainer who witnesses the elf's gigantic battle for the first time, the shock is hard to describe in words. That gigantic sense of power made everyone's blood rush up, and even their hearts were filled with incomparable expectation. But anyway, with the complete fall of the shield sword monster, this also means the first challenger, Carlos Steel Type 4 Heavenly King Yan Armor, has been picked down by Galar. The sword monster with a strong shield loses its ability to fight, and the monster power wins. Dang Pei, a well-known referee in Galar, also wrote a sword monster with a strong shield. After going up to check the situation of the sword monster with a strong shield, he immediately rose to the center of the arena, announced, because all the three elves of the Heavenly King Wild Armor are incapacitated, the winner of this tournament ranking battle is our Galar's Kato Master. The rankings of the two sides have been exchanged, and the ranking of Yan 407 Kai Tianwang has dropped, and now ranks number 56 in the senior ball level, and the rank of the owner of the Color Beam Pavilion has risen. Although Deng Pei tried his best to maintain the calmness in his tone, no one could hear the joy and excitement in his tone. That's right, like Caesar at the beginning, the justice of the referee is not limited by region, but as a referee itself there are regional differences. As a native of Galar, he is naturally more concerned to Color Beam. Let congratulate her, the new senior number 37, Kato. As Deng Pei, who was the referee, pronounced the verdict, the entire Kwangwon arena burst into cheers and cheered. Win! Long live Galar! Long live the owner of the Color Beam Pavilion! HMPH. Now that they dare to say that we Galar are a poor country, it turns out that the four heavenly kings of Carlos can't do it. That's right, there will be stronger Kawu Pavilion Master, Nizi Pavilion Master, and the first person under Ardan Emperor, Kwangwon City Gym Pavilion Master Kibana. This time, we must let the whole world see the power of our Galar. Yes, let them see the power of our Galar. Gradually, the noisy discussions slowly gathered and turned into bursts of uniform shouts showing the home field advantage most vividly. Galar, Galar, Galar. The excitement of the audience in the Galar region was to be expected. After all, before this tournament qualifying match, their Galar was ridiculed by netizens in other regions on the internet because of Dan D's ascension to the top. Now, this is the moment to wash away the repressed feelings in your heart and raise your eyebrows. Don't you say that our Galar's ranking is not worthy of its name. How about now? One of the four heavenly kings in the dignified area, Yan Kai, ranked number 37 in the senior ball level, has not lost to Kato, who is ranked below him, in front of everyone's eyes. This is the case in the elf world, which has always respected rank, different from the one at Yulongdu, Colorful Bean. Indeed, in the midst of all the attention, they defeated their opponents in a dignified manner. They had nothing to say, at least those local Carlos trainers and spectators who came from afar. Nothing to say. Brother Bai Zi, in the VIP room, listening to the girl beside him muttering softly, Bai Zi turned his head and looked at the girl's slightly startled pretty face. Chuckle. What are your thoughts? Selena nodded slightly, her eyes still looking at the girl who was waving to the audience in the arena. Brother Bai Zi, I'm ready to officially challenge the tournament. Not much sound, but the tone is enough to see the firmness in it. CFED, among the four kings of Carlos, in addition to the Dragon King Dorasena is more difficult to find than the champion Karuna. The strength of the remaining four heavenly kings is only on par with Yan Kai. With such strength, not to mention that their rankings are ahead of Kato, they cannot challenge down the rank. Even if there is a real fight, it is still unclear who will win. And the same with Guan. Although the current Carlos is not as serious as the two places in Guandu, the four kings who were defeated are also held up. Hit again. Easy to say if you win, but if you lose again, it's the same as giving your face to someone to beat. It was the same feeling that he had been slapped on the left cheek and stretched out to give the right cheek. In this way, counting them down, the only one who can be said to win the color beans is their local champion, Ms. Haruna. But, you put a master level number 6 regional champion to challenge a high level gym owner. Isn't this a joke? And after doing this, Selena found that she was the only one who was most suitable for the challenge and had the confidence to defeat the opponent. Selena's mind, Bai Zi, can see through it at a glance. The maintenance and recognition of the region, although Bai Zi has been a human being in 2 lives, is also not lacking. Otherwise, he would not agree to Yulongdu's request so simply. Then show your strength and let me see how far you can go. Just as Luoz wanted to use several Galar Pavilion Masters in the region to reflect the strength of Dandy. In the same way, the strength of Kato in this game also made all the training in other region practitioners once again face up to the strength of these Galar gym masters. But Luoz is a person who is well versed in business. Although these 4 challenges were launched at the same time, each battle was separated by a full week, trying to maximize the benefits that can be brought to Galar by squeezing the heat of the tournament. Therefore, if Baizi wanted to watch all these battles, he would have to stay in Galar for more than 20 days. Although he is also curious about the results of the remaining 3 battles, after all, he still has a lot of things to do, but he has no time to spend so long here. Anyway, it is also the information age. With the predictable popularity of the championship, when the time comes, you can check the result by just looking at it online. Go away. Looking at the frontal face of Lowe's projected on the big screen, Baizi glanced at random, then stood up straight. Chao Serena greeted. 502. The god of fire. The prophecy change. Asked. Walking out of the dedicated passage and walking through the unpopulated street, Baizi and Selena held hands and walked towards the airport south of Fengguan City. Although it has been decided to officially challenge this world championship hosted by Galar, Serena is obviously not going to be separated from Baizi. Anyway, it is almost foreseeable that the championship will become a world-class event, and then she will have opponents who challenge to improve the ranking. There is absolutely no need to separate from Baizi for this matter. She has worked hard for 5 years to meet brother Baizi again, so she will not be separated easily. Thinking of this, Selena couldn't help but turn her body towards Baizi and put her hand around Baizi's arm. The subtle touch came, and Serena's pretty face was slightly red, and she quickly turned her head to the side as if covering her ears and stealing the bell, but instead of letting go, her arms tightened. Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly. Out of the corner of the eye, he glanced at the red earlobe that was exposed between Serena's hair, and couldn't help but sigh. That little girl back then has grown up. Footsteps slowed down. Although I didn't have time to spend more than 20 days here, but at this time, there is obviously no need to race against time, isn't it? And just as Baizi and Selena strolled to the airport south of Kwangwon and boarded the passenger plane to the Kanto region, located on the southeastern cliffs of Asia Island, north of the center of the Orange Island, a shrine paved with huge bluestone brick quietly stands. This quaint shrine is dedicated to 3 deities: God of Fire, who lives on the Island of Fire with a huge active volcano, and the God of Thunder, who lives on the Isle of Thunder, which is shrouded in thunderclouds and lightning all the year round, as well as Ice God, in the Island of Ice that is covered with snow all the year round. On the altar on the edge of the cliff of the shrine, 3 shrines face Mishima at a distance. Looking out of the island from the hollow altar hole in the shrine, you can exactly include the 3 islands. From above, the 3 islands include the interval between each and Asia Island. The distances are surprisingly consistent, as if they were specially arranged by humans. And this moment, the seas near the Asiatic island chain, which used to be calm in the past, were turbulent. The dark clouds continued to spread in all directions, and after a while, they would cover Asia Island and spread farther away. The God of Fire, the God of Thunder, the God of Ice, are sacred and inviolable. Breaking the taboo will make the earthquake rage, and the world will be on the road to destruction. The God of the Sea, on the edge of the cliff, a elf with a red gem on its head and a shell crown with long and narrow eyes behind it is carrying both hands, slowly reciting some ancient as foreshadowing. Its whole body is pink. It stands on 2 feet, and it has a tail. This is a new evolutionary form of a dumb beast that is quite rare and has not yet been fully verified by its evolutionary path, the Hippo King. The Hippo King and the Dumb Beast, as well as another evolutionary form of the Dumb Beast, the Dumb Hippopotamus, are all dual attributes of water plus superpower. Dumb beasts evolved in a way that is quite rare for symbiotic evolution. If a dumb beast wants to evolve into a dumb hippo, it must be bitten by the tail of the big tongue shell. As long as the individual strength reaches the standard, it can naturally evolve into a dumb hippo. This is not difficult. After all, the delicacy of the tail of the dumb beast is second to none in nature, plus its excellent regeneration ability. The dumb beast usually preys by putting its tail into the water and borrowing it here to catch prey. And just right, big tongue shells seem to like this kind of food that is easy to clamp. Therefore, the evolution probability of the dumb hippo is not particularly low. On the other hand, it would be difficult for the dumb beast to evolve into a hippo king, to be bitten on the head by a big tongue shell while carrying the prop, the certificate of the king, to evolve into a hippo king. It is important to know that this behavior cannot be interfered with by human beings. At best, a favorable environment can be created. To know, the evolutionary researchers in Chengdu who had inadvertently witnessed the evolution of the dumb beast, in order to verify the evolutionary path of the dumb hippo, spent huge sums of money to build a building with a certificate of king, and as a paradise of dumb beasts where countless dumb beasts and big tongue shells live together. As for flowers, today, it has been a full 5 years, but there is still no dumb beast that has successfully evolved into a hippo King. From this, it is enough to see the difficulty, and it is already rare for the Hippo King. The Hippo King in front of him is completely different from the general Hippo King's tall body, but at the same time it is a little short, and there is a kind of see-through in those eyes full of wisdom. The vicissitudes of life. God of the sea, God of the sea. After muttering to himself white, King Hippo's expression gradually became solemn. No, it's not like this anymore. The prophecy seems to have been changed. At the same time, Fire Island, Lee Tilda. In the huge volcanic crater that was billowing thick smoke, a bird elf wrapped in firelight rushed out in bursts of angry long calls. Piercing through the gold and cracking stone, the substantive sound waves vibrated the smoke in the air layer by layer. This elf has a brownish-yellow body, a straight bill and sharp claws. It has a streamlined crown and a flame-like tail, and almost most of its body is covered with feathers. The overall image is somewhat similar to the western phoenix, and it can indeed be classified as a divine beast. The flaming bird, one of the three divine birds, along with the frozen bird and the lightning bird. Now, judging from the performance of this flaming bird, it was obviously extremely angry, and the object that angered this flaming bird was a bizarre and retro double-ringed column-shaped aircraft located in the stratosphere above the Isle of Fire. It's surrounded by large and small propellers, but it doesn't seem to fly here completely. The length and breadth are more than 100 meters, like a fortress that is constantly in the sky, and the fort is full of cannon muzzles. The chill lingers upon it. They are all aimed at the direction of the flame bird diagonally below. Begging. 503. The Pull of Fate. The magic of the god. Zhou Lutai, native of Chengdu, can be said to be a well-known investment wizard in the entire elf business circle. At only 30 years old, not only has he already mastered quite terrifying investment talent, cash flow, it holds shares in several cross-regional groups. It can be said that in terms of financial resources alone, it can be considered to be ranked in the entire elf world. Of course, the fact that Zhou Lutai can have such achievements has nothing to do with his father, who is in charge of the Chengdu Alliance financial director, and his grandfather, the executive member of the Alliance headquarters, and is rich enough to treat money as a number. Zhou Lutai is neither lustful nor domineering. The only little hobby is that I like to collect some unique and rare objects, but these objects are more contrary to the moral standards of the elven world, because his most beloved collection is composed of a 407 inches rare and rare elf. Yes, the collection of Zhou Lutai is precisely some perverted rich people, a collection of delicate body specimens that have arisen in the dark and are not tolerated by the world. In a large number of rich circles, elves, to them, are nothing but weapons, tools, and pets. More than this, just like Zhou Lutai, they are unwilling to subdue the elves at all, and even feel that relying on the protection of elves is a degrading behavior. Don't feel incomprehensible. Like this kind of guy who stick to the so-called rules of old and rotten custom, pretends to be lofty, and drives backwards in the time by he has lived in his previous life but don't know too much. And obviously, Zhou Lutai is also one of them. Compared with elf, he believes in the power of power, money and technology in his hand. Elf, it was just a plaything. But now, ordinary elf, even flashes, quasi-god, etc., are tired of playing, so he turns his attention to the legend. And it is not an ordinary legend, but a top legend that has been famous in the entire Kanto region for thousands of years and is respected as a god. Good. What he wanted was not the flaming bird in front of him, nor even the lightning bird and the freezing bird that perched on the other two islands, but above the three of them, the top legend, the god of the sea, Lugia. As for the three divine birds, it was just his addition to attract Lugia. What else does the prophecy call the destruction of the world? In his opinion, at most, it's just a disaster that affects a little bit wider. If you die, that is, the dead person and the elf, for him, this means that it has no effect. When the world is in ruin, the god of the sea will appear to quell the disaster. Zhou Lutai recited this sentence in a low voice, her eyes gradually becoming obsessed and crazy. Then what needs to be done now is to let these beasts play for me and destroy the world. Horn. Snap. Zhou Lutai slapped the console in front of him, looked through the high-frequency camera, and looked at the flame bird on the screen that was angrily releasing flame skills in all directions. Ruthlessly. Quote. Attack. Led me to this beast in the direction of the ice island. The voice fell, and on the air fortress hidden in the cloud, the countless protruding gun barrels again condensed the cold light. Next second, swish swish, one by one, countless energy cannonballs mixed with ice attribute blasted out, drawing arcs in the air, heading in the direction of the flame bird, overwhelming the sky. And just when Giluda used the energy attack of the ice attribute to gradually lead the flame bird to the ice island where the frozen bird was located. I don't know if it was the pull of fate or some kind of amazing coincidence. Xiaoji and his party, led by Xiaomei, a resident of Asia Island, landed on Asia Island amid the strong wind and rain. On the other side, on the passenger plane heading toward Kanto Golden City, inside the empty first-class cabin, Bai Zi, who was closing his eyes and resting, suddenly felt a strange bump from the passenger plane. plane. Don't wait for him to figure out the situation. Next second, boom, underscore. A dazzling thunderbolt suddenly flashed from the window, followed by a thunderous roar. Opening his eyes, Baizi realized that the scenery outside the window was already covered by dark cloud. The drizzle, the frantic storm mixed with the occasional thunder, made the passenger plane more and more turbulent. Serious. The strange thing is that the other side of the plane is cold wind and snow. In no time, the chill brought by the blizzard had already cast a hazy mist on the windows close to the other side. Brother Baizi. At this moment, Baizi felt a pair of icy little hands hold over, and when he turned his head, he saw Serena's slightly bewildered look. Although she was already strong enough to reach the realm of the King of Heaven, she is a great trainer, but in the final analysis, Serena is just a little girl who has been away from home for less than a year. Z is comparable to a guy like that. Don't worry, it's alright. Baizi held Serena's small hand with a backhand, and said softly in a gentle voice, although the reason for the incident has not been figured out for a while, but with the two top legends in his body, as long as it is not a sanctioned light gravel shot head on, no matter how extreme the situation is, Baizi has enough confidence to ensure the safety of himself and Serena. Hello, passengers. The Dragon's Breath passenger plane is experiencing extreme weather. Please don't panic. Fasten your seatbelts and sit firmly. The aircraft and all the crew will ensure the safety of your journey. All. Close black lens bracket. The sweet, calm voice of the flight attendant came from the radio. Immediately after, the flight attendants also poured into the economy, business and first class cabins under the leadership of the foreman, and began to appease the mood of the frequent passengers. There were 3 people in the first class cabin where Baizi was sitting. There was a lady by the window in front of the right. Baizi didn't pay much attention to it, and he and Selena were the 2 of them. However, even so, the crew sent 2 flight attendants to comfort them. 4.3. This lady, sir, and this lady, please don't panic. The flight attendants of our crew have rich experience in dealing with them and will definitely deliver the 2 to their destination safely. Thank you. Baizi looked calm. After thanking him, the baby-faced stewardess with a bob head hurriedly walked towards the noisy business and economy class in the back. And just when Baizi was thinking about whether to make a move, a violent vibration suddenly came from his waist. Baizi lifted the hem of his clothes, and at a glance he saw the crystal horn hanging on his waist, trembling frantically like a phone call. Calling the God Kong. 504. Mary. Air crash. Calling God Kong. Horn in his hand like a work of art. Baizi frowned slightly. This is the second time that the God summoning Kong has changed. Last time, the changes it produced heralded the arrival of little Lugia, and indirectly led to his confrontation with the sea demon Dark Lugia. Finally, with the help of the Future Combat Power Time Limit card, he completed the feat of killing gods that no one knew about. And this time, God calling Kong, that is constantly pulling him in a certain direction, combined with the extreme weather outside today. In his heart, there is already some kind of guess. At this time, boom, with a thunderclap, the entire passenger plane suddenly tipped to the left like a passenger ship that was suddenly slapped by the waves. Suddenly, bursts of exclamation sounded in the cabin. Baizi immediately grabbed Serena's slender waist and pinned her into his arms. The slight blessing of burning white thought 25 combined with the waist force brought by the master level kicking skills in the nearly 60 to 70 degree tilt and bump, Baizi seemed to take root, and sat firmly motionless on the comfortable first class seat. The flight attendant who remained was also not lightly restrained by the thick belt, but he didn't escape from the seat belt on his waist like the other passenger, and rolled over in the direction of the 2 of them. Act 2. The eyes of the panicked girl met, and a flash of surprise and familiarity flashed across the 2 almost at the same time. Baizi's eyes were quick and his hands were fast. He stretched out his hand and slammed it forward, directly passing through the girl's armpit, and then following the force to the inside, he caught the other party from midair into his arm. A muffled groan came. Baizi bowed his head. Once again, I met the girl's slightly embarrassed gaze. The oblique punk hairstyle uses red rope to tie 2 double ponytails with little devil's hair, moist, and inlaid with green eyes like agate, on the delicate and lovely face. Wearing a pink dress with an outer leather jacket, it was a little messy at the moment. A pair of straight and slender white and tender long legs fluttered unconsciously, while attracting attention. They also seemed a little funny. Well, it pink too. Guilt. Baizi looked away. Mary. It was this girl's name. As the 8th generation, Baizi is no stranger to being as popular as, or in other words, slightly overshadowing the new goddess Mary, who is the heroine of the game Xiaoyu. After all, before the time travel, he had already read a lot of doujinshi books about Mali. They were all serious doujinshi books, such as Playing in the Wild with Xiaoyu, Hikai Bean's karate training or something. Have to say, after the real encounter, in terms of appearance alone, Molly's charm is not inferior to Serena next to him, but compared to Serena's childhood sweetheart, Molly is more like a little devil beautiful girl. Soon, the plane stopped bumping. Thank you. Baizi put Mary down immediately. After After the other party thanked him in a low voice, he quickly pulled up the hem of his skirt and sat on the other side of the seat. He rubbed his heart quietly, set the corners of the mouth which slightly. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Baizi always felt that there was a bit of gnashing of teeth in Mary's thank you. Subconsciously, he touched the tip of his nose. Immediately, a wisp of fragrance came from the cuff. Baizi palmed his hand. At this moment, the soothing voice of the flight attendant came again. Every passenger, don't worry, it was just a strong airflow just now, and now the passenger plane has successfully passed through. Please don't worry. Panic. Follow the passenger instructions and we will keep everyone safe. Successful crossing. Looking at the sky like torrential rain outside the window, Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly. Although the plane seemed to have really recovered, the sense of balance brought by the master-level kicking skills told him that at this time, the entire fuselage was actually slightly inclined to the right. His eyes were faintly blazing white. With his mental power swept away, he immediately noticed that the left flaperon at the rear of the passenger plane was half detached. Although it is not clear what kind of impact this will have with the current climate, if it is not dealt with now, I am afraid it will be difficult for this passenger plane to cross the sea and reach the land safely. Even air disaster is imminent. This is enough to see from the gradually pale face of the flight attendant who turned back with ear. Thinking of this, Baizi no longer hesitated, and immediately unfastened his seatbelt, but the moment he got up, he felt a pulling sensation from the hem of his clothes. As soon as he lowered his head, he met Serena's stubborn eyes. Take me. Baizi sensed this meaning from the other party's eyes. Okay. With a chuckle, he rubbed the other's little head, leaned over to help her unfasten her seatbelt, and Baizi took 407 Serena's little hand and stood up. Sir. In the first-class cabin, the pale-faced flight attendant noticed the movements of Baizi and the two of them, and quickly unfastened his safety rope, saying, this gentleman, this young lady, I haven't taken off yet. I am not completely out of danger. Please don't take your seat immediately. Okay. Quote. We need to go to the bathroom. Sorry. Baizi was too lazy to explain. He glanced at the door with WC behind the flight attendant. After making a random acute, he took Selena directly over the flight attendant, pressed the door. With a click sound, the two entered the bathroom directly. Flat tilde. With the sound of the door closing, the flight attendant, whose body gradually regained consciousness, looked on. Just what happened just now? The body can't move at all. Wait, no. At this time, the door lock of the bathroom should be completely closed. Right. And also, go to the bathroom. Two people. P.S. Mary tilde. 505. The raven who walked through the thunderstorm. La. Silver snake danced wildly. Torrential rain poured, and the majestic rain curtain seemed to connect the whole world one after another. A passenger plane with a broken fin carefully maintained its balance and struggled through this cloudy storm. At this time, a scorching white scene suddenly flashed above the nose of the machine. Next second, whoosh _ Baizi and Serena flashed from the light. Above his head, the rainstorm frantically washed away the propped-up psychic shield, and even gave Baizi an illusion of being doused by a waterfall. And as soon as his feet landed on the surface of the fuselage, a backward potential energy instantly pushed his body, causing Baizi to slide along the surface of the fuselage all the way to the tail wing before restanding. She lowered her head slightly and looked at Serena, who was pale in her arms but kept her lids tightly closed. Don't be afraid. Raising his hand and rubbing the little head of the girl, seeing that the other party nodded slightly, and responded with an Baizi's footsteps were firm, facing the heavy rain, and he stepped back to the direction of the nose step by step. Look around. In the vast and dark eye, violent winds and rain, and dancing silver snake, an indescribable pleasure suddenly flooded Baizi's heart. Slightly indulge in this feeling for a moment. Baizi thought for a while. Reach out a little lightly in a certain direction on the waist. Next second, wow! Accompanied by the piercing screeching of the cracking cloud through the stone, a behemoth appeared from the sudden white light, with wings like cloud covering the sky, sliding parallel above the heads of Baizi and the two of them without the slightest sound of the wind. Soar. Silently, it covered the pouring rain. Seeing this, Baizi smiled slightly. No need. The figure flashed again, and Baizi, who appeared above the steel-armored crow's head, held Serena with one hand and the spiky mask in front of the steel-armored crow's head with the other, enjoying the expression. I like this, such a feeling tilde. Steel-armored crow. Grab the passenger plane below and head to. Glancing at the passenger plane below, which was swaying more and more violently due to the broken tail, Baizi immediately ordered. Half said. He raised his left wrist again, and Serena reached out her hand to help Baizi click on the virtual map as if she had a good heart. Seeing that Serena's gaze followed, Baizi thought for a while and said, choose Chengdu, Nanjing City. Serena hurriedly lowered her head. Soon, a slightly flickering route map appeared on the watch's virtual screen, but in just a moment, the screen flashed again, leaving only a buffered ring mark. Obviously, the signal here is not very good enough, although it was fleeting, but with the excellent sense of space brought by Baizi's memory and mind, he quickly determined the direction of Nanjing City. Go this direction to the southwest. Goo. The steel-armored crow responded with a voice that was completely incompatible with his body shape, and then descended slightly, at the moment when the tail of the plane completely collapsed and the fuselage tilted to one side. Sharp claws were like hooks, directly grabbing the two wings of the Dragon's Breath passenger plane. Again, what's the matter? What going on? Bless the hero, bless the champion, bless me to land safely, go home safely, bless and bless. Mom, I'm afraid. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Mother is here. I don't want to die. I'm still young. I don't want to die. I haven't even talked about love. Woo woo. The 2-degree severe turbulence of the plane stimulated the nerves of everyone in the cabin, praying, panicking, and crashing. Even if the flight attendants were dutiful enough, they still couldn't stop the panic spread. After all, these flight attendants are more aware of the situation, and even if they try to suppress their pale faces cannot deceive everyone. But at this moment, a sudden exclamation suddenly sounded in the crowd. What is this? The sound is loud, even shrill, excellent pitch, but it succeeds in attracting everyone's attention. I followed the gaze of the middle-aged man who was standing by the window. On the wing outside the window, a blue iron claw shining with dark purple light was fastened on it. Almost everyone felt their scalp numb for a while, and while taking a deep breath, they turned their heads to look to the other side at the same time. Sure enough, there was also a wing on the other side. Giant claw. What is this? At a glance, they can see the whole leopard. Almost everyone can imagine that at this time, above their head, there is a bird called a behemoth, which is holding the passenger plane they are riding on. Nowhere to fly. Everything is quiet. Don't worry. I will take you to a safe landing. At this moment, an extremely dull voice suddenly sounded in the minds of all passengers and flight attendants in the entire cabin. The entire cabin suddenly fell silent. Subsequently, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were instantly released. Just now, Oka IJ. It's a trainer. It must be a powerful trainer here. Great, woo woo. I don't have to die. Haha, I don't have to die. God bless. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Didn't the trainer just say to keep quiet? Please don't disturb the trainer. Let keep quiet. The cabin gradually quieted down, and everyone felt the joy of the rest of their lives. Inside the first-class cabin, only the flight attendant patted his chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. Aside, Molly, who was slightly soothing her eyebrows, turned her eyes to the direction of the bathroom involuntarily. The voice just now, was it him? In the rain. Guess it. Clever little girl. Withdrawing the power of thought, a smile flashed in Baizi's eye. Under the body, the steel-armored crow's wings switched. As if unaffected at all, carrying a medium-sized passenger plane weighing dozens of tons, it penetrated the layers of rain curtains between the sea and the sky, like a raven walking through the thunderstorm and thunder, heading towards the Golden City. The direction swept away. 506. The world is destroyed. What to do with me? Today's Mansion Airport is almost a mess, because not so long ago, a huge steel raven with a wingspan of tens of meters ignored the warning of the prevention and control alarm and rushed in directly. He rose and disappeared into the rain. This operation was directly done to the staff on the tower. Good half down. It wasn't until the other party took the initiative to contact him that he gradually understood what happened. The passenger plane encountered extreme weather on the way, and was finally rescued by the passing trainer. Mansion City Airport, as the top city airport in Chengdu, has nothing to say about its mobility. After figuring out the situation, soon, engineering rescue vehicles and airport rescue workers were dispatched to safely pick up hundreds of passengers in the entire cabin. In the crowd, Mary stayed until the end, taking advantage of the opportunity for everyone to get off the plane. She secretly took a look at the bathroom. Sure enough, there was no one. But soon, after all the passengers were evacuated, the disappearance of Baizi and Selena was finally discovered. And it didn't take long. 407 messages for the two of them were also placed on the airport manager's office. Yao Tilda, the old man in his 50s, recognized Baizi's identity at a glance and said with a smile, "Isn't this the little monster from Kanto?" Well, after pondering for a while, he guessed, it seems that this is the right time to be an unsung hero. Of course, Baizi knew that he couldn't hide his identity. In fact, he didn't keep his name for the sake of doing good deeds. He just didn't care about it. And, compared with the appearance of a saint in front of a small person, to experience the taste of being a hero, what he cares more about is the more frequent and rapid vibrations of the God-calling calm. This means, the things over there, I am afraid the time has come. The other side, Asia Island chain. CFED Flame Bird to the Ice Island by driving his battle fortress named Flying Palace, which inspired the Frozen Bird and the Flame Bird inhabiting the Ice Island. After the war, the Lightning Birds on the Isle of Thunder were attracted according to law. The three divine birds don't know if they have brains or they already have hatred. It really blows up at one point. After meeting, there is no need for Zhou Lutai to intervene at all. It's a mess. He was so angry that he almost didn't knock out the dog brain. Not without reason that Pokemon fans refer to these three divine birds as the three stupid birds. That's really really mindless. The desperate battle of the three divine birds inspired their respective powers, and for a while, the ocean currents that originally existed near the Asian island chain were disturbed. Or put it another way, the desperate battle of the three divine birds directly disrupted the power of the terroir near the island of Asia, causing the nature to lose its balance, and the impact is still expanding. At this moment, the frantic weather has spread almost to the entire Guangdu continent, and even the nearby sea area, and has gradually spread to the farther places such as Fengyuan and Shanao. And the sea area near Asia Island was already swept by strong winds, snow and rain, and all kinds of extreme weather took turns raging in this area. Damn! To quell the anger of the three divine birds, you can only board the three island, get the three treasures above, and put them in the three shrines enshrined in the altar of the temple. But, even though Xiaoji is much stronger than in the original book, he still has no resistance in the face of the three divine beasts who have reached the level of the gods. Even after barely getting the firebird treasure, he couldn't even cross the battlefield, reach the rest of the island, or return to the altar on the island of Asia. Not to mention, there are other people standing in his way. You bastard! Do you know that the world will be destroyed if you go on like this? Xiaoji showed a rare expression of anger. The veins on his neck burst out, and his eyes were about to bite people. Get out of the way. Otherwise, I will definitely hit you at all costs. Xiaoji. Xiaosha next to her worriedly glanced at the boy who seemed a little strange. She knew why Xiaoji was so angry. It's different from the kind of scene that goes by in the anime. The aftermath of the battle of the three divine birds and the disaster of extreme weather have already brought a considerable degree of casualty. Xiaoji has traveled all the way, it is true, and he has seen it with his own eyes. See, for Xiaoji, who loves elves more than his own life, this is tantamount to a blow from the blue. It can be said, for the first time in his life, Ash really had the urge to kill someone in his heart. But the opponent's flying device is too difficult to deal with. Even the strongest fire-breathing dragon in his hand has been hit back by the opponent's attribute cannonballs several times, and it is impossible to break through the defense line laid by the opponent. Make them detour to land on two islands, and the plan to get the treasure is in vain. The destruction of the world. So what? Fanatical and disdainful words were passed down from the broadcast of the Flying Palace, with a twisted will to take care of themselves. The most perfect collection in this world. Lugia, I must get it. It's you who are in the way. You guy. Xiaoji's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth were almost shattered, and everyone behind him looked like the same enemy. How could there be such a person? This guy is just a lunatic. That's right, Xiao. You don't care about the destruction of the world at all. In this case, how can our rockets catch Pikachu with peace of mind? That right, definitely hit this guy. Yes, little devil, let us help you. 507. Awaken the potential. The sudden battle of the enemy. Having said that, everyone has no clue in their heart. After all, the firepower configuration of this flying palace is too terrifying, and it is not something they can easily pass through. But obviously, at this moment, Xiaoji has already made a desperate plan. He pulled the brim of his hat behind his head. He turned his head and looked at the scarred fire-breathing dragon beside him. The fire-breathing dragon also seemed to have a sense of twisting his head in the direction of Xiaoji, and they looked at each other. Fire-breathing dragon. Roar tilde. This incident on Asia Island is a life and death choice faced by Ash in the true sense. Have to say, although this guy is really a lot of stinky thing, but if it is only about the love of elves, I am afraid that no one dares to say that it is better than Xiaoji. After all, there is a difference between being able to work hard for your own elves and being able to work hard for all the elves. And in this high-pressure crisis, the bond between Xiaoji and the fire-breathing dragon is not only getting closer and closer, but also growing at an astonishing speed. The bond is deeply hidden in their body. The unique latent quality is being awakened. Blue, clear energy like the ocean and sky rises from Ash's body. This is the special power hidden in Ash's body, the power of waveguide, and the power of the waveguide that was stimulated quickly wrapped around the body of the fire-breathing dragon with a clear goal. In an instant, the fire-breathing dragon, which was already thin in size, seemed to be inflated with a shoulder and neck. The muscles in the lower back, arms and legs suddenly knotted up. The skin seems to be congested, red, and even exudes wisps of heat rising up. Xiaoji immediately turned over, but just before the fire-breathing dragon soared into the sky, a red orb was thrown out by Xiaoji. This is... Xiaosha picked it up subconsciously and looked down. Isn't this the treasure of the flame bird that Xiaoji has worked so hard to get back from the fire island? Little devil's head is already on. Little girl, neck, it's up to you. Xiaosha raised her head suddenly. Immediately, she realized that Team Rocket Trio had stopped in front of her at some point, and Xiao, who could only speak, turned her head slightly and gave herself a thumbs up. The trio rushed forward. Go up and scream. Okay, let go. Aberdeen. Come on, double gasp. Everyone. Xiaosha's eyes were slightly red. Don't hesitate. Xiaosha, the priestess of Asia Island, Farula, grabbed Xiaosha's hand, and followed the leading islander Xiaomei to the beach not far behind. Every time, the three of them came to the beach that was already covered in silver. An icebreaker that looked like a tyrannical dragon was floating on the half-frozen shore. A flag with Xiao Xiao's head was fluttering in the wind. Obviously, this icebreaker was the masterpiece of the other party. Xiaomei jumped onto the boat first, and Xiaoxia also boarded the boat under the leadership of Furula. Xiaomei operated her hands and feet swiftly. After a moment, the motor of the icebreaker turned and started to operate. Don't worry, Xiaoxia, Flora. While steering the boat, I will definitely deliver you to your destination safely. I am a first-class sailor. Then let go. Flam, la. In an instant, the icebreaker rushed straight away like an arrow from the string. The other side. It is not far above an isolated island that is not too far from the Orange Island. Above the steel-armored crow's head, under the shield of psychic power, Bai Zi, who is holding Serena, looks at the cold storm and snow that has changed again in the sky, as well as several water dragons that are connected to the clouds and sky rising from the sea. Volume, eyes inking. And just when the steel-armored crow was about to pass over this isolated island, suddenly, a sense of crisis suddenly hit. And with a sense of crisis, a dull telepathy suddenly vibrated from bottom to top. The thief, boom, accompanied by this cold drink, a scorching pillar of fire surged towards Bai Zi's direction. Avoid. Fortunately, Bai Zi's reaction was fast enough. Ask for flowers. Immediately, while using his mind power to assist the steel armor crow to change his body shape, he used telepathy to give a clear order. It's not that he didn't want to teleport with the steel armor crow, but it was because he did so. The unusual size and energy level of the steel armored crow is simply not something that his current superpower can easily move. Wow! In an instant, the steel armored crow spreads its wings, and a violent wind column is instantly generated to greet the fire column, and the body is dodged to one side under the reverse thrust of the skill and the pull of Bai Zi's thought force. Super giant whirlwind swept away. But this super giant whirlwind swept away, immediately collapsed the moment it touched the pillar of fire, and disappeared in an instant. Immediately after, the column of fire, whose speed did not decrease at all, continued to charge up, rubbing the front of the left wing of the steel-armored crow, and slammed into the clouds in the sky. Boom! The fire lingered, as if the gloomy weather once again raised a short scorching sun. As if his brain had been hit by a hammer. The heat from the tip of his nose rolled down. With a light white, bright red bloodstains appeared in his hand. This was the damage caused by the forceful breaking of his own mind power. Subsequently, Bai Zi's eyes swept over the shoulder armor of the steel-armored crow's left shoulder that looked like a red iron, and the cold light in his eyes flashed away. This level of power has already been aimed at the direction of the flame. The comers are good, but the comers are not good. Brother Bai Zi. Serena's panicked voice sounded in her arms. Relax. Bai Zi wiped the blood from his hands and rubbed the top of the little girl's head, who was a little panicked. Then, he slowly moved his gaze down to the brown spotted figure standing on the only lonely front on the island below. See, more, blue, N. Word by word, he read out the name of the elf, feeling the rage and killing intent of the other party, as well as the attribute panel that appeared in his eyes. In Bai Zi's eyes, a trace of clarity suddenly flashed across. Quote, the enemy of God. Begging. 508. The enemy is also an opportunity. The strongest generation hits the strong empty seat. Race. Sidoran. Attribute. Fire. Deal. Characteristic. Body of fire. Monty. Sometimes the opponent who touches himself will become a burning state. Level. Tripolar God Peak. Level 99. 100. Potential. Tripolar God. HP. 91. Attack. 90. Defense. 106. Special attack. 130. Special defense. 106. Speed. 77. Exclusive skill. Lava storm. Skills. Fire vortex. Fire fang. Primal power. Smoke. Hot air. Metal claw. Iron hoof light. Metal sound. Earth power. Sharp stone attack. Jealousy fire. Iron roller. Spitfire. Status. Good. Anger attacking heart. Introduction. The king of harsh mountains, the original Sidoran, has existed for a long time. With the passage of time and the convenience of the location, according to the 407 inches, he can enter the realm of the gods by consuming the earth fire source gas. In the realm, it took years to realize a trace of burning power, intending to enter the realm of the second-level gods and gain the power of authority, but in the end it was a complete failure. The god enemy that wind speed dog obtained because of his burning authority, who came over at least 300 chapters, is exactly this Sidoran in front of him. In fact, Bai Zi can understand Sidoran's rage. After all, anyone who has cooked a duck flying will not give up easily. What's more, if it flies away, it is the luxury version of roast duck that has been promoted to the second-level god, and naturally it will not give up. However, understanding is understanding. Good person who is inclined to order, but at the same time, it is more advocating to help relatives and not help, and the slightest hatred should be returned tenfold. It seemed that he felt Bai Zi's intention. Immediately, a shadow under his feet suddenly boiled. Mashado was rarely angry about the fact that his his negligence just now caused Bai Zi to be injured. However, it was not until Masha Duo showed up. Wait, accompanied by the sudden shaking of an elf ball, the white light flashed, and the figure of the wind speed dog suddenly jumped out of it, as if it was uncontrollable. It shone towards the Exodore lane below, howling. Sidolin below immediately exploded with anger, and when he opened his mouth, there was a thick lava storm, but Bai Zi discovered it in advance, so that the steel-armored crow quickly lifted into the air and avoided the path. Wind speed dog. Bai Zi frowned slightly. Although he didn't know the reason, he obviously wouldn't let the wind speed dog, who is still a quasi-god rank, fight against Sidoran. After all, the difference between God's domain or not is too great. Even, he is not prepared to call for rewards with similar or weaker hands as usual, so there are still important things to do. His idea is to call Lai Kongzai or Kang Chong directly, and get close to this guy neatly, but the idea has only just occurred. Next second, an indifferent telepathy immediately reached his ear. Bai Zi, this guy, it's better to leave it to the wind speed dog to deal with. Sit in the air. Bai Zi heard the telepathic voice, and motioned the steel-armored crow to raise his position to avoid the even more angry lava fire column after the opponent appeared. Provocative because of the wind speed dog. At the same time, he responded to Lai Kongzi with his mind power. If the wind speed dog is strong enough, of course there is no problem, but even if the wind speed dog has the power of burning, and the blazing sun mode of the inextinguishable flame, I am afraid it cannot be leveled. The gap between the quasi-god and the realm of the gods is like a chasm, right? What's more, I have an urgent matter to deal with now. So, what's your reason? This is good for the wind speed dog. Lai Kongzi's voice was still very cold and glamorous. The enemy of God is the enemy of your life and death, and it is also a rare opportunity. Not bad. Kang Zhang's telepathy also interjected at this time. If the wind speed dog knows each other personally, then because of the homogeneity brought by the burning authority, the wind speed dog will be able to complete the beauty carries a part of the energy level and characteristics of the other party. Of course, vice versa, it's the same. That means if he kills the wind speed dog himself, then Sidoran can also carry some energy levels and qualities from the wind speed dog. Or, there is the burning authority it has in mind. Was a trace of understanding in Bai Zi's eyes. This is a very easy shortcut for both wind speed dog and Sidoran. It is no wonder that Sidoran will come to chase and kill all the way, and wind speed dog will be so irritable. But, although there is nothing wrong with chance, for today's wind speed dog, it is probably not realistic to kill a Exodorland that is infinitely close to the second level god. Bai Zi stretched out his hand to soothe the restlessness beside him. The wind speed dog, his gaze swept past the increasingly manic imperial envoy flaming lava below, and asked by Sidoran, who was swaying wildly in the super sky. That's the key. Opportunity is indeed an opportunity, but if you can't beat it, why not? Is it possible that you can still call someone to fight on your behalf? It's not impossible. Kang Zhang's voice seemed a little dry, and it seemed that these words were a bit contrary to its code of conduct. What do you mean? Bai Zi was stunned when he heard the word, but before he could ask the question, Lai Kong immediately informed Bai Zi of the meaning of this sentence with his action. Simple. Lai Kong sat down and the voice just fell. Next second, woo, accompanied by the long roar of the dragon resounding through the void. In the white light, the sinuous dragon that flashed out from Bai Zi's waist danced his black 4.3 dragon body, like a black dreamer, in an instant. Then, in the horrified expression of Sidoran's horrified desire, he rushed forward, striking the dragon and swinging its tail, flashing in the air. Wide area destruction. Boom, There was a sudden shock, and the isolated peaks and vegetation on the island were instantly flattened by the strong wind pressure generated by the skill. Moment. The smoke green dissipated. In the middle of the incomparably flat island, in a shallow pothole, Sidoran, who was trembling slightly and foaming at the mouth like epilepsy, rolled his eyes, barely looking at the blurred vision. Skyrim. Crack. Lai Kong sit. 509. Accompany the light and accept the darkness. One step wind speed dog. At this time, Shi Duolin was full of doubts about the beast light. No, he was just here to fight a power thief who has not yet reached the realm of the god. At most a power thief with a human trainer, just a thief. Human trainer. Although he has lived in the caves in the core of the harsh mountain all the year round, he is not ignorant of human trainers. Indeed, those elves who have been trained by the trainers have indeed grown. It is very fast, and with the blessing of so-called tactical tactics and other cleverness, it has a comprehensive combat power far superior to that of wild elves. But, for an existence that has stepped into the realm of the god, it is too weak. To put it bluntly, human trainer, it doesn't pay attention at all. But how do you know that the human trainer of this wind speed dog has a different color and strong air seat? This is the famous Lai Kongzai clan. Even among the legendary clan, it is still the heterochromatic individual that is said to be extremely powerful. This is so. Sidoran's mind was broken, but it soon had no energy to think about the rest, as its vision became more and more blurred over time. The last consciousness is to see the trainer kid with silver broken hair, with the abominable thief 25 standing in front of him. His purpose is obviously not to say anything self-evident. No, I don't want to. At this moment, the strong desire to survive frantically stimulated Sidoran's brain, but at this moment he was reluctant to even speak and open his eyes, let alone move. Under the emotional stimulation, not only did he fail to become more awake, but the reappearance seemed to have broken the last cord and fell into darkness. Outside world. Status. Dying. I'll leave it to you. Whine Speed Dog. Baizi glanced at Sidoran, who was so angry in the pothole, and then dragged Serena directly to the other side of the island, and began to check the injury of the steel-armored crow. Although it was only a rub, the damage done to the steel-armored crow by Sidoran's blow was still not light. The feather armor at the front of the left wing was still red as a soldering iron, emitting a faint heat. Even, there is a little sign of softening, but fortunately, the body of the steel-armored crow is now somewhat similar to the deity of Wujitai, except for the core giant organ. Other body tissues are no longer ordinary flesh and blood. The damage will have a certain impact on it, but it will not really bring pain and continuous damage reduction bonus. It's a little bit of a database health bar. Moment. Boom. Underscore. The roaring explosion and heat came from not far away, but then, they were blocked by the direct support wings of the steel-armored crow, and Baizi also hugged Serena closely, covering her ears, preventing her from hearing Sidorlan's last cry before she died. Selena didn't resist. Instead she took advantage of the situation to arch her head on Baizi's chest. Actually, brother Baizi, you don't need to protect me like that. Baizi rubbed her thumb on Serena's temple, smiled, and didn't answer. Do this. It's not that he wants to maintain a bright and upright image in front of Selena. In fact, he never deliberately concealed any relatives and friends about his behavior. Accept me, then, I hope you can accept all of me. On the island of position 11. Actually, it was already equal to Baizi, who gave Selena a chance to make a new choice, but the little girl did not disappoint him, and the bright, who was willing to accompany him, also accepted him. Of darkness, this wholeheartedness, of course, deserves to be taken care of. As Selena said, this is a kind of protection. He will not hide this darkness, but Baizi will do his best for them who can accept his darkness. Yes, don't let them touch, and try to stay away from all this. Thinking about it now, whether it's Natsi, Lusa Manai, or pure as Xiao Huang, the girls who are related to him can accept all of themselves without reservation. There are also Mei, who is doing her best for herself, and Shaolin and Sharona, who have an inexplicable relationship, as well as a group of elves who can completely rely on their lives. Well, I'm really a lucky guy. The corners of Baizi's mouth twitched slightly, and right now, ooh, along with the wind speed dog's melodious and high-pitched roar, the system's prompt sound also rang in Baizi's ears one by one. Your Lai Kongzai and wind speed dog combine to kill Exidorlan. Ignore what Lai Kongzai gain, and wind speed dog gain slightly. Level +6. Junior proficiency +10. Ding. The power of burning stimulates homogeneous traction. The object of traction, Sideranen. Ding. Triggers system assistant. Ding. Help dart. With a series of system prompts sounded one after another, Baizi waved his hand to make the steel-armored crow let go of the giant wing, and together with Serena, turned his eyes to the direction of the wind speed dog. I saw. The Sidoran in the pothole on the ground, under the invisible force, turned into a red and brown spiral mist. These aerosols surround the wind speed dog that has turned into a blazing sun mode, constantly infiltrating the body of the wind speed dog, whose roar is getting louder and louder. Gradually, it turned into a ball of aerosol, surrounding the body of the wind speed dog. Time flies. About 10 minutes. 407 with a terrifying high temperature and distortion all over his body appeared in front of Baizi's eyes one by one. Raise. Wind speed dog, blazing sun mode, basic mode. Attribute, fire. Characteristic, intimidation, ignition, unextinguishable flame. Level, elementary level 2 god, temporary increase in flame mode. Peak level 3 god, level 99, 100. Potential, level 2 god. HP, 190, attack, 110, defend, 81, 80, special attack, 101, special defend, 81, 80, speed, 105, 95, close black lens bracket. Exclusive skills, burning flame, Junior, status, good, energy level unstable, law comprehension, fire element 59%, open black lens bracket, authority, burn close black lens bracket. Introduction, in charge of burning, controlling light and heat, and possessing an inextinguishable flame that burns everything out. In the blazing sun mode, the overall strength and the power of fire attribute moves will be increased to a certain extent. At this time, it is in a state of energy level instability caused by the sudden increase in strength and the decline in control power. Good. Baizi's expression was extremely satisfied. In this way, with the assistance of the system, this Sitterland was considered to be a great blessing to the wind speed dog. He stepped into the realm of God's domain in one step, and even had a temporary combat power comparable to a second-level god for a short time. Where is this divine enemy? He is clearly a good comrade who sacrifices himself for others. 510. The dog dog running the sea, hindering me, then I'll die. Solving the guy named God's enemy, who was actually Windspeed Dog's exclusive experience package, Sidoran. Looking at the strange weather where the sky was clearly starting to clear, but the snow, rain, and the wind were becoming more and more wanton, Baizi frowned slightly and was ready to leave again. Because from a spiritual perspective that is invisible to the naked eye, the natural energy in the atmosphere has long been constrained by some force under the sea, and it has become chaotic. Even, for some unknown reason, it is gradually losing its reconciliation and suppression of attribute energy in the environment. Once this continues, what will happen to the completely out of balance nature? Baizi couldn't explain such a disaster, but no matter what, he wants to avoid this from happening. Now, God summoning Kong, hanging from his way, suddenly made an inexplicable groan. Open black lens bracket ohm. In the voice, Baizi seemed to be pulled into an inexplicable vision world, in a dark underwater environment. Water current that ordinary people can't see is constantly flowing in a certain direction along an inexplicable pattern, forming a long ring of water that spreads across the deep sea. On the bed, this is one of the cores that supports the climate transformation of the elf world, the earth veins and ocean current. For some reason, such a cognition suddenly appeared in Baizi's mind, but there are several traces of fractures and dislocations in the ley lines and ocean current, and now, this process is even intensified in the continuous wave. And then, accompanied by a melodious whisper, a familiar figure passed through the ocean current, trying to calm down the turbulent ocean current, but was also trapped in the earth current. Subsequently, at the moment of meeting the eyes of the other party, Baizi finally escaped from the vision world. Is Lugia. At this moment, he finally knew why Lugia didn't appear to stop the chaos of the three idiots. It's really more than enough but not enough. Knowing the reason, Baizi also immediately took back Lai Kongzai and Fengsugo. However, the accident happened again. Lai Kongzai entered the starry sky without any accident, but the Windspeed Dog suddenly and violently trembled after being recovered from the luxury ball. Immediately after the sound of zip, the entire luxury ball exploded into pieces, thanks to Baizi for throwing it fast, or else what would happen? Woo, tilde. The Windspeed Dog stood innocently not far from Baizi. The terrifying high temperature scattered by Zhou Shen distorted the air, and the ground turned into yellow and pitch black in a short while. Baizi's mouth twitched. Obviously, the terrifying high temperature that can't be retracted by the Windspeed Dog is no longer something that luxury balls can withstand. Fortunately, he has always been well prepared, and he has special diving balls, healing balls and high temperature balls in stock. But, click underscore. After looking at it, the dog just approached the Windspeed and burst into the high temperature ball that was burned into coke. Baizi slapped him on the forehead with a smack. Not anymore. It's time to find time to make special Pokeballs like Mystery Ball and Star Ball. This thought flashed in Baizi's mind. Subsequently, he directly grabbed Serena's slender waist, and with a flash, he appeared on top of the steel-armored crow standing by. Fengsu Dog, I can't take you with me for the time being. It's urgent. You can either stay here and wait, or you can find a way to keep up. After leaving this sentence, Baizi didn't wait for the Windspeed Dog to respond, and slapped the crown of the steel-armored crow erected. Go away. The voice just fell. Fung. The steel-armored crow immediately spread its wings and entered the sky in an instant. Isolated island. After the Windspeed Dog subconsciously turned his head to avoid the flying sand and dust, he turned his head again, as if his master and the steel-armored crow had disappeared. Woo. In an instant, the calm Windspeed Dog also showed a boss ha expression. Subsequently, no need to think at all. Koak underscore. The four-legged flames rose, and in a sudden jump, the Windspeed Dog rushed out of the isolated island and landed on the turbulent sea. The sea water mixed with finely crushed ice is dazzling and evaporated, but the Windspeed Dog has already used the power of this step to run ahead again. In an instant, it is like an orange streamer galloping away on the sea surface in the rising of steam, half empty, above the head of the extremely line of steel-armored crows. After struggling for a while, Serena couldn't help but ask, well, is it really okay to leave the Windspeed Dog there alone? Relax. Baizi rubbed the opponent's head with a smile. With that guy's rank, he won't encounter any danger. After thinking about it for a while, he added, the previous Sidoran was just a special case. And Baizi held Selena slightly sideways and motioned her to look back. Well, look, isn't it catching up? Quote opening parenthesis question mark. Kawa, tilde. Serena turned her head ignorantly, and in the next second, she looked at the Windspeed Dog chasing over the sea, and her face was dumbfounded. Dog ran to the sea. At the same time, the other side, boom, underscore. Looking at the fire-breathing dragon whose muscles were knotted below, fiercely ripping apart the ice attribute energy bullet fired from his flight palace again, Zhou Lutai gradually lost patience. It's really a tenacious leap. If it weren't for the leisure time waiting for the god of the sea to appear, I wouldn't pay you to play for so long. Zhao of you, but I'm tired of playing. Flying Palace, activate full power for me. Before he finished speaking, the corner of his eye suddenly saw the image of Xiaoxia and the girls rushing out of the Thunder Island from the side of the secondary display screen. This is Zhou Lutai's expression sang, and after manipulating the screen to zoom in, he suddenly found a red basket of 2 orbs in Xiaoxia's arm, the treasure of the flame bird and the lightning bird. In an instant, Gilroy's expression turned completely gloomy. One by one, I really don't give up. However, since you dare to hinder me, he quickly manipulated the virtual screen in front of him, and then, with a ferocious gaze, he slapped the button on the control panel with a slap. Then all die. 511. Bai Zi arrived. Unexpected 10th destiny. With Zhou Lutai's palm falling. Ka ka ka. Outside world. Then, the muzzles of various attribute, energy, and energy were divided into 2 columns, respectively, aiming at Xiaoji and Xiaoxia's group who are heading towards the last ice island not far away. This is Xiaoji's complexion suddenly changed. In addition to the sudden increase in the number of gun barrels and the deadly sense of crisis that made him horrified, but also because of his waveguide, he also noticed Xiaoxia's size. Crisis. At the current speed of the fire-breathing dragon, it is not impossible to rush to and intercept it. The big deal is that he will squeeze the unknown power that he has acquired inexplicably, but the opponent's firepower coverage obviously included him. In this way, just wanting to break through the firepower netbook, which has increased by at least several times in number and threat, is already as difficult as the sky. If I want to set a time limit, after breaking through in a short period of time, I immediately rush to and intercept the firepower net of the other attribute cannonball to rescue Xiaoxia and her group. This is simply an impossible task. Thinking of this, Xiaoji's face suddenly turned ugly, and right now, zip underscore, accompanied by a heavy stampede, a mechanical bushao that was at least 30 meters high suddenly jumped from the ground and 407, striding on his back, stopped directly in front of Xiaoji and the fire-breathing dragon. Little Guido, you can rest assured to save the little girl, and leave it to us, Xiao. This is the ultimate machine for all of our wages. Yes, don't think we rockets are so easy to beat. Ultimate fortune-telling, treasure-gathering art. Akari, hum underscore. As Team Rocket drank together, a dazzling golden light burst out from the gold coin on top of the spray nozzle of the machine. Next second, I saw that the attribute energy gathered by the many muzzles of the flying palace seemed to be pulled by some inexplicable force, and it was drawn out in advance, turning into a rain of various colors in the sky towards the machine. Go in the direction of Xiaoxiao. Immediately, boom boom boom, violent explosions and roars followed one after another, and the strong wind pressure pushed fire-breathing dragon and Xiaoji away, and the thick smoke raised a mushroom cloud in place. Team Rocket. Xiaoji's eyes wavered fiercely, but he knew that the most important thing to do at this moment was to live up to the opportunity that the rockets won for him. Hum underscore. Under the agitation in his heart, Xiaoji desperately squeezed every inch of his body's strength. Endless blue light emerged from his body surface, and in contrast, Xiaoji's cheeks were visible to the naked eye. He became thinner, and there was a faint blue and black around the eye socket. Snap. At this moment, a slender palm suddenly pressed on Xiaoji's shoulder. The irresistible huge spiritual power pressed all the waveguide power that Ash had squeezed back into his body. Xiaoji, there's no need to risk your life for such scum. A familiar voice rang out. Xiaoji suddenly turned his head and looked at Bai Zi, who was standing beside him out of thin air. His eyes suddenly brightened. Brother Bai Zi, you've done a great job. Xiaoji. Bai Zi rubbed the top of Xiaoji's head with a chuckle and praised softly. Brother Bai Zi, great, great. As if he couldn't hold it anymore, Xiaoji's eyes soon filled with tears, and when he was relieved, he immediately climbed down on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Soon, the voice faded, and a clear voice gradually came. Wu tilde. And as Xiaoji fell asleep, the body of the fire-breathing dragon that lost the blessing suddenly felt like a leap, and in a low whimper, it suddenly loosened. Like Ash, the fire-breathing dragon has already reached its limit. Next moment, hum underscore. The scorching white thoughts lit up instantly, and lifted the fainting fire-breathing dragon and Xiao Zhituo on its back. Looking at the faintly rising rainbow-colored arrogance in Xiaoji's arms, Bai Zi relaxed a little. Tone. Of course he recognized it. This is the power of recovery in Ho-Oh's rainbow feather. Although both Xiaoji and fire-breathing dragon were fundamentally injured in this battle CFED, but with the power of recovery left by King Ho, if they wake up again, I am afraid they will all be lucky and gain a lot. The benefits and enhancements of reach out and wave. Next second, Xiaoji and the fire-breathing dragon were teleported to the flat ground beside a huge broken rock in the white light. Akari. After the rock was broken, the disgraced Team Rocket trio were dumbfounded. I have to say that the three Rockets, who have suffered so many rounds of attribute energy but are almost unscathed, are indeed quite powerful to a certain extent. Now, after looking at each other a few times, Babu took the lead and said, "This is the big ghost. Is this the meaning of asking us to take care of the little ghost?" Musashi was stunned when he heard the word. Xiao, why do you call him a big ghost? Isn't there a big ghost who is more powerful than the little ghost and also carries Pikachu? This person defeated the big ghost in the game, and naturally he is the big big ghost. Xiao Xiao looked natural. You said that. Kojiro rubbed his chin, then snapped his fingers with approval. It really makes sense. Yeah. Howl. Out. Woo. Woo. As if they were hit by some invisible force, the three of the rockets immediately covered their foreheads and cried out in pain. Small punishment, big commandment. Take good care of Xiaoji and the fire-breathing dragon, and I will pay you satisfactory remuneration later. The lingering sound is faint. The trio secretly stretched out their heads to look, only to see Baizi facing the back of the flying pallet. Whoosh underscore. The next second, the three heads came together. How is it? Do you want to do it? Why don't you do it? It's a paid official job. You know, we don't have a dime anymore. Then do it. Get to work. Mid-air. Baizi is naturally able to perceive the movement of the rocket trio. Otherwise, Baizi wouldn't let them take care of Xiaoji with confidence. According to their own word, these three guys, indeed a cute and charming villain. And, while these three guys are also part of the rocket, they're not inherently bad. And these three cute and charming villains brought him a somewhat unexpected surprise just now. You defeated the rocket trio. Slightly gain. All attribute +3. Ding. Defeat the Son of Destiny. Rocket. Son of Destiny. 512. Just kill. Bear Child 3 Divine Bird. He didn't listen carefully to the next system prompt, and Baizi temporarily put aside the matter of brushing the Destiny reward from Team Rocket. Because of this moment, a sense of crisis, not too big or not, has come, and it was detected by the crisis sensing ability of Baizeji's power. At the same time, there were bursts of irritable and angry scolding from the broadcast. One by one, one by one, one by one, they are all coming to hinder me. Then let me die. Die. Die tilde. He raised his head slightly and looked at the huge muzzle that was quickly assembled in the middle of the strange aircraft. Baizi's eyes are slightly cold. Although he always hated Xiaoji on weekdays, Baizi really regarded him as his younger brother. The younger brother of the countryman was forced into this way. It is even more ignorant and fearless, causing such a world crisis with huge casualty. In addition, Baizi himself was disgusted with this guy who appeared in the theatrical version of The Birth of Lugia. Nature. Killed in the first place. For such a lunatic, he didn't even have the idea of responding, and as soon as the murderous intention started, he would naturally start with the same neatness. Left arm straight up. The blue light was generated from the arm, becoming brighter and brighter, and gradually formed a sword ridge that resembled a salted fish, spreading out from the back of the left arm. At the same time, the combined cannon of the flying palace on the opposite side had already fired a spiral of multicolored beams of light, slamming horizontally in the direction of Baizi. Next second, hum underscore. As Baizi slashed his arm, in an instant, the head-on approaching, the mighty spiral beam of light was cut straight into two pieces like a piece of paper, and shot out from both sides of Baizi's body. Above the completely frozen sea, the sky is full of ice lag and tidal wave. After cutting the beam of light like cutting tofu, the blue energy sword remained unabated, cutting the entire flying palace in half. How dare you! In the end, there was only enough time to hear Gilu's terrified three-word howl on the broadcast, and she was completely destroyed and crashed in the roaring explosion. Joe Luda, die. Gudong tilde. Akari. Team Rocket, who witnessed all this, swallowed a saliva and glanced at each other quietly. So cruel. Seeing that Baizi looked to himself and the others after solving the Queen Mother Gilu, he quickly jumped up and down around Xiaoji and the fire-breathing dragon who were still in a coma. Get up. Baizi didn't care about these three living treasures. After a casual glance, he turned his attention to the seas between the four islands as the battlefield, and the three silly birds who were fighting to the death and the dead one by one. Open black lens bracket ray. Frozen bird close black lens bracket. Attribute. Ice flying. Characteristic. Sense of oppression. Snow hidden. Monty. Hail weather. Dodge rate will increase. Level. Tripolar God elementary. Level 90. 15-100. Potential. Level 3 God. HP. 90. Attack. 85. Defense. 100. Special attack. 95. Special defense. 125. Speed. 85. Skills. Wind. White fog. Fine snow. Reflection wall. Boulders. High speed movement. Primitive power. Tailwind. Freeze drying. Feather habitat. Frozen beam. Blizzard. Absolute 0. Status. Good. Law comprehension. Ice element 59%. Authority. Ice. Introduction. The individual of the frozen bird group who has inherited all the laws and authority of the previous god of ice, the current god of ice, who has climbed to the sky in one step, plus he has just grown up, so his personality is extremely stunned. Difficult to tame. Open black lens bracket flame bird. Slightly. Close black lens bracket lightning bird. Slightly. The data panels of the other two divine birds are basically the same as the frozen bird, except for the attribute, characteristic, race values, and comprehension law category. In short, at the beginning, these three divine birds differed from Baizi's thought. Neither were they born with a grudge relationship, nor were they vultures who deliberately displayed their power. The reason why he is so mindless is that the main reason for Baizi can be understood as, these are three bear children. As for flowers, the innate favorability brought by the title of Sacred Bird Shelter that he obtained in the the Battle of the Golden City plus Lai Kongzai Kang Zhang phase continued to follow the routine in the anime and found all 3 orbs to appease these 3 divine beasts. But now, his mind has changed. Since it's a bear child, in order to avoid such a situation in the future, as I have the title of Sacred Bird Protector, I have an obligation to let them remember. Baizi's smile suddenly turned sinister. To be honest, he hated this kind of lawless bear child, not to mention this kind of bear who holds the power of the cornerstone of the world. Baby, we must give these 3 little guys a deep memory so that the next time they dare to think badly in their heart, they will have a heart-wrenching memory. As for the executor, just right, he now has a guy in his hands who urgently needs to familiarize with his own strength through battle. Wow! Along with a bright cry like a cracked stone in a cloud, the steel-armored crow fluttered its wing, and behind it, amid the billowing mist, a steed dog galloping on flames followed closely behind. It was the wind speed dog. Just when the wind speed dog appeared, that undisguised scorching aura suddenly made the 3 divine birds who were still fighting in chaos like a formidable enemy. Not only were they separated for the time being, but even the steel-armored crows that flew directly over their heads were stunned. Didn't go to it. Lai Pai tilde, Gu tilde, Ga tilde. Each flapped its wings and gave a low warning sound towards the windspeed dog that was running at a constant speed. But, although they didn't plan to take action immediately, Baizi had already made up his mind to give these 3 guys a long memory. Therefore, Thong speed dog, God speed. A command came suddenly. Begging. 513. The authority covers. Are you sure it's not the father who beat the son? Flute, flute. The scorching hot flame stepped on. The steam of the big canopy rose, and in this rising steam mass, the orange-red figure running at the average speed of the windspeed dog suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, he has already crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and rushed to the side of the nearest frozen bird. Hounds of fangs shrouded in flames staggered past. Next second, zip underscore. The frozen bird was bitten by the neck in a whimper, and was smashed by the windspeed dog on the frozen sea in a round of rotation. The ice cubes shattered, and the impact caused a burst of ice fog to rise. But it's not over yet. Big character flaming explosion. Roared tilde. In midair, the windspeed dog shook his head and spat out a fireball, which quickly grew in size from midair, and hit the lightning bird. At the same time, with the help of the recoil of this blow, the windspeed dog stepped on 4 feet, and it was like a real substance, and it rose up in the void, wrapped in flames, and went straight to the flame bird. 407. Flash charge. Boom, boom. The lightning bird was blasted out far away by the large character flame, and the flame bird also spun into a row of erected ice thorns under the collision. When the windspeed dog fell back to the ground, the 3 divine birds had already been defeated by the windspeed dog one by one, and fell on the ice surface. However, the vitality of the legendary elf, especially the elves of the god, is not covered, especially in the case that the windspeed dog did not kill. Lai Pai tilde, Gu tilde, Ga tilde. After a while, the 3 silly birds broke free from their respective positions again, fluttered their wings, and let out bursts of angry scream. Instantly, accompanied by invisible fluctuations, electric light, cold air, flame, 3 energy columns with different attributes, under the blessing of this inexplicable power, slammed into the direction of the windspeed dog. The windspeed dog was naturally not to be outdone, opened it and spit, and the orange fire suddenly spewed out and greeted him. Nourishes underscore. The sound of collision of energy borders sounded immediately. A time. The skills used by the 3 divine birds in combination were temporarily stalemate with the windspeed dog, and even pressed in the direction of the windspeed dog by a slight margin. Baizi immediately noticed this, and with a swipe of the blue pupils that contained Baizi's power, he immediately understood the reason why the 3 divine birds were gradually gaining the upper hand. Energy perspective below. The energy of the 3 attributes of electricity, fire, and ice in the atmosphere seems to be coordinated by an invisible force. It is continuously absorbed and blessed on their respective skills, and it also continues to disperse and reduce the fire attribute energy factor on the skills used by the windspeed dog. Is this the effect of the power of the 3 divine birds? The increase and reduction of their respective attribute energy factors. It's interesting. Seeing this, Baizi's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted with some hilarity, Fengsu dog, also try your burning authority. Use Junyan. Ow. In the long whining sound, it was as if the air was suddenly ignited, and the virtual flames-like substance swept across in an instant, crushing the authority inspired by the 3 divine birds in an instant. From Baizi's perspective of energy, the power of Sangu's body doesn't seem to be inferior to that of the windspeed dog. Cheng Jun, in a blink of an eye, was burned by the power of burning. This is really unexpectedly fragile. Baizi's expression was strange, and on the field, with its own burning authority, it has completed the field coverage with an absolute advantage. Next second, the pure and extreme red fire spewed out from the mouth of the windspeed dog, forming a fan shape. Immediately after, boom, 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 the successive explosions were accompanied by the sky-high sky-high firelight forming a piece on the frozen sea. Moment. The smoke cleared. In an instant, the three divine birds that seemed to be playing dumbfounded were covered. Naked birds whose feathers had been burned to the ground floated up and down in the sea. It was as if he had fallen into a coma. Ice shore. After Baizi and Fengsugo looked at each other, they touched the tip of their nose with a slightly embarrassed expression. It seems that the hand is a bit heavy. Just thinking about it, the three divine birds quickly woke up. But open your eyes. I saw Baizi and Fengsugo who were looking at their waiting birds with strange eyes on the shore. Suddenly, the three divine birds who were not too far away shook their bodies. A little girl who met a bully, light, shivering and hugging each other. Immediately afterward, the system's prompt sound also sounded in Baizi's ears one by one. You commanded the wind speed dog to defeat the three divine birds in charge, and gained a little. The battle experience +9. The wind speed dog power proficiency will be enhanced. The energy level control will be strengthened, and the jet flame will be familiar. Practice +3. Junyan's proficiency +3. Ding! Your title, Sacred Bird Protector, has changed, and you have been promoted to Sacred Bird Guardian. Sacred Bird Guardian. You have a natural pressure on the three divine bird group. You can simply control and command individuals in the three divine bird group, and you have a very high innate favor for flying elves. Sensitivity close black lens bracket. Ah, Guardian of the divine bird. Baizi's expression was strange, and for a moment he turned his attention to the three silly birds that had gradually grown a little bit of fluff. So, is the matter settled? On the altar of the temple on the cliff bank of Asia Island, the three Xiaoxia, who had worked so hard to retrieve the treasure of the frozen bird from the island of ice, looked inexplicable. After all, anyone who has worked so hard to save the world and come back when they are about to take the final step is suddenly told that someone has successfully saved the world, and they will be a little busy for nothing. Immediately, they turned their attention to the three divine birds that looked like chicks with only some down feathers, and their expressions became even more bizarre. Is this the three divine birds that almost caused the destruction of the world? It looked pretty cool before, didn't it? How did it become like this? Seeing the scrutiny eyes of the three of Xiaoxia, plus the treasures enshrined on their respective islands were discovered from their hand. They originally stayed in Baizi and Fengsugo. The three silly birds behind him suddenly looked sharp. -1-2. Although there was no movement yet, the invisible divine might instantly made everyone on the altar look stunned, and a goosebump came to their heart. Three God, rest. As the elder of Asia Island's sacrifice, he rushed up and was about to intercede. Baizi's next action immediately made everyone, including him, stunned. Stupid expression. 4.3 turned around when Baizi's eyes rolled over. Reach out. Pop, pop, pop. With one slap, he slapped the three silly birds on the back of their heads one after another, and said while slapping, "Do you remember to eat or fight? Do you remember to eat or fight? What do I say? Except for those who are hostile, give me harmony, friendship, kindness, remember, Fuku tilde, Ying tilde, Hua tilde." The three silly birds shrank their heads and necks suddenly, leaned against each other tremblingly, nodded like garlic, and look cute and cute when we were obedient. Everyone, what about funny? Is this the three god bird? Are you sure it wasn't the father hitting the son? P.S. Calvin, neck, prepare for the Insect King R. And then a big event. The protagonist is going to have a crazy table turning action. 514. Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. Flaming Monkey. I have a dream. Please ask. Fire Island. On a smooth volcanic rock, Baizi sat cross-legged and fell into silent meditation. In the arm, a blue dog also sits cross-legged and is practicing meditation with him. On the other side, there was an open space only 1 or 2 meters away from Baizi's side. Call. One breath and one breath. A long fire attribute energy factor manifested, turning into a hazy fire lotus laying on the white swamp, and the wind speed dog lying on the ground somewhere around the body. Moment. Wow. Accompanied by a screeching cloud-piercing rock, a large orange bird covered in flames galloped down from the crater in the middle of the island. In an instant, he came to the corner of the island paved with fire lotus. Under wind pressure, blossoming fire lotus is like a real pond lotus, trembling and swaying gracefully. Seeing this, the flaming bird suddenly slowed down the swing of its wing, and landed at a distance of about 10 meters from the lotus pond cautiously. At the same time, 25 millimeters above its left leg was thrown off. The flaming monkey did a dashing forward somersault, and at the moment of landing, he suddenly waved the robe of flaming flames behind him. But this series of handsome movement, in its cautious expression neck, it looks a little funny how you look at it. In fact, I can't blame the flame bird and the flame monkey for being so careful. 3 days ago, after solving the Asia Island chain incident, Baizi did not immediately stop here, but temporarily stopped on the Fire Island. The reason for this is because the 3 divine birds suffered from a blow of Junyan, which contained the power of the windspeed dog, and they were not seriously injured. Just in case, he just stayed for a few days, and by the way, he was well sharpened the temperament of these 3 silly birds so as not to germinate after he leaves. Here comes the second time. It is because the windspeed dog's own power has not been able to be retracted freely, and the the fire attribute factor on the fire island is surprisingly active, which is just suitable as a training place for the wind speed dog. The fire lotus in this place is the training subject that Baizi gave to the wind speed dog. Don't look so delicate, but in fact this is made by wind speed dog with the combination of the fire attribute factor compressed to the extreme and the power of burning authority. It almost explodes at the touch of a touch, and the power is quite amazing. At the beginning, when the wind speed dog experimented with this thing for the first time, the flame generated by its explosion directly turned the circular beach on the other side of the island of fire into a land of crystal. In that scene, the flaming monkey and the flaming bird were seen with their own eyes. See, even Baizi didn't secretly stun, and said in his heart that this is simply the elf version of Buddha's Fury fire lotus. Today, there are thousands of fire lotuses, big and small, in this lotus pond. Once burst, I'm afraid that the entire island of fire will be burned into crystal. No way the two of them were not careful. As for Baizi, who is sitting and meditating in the lotus pond, the flaming monkey naturally respects its own trainer. Scared again. In fact, reason why Baizi puts himself in a dangerous place is to put pressure on the wind speed dog. Let it have a sense of crisis that once a mistake is made, it will spread to the life of its own trainer. In order to enhance the effect of training, I have to say that this method is very useful. Originally, the wind speed dog made mistake from time to time, but after Baizi accompanies the training, the wind speed dog has never made a mistake again, and the speed of its progress is also getting faster and faster. Originally, it could only be combined with a small amount of power and fire factor, and it was enough to barely control one flower. To now, there are more than 1,000 lotus pond, but the wind speed dog has already commanded like an arm, controlling it effortlessly. Of course, although Baizi seems to be taking a risk, in fact, he is not in any danger at all with the two top legends in his body. Whether it is Kangxiang or Lai Kongzai, there is something to be said for him. Under the circumstances of preparation, it is enough to easily eliminate the thousands of fire lotus into the invisible, and the excellent cultivation environment of Mishima, Baizi naturally would not miss it. Actually, in addition to the wind speed dogs and flaming monkeys who exercise fire attribute control on the island of fire, the island of ice and the island of thunder also have elves for training arranged by Baizi. Plan. Even Serena, after learning about the evolutionary conditions of Fairy Ibrahimovich from Baizi before, she began to specially cultivate her Ibrahimovich, who has reached the peak of the quasi-celestial king. And one of the main reasons why I didn't choose to accompany Baizi on the fire island is to avoid the too active fire attribute energy factor on the fire island, which will affect the evolution of Ibrahimovich. Interference. What? Did it work? Baizi slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the birds and monkeys cautiously with some amusing. While asking, he waved his hand in the direction of the wind speed dog. Wu Tilda whimpered in response, and as it climbed up from the ground, the fire lotus that surrounded Baizi and its body suddenly spread out like smoke. As the wind speed dog opened its mouth and inhaled, it instantly condensed into an extremely restrained small fireball, which was directly engulfed by the wind speed dog. Yeah. 3 days ago, after learning about the deeds of the wind speed dog rushing to the sea on a flame, and after understanding the principle, the flame monkey came up with a whim. Since the explosion propulsion of the fire attribute can be used on the sea surface, come to run, can you use a stronger propulsion to realize your idea of moving in the air? I have to say that this is indeed a rather creative idea, and even Baizi made a key suggestion in it. The explosive propulsion of the fire element can indeed be used as the propulsion for flight, but the attribute energy of the fairy world itself is not a simple flame. So, why not take advantage of your talent for manipulating the fire attribute energy factor? And this idea also seems to make the blazing monkey stun. So, after pulling the flaming bird to escort itself, it plunged headlong into the crater of the island. It started its experimental training on the subject of flame flying, and now it seems that the flame monkey is successful. 515. The right person. A rocket-style destiny reward. Yeah. The flaming monkey nodded again and again, and immediately saw it take a few steps back, and the moment it bent its knees slightly, it jumped up and jumped into the air. Then, the surging flame erupted from the feet of the flame monkey, like the tail flame of a rocket, giving the flame monkey another upward recoil. And the flaming monkey, with the help of this, jumped up again and rushed straight into the air. The flame became more and more intense when the flame monkey took off, and finally spread to the whole body of the flame monkey, turning into a huge fireball, which lasted for about half a minute at a height of 10 meters above the ground. Finally, as soon as the fire weakened, the huge fireball seemed to be unstoppable, and in an instant, it burst into blossoming fine firework, revealing the flaming monkey wrapped inside it. A flaming monkey, who turned over and fell, with a clearly tired face on his face, stood still slightly staggered, his chest rising and falling like a blower. Obviously not a lot of consumption. However, the flaming monkey was obviously very happy. Even though his face was tired, he looked at Baizi with anticipation. Well done," Baizi immediately praised. Actually, flying technique of using flames is indeed very groundbreaking. It has little practical significance. At least for now, the application to actual combat is quite small. As a result, the energy level consumption of this move can be said to be a bottomless pit level. With the energy level of the quasi-king level of the flame monkey, it will be almost completely exhausted after flying for half a minute. See it. Second, it is the difficulty of manipulation. The flame monkey needs the full-hearted envoy flame to barely maintain a speed that can be called a grandma crossing the road in midair. During this period, it cannot have any inattention, otherwise, it will not be able to maintain the eruption and manipulation of the fire attribute energy factor. That is to say, the flame monkey in the flying state, more this is a living target, and it's still slow and leisurely. There are not too many targets to turn around and avoid. However, it was the result of the flaming monkey's effort for several days, so Baizi naturally wouldn't attack it immediately. Again, although it is a bit unreliable as a flying skill, if it is used as a short-term aerial leverage and steering, it is also a good method. And Baizi also saw it. The flying skill created by the flame monkey is not completely without room for improvement. At the very least, if the fire attribute with insufficient stability is exchanged for energy factors into other energy, it will also be possible. It's not impossible to make this technique perfect. There is no need to do this for a superpower system with psychic power, and other attributes are also lacking, but if you replace it with a waveguide. This thought flashed in Baizi's mind. And on the opposite side, the flaming monkey, who was caught in the trainer's praise and complacent, did not know that the flying skills that he had worked so hard to find out in his trainer's heart already had another suitable selected. He handed the flame monkey 2 fire attribute energy cube, and took out the milk meal and steak stored in the backpack. The flame monkey's eyes lit up, and after quickly taking it, he immediately devoured and ate and drank. Not for a while. After eating, Baizi took it back to the Pokeball to rest. At this time, the flaming bird approached slowly, and meekly stretched its head to Baizi's eyes, with shining eyes and some anticipation. Haha, don't worry, you have it too. Baizi was delighted when he saw this, and took out 2 more fire attribute energy cube from his backpack. While feeding them to the flame bird, he rubbed the burning crown above its head. The flames floated, and there was no burning sensation at all. After playing for a while, the flame bird flew back to the crater in the center of the island again. Jingle, Baizi took out the calling bell, shook it gently, and an invisible ripple overflowed from the sound of the ding bell. A ray of lightning descended from the sky, and amid the falling thunder, a petite black figure plunged into Baizi's arm. Then, in the fading pillar of thunder, a handsome golden figure appeared. The big cat walked out slowly. It was Zeraora and the little Kapu Mingming who came back from the Thunder Island. Zeraola has always been restrained, but he can't see any changes. But Xiao Kapu Mingming's breath is obviously stronger, and he has officially entered the novice stage. Under investigation, level 12. Then, click, click, woo. With a long soft chant, Laplace came from the sea at an even speed, bringing a piece of crystal clear ice, and on it back, an elegant elf with a light blue body and a double-layered knitted hat on the top of its head, with a lazy look, licking the fur of its front paws. It is Ibrahimovic who is on the island of ice, a new form of harvest, ice elf. As for the level, the improvement is not high, only 1 level, but as long as you think that it is already an elves in the championship field, you can know that this level of improvement is already quite large. Everyone has worked hard. With a chuckle, he got close to the returning elf for a while, and then Baizi took out the elf ball and took these guys back one by one. Come back too, whined Speed Dog. Baizi turned around, took out an orange-red elf ball with golden lines from his pocket, and aimed it at the Windspeed Dog. A beam of white light shot out, and in an instant, the Windspeed Dog was stored in this unique Pokeball. The Blazing Sun Ball, the name of this Pokeball. As for how to get it, it has to do with the Destiny reward that was swiped from Team Rocket Trio. Pokeball Maker. Throw in a certain amount of matter, and you can create a unique and special Pokeball based on the what Jiao substance put in. Note, 3 times a day, there is a certain chance of failure. Well, it is indeed a Destiny reward with a very rocket-made style. Blazing Sun Ball of the Windspeed Dog is made by using the crystallization of the touch-melting fire ore offered by the Flame Bird, and it is made 3 times. Feeling the sudden burst of momentum in the direction of Asia Island, Baizi stood up, patted the floating ash on his clothes, and said with a light smile, "Looks like it's time to leave." Next second, Lee_1 Hong. A huge bird-shaped phantom quickly passed from the shore of Fire Island and entered the direction east of the sea. P.S. Something happened at home. There is one more chapter, which must be finished. 516. Ash's transformation. Go to Vibrant Forest. On Asia Island, on a sandy beach directly below the altar, Serena and Ash stood apart with a solemn expression. In front of them are the Fairy Ibrahimovic and the fire-breathing dragon. At this moment, Fairy Ibrahimovic, the power of the moon, fire-breathing dragon, Dragon Claw, with an order from both sides of the confrontation. Fairy Ibrahimovic raised her head and called out a disc-like bright moon in a long chant. The endless rays of light poured out like a burst of silver bottles, hitting the direction of the fire-breathing dragon. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon didn't show any weakness, and rushed forward with a roar. When the claws were interlaced, the dazzling bright green energy claws were instantly generated. Stab. Like a piece of cloth being torn apart, the power of the moon was torn by the fire-breathing dragon with an extremely tough attitude. But just as the fire-breathing dragon that burst through the bursting energy smoke screen raised its claws, an extremely dazzling light suddenly shone out in front of its eye. Magic shine. Accompanied by Serena's whole drink, the extreme flash broke through the smoke screen, and the light spot that gave birth to terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly exploded like a cosmic singularity. The strangling force from the bombardment charged fiercely, drowning the fire-breathing dragon in an instant. Zip. Rumbling. The dull crashing sound was mixed with the successive explosions that followed, and the fire-breathing dragon's body flew out like a cannonball. 407, hitting the cliffs at the seaside heavily, sliding slowly. Victory and defeat. Congratulations on your victory, Serena. When Baizi arrived in the steel-armored crow, he saw the scene in front of him. He jumped off the steel-armored crow's back and congratulated Serena. Brother Baizi. Serena's eyes lit up. Then she picked up the fairy Ibrahimovic in front of her and showed off to Baizi. Look, my Ibrahimovic has successfully evolved. Does it look good? It's a good match for you. Baizi responded with a chuckle. Then, after looking at the data of fairy Ibrahimovic in Serena's arms, he glanced at the fire-breathing dragon struggling to get up not far away, and couldn't help sighing inwardly. Serena's Ibrahimovic was only one step away from the Heavenly King before being purified. This time, it was reasonable to successfully break through to the Heavenly King's domain. Koichi. His fire-breathing dragon was defeated by his own flaming monkey back then, but now, he has also been promoted to the realm of the king, and has left the flaming monkey far behind. I have to say, as the protagonist of the elf, especially in Xiaoji's team, a well-deserved normal combat power king CFED card. The speed of progress of the old spray is quite amazing. Certainly, this is also thanks to the previous bloody battle, and the auxiliary effect of the phoenix rainbow feather. After that, the fire-breathing dragon has made such progress. However, what really made Baizi arrive gratified was Xiaoji's change. After the Battle of Asia Island, and after the funeral was held for the elves who died in the disaster, Xiaoji, who was laughing and laughing all day, was like an optimist who could never make changes. Like that one night he grew up. These days, he also did not immediately go to Asia Island, but for the first time, began to seriously discuss with Baizi the training and tactical use of elves. I have to say that Xiaoji is still very talented. Although the effect of direct teaching is not good, his ability to comprehend and learn in imitation and actual combat really shocked Baizi. Seriously, in terms of practical learning ability, Xiaoji can even catch up with Baizi's thinking speed at some point. It's not that Xiaoji has no chance of catching up with Crimson. Baizi had expectations for Xiaoji for the first time. Or, this guy, who he was least expecting at the beginning, might become an extraordinary soldier in the final battlefield. Brother Baizi, I lost again. After taking back the fire-breathing dragon's elf ball, Xiaoji came to Baizi and scratched his head slightly ashamed. These days, as the only person who can bring him to practice, Ash has challenged Serena a dozen times. From the strongest demon fire Red Fox, to the super evolutionary Gengar, to the flashing pink butterfly, and today's fairy Ibrahimovic. It can be said that he has challenged all of Serena's current handheld challenges, but without exception, the whole battle is lost. The only fairy, Ibrahimovic, who had a little hope of winning, was still unable to make a comeback because of the huge command gap between the two sides. You've made rapid progress. Baizi stepped forward to straighten Xiaoji's collar, and patted off a wisp of dust on his shoulders. What you lack now is the experience of fighting against Zheng Zhenchang. Pause, he said. Xiaoji, let's go to the World Championship. World Championship. Xiaoji's lag in the news is still as usual. Hearing this, he suddenly has a question mark expression on his face. Obviously he doesn't know anything about the events that are popular in the world today. This is a world event that includes all the deadly trainers, including the gym owner, the 4 heavenly kings, and the league champion. There are so many powerful players in it that they can be used as your grinder. Night own. Baizi briefly stated the general information of the tournament, and then patted Xiaoji on the shoulder. Also, I'm also looking forward to how you will look when you come to me again after you grow up. Sun Championship. Xiaoji murmured the name to himself, and then nodded towards Baizi. Brother Baizi, I will try my best to climb, and then I will stand in front of you again. I'm looking forward to. The corners of Baizi's mouth rose, looking at Xiaoji who was approaching Xiaoxia immediately. He turned around. He glanced at the shell head that was retracted on the side of the altar above, and shook his head with a chuckle. It's time for us to go, Serena too. Baizi stretched out her hand, and Serena immediately leaned over very naturally, letting Baizi wrap her weight. Next second, the two appeared on top of the the steel-armored crow hovering in midair. Target Jobin Forest. Wow! In the shrill sound of piercing clouds and cracking stone, accompanied by the violent wind pressure, the giant steel bird with wings spread for dozens of meters swept past the sea. Then, leapy, goo, ga, lightning, frost, and fire rose from the 3 islands not far away, followed by 3 long cries with different voices. It seems to be seeing off, and there seems to be a faint sense of relief. Another moment passed. Call. On the altar on the cliff corner of Asia Island, a head with a shell stuck out from the back of the shrine again, and heaved a sigh of relief against his heart. But he's finally gone. What's the origin of this kid? Why does a casual glance make me feel like I'm not wearing any clothes? It's weird. King Hippo touched his chin, and for a moment, it suddenly seemed to remember something, lowered his head and circled himself a lot, his face full of shock. I'm not wearing any clothes. 517. Black and white take all. The stunned steel-armored crow. In Chengdu, on the outskirts of the west of Manjin City, in a manor with a very large area, the top floor of the central castle, in the library, a meticulous British old man with blended hair and combed hair is sitting behind a large desk and flipping through something. Opposite him, a man with a very similar face. The middle-aged man waited silently. Old man Wafa is named Joseph Nash, one of the 6 standing counselors of the Elf Alliance. He also serves as the deputy speaker, and he also supervises the intelligence department and the finance department of the Elf Alliance, and the direct dispatch right of an elf special team. The middle-aged man standing next to Joseph was his eldest son, Daniel Nash, who was then the director of the Chengdu Regional Economic Department, and is likely to be the next Chengdu Union Branch president. Besides, John Nash also has a son and a daughter. The whereabouts of the second son, Seth Nash, remain a mystery, but in fact he is one of the only 2 remaining special A-level hunters in the Hunter Guild, and is also a hunter. One of the 3 vice-chairmen of the club, Hunter Z. As for the youngest daughter, Ella Nash, she was married to Aoki, the only grandson of the second elder of the Bell Tower clan in Yuanju City, Chengdu. It can be said that this family is black and white, and its power is not exaggerated. Of their Nash family, Jill Lutai had already died not long ago, and, apart from the black box brought back by the frogman, there are no bones left. A moment, snapped Hilda. Old Joseph casually threw the document in his hand on the desk. He took off his glasses and glanced at the young silver-haired boy with a playful smile on the document bag. Face vulture. Have you figured out how to deal with this kid? According to the data, this little monster is at least a real champion trainer. Daniel shook his head. Father, there is no need for us to seek revenge on this little monster with great fanfare. After all, he came from Junshin Town after all. Really new town. The weight of the 3 words, true new town, better than the old people who were the same generation as Damu. After pondering for a moment, old John raised his chin in a gesture. Continue. Yes, father. The middle-aged man nodded indifferently, completely unable to see the pain of bereavement. Actually, we can pull a few more forces. You know, the things on that little monster. Coveted is not a family or 2. And just in case, I think it's necessary to add a layer of insurance before taking action, and some off-the-shelf moves are also very useful. The voice fell, and there was a brief silence in the study. Moment. Old John set the tone. After you go back, you will start secretly transferring funds to the account on the black market, and also, notify the 3rd child in advance. After this, you don't have to worry about this matter. Let the 2nd child lead the line. I see, father. The middle-aged man had no objection at all. Seeing that old John had no intention to explain, he bowed slightly and left the study. Squeaked Hilda. As the door opened and closed, the 2 words on the file bag were revealed by the sunlight through the momentary light that shone into the study one by one. By Z. At the same time, the 2 by Z, riding the steel-armored crow, flew over the Orange Islands and the Guandu Strait, and went northward from the south bank. It didn't take long before they entered the lush and verdant forest. In fact, it was not the first time that Bai Zi set foot in the Viking forest, but it was the first time to go so deep. It traveled inward for about half an hour, before almost approaching the outer periphery of the central area of the Joban forest. Bai Zi took back the steel-armored crow. Brush. With a dodge, she hugged Serena and fell onto the grass in the forest below. At this time, the sky is bright, and the sun is shining warmly, passing through the layers of branches and leaves, making light spots one after another on the grass that is obviously lacking in human beings, which is extraordinarily wrong. It is neat, giving people a sense of irregular beauty, but this natural beauty cannot make people ignore the danger it contains. As for flowers, the reason why Bai Zi replaced the steel-armored crow here, in addition to the reason why the steel-armored crow is too large to search for, there is also the fact that he can no longer guarantee that the steel-armored crow has enough strength to deter the elf overlord in front. The vast environment and rich resources have given birth to hundreds of millions of elves in the Victory Forest, living and growing in it, and the huge base of elves determines that there will be rare and powerful individuals inside. This type of elf, if there there is no accident such as dying halfway or being spotted by a discerning trainer, challenge and recover. Then, it will definitely grow into a very powerful elf overlord. Their strength is far superior to their peers, and they shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the forest and their own ethnic group. And the deeper they go, the stronger the overlords become because of the internal increase in the resource density of the Viridian forest. Like the center of the most central area, just close to the periphery, Baizi has already felt the sense of vigilance that the steel-armored crow is constantly conveying to himself. If he continues to go deeper, the steel-armored crow feels that it will be difficult to ensure Baizi's safety, because just approaching the boundary of the peripheral area, it has already felt two strong warning breaths that are not inferior to itself, and even faintly surpass. Without exception, all of them are champion level. Tisk 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 tilde. It's no wonder that the giant stinger didn't rush into it before. The goalkeeper of this border is actually enough to bring a sense of threat to the steel-armored crow. Looking at the dark area where the distance of less than 100 meters seemed to divide the forest into two worlds, Baizi's eyes flickered. To know, although the steel-armored crow can only reach the championship field in terms of level, its energy level several times that of the same level and its powerful and gigantic body are enough to fight beyond the level, can give it enough sense of threat. At least, that is only possible if the champion is an elf overlord who is at the middle level. Begging. 518. The test of the giant needlebee. The chance of the giant gold monster. Come out. Wind speed dog. Big dinger. Pop pop. After two crisp sound, the wind speed dog and the big needlebee deformed from the white light emitted by the pokeball and appeared in front of the two of them. Subsequently, Baizi thought for a while, then took the dog out of his arms and stuffed it into Serena's arm. Roto tilde. Leo Lu kicked his hind legs a bit dissatisfied, and after sticking his head out of Serena's arms, he called out to Baizi twice with a dissatisfied face. Serena's face became even hotter, although the two of them were already intimidating, but just now, it still made her a little. The danger in the central area of the Viking forest is not low. With this little guy under personal protection, I can rest assured. Baizi casually flicked the coquettish Leo Lu's head, rubbed the little guy's dog's head while the other party was pretending to be swaying, and said, Hem tilde. Serena nodded her head as if pecking it right, and the 4-2 crimson on her face did not diminish at all. Okay, let's move on. Seeing this, Baizi didn't explain much. He gently put Serena on the windspeed dog fluffy back. Then, he turned over and took Serena to himself very naturally, in the arms. Subsequently, he looked at the giant stinger, which was clearly different from the calmness of the past. Big dinger, lead the way. Sizzling beer tilde. The great needle peak immediately fluttered its wings and flew deeper into the forest. Woo tilde. No need for Baizi to say more. The windspeed dog immediately started running, followed closely. The speed of the giant needlebee is very fast. It seems that the closer it is to somewhere in the center of the forest, the more impatient it is. Treat. The windspeed dog will naturally not lose, but the distance of 100 meters almost flashed by. Next second, archway, exuding brilliant green, formed by the intertwining of countless tree branches, appeared in front of Baizi's group, and before the green arch, one left and one right, separately stood two sturdy elves, guarding both sides of the arch, like door stake, blocking the way of the hornbeam. Race, Kyrus, giant form. Attribute, insect. Characteristic, strange force flyer. Level, champion intermediate, level 74, 8100. Opening square bracket ellipsis closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket status. Perfect close black lens bracket. Introduction. One of the overlords of the vibrant forest, the gatekeeper of the insect palace. Race, Heracross, giant soldier form. Attribute, bug fighting. Characteristic, insect premonition. Level, champion intermediate, level 75, 15100. Status, perfect. Introduction. One of the overlords of the vibrant forest, the gatekeeper of the insect palace. Kyrus and Heracross. Baizi's brows jumped, knowing that these two guys with a body size far exceeding that of the same clan should be the elf overlord who deterred the steel-armored crow. But know that the two groups of Kyrus and Heracross are natural mortal enemies. Just like the relationship between the Pidiao and the Big Build clan, the racial disputes are almost difficult to reconcile. But now, not only did these two guys get along peacefully, but they were also used as goalkeepers in the heart of the Viking forest. Good guy. Champion level elves are goalkeepers, which is not the kind of treatment for ordinary legendary elves. But what does this giant form mean? What is the name of the Palace of Insect? And also, are these two guys trying to be a roadblock now? My heart is pondering. But then, Baizi found that it didn't seem to be the case. The two worm-type overlord, who can be said to be the giant individuals in the group, did not have any intention of attacking at the moment when they discovered the giant stinger. On the contrary, after they sensed the breath of the giant stinger for a while, they both leaned side by side, and in the next second, two bright green hexagonal shields appeared in front of them. Then, with a click sound, they merged together. Immediately, these two energy shields turned into larger half-arc energy shields, standing moving in front of Kairos and Heracross. This is so. Seeing this, Baizi's eyes suddenly widen. The whole skill is not an uncommon move, and most elves can use it, but do it right before your eyes. As simple as 1 + 1 = 2 to combine the holding skills used by two elves separately. You know, this is not a skill set over another skill outside, but let the two merge and merge into one. This level of skill, last time, Baizi has also seen it on the giant gold monster in the state of future time limit combat power card, but the giant gold monster itself has a computing power comparable to a supercomputer, and can be multi-purpose. But Kairos and Heracross are two elves. The tacit understanding they want to reach is probably quite amazing. Baizi sighed in his heart. At this time, the giant stinger also understood the meaning of the two insect-type giants in front of him. If you think about this door, you must completely smash this shield with one blow, otherwise, you will be tried to invade by, and there are only 3 chances. A test. Baizi pinched his chin, and when he saw the questing gaze of the giant needlebee, his eyes flashed. Use all your strength. Gauntlet. Kill the needle. Sizzling beer tilde. The big needlebee made a high-pitched sound, and it retreated slightly to charge, and the splendid purple energy gradually surrounded the left needle arm, turning into a sharp lance. Subsequently, whoa, under the blessing of high-speed movement, the giant needlebee crossed a distance of tens of meters in the blink of an eye, and the needle arm was like a gun, stabbing towards the center of the energy shield. But just when I was about to be stabbed, katakana middle ... quick turn back. Following Baizi's sudden telepathy, the giant needlebee suddenly made a mistake, turning the needle arm at a rather tricky angle and stabbing it towards the lower left. Call. Rapid crashing sound. Then, click. As the large needlebee slowly retracted the needle arm, the shield seemed to have been hit hard, full of cracks and shattered. It worked. Baizi's eyes flickered. If he wasn't careful enough, he would have opened up his weakness insight ahead of time. I am afraid that the blow of the giant stinger, even if it can penetrate it or even knock the two into the air, it may not achieve the purpose of one blow and shatter. 4.3 Because this seemingly unremarkable fit shield, the weak point turned out to be changing. Put another way, at the moment when this shield is under attack, its unique conductivity can differentiate the attack to the entire surface of the shield, which greatly enhances the endurance of the shield. And, if Baizi guessed correctly, these two shields combined into one might complement each other, so that the damaged part can be repaired quickly. Such a strong sense of sight, he had to remind him of the honeycomb shield used by the future giant gold monster in the Battle of Rampolki, which was a forcible resistance to the Black Flash and the air seat composite move. Perhaps this trip will also be the chance for the giant gold monster to successfully reenact this trick. 519. The Orb of Destruction. Killing Intent. What impressed Baizi the most in the Battle of Rampol was naturally the needle stab that killed the vitality of Dark Lugia, and the compound move of the giant golden monster's hard-to-fight anti-Black Flash and empty seat. The honeycomb shield, the two stunts of this offense and defense. Therefore, he naturally wanted to re-engrave these two tricks that could be called Killer Copper. But without exception, all ended in failure. What the big dinger lacks is the most central power of destruction, which is also one of the primary goals of Baizi's trick. What the giant golden monster lacks is a way to integrate multiple shields into one, and to be able to conduct and complement each other. Originally, he wanted to find a chance to get a design drawing of the shield of the safety device to see. Now it seems that he may be able to get the answer from here. Now, after the two giant soldier elves looked at each other, they immediately separated, standing on both sides of the unremarkable arch, one left and one right. To be frank, Baizi was really curious about the actual purpose of doing this. After all, even if he watched the entrance of the inverted arch, the Viking forest is not completely closed. Could it be that the other 25 people or elves can't enter from other direction? You command the big needlebee to repel the giant soldier elf, and you get a little gain. Battle experience +6. Big needlebee experience +10. Gauntlet proficiency +2. The system beat sound, and Baizi saw that these two didn't seem to want to stop, so he also rode the wind speed dog, followed behind the big needlebee, and passed through the arch. Moment. It was like passing through an invisible light curtain, and between the changing scenery, Baizi and Selena found that they were riding the wind speed dog and appeared on the Gobi Desert under a desolate scenery. Quote, ... Here, what is this place? Serena hummed and shook her head, trying to resist the dizziness that came from her mind, her whole body almost leaning on Baizi's body. After calming down and seeing the surrounding scenery, Tinko opened slightly. Obviously they were still in the dense forest before. How did they pass through an arch made of trees, and people directly traveled from the forest to the Gobi? Also, the arches are gone too. Relax, Serena, I'm here. Compared to Serena's loss, Baizi was much calmer, while soothing softly, the first time to spread out the spiritual power. After all, he has even experienced time and space travel, not to mention that he is now carrying two top legends, Lai Kongxi and King Shang, so there is nothing to panic. Moment. The spread of mental power rushed back like a tide. Baizi blinked slightly, and a smile rose on his face. interesting. It's different from the small secret realm or different space he thought of at the beginning, because where they are now, it's underground. Underground. Serena was stunned when she heard Baizi's explanation, and couldn't help but raise her head. In the sky, although the sun or clouds could not be seen, the gray-blue clear sky was still shone with light. Can't tell it's underground at all. It's just a visual error. Baizi tapped Serena's forehead, and transmitted the picture detected by his mental power perspective to Serena. Immediately, an arc-shaped luminous crystal shield, and further up, the incomprehensible soil layer. All kinds of strange scenery are transmitted to Serena's brain through the spiritual perspective shared by Baizi. Ocean. This is really... Serena looked in disbelief. Sizzling beer tilde. The large needle bees that entered this underground space seem to be more difficult to control for some reason. On the body surface, faint diamond-shaped energy fragments appear and surround, rising and shrinking, like it's in harmony with some kind of force. Go ahead. Baizi's eyes flashed slightly, and he said immediately, word fall. The big needle bee suddenly turned into a streamer and flew forward, and Baizi and the two also followed closely behind the windspeed dog. On the long yellow sand, soon, passing through a towering boulder portal, I finally reached a huge altar with countless blue-green crystals and red and black rock. These crystals and rubble were scattered around the altar. On top of this altar, a fist-sized azure-colored orb emitting red and black rays of light was floating in the void about 3 feet away from the altar. Although dead, but at first sight, there is a thrilling feeling of facing the big horror. Is this what attracts the giant stinger? Except for the color, it is very similar to the Inseking orb, obtained from the underwater ruins in the Viking forest. Baizi raised his eyebrows, guessing in his heart, while staring at the Eye of Data. In an instant, the attribute panel is convenient for Baizi's eyes to show one by one. The Orb of Destruction, the crystallization of the core strength left by the first generation of Inseking. The unofficial successor of the Inseking cannot be absorbed. The introduction is very general, but it also explains the source and the conditions of inheritance. Inseking Orb, which is likely to be related to it, and obtained the title of Inseking Candidate, recognized by the Joban Forest. It should be a combination of these conditions, right? Baizi was thinking, as if it had received some kind of response, although the giant needlebee did not rush forward to contact it like the last time. The Orb of Destruction suddenly burst into light and spewed out a burst of light. The crimson beam of light shone with black electric light directly to the 9 days. Next second, one after another blue veins immediately extended in all directions from the altar below the orb. In the blink of an eye, a giant array was formed that completely covered the ground, including Baizi and Selena, who were riding on the back of the windspeed dog, and the large needle bees on the side. Middle. The speed is so fast, let alone Baizi and Selena. Even the windspeed dog, who has already stepped into the realm of the god, has not reacted for a while. But then, the windspeed dog stepped on all fours, and the surging flames pushed forward and jumped straight into the air. This is the soaring method created by the flaming monkey. But next second, with the turbulence of the air, 4 dark fog shadows appeared in the air in front of the windspeed dog. Red eyes, killing intent. 520. Upgrade monsters. Treat them differently. Is this the hornbeak? Although except for a pair of crimson worm eyes, all of them were formed by a dark and thick fog. But Baizi recognized the familiar form of the giant stinger at the first time. And this is not an ordinary hornbeak form, but a mega-sized hornbeak form. Defense mechanism, or test. As his heart skipped a beat, Baizi jumped a little on the back of the windspeed dog, hugged Arena, and disappeared in place with a teleport. At the same time, the windspeed dog erupted with scorching flame. The heat turned into smoke, and formed a layer of crimson energy armor around itself, charging towards the black shadows of the 4 super large needle bees. Burning flames hit. The push of the air along the way shows the strength of this blow. But choke, as if the sound of gold and iron clashing resounded. One of the super giant needle bees, the black shadow, took the initiative to greet them, and under the swipe of the needle arm, it forcibly blocked the attack of the windspeed dog. Although it was overwhelmed and defeated by the crimson shock that followed, such a level of expressiveness was already amazing enough to know. Although the blow of the windspeed dog is not all powerful, it is also a blow at the level of the god. It is a bit amazing that a non-living body that does not know how to form can withstand it for a short time. Katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot. It is precisely because of this moment of obstruction. The shadows of the remaining 3 super hornet bees immediately took the opportunity to skip the windspeed dog and rushed towards the direction where Baizi and others appeared. This is the huge circular array. Baizi stretched out his hand and pressed the invisible wall of air behind him, his brows abruptly turning his gaze towards the black bees of the 3 super giant stingers who were pounced on him and others. Baizi was also quite surprised that the windspeed dog could not stop all the black shadows of the super giant needle bee. But now is obviously not the time to think too much. Baizi waved one arm. With all his strength, he released the breaking sword, and while a giant beast chopped up, he reached out and touched his weight. At the same time, the shadows under under my feet suddenly surged like ripples. Whoosh _ The azure blue sword energy turned into an arc in midair, sweeping towards the black shadows of the 3 super large needle bees that attacked in the shape of a zigzag. Baizi's attack was aimed at blocking the enemy. After all, it was something to resist the attack of the lower wind speed dog. Naturally, he didn't think he could cause any damage to the opponent, but what he didn't expect was, under the sweeping sword energy, although the other 2 took the opportunity to dodge, the one who took the initiative to come up was directly smashed to pieces by his giant bee slash. The black air suddenly scattered on the ground, and a milky white life energy suddenly shot out from the ground and submerged into Baizi's body. This is Baizi looked on. Next second, he immediately gave up the plan to summon the elf, and once again pulled Serena, who was holding Leoru in his arms, dodged and came into the air. At the same time, the system's prompt sound also sounded in Baizi's ears one by one. Your wind speed dog absorbs some of the pure vitality and gains a little. The physique is slightly strengthened. The HP value plus 0.1. You have absorbed some of the pure vitality and you have gained a little. Your physique has been slightly strengthened and the HP value is plus 0.1. Immediately after, out of the corner of his vision, he saw a black shadow appearing in the direction of the giant needle bee. At this moment, it was already picked by the giant needle bee, and immediately after that, completely different from Baizi, the shattered shadow turned into a streamer of red, black and blue intertwine, and sank into the body of the giant needle bee. The next second, your big dinger absorbed part of the destruction factor and the source of the insect, and gained a little HP value plus 1, attack value plus 1, insect law plus 1, and began to form a prototype of power. Destruction, heterogeneous power. Sure enough, there was a flash of understanding in Baizi's eye. Although it was not clear why it was formed here, it was obvious that this formation would be arranged according to the strength of the entrant. The black shadow of the ranked hornbee is tested as an opponent of the life forms in the array. Moreover, after defeating Sombra, the tested person will also benefit from it. For example, the life energy harvested by Fengsugo and Baizi, as well as the big dinger, was obviously treated specially, and the bonus and harvest of the racial value, the law of the insect system, and the prototype of power were obtained. He quickly found the answer he wanted. Challenge alter, including array. The life forms that enter the array will face the continuously strengthened giant dinger energy fate. After defeating, they will be rewarded, and if they fail, they will be sent out of the array, and they are completed. All the suitable ones who have challenged will inherit the last legacy of the first insect king, the orb of destruction. Close black lens bracket. Good guy, isn't this the same as killing monsters and upgrading dungeons in the game? And it has to be said that the bias of this pattern is also very obvious. With the same challenge, he and Fengsu dog just gained some life energy to strengthen their physique, and the big needle bee is like opening a harvest, and the racial value, laws and even the prototype of power have been acquired over and over again. But thinking that the harvest of the giant hornbee is equivalent to his own harvest, Baizi will naturally have no opinion. And now that I know it's a good thing, there's no need to worry about the safety of myself and Serena. This is an opportunity for myself and everyone else. The only pity is Z's idea of calling out all the elves to come out and swept the wool. It can be seen from a lot. Its appearance did not cause any reaction from the array map at all, but it doesn't matter. After the big needle bee has completed all the challenges and successfully obtained the destruction orb, he has some kung fu to make this array slowly did it, and what he needs to do now is to make good use of this pattern to test himself and all the life forms that have set foot in it and been trapped without affecting the large needle bee system, to get as much as possible. Selena. After quickly telepathically transmitting the message to Serena, Baizi stretched out his hand and sent Serena and Leoru in her arms to the ground below. Then Void stepped forward, taking the initiative to face the brand new energy fake body condense in front of him. Brilliant King Sword, Giant B slash. P.S. I'm really busy during the New Year's Eve, and I'm dizzy. These days, I've been rushing draft in the middle of the night. When I think of the fact that I promised to have an update on the day of the New Year, I want to beat myself. What can I react? Regret, TT. Elf. I am the protagonist template. Invincible chapter 521 to 540. 521. Leo Lu's double sword. Baizi's technique inheritance. Please complete. The first to be eliminated by array diagram was naturally Serena. Although she is a qualified trainer, she does not lack cell training, but after all, not everyone is a fighting trainer who advocate growing and fighting with L. L can fight. You can also put your fist on it. Therefore, even though the array map was tested based on the individual's energy level to judge and condense the energy fate, Serena barely survived the second round, was defeated, and was removed from the array map. Moved out. It's a pity. Outside the array map, Serena felt her full energy and sighed lightly, but soon, she focused her attention on Baizi, who was tossing around with the energy fate of the giant needle bee in the array map. Eyes are getting brighter. Okay, that's awesome. bottom corner of the map. Now, Baizi's legs waved like catkins in the wind, hooked and poked, his long legs shot out like gun, and pierced the neck of a large needle bee's energy fate in front of him. Immediately, the black air dissipated. A white light group flew out from the 420 array on the ground and submerged into Baizi's body. You have absorbed some of the pure vitality, and you have gained a little. Your physique has been slightly strengthened, and the HP value is plus 0.7. The seventh one, Baizi thought silently in his heart, and after nodding to the lovely wide open and beautiful Serena outside the array map, he turned his eyes to the other three positions. In the center, the wind speed dog that has turned into a blazing sun mode has sharp teeth like a sickle, and bites the waist of the large needle bee's energy fate in front of him. Then, he turned his head and threw it heavily on the ground. Immediately, boom, underscore, the scorching flames surged out like a tidal wave, overturning the energy fate of the giant stinger in an instant. Number of fate broken, 10. Diagonal southeast, sizzling beer tilde, choke, underscore. The big needle bee's arms are like gun, and at an angle of 1 second to the millimeter, the opposite, energy fate, double needles that are like a replica of their own form or removed. The body sank, the needle arms overlapped left and right, turned sideways, and slammed into the opponent's arm. Next second, beep, a huge blue-green energy lance burst out from behind the energy dummy. Under the impact of strong energy, it was instantly smashed into shreds. The number of fake avatars broken, 11. West side, edge, whoosh, underscore, energy dummy of the giant needle bee galloping down in midair. The petite Leoru's eyes were calm, and his arm slammed forward. Immediately, centered on the white circles on the backs of Leolu's pair of front claws, two semi-arc waveguide light blades spread and formed instantly, hitting the double needle struck by the big needle bee's energy fate. Boom! The sound of gold and iron symphony is resonant. After a brief stalemate, Olu tilde, Leolu abruptly withdrew his strength and gave in, and at the same time kicked up to the sky, hitting the bottom of the energy fate of the great needle peak heavily. Then, step on the ground and bend your knees slightly. Zip underscore. Like a cannonball, the petite figure caught up with the large needle bee's energy fate that flew out backward. Dab it. It crossed and flashed in midair, and after drawing an it went straight through. Step underscore. Bending his knees to the ground, the blade of light dissipated, and Leolu slowly got up. Next second, energy fate that froze behind it suddenly exploded and scattered into smoke. The number of fate broken, 7. Speaking of which, Leoru is the only one among the elves who has a strong interest in fighting techniques CFED. It can even be said that it is the successor of Baizi's skill. As for other elves, most of them are just learning some power generating skills in Baizi's technique. Even Marshadow, who has a clear interest in kicking skill, it is just a hobby of kicking, and there is no plan to dig deeper and create tactic based on this. Only Riolu, this little guy, seems to have all the qualities that Baizi is similar to and hope for. Previously in the Kwangwon City arena in Galar, he witnessed Kato's tactic created by the perfect combination of human skills and elf move, which made him feel a sense of brilliance. Actually, it's not that he didn't have such an idea. After he obtained the master level kicking skill, he also deliberately taught his elves about it. The effect can be said to be remarkable. So-called 1 law is clear and 100 law is clear. The master level kicking skill can be said to have reached the peak of a certain skill. Others, such as sword, spears, palm, and fist, although he did not deliberately learn them, are enough to enter the house. At least, it is enough to teach a group of elves. All kinds of power-generating skills have indeed benefited a lot of hands in close combat. But the same, Baizi also discovered that these elves have paths that are more suitable for them, and fighting technique can only be used as icing on the cake. It's over. Even Mashado, who Baizi thought would be a good fit. In fact, it is also a path similar to the Ghost Assassin. The exclusive 7 stars Soul Reaper leg is just a bee sting that it will kill. But, after all of this, Baizi's idea of cultivating with techniques as the core was finally realized after possessing Leolu. The little guy is not only suitable but also full of interest in this performance. After a short adaptation period, after only a few days of Baizi's teaching, he has already achieved preliminary results. As energy fate that had become more threatening before condensed out again. Baizi restrained his thought. The spiritual power that seemed to be in essence suddenly turned into a storm and swept towards the opponent. In fact, after using the brilliant king sword to slash a few energy fate, the White Z found that this array map seemed to have a very rigid sense of energy level. The opponent can only be re-engraved according to the thought power in his body. As for the power of the brilliant king sword, it is completely ignored by him. That's why energy fate of these giant hornbees is a proof of what he has learned. The target is used. 522. Power tempering. The power of great destruction. The palace of insect. The feeling of brushing the copy is really cool, especially for Baizi. He can do it with ease, and he can use these constantly stronger targets to confirm what he has learned. Anyway, Baizi is very cool. However, this array map obviously obviously will not let Baizi and the others go down like this. Fengsugo, Li Luwu, and Baizi himself have all been beaten by the 15th Big Needle Bead, Energy Fate, and they have been attacked one after another. Yes, the force transmission is out of the range of the array. Only one giant stinger was left. Tilda. Baizi pouted, but he knew that this was normal, and all the signs showed that the protagonist of the test of the underground ruins here is the Big Needle Bead. It's just a dip. Moreover, in this wave, the gains of him, Fengsugo and Lialu are not shallow. The HP race value of Fengsugo and Lialu has both increased by 12 points, and his own physique has also increased to 42 degrees. However, compared to their single HP incremental increase, big stingrays are much more abundant. The 6-dimensional race value, in addition to the special attack, the 5 items of HP, attack, defense, special defense, and speed have been randomly increased to varying degrees, and every time it will bring the same amount of insect laws and the bonus of the embryonic authority. The giant stinger is constantly strengthening at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. Time goes by. Finally, after the giant stinger did not know how many Energy Fate were defeated, Pop 1, the entire array map seemed to have completed its mission, shattered with a bang, and turned into countless light bots rushing towards the whole body of the giant needle bead. At the same time, Orb of Destruction that was suspended on the altar suddenly flew, and went straight into the body of the giant stinger. And just when Baizi thought that this time was no different from the previous fusion of the Insect King Orb, beer, Koak, _ accompanied by the painful whimper of the giant bee, a layer of twisted black-red firework suddenly rose up on the surface of the bee, completely wrapping the bee inside it. Quote exclamation mark. Baizi's expression tightened, but the state of transformation that was detected immediately afterward forced him to stop. This flame is... Selena clenched Baizi's palm tightly and asked worriedly, Brother Baizi, is it really okay for the giant stinger bee to be wrapped in flames like this? No problem. The giant stinger is ushering in another transformation. Baizi's expression returned to calm, and in the mental sense, although the large needle bee was still whining unconsciously at this moment, the mental fluctuations emitted became stronger and stronger. It was like a group of fires that had been doused with gasoline were burning up in layers. Soon, the black-red flame gradually fades away. In other words, it was completely absorbed by the giant stinger and became a part of it. After everything fades away, the shape of the giant needle bee that has completed the transformation does not seem to have any obvious changes, and even the momentum has not been raised in any way. The still water is deep, and the breath is more restrained. A lifeless statue, but at the same time, just looking at it, a faint sense of horror rose from the bottom of my heart involuntarily. Just like standing on the 10,000 jong dangerous peak that can only accommodate 1 foot. Such a state. Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise, because the giant needle bee in this state has already given him a demeanor of the future giant needle bee that he saw in the Battle of Lampulchi. Baizi, who was curious about the state of the giant needle bee, was slightly attentive, and an unseen brilliance flashed in his eyes, and the next second, the big needle bee's data panel that made Baizi somewhat unexpected suddenly appeared in his eyes. Raise, big needle bee, metallic flash primitive form, permanent mega transformation. Attribute, insect poison. Characteristic, adaptability, mind-eye, exclusive characteristic, predicting the opponent's actions, and the ability to avoid danger to break the situation. Level, quasi-god elementary, level 81, 75-100. Potential, level 1 god, extreme. HP, 165, attack, 200, 150, defense, 140, special attack, 15, special defense, 180, speed, 200, 145. Exclusive skills, gauntlet can greatly enhance the defense and attack of double needles. Extinction needles, dedicated all-out killing blow, can cause 2/3, 5 times the damage, and there is a certain amount of damage rate to cause a one-hit kill effect. Ask for flowers. Skills, double needle, peck, anger, random attack, chase attack, gas gathering, poison attack, poisonous diamond, highly poisonous, high-speed movement, missile needle, stalker, malicious pursuit, sword dance, reckless, life needle, genetic ill, rapid return, status, perfect, insect king orb, and destruction orb, left over from the first generation of insect kings, and with the help of the first generation of insect kings the legacy of the power has completed the tempering of power that is unique for the ages, and has the same level of power as the creation level, but it is beyond the fundamental power of 18 kinds of attribute energy, a great destructive power. Close black lens bracket. Point 0. Baizi was speechless for a long time. From the point of view of any one of the level, potential and race value of the giant needle bee, the giant needle bee is enough to be said to be reborn again. Even the potential and racial values can already be compared to the big needle bees of the future time limit combat power card. Time limit. All of these are huge improvement, but at the moment, Baizi's focus is not on this at all. Power tempering. Baizi's eyes wandered back and forth on the 4 words in the introduction column. Obviously, whether it was the gradually formed power prototype and the disappearance of the power of the worm-type law. It is still the so-called fundamental power of the same level as the creation level power, but independent of the 18 kinds of attribute energy, the power of great destruction. These introductions that made him infinitely reverie cannot avoid one of the unavoidable points: power tempering. Maybe I can get the answer from there, Baizi murmured, looking past the completely collapsed altar and the formation, and looked at a relic building that he had explored from his spiritual perspective. He remembered that on the gate of the palace-like ruins, there were 3 ancient writings composed of unknown totems carved, and he happened to know them. Its name is 1. Open black lens bracket Palace of Insect close black lens bracket begging underscore 523. The Palace of Insect. Amazing talent. It here. Before the huge stone palace, Baizi looked at the 3 characters, Insect Palace, engraved on the outer wall covered with years and the opening of the stone gate door. His eyes narrowed. In the elf world, there are many ancient ruins that have been around for a long time. The Temple of Giants, the Pillar of the Sky, the Frigid Cave. Among them, there are legendary Pokemon without exception. But the same. The names of these relics are basically subjectively named by human beings and passed down orally in the world. It was the first time that Baizi heard about the one in front of him that had its own name. Go. For the sake of safety, Baizi did not get off the back of the Windspeed dog. He rode the Windspeed dog like this, holding Serena and Leo Lu 420 inches in his arms, and carefully explored the mental power. After that, he directly broke into the gate of this stone palace. Baizi was already cautious enough, but just stepped into the stone palace. Or to be more precise, he followed the large needlebee beside him as soon as he crossed the gate of the stone palace. Next second, an invisible wave swept across everyone present in an instant, and in an instant, a sudden message filled everyone's mind. Long time. This is really, I don't know what to say. Baizi's slightly dazed expression suddenly regained clarity. His eyes were full of shock, and he couldn't help but sigh. Before the Middle Ages of the Elves, shortly after the end of the War of the Gods, the legendary tribes began to migrate in large numbers to dangerous places for unknown reasons, and gradually disappeared. And above the earth, without the rule of the legendary ethnic group, the redistribution of resources and territories made the war break out again. At the beginning of the ethnic war, the ethnic king came into being. The winner gets everything, and loser, it can only be used as cannon fodder, slaves, and even food for the upper race as a lower race. This ethnic war that has been spreading for hundreds of years is bloody and cruel, and countless elves have been forced to migrate and live without a fixate, even completely eliminated by the wizard world. The protagonist of Memory was born in such an era, and his identity was nothing more than a cannon fodder, and was kept in captivity by the local hegemonic group in his forest territory. The emergency food for a slender unicorn individual that looks much smaller than it appeared, not like the protagonist in the story. Dilemma begins, but the talent is omnipotent, and the fate is changed against the sky. Not only was the unicorn worm not a talented person, but its aptitude was the last among the lowest bees at that time, and, in an invasion of a foreign hegemonic group, the forest territory was completely destroyed, and the large needlebee family was almost killed and injured. After repelling the invaders, the local hegemonic group simply abandoned it, and the unicorn, it was in the midst of this corpse that crawled out. It's not for hatred or some awakening of will, it's purely because of the fear of being infinitely close to death, the sense of insecurity that made the unicorn worm born for the first time, the desire to become stronger. Have to say, although the aptitude of the unicorn worm is weak, it has a rare talent in a certain potential. Its ability to control energy levels is extremely subtle. It was only the first experiment that a composite skill was successfully created, and based on this, the energy level was continuously researched and developed in depth. It can be said, at the intersection of the Middle Ages and the ancient time, when human beings were not yet born, and the profession of trainer had not yet appeared, the giant needlebee became the first and also its own trainer. The giant stinger is really amazing, but as an ordinary elf individual, the hornbee has a limit after all, and this limit, for the hornbee, came too early and too early. Qualifications are limited. After reaching the level of the quasi-king peak, it seems difficult for the giant hornbee to continue to progress, especially for this kind of lone ranger who is so independent that he is almost extinct in this era of living in group. It is really difficult to obtain the treasures of heaven and earth that break through the limit of qualification. The fairy world is not a fantasy novel. There will be the second and third generations who are weak but carry a bunch of treasures for you to fight monsters and upgrade. Treasures of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it is directly swallowed and used at the moment of discovery. Otherwise, it is basically concentrated in the hands of powerful ethnic overlords. With the strength of the quasi-celestial king of the big needlebee, it is simply too much to want to take food from the tiger's mouth. And as a lone ranger, it has no support from the ethnic group. What is the difference between finding a needle in a haystack by relying on its own strength to search for treasures from heaven and earth? In this way, the two paths of snatch and search are equivalent to nowhere to go. go. Therefore, the Big Dinger had to find another way. Since it is difficult to continue due to the influence of aptitude, can it find a new path that will let go of the limitations of the original aptitude? The fitness and transformation utilization rate of a single or multiple of the 18 kinds of attribute energies corresponding to the elf, under its own qualification. In the end, however, it is because the fitness and transformation utilization rate of the corresponding energy factors of worm and poison are not high. In short, it is not highly compatible with these two attribute factors. 4.3 Then try another attribute. The giant stinger was the first to reject this idea. In its view, the attributes of the elf race actually represent their own selection of 18 attribute factors. Compared with the other 16 attributes, it has the highest adaptability to bug and poison, and since neither of these two work, let alone other attribute factors. P.S. The new year is really busy. The promised New Year's gift will definitely be given out before the second day of the first year. It will be delayed a little. Brothers, forgive me. 524. Law is fire, power is wood, the purest seeker. So, is there an energy factor other than the 18 attributes? The answer is naturally yes. For example, waveguide power, a kind of energy that is different from the 18 attributes. But obviously, although the power of the waveguide is not unique, the existence that really wants to go through this path, except for the Lucario family, is probably no longer possible, can awaken to use wave power, like the giant stinger who has no qualifications for the waveguide power at all. But since it has the existence of a unique energy factor independent of the 18 attributes such as waveguide power, then does it mean that other extra energy that is suitable for oneself is born? Factors are also possible. This kind of thinking makes the big needle bee suddenly feel like seeing the fog. There is direction, mind and tenacity of this giant stinger bee, which is completely different from ordinary elf. It is naturally not just fantasy, and the talent of this giant stinger is really terrifying. In constant depth of their respective dangers, in the experiment of using its own attribute energy to collide, fuse or cancel each other with other attribute factors, it gradually realized and created a special destruction and annihilation characteristic, the power of destruction, and deeply felt that aptitude is limited to the individual elf. It does not use and explore a new kind of power in the power of destruction, but smelts it itself to break through. The potential limit has been lifted, and the strength has risen greatly. Since then, the big needlebee has been advancing all the way, and the king, champion, quasi-god, and even the realm of the gods have not been able to bring it any hindrance. Its physical adaptability after being reborn, coupled with a thorough research on attribute factors, makes it a godlike aid in the understanding of laws. Everything seems to be done step by step. The law of the insect system is steadily improving, and the prototype of power is gradually taking shape. But until the end of the Middle Ages, the big needlebee, who was almost at the peak of the first level god, was preparing to plan his next stage of promotion in advance as always, but suddenly found that his path was broken. It did not fully establish its foundation before reaching the realm of the gods, and now it not only has the understanding of the law of insects at the perfect level, but also borrows 8 feet 5, 6, 1, 0.97, 8, 2, spirit long, help the power of destruction, condense his own alien power, destruction. Looking good, but if you want to advance to the field of creation, you must establish your own core strength, just like Arceus' creation. The choice of the hornbee is naturally the destruction formed by its greatest fundamental destruction force, but it finds only when the core is established, ready to contain the oneness. The law of insect, the power of destruction, and the power of destruction, these three core strengths that it relies on most, cannot be integrated at all, is different from other legendary gods who take the right way. Although the power of authority has its own peculiarity, in the final analysis, it still evolves based on attribute energy, because after all, they come from the same source. But the power of destruction is different. It has been completely independent of the 18 attribute energy factors, and it can almost be said to be the cornerstone of a new path. But the big dinger was using the power of destruction to form a step-by-step cohesive power prototype, and even to comprehend the power of the law of the insect system. Result: these three forces seem to be interdependent, but in essence they are not on the same path at all. Single quote. Power of destruction is the purest, completely independent of the 18 attribute factors. The law of insect is the orthodox way. And the power of destruction, although it was bred by the power of destruction, but it took the path of orthodox law to power, and as a result the whole is completely different. So distinct, how could it be possible to merge into one? And until now, the big dinger finally realized that it didn't need to comprehend the power of the law and the embryonic form of power from the beginning. Now that a new path has been opened up, it would be better to heterogeneous to the end, completely abandoning the so-called orthodox way and going all the way to the black along the power of destruction. But at this time, the giant stinger stinger had already understood that it was too late. The law of insects and the power of power had already been deeply planted in its body, and it was impossible to abandon it now. But the stingray is not a bug that gives up easily. In the days to come, it has forcibly merged these three forces several times, but without exception, all ended in failure. However, it has also created a secret skill that combines and superimposes skills with each other. A special smelting method that uses the law as the fire and the power as the firewood. And during this period, it also sheltered and taught the insect-type elves within its occlusion range, so that many strong people emerged from the insect-type elves that have been used as cannon fodder and food, allowing its own group to continue. It is also for this reason that the giant stinger is respected as the insect king by the insect group it sheltered. Last of the last. After finally confirming that there is no 420 law in this state, the big needlebee who fused the three finally decided to make a desperate attempt to forcibly strip the power of the law of insects and the power of destruction from the body. This is tantamount to an ordinary human digging his heart out with his bare hand, and it can almost be said to be a mortal situation. But the giant stinger still chose to do it. But before doing this, it also reserved some preparation. If you get away with it, so, with its arrangement, it may not only be able to be reborn, but also obtain a new power of destruction after the melting. If it fails, then consider it as a great gift for the latecomers. And now it seems, obviously, this amazing and brilliant insect king giant stinger was not successful after all. But it has to be admitted, this large stingbee can be called the purest seeker that Baizi has seen in the elf world. For whatever reason, it never stopped looking for the way forward. P.S. The new year is constantly changing. I wish everyone a prosperous year of the tiger. 525. The 6 royal families. New doubt call. I didn't expect that the elf world still had such a wild and magnificent era, and such a stunning giant stingbee. Serena opened her eyes slightly in awe, muttering in her mouth, apparently still immersed in the life of the great needlepea, which is not magnificent but enough to be called a legend. Is it amazing? Baizi heard the words and smiled. With the life of this insect king giant stingerbee, indeed it lived up to the word stunning. Relying on a weak insect body in the quagmire of the wild medieval war, it eventually surpassed countless hegemonic groups and even legend, almost reached the top of the first level god's domain, and even got a glimpse of the power of the creation domain. Such an achievement is unprecedented. Moreover, although it is not known to the world because of his personality, he is also worthy of the name of king. At this moment, the transmission of this message, an entire palace of insects suddenly lost its miraculousness. Walk through the corridor. Enter the eye. It is a simple temple with a square meter of 1,000 meters. On both sides of the temple are lighting decorations composed of columns, reliefs and night pearls. At the end of the stone room, there is a jade carving stone chair. Below, there are 3 stone statues on the left and right, respectively one by one. Vulcan moth, Heracross, giant claw mantis, with aura, Pyrus, and stag bug. According to the memory of the giant stinger, these 6 elves were the first to follow it, never abandoning it, and eventually multiplied to become the leaders of the 6 major group. But it is a pity that these 6 elves, without exception, all stopped before the realm of the god, and they all died in the Middle Ages. Perhaps the big stinger finally chose to gamble, but also because the whole world has long been careless for the reason. In addition, there is an ear room on both sides of the temple. Left, energy center of this small secret realm, drawing energy through the array map supporting the secret realm, and the base gate connected to the outside world. But as a support for the entire secret realm, array map of the realm has already been shattered in the tempering of the big needlebee with law as fire, power as firewood. Therefore, the energy center has almost collapsed, and this secret realm is almost reaching the end of its lifespan. Similarly, without the supply of the energy center, the base door naturally cannot be opened again. But Baizi didn't panic at all. Driving the wind speed dog, he went straight to the ear room on the right. What you see on the small altar composed of familiar blue crystals and unknown ores of green and yellow, a night pearl about the size of an adult fist was enshrined in the groove of the central pillar of the altar. Crystal clear, the rare 2-color crystal blooms in the slightly dark ear chamber, which is very conspicuous. This is it. Between the word, the burning white thought power penetrated through the body. Click _ With the light rotation of the night pearl enshrined on the altar suddenly trembled slightly, and then slowly rose with the sound of click. In the end, a dark hole was revealed. There was an obvious sense of shock on the ground, and there were gradually scattered earth and stones in the stone room. Go away. Baizi finally glanced at the direction of the temple. Seeing that the shock and the earth and stones were slipping more and more seriously, he made a decisive decision and immediately retracted the big needlebee. The wind speed dog shouted. Woo tilde. The wind speed dog jumped. Next second, boom, boom, boom. A violent roar erupted from behind in an instant. The middle of the night, south southeast of Nibi City, at the north end of Road 2, there is a bank of a deep pool linked to a stream. Between the splashes of water, Baizi and Serena, who were maintaining their breathing posture, suddenly stuck their heads out of the turbulent water. Wei Wei exerted a little strength to break free from Serena's instinct, and Baizi wiped her face casually, then hugged Serena's body, and swiftly rolled over from the bank of the lake. Come, once ashore. Baizi called out the wind speed dog, reached out and patted the dog head, and the wind speed dog immediately understood. Immediately, a warm air swept across Baizi and Serena, who were embracing each other. In a blink, the wet coldness suddenly turned into dry and warm. His body was quite refreshed, but Baizi couldn't help sighing in his heart. Sometimes, although dry is comfortable, but wet, it also has a different taste that only wet can have. Serena, I have grown up. Good half sound. Serena, who finally recovered her breath from the water, gently broke away from Baizi's arm, stroked the bangs on her forehead, and looked for a topic with a blushing face. No, I didn't expect the Palace of Insect to be linked to another underwater ruin. How did you find out, brother Baizi? Didn't this appear in the memory of the Insect King, Big Dinger? Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly, but said on his mouth, because I have been to this ruins before. The giant Dinger once received another gift from the other party here. Baizi shrugged, but didn't hide it from her. That is, in the memory message, the Insect King orb, composed of the stripped insect attribute factor and the power of the law. Speaking of which, according to the other party's arrangement, the giant needlebee should actually go from this ruin to the ruins of the secret realm, Insect Palace, to receive the memory, and then go to the secret realm to challenge the array map. Speaking of this, Baizi was suddenly stunned. Yeah, Base Gate, in the heart of the Viking forest. Insect King's gift test. I'm afraid not light. After all, if there is no Insect King orb, it cannot be activated at all, and successfully complete the power tempering of array diagram. And if the array map is not destroyed due to the tempering of power, array map lying in the middle of the ruins is the sky moat that entered the Palace of Insect. Unless you forcibly destroy the array map, otherwise, I am afraid that you can only be with Baizi and the others. In this way, after completing the 15 kills, he was excluded from the other side of the array map, and he was sighing and sighing. And if you want to destroy a array map that is comparable to a top legend's existence, I am afraid that without the power of a first level god, it is impossible to shake it. Interesting. Baizi's eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile. Speaking of which, should I go to the heart of the Viking forest to explore again? Young was thinking. Beep beep. A rush of bells suddenly remembered. Baizi turned his eyes slightly, and saw that the elf bracelet on his left wrist instantly ejected countless virtual envelopes like a freeze. 526. The black pot that fell from the sky. Sakagi, who ran away. Time went forward for 10 minutes, and it was when Baizi and his party successfully passed the collapse array, went to the Palace of Insect, and received the life of the Insect King, Giant Dingerbee, while remembering the message. In the heart of the Joban forest door that Baizi passed through before, a middle-aged man wearing a gentleman's hat and a large trench coat came to a place more than 10 meters away from Heracross and Kairos, who were guarding both sides in front of the door. Stand still. Beside him, a large needlebee with a powerful breath quietly levitated and followed, and as he raised his head, Yinju's face was suddenly revealed. It was none other than the leader of Team Rocket, Sakagi, who had gone into hiding again after a brief appearance in Baiyan Mountain, as a trainer with the power of Vibrant and the Giant Stinger. In the heart of the Vibrant Forest, this is a place that can be called the Kingdom of Insect. Naturally, it is impossible for him to know nothing. Legend of the Insect King circulating in the insect system. He was originally disdainful. After all, in his opinion, no matter how strong this so-called Insect King is, can it still be forced to be a top legend with the title of God? Until he went to practice here after the Battle of Silver Mountain. After being beaten up by a huge alienated Heracross with knotted muscles, he changed the 420 method. Such an existence regards the title and inheritance of the Insect King as a godsend. What qualifications does he have to look down on? Sakagi is not the kind of person who thinks highly of himself and is blind, especially after having a deep understanding of the strength of the Royal Front 6, which occupy almost 2/3 of the site in the central area of the Viking forest. He is even more enthusiastic, let alone the inheritance of the Insect King. But once his giant stinger can complete the test, he will succeed a new generation of Bug King. So, this single clan is enough to compare to the Yuxian 6 clan of an ancient aristocratic family, and it will be the invincible Zerg army under his command. Such power is on the surface. At that time, even if he went to the League headquarters as the leader of the Rocket, the League would have to consider whether to tear him apart. Not to mention, with such a powerful familiar, how could this so-called Insect King be weak? Sakagi breathed a deep sigh of relief, stabilized his slightly excited state of mind, and then swept his eyes to the two individuals in front of him whose bodies were obviously far larger than those of the same race. With Sakagi's eyesight, coupled with the fact that the wild elves themselves have not been systematically trained, and their breath is exposed, it is naturally not difficult to roughly estimate the general strength of the opponent, probably around the middle of the championship. The thought turned. Sakagi immediately calmed down, and slightly raised his chin towards the giant needlebee beside him. Sizzling beer tilde. The big needlebee immediately understood it, fluttered its wing, and came to the front of the two giant guards. Looking at the giant stinger bee in front of them, Heracross and Kyrus looked at each other, and there was a little doubt in the two pairs of big eyes. To know, in previous years, candidate who has been called to challenge like this in 3 or 5 years. Why did a different colored giant stinger bee just come in today? And now, another one has come. Another guy with a big stinger to challenge. However, doubts or doubt, the two giant guards, who were loyal to their duty, explained the situation to the giant needlebee. Subsequently, leaning side by side, the combination shield suddenly reappeared in front of people. Oh, Sakagi also saw the extraordinariness of this move at a glance, but now is not the time to think about it. When the big needlebee turned around and tweeted a few times at it, Sakagi immediately waved his hand and said softly, "Don't be careless, use double needles." Sizzling beer tilde. The big needlebee slowly overlapped the two needles, and then, with a neigh, it turned from stillness, and immediately struck a blow. Swoosh underscore. The conical air cannonball is mixed with the sharp insect attribute factor and pushes forward. That unreasonable powerful force directly tore the combined shield formed by Heracross and Kyrus with a crushing potential. Followed. The violent wind slammed, tearing the two apart and lashing them to both sides. Air cannon, hit by the double needle, still remains unabated, approaching directly. La la. The trees are shaking and the leaves are flying. And just when the corner of Sakagi's mouth raised a smile. Click tilde. A small crisp sound suddenly sounded from the door. Immediately after. Click click click. The door leaf hits before the door leaf with great precision. Countless cracks crawled all over the door, little by little, and then, with the split eyes of Heracross and Kyrus, they exploded and shattered the ground. There was a sudden silence in the air. Sakagi's left eye jumped. Next second, Heracross and Kyrus, who had crawled up from the ground, looked up to the sky, and let out an extremely tragic cry of grief and a roar of murderous intent. DA111. Hey! Underscore. Immediately after, accompanied by the sound of insect chirping one after another, powerful breath rose from the depths of the jungle. Last zero. A fierce aura that impressed Sakagi deeply, accompanied by another strong mental fluctuation that was not inferior, made Sakagi's complexion change drastically. Without further ado, Sakagi stepped forward and grabbed the hind legs of the giant needlebee. Sizzling beer tilde. The big needlebee immediately twitched its wing, as if it didn't seem to be carrying a weight of 100 pounds, and rushed towards the periphery of the vibrant forest at a high speed. But before it flew out 100 meters, boom! Underscore. The earth and rocks were surging, and a huge black shadow with knotted muscles fell from the sky and stopped in front of Big Needlebee and Sakagi. Next second, Sakagi, who felt his scalp explode, suddenly turned his head. I saw a petite elf shaped like a ladybug quietly suspended in the air less than a few meters away from him. 527. Giratina, the Lord of Reversal. By Z's Fury. Whoosh! Underscore. It was like a gust of wind passing through a stream, and the whistling sound was accompanied by a sonic boom, and it landed on the front yard of the Damu Research Institute on the edge of Junshin Town. The earth and rock swelled, and the grass was instantly crushed into a deep pit. The smoke and dust are going to be everywhere. But the next moment, underscore. But it was swept away by the surging thought force. Baizi silently rolled down from the back of the wind speed dog, stepped forward, pushed the door open, entered the door, and saw Dr. Damon, who had a sad face and was startled by the noise in the front yard. Baizi, you're finally back tilde here. Dr. OGI. Baizi tried his best to stabilize his inner emotion, inhaled and exhaled deeply, and just asked, Xiao Huang was attacked. What happened? Yes, Xiao Huang was attacked. This is the urgent news that Baizi received. There are dozens of emails, all of which were sent by Dr. Damu with words like, Xiao Huang was attacked, Xiao Huang disappeared, quick return. At this time, Selena also pushed the door with the wind speed dog and walked in, looked worriedly at Baizi, who was obviously suppressing her emotions, and stood silently on the side. Dr. Damu nodded. Okay, the cause of the incident has to start from 3 days ago. 3 days ago. Baizi frowned slightly. Not bad. Dr. Damu nodded and continued. 3 days ago, that was the 6th day after the end of the wide-ranging astronomical aberration. Celestial mutation. Does it refer to the three-god bird incident that happened in Asia Island before? But, day 6. Baizi and Selena looked at each other, and both saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. The time was wrong. After solving the incident of the three-god bird, he only spent 3 days in the Asian island chain to renovate. Then I set off to the vibrant forest to assist the giant stinger to complete the trial of the Insect King, but it was only in 1 day. How could it be? Is it possible that there is a difference between the time flow rate of the secret realm and the main world? Baizi's eyes flickered. Illusion Island, in the Fangyuan area also has a different time flow rate from the outside world. The difference difference between the time of the illusion island and the outside world is 7 times, but sometimes it is 7 times faster, sometimes 7 times slower. I just don't know what the time flow rate of the Insect King secret realm looked like, but now is not the time to think about that. Moreover, the secret realm of the Insect King may have collapsed into something. All kinds of thought flashed in Bai Zi's mind. He quickly restrained his thoughts and listened intently. In the morning, I suddenly received several Pokeballs from Xiao Huang, which contained almost all of her main force. After that, I received the news that Xiao Huang was attacked and disappeared. The main force has all been transferred. Then, can it be determined that this was a premeditated ambush? After pondering for a while, Bai Zi swept his gaze to Dr. Damu, who was beside him. There was a gloom in those calm eyes, and even Dr. Damu, who had seen many big scenes, couldn't help his heart in a throb. That feeling, it is as if in the deep sea, it seems calm, but deeper and deeper, there is already a turbulent undercurrent of madness. Dr. Damu sighed silently from the bottom of his heart, and then replied in a deep voice, "It should be correct, because according to the message passed by Alice, Xiao Huang, who was watching the World Championship with her in Galar, seemed to have received some information at the time, so he insisted on rushing to the Sheno area alone." Iris was a little worried at the back, so she rode 3 evil dragons all the way and tracked it to the snowfield in Shifeng City at the foot of Tianguan Mountain in the Shenao area. However, when she arrived, what she saw was an unbelievable scene. Xiao Huang, who was forced to the cliff by several trainer gang, went straight to the ground as if he had fallen into the water, into the smooth ice wall. Speaking of which, Dr. Ogi's expression was also incredulous. Alice didn't explain the situation to me in detail, but she left a few people behind and was taken away by Miss Junsha, who arrived later. Also, she told me that when Xiao Huang submerged into the ice wall, she seemed to see a phantom that looked like the king of amusement beasts passing by. Looks like the king of entertainment submerged in the ice wall. Bai Zi's eyes suddenly flashed. Yes, Giratina, the lord of the reversed world, the shadow of creation, the most mysterious Pluto dragon Giratina among the 3 gods. Why did this guy save, or in other words, take away Xiao Huang? Bai Zi's eyes were full of surprise. How could the Pluto dragon, the leader of the dignified top legend, who has always been wandering in the reversing world, interfered in the disputes of mankind? What, Bai Zi, do you have a clue? Dr. Damu asked quickly after seeing the change in Bai Zi's complexion. Not sure yet. Bai Zi shook his head. His eyes narrowed. I need to see Alice. She's standing in front of the ice wall in the snowfield in Shifeng City. I can arrange your itinerary right away. Dr. Damu said simply. Ask for flowers. With that said, Dr. Damu was about to start contacting acquaintances, but was stopped by Bai Zi. No, I have a faster way. After he finished speaking, he looked at Serena beside him. Before she could speak, Selena spoke in advance. Good. Bai Zi looked at Selena, nodded slowly, and said. With that, he turned around and walked out of the house, but he just opened the door. The elf bracelet made a familiar ringtone again. Bai Zi stretched out his hand and opened it. Brother Bai Zi, you can do your thing with peace of mind, and I will wait for you in Junxin Town. The wind speed dog will stay with you for the time being. Next second, an astonishing chill immediately rose from his body. Bye, brother Bai Zi. Bai Zi, what happened? Wu tilde. Behind him came the inquiries of Serena and Dr. Ogi, and the whimpering of the wind speed dog. Nothing. Bai Zi didn't look back. After waving his hand, he walked right out. Sit in the air. In the courtyard, Bai Zi violently threw out the Pokeball, and stepped directly onto the back of Lai Kongzi, and shouted coldly. Fly at full speed. Go to the Shino area. Roared tilde. Lai Kongzi let out a violent roar that stunned the field, and a steady stream of dragon elements continued to emerge from his body, wrapping Bai Zi all over his body, and the dragon's tail stretched out. Like a rocket propulsion, it goes straight into the sky above the cloud. Boom! The violent sonic boom was long overdue. The terrifying wind pressure cut out countless cracks in the grass of the courtyard, and everything in front of the gate of the institute was like being plowed over, leaving a mess. It was only at this moment that Dr. Damu snatched it out of the house, feeling the shocking Pokeball around his waist and the pressure of the energy level remaining in the courtyard. After a long time, he murmured in an extremely dry voice, God's domain. God's domain. P.S. Let me explain here that it's not that the time Silmarillion in Bai Zi's hands is useless, but that the time Silmar resists the time ripples that spread to Bai Zi. The secret realm of the Insect King time belongs to a whole, and the difference is mainly the flow rate of the main world. The time diamond cannot anchor the time flow rate of the entire secret realm. Also, there are people in the family. Let me delay for a day. Count today's lesser. Ding yiding begging. 528. Stubborn. Swooping black flashing black ice. Change. Mussy. The air hummed and the wind howled. Under Lai Kong's super high speed, Bai Zi left the town limits of Junxin Town in the blink of an eye, and quickly approached in the direction of Hu City. The Shenao area is located in the northeast of the adjacent adjacent Gwangdu, Chengdu and Hoan areas separated by the Juxia Sea area. If it is marked according to the orientation of the map, it happens to be connected between Junxin Town and Q City. Direction extension. Standing on the back of Lai Kong's seat, Bai Zi's eyes silently filtered through the afterglow of the frantic retreat on both sides. Under the filter of Lai Kong's eyes' incomparably delicate flight factor, the gusty wind of Ling Lai suddenly felt like a light breeze, slightly cool, but gradually dispelled some of the tyranny in Bai Zi's heart. Moment. With his leg crossed, he reopened the anonymous message received by the elf bracelet one by one. Open black lens bracket Xiaohuang Dai Jopen Lilac is in our hand. If we want her to be safe and sound, we will bring all the phantom beasts and legendary elves and go to the number 14 island reef in the Juxia waters alone. Wait, close black lens bracket 4020. So, it for me. Bai Zi suddenly laughed, and even couldn't help laughing out loud. Moment. He restrained his laughter, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Well, I'm worried about how to find you. Reach out and pull the entire virtual screen projected by the elf bracelet. Afterward, his fingers were flying, and he began to operate in a dazzling manner. The data stream was rapidly moving on the screen, reflecting in Bai Zi's eyes. So few minutes. Bai Zi looked at the red, link disconnected pop-up window popped up on the screen. His eyes flickered. The opposite side obviously has quite complete network protection, and this is the first time Bai Zi has it was detected during a network intrusion. Only, although he failed to successfully invade the other party's network, he did not gain anything. In this position, moving his fingers to search for a moment, Bai Zi's eyes flashed. Unnamed plane. This time in Fangyuan. 11 to be able to clarify the location of Xiaohuang and Galar. Arrange traps and siege in Shanao. Now, send anonymous letters to myself far away in Kanto in the plains where there are few human beings. Interesting. More and more interesting. The chill in Bai Zi's eyes became more and more astonishing because he suddenly had an intuition. Perhaps this time the number of people involved would be quite extensive. But things are prioritized, and now the most important thing is of course Xiaohuang's safety. He needs to determine the accuracy of the information about Giratina, and then perhaps also learn the origins of those attackers. Shanao, in front of the ice wall of Shifeng Icefield, Adek, the current champion of the Uzhong region, who should have been preparing for the next challenge in Galar, was walking back and forth with a solemn expression. Moment. He turned his gaze not far away, and at this time was sitting cross-legged on the snow, against Alice, who was facing the mirror-smooth ice wall in front of him. At this time, the healthy weak complexion on Alice's face was already blue and white, and the bags under her eyes were marked with a clear black circle. Woohoo! _ The icy cold wind roared, and the wind soared and frost sword blew wantonly on Alice and Adek. At this time, Adek finally couldn't help but step forward again, press Alice's shoulders, and stared at the girl who he entrusted to the future of Hejong. Alice, you wake up. Xiaohuang. Adek paused, couldn't help recalling the pure girl in his mind, and then continued. I know you're worried about Xiaohuang's safety, but it's not your fault. Besides, the way you are now, apart from punishing yourself, is useless at all. In the last sentence, Adek's voice even covered feng shui, but Alice's eyes did not deflect in the slightest, and she still stared at the ice wall. The veins on Adek's forehead burst, but in the end, alas, he could only sigh irritably, and sat on the snow with a drum like that. Since he learned the news the day before yesterday, he has rushed here overnight regardless of his upcoming tournament qualifying match. After learning about Xiaohuang's situation, he even specially summoned Catalia, the new superpower king of Hejong, to investigate the iceberg carefully for Alice's sake. But obviously, nothing, and after, no matter how he persuaded, Alice was unwilling to leave the place where Xiaohuang disappeared, and she kept berating herself for not being alert and arriving in advance. As a result, Xiaohuang fought alone, and finally disappeared inexplicably in front of her. Alice didn't even let fire, or more precisely, did not allow any actions that might affect the ice wall. Alas, Adek scratched his head a little irritably. In fact, he was recently entrusting the relationship to investigate the source of this group of people, but even with his contacts of the champion, he was actually looking for a while. Can't figure it out. Those guys caught by Alice were all black dead men without any identity, and there was no way to cut out each other's tongues. Seriously, watching Alice punish himself like this, he even raised the idea of disregarding it and finding a superpower spirit to read the memory. But, if you want to read the memory completely, it is difficult to achieve the spiritual power without reaching the Heavenly King level. He doesn't have a superpower type Heavenly King level elf in his hand, and although Catalia is the 4 kings of the alliance under his command, after the other party is famous, and the relationship between the superpower family itself and the alliance is very delicate, it is obviously impossible to go doing this. Stimulates the nerves of the top leaders of the alliance, and it is still a ban on 3 orders and 5 applications. But if it continues like this, Xiaohuang can find 2 words, but Alice will definitely be unable to hold it. It really doesn't work. Adek's eyes flickered just as he was thinking about whether to use coercion. Boom! underscore. In the sky, there was a sudden sound of incomparably violent vibration. At the same time, an invisible sense of oppression came suddenly. Adek only felt a tingling in his scalp, and the moment he almost subconsciously threw all the hand, he suddenly jumped up and stopped in front of Alice. His eyes skipped the Vulcan moth in front of him, above the sky. Now, the atmosphere sank like a substance, and in the sweat cloud 4.3 sky, a slender black dragon swooped in, swooping in his direction. That is, let's it in the air. P.S. I saw a lot of people talking about the ghost dragon. Let me explain it. The appearance of the ghost dragon has nothing to do with the villain. Those villains are completely for the protagonist. Son, to stabilize the rear, the ghost dragon is another line. I am writing these now, plus the championship, in fact, to let the protagonist complete the integration in terms of deterrent, strength, and hope, and then start to arrange and dark super dream and so on. The final battle of the rainbow rocket, but everyone is in such a hurry. Then I will arrange the plot again, reduce the foreshadowing, and I will delete the new chapter, rewrite it, alas Hilda. 529. The flame bird that sits and fights with Lai Kong, the black and white double dragon of my aunt. Foreshadowing. The reason why the legendary elves are called legend is that they have the nature of being passed down by themselves, and the other reason is that they are the root of their spread, that is, great power. Same. It is precisely because of the exposure and spread of their respective powers that these legendary elves were given the name. None of the legendary elves are simple. This point can be drawn from the bits and pieces of memory left by the Insect King Giant Stinger. Although they are in the turning period of the Middle Ages when the legends are basically reclusive, it is not that the Insect King Giant Stingray has not seen the legendary shot, especially in the years it traveled. Among them, there is the life and death struggle between the flame bird and Lai Kong's eye. Does it feel incredible? In the eyes of many Pokemon fans, they belong to the lowest level of legend, and the three gods of the bad street can actually sit in front of Lai Kong, the leader of the first level god. But it did happen. But, after a brief period of astonishment, Baizi quickly came to his senses. Which of the ethnic group that could obtain a position in the pre-Middle Ages era when legends were rampant was easy. In fact, before modern time, especially before the establishment of the Alliance, the news of the legendary elves revealing to the public still happened from time to time. But with the establishment of the Alliance, those legends that were closely related to human beings have basically disappeared, and they are rarely known anymore. But as a regional champion who has been in power for decades, the famous Adek, who sits in the sky, the god of the sky, still understand. But it was precisely because of his understanding that Adek was shocked at this moment. Lai Kong sit, top legend, and the top legends are also honored as God. In the name of God, the respect in this is obvious, but at the same time, it also shows that these top legends are unattainable, known to Adek, except for the two black and white dragons who chose the legendary hero. The other high-level and even top-level legends have never heard that they can be envoys by human trainers. Even the black and white Sangyang in their Hujong area, it didn't look like a human envoy at all. On the contrary, these two black and white double dragons, who have been fighting for more than 1,000 years because of their ideas, are more like looking for tool people to prove their ideas. Tis tis, auntie. But right now, Adek stared blankly at the boy who jumped down from the head of the black flashing Lai Kong seed. Feeling the faint power of the Lai Kong sitting, subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. You are Tilda. Adek looked at Baizi, feeling a little familiar. And then, Baizi. A faint cry came from behind, and in the next second, Alice stumbled towards her as if she had found the backbone. Xiao Huang, she. It's all my fault. I couldn't catch up. Baizi was slightly stunned, somewhat surprised by Alice's attitude towards him. However, feeling the weak breath of the black girl in his arm, and the sadness and guilt that were almost beyond word, he couldn't help but soften his expression. Okay, with me here, Xiao Huang will be fine. Press the back of Alice's head. Next second, Baizi's power, like the warm sun, suddenly invaded Alice's body, silently soothing the other party's mood. At the same time, with a surge of mental power, Alice, who was already vulnerable, fell into a drowsiness. So you are Baizi. It was only then that Adek remembered the identity information about Baizi, the monster-level rookie who recently gained fame. That is, the big brother who was often talked about by Xiao Huang, champion of Adek. Baizi nodded to the middle-aged man with a stunned expression on the opposite side, and glanced casually at the few elves in front of him. Subsequently, he straightened his waist a little and released Shinado. Sana Tilda. Shinado called out softly. Shinado, come and help. When the words were normal, Baizi's eyes suddenly flashed, and his face showed joy. There have been a lot of things recently, and some have ignored you. Congratulations, you have officially entered the realm of quasi-god. Shinado. Yes. Shinado went a step further and silently called his hand. Talking, he stroked the top of Shinado's head. Sana Tilda. Shanae Duo stepped on her feet lightly, and her head pushed up on her own initiative. Shanae Duo was not very happy about the promotion, but she gained Baizi's attention and congratulations, but it made her very happy. After all, with the two secret treasures of of super orb and world tree species. Her spirit and vitality were already in a saturated or even overflowing state. The reason why he has been unable to successfully advance to quasi-god is entirely because he was blocked by the understanding of the law. But obviously, now this obstacle has also been quietly passed by Shinado. Race: Shinado purple flash, X form, Y form. Attribute: super, fairy. Characteristic: synchronization, telepathy, Monty. Level: quasi-god elementary, level 80, 5-100. Potential: level 1 god. HP: 168, attack 165, defense 165, special attack. Exclusive skill: super annihilation, spiritual smash. Skill: mind power, flightly. Genetic skill: black eyes, farewell gift 135, 125, special defense 100, 115, speed 180. Status: perfect. Prop: super orb, world tree species. Open black lens bracket, law comprehension 0.5%, close black lens bracket. Introduction: talented, possessing a powerful spiritual power far beyond that of the same clan. It perfectly integrates the genetic sequences of the two superior legends of Dream and Cheomung, thus obtaining a transcendent supernatural power. Power and ability: the body contains the ultimate power of super evolution. Push the comprehension of the law to 0.5% just after the breakthrough. Baizi's eyes crossed a wisp of admiration, nodded and said, since the breakthrough has reached the realm of quasi-god, then this matter for you. I'm more at ease. Shinado: extract Alice's memory. I need to know what Xiaohuang saw in the incident of being attacked and disappeared. Adek suddenly looked shocked, but when he was about to say something, I saw the strangely colored Shinado slightly sideways glance at it. Up next second, he felt that he was being held in place by an irresistible force, unable to move or speak. A layer of faint purple on, like a freeze frame, is also frozen in place. It's mind power. It turned out to be a quasi-god rank. Rolling his eyes, he looked to the side. His main forces floated all over his body. 530. Determine the target. Baizi, who has a headache. Sorry, Adek champion. Baizi said an apology, but he didn't mean to let Shinado release his mind power. Instead, he raised his chin and gestured in the direction of Adek, and asked, quote, ... doesn't it affect? I don't want to hurt this little girl. This is also the reason why he didn't do it himself. Memory extraction. This is a very delicate job. Without enough control, it will inevitably cause irreparable damage to the person being extracted. Influences. After all, Alice is not an enemy, and her relationship with Xiaohuang, especially her performance this time, has made Baizi take Alice as her own. Sana tilde. Shinado seemed to be a little resentful of Baizi's underestimation of her, and when he raised his arm, he pointed directly at Alice's temple on one side. Slightly dazed, a little on lit up from Shinado's fingertip. Moment. With her eyes still closed, Shinado raised her other palm and danced rapidly in midair. Not long after, a picture book drawn by purple thought lines suddenly condensed in midair, and was refracted by light. Angle. Let the picture render color. Xiaohuang, who gradually disappeared into the ice wall. Xie Mi in Xiaohuang's arms, and the surrounding trainers, as well as, behind Xiaohuang, there is a huge phantom shadow like a reflection. Like a dragon, the slender gray 420 body is covered with golden metal armor and spike, and its back is floating. 3 teams of streamers moving like wings. Can't go wrong. This guy is the Pluto dragon Giratina. Giratina origin form. Ghost dragon. Baizi's eyes were dark, and for a moment he turned his attention to the group of attackers surrounding Xiaohuang. Turn around. In the end, it was fixed on one of the figures. The gray upturned short hair, the red tights and the wrapping cloak, and the blood-winged dragon under her feet. Hunter J. Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly and recognized this person. According to this little girl's memory, this Hunter J once attacked her, and then was defeated by Xiaohuang and handed over to Miss Junsha of Vibrant City. Shanae Duo's warm voice reached Baizi's ears, causing his eyes to flash again. To know, as the top 10 of the Alliance's most wanted list, the arrest of a special A-level elf hunter and a character like Hunter J will inevitably attract the attention and detention of the Alliance. It is definitely not an ordinary person who can fish such a guy out of the prison. It seems that the people who are looking for trouble for me also include the high-level personnel of the Alliance. Moreover, it will never be a general high-level, a secretary, or a standing member of the council. Oh, it's interesting. After pondering for a moment, Baizi temporarily extinguished the cold light in his eyes. He must have revenge for this matter, but there is no need to worry. For now, the first and foremost thing is to get Xiaohuang back safely. As for finding the culprit behind the scene, these people consider themselves secretive, but for Baizi, as long as the general direction is determined, then it is enough to lead Shinado to search the memory one by one. I believe that no one can hide secrets in the hands of quasi-god level super elf. Thought whirled in his mind, but soon, Baizi regained his thoughts and focused on Giratina. Obvious. Reverse world of the Pluto dragon Giratina. I want to save Xiaohuang, so first and foremost is to open the door or to the reverse world. The connection between world without a doubt requires the power of space. Therefore, the natural god of space that Baizi thought of at the first time. But soon, Baizi shook his head. Because Palkia is known as the god of space, living in the spacelet outside the latitude of the main world of the elves, CFED, it looked very full. But it is the same as its old enemy, the god of time, Dialga. All of them have loud names, but in fact, the utilization of time and space is far from satisfactory. Not to mention, although Giratina and Giratina were both created by the creation god, Arceus, Giratina has a faint hold on Palkia and Dialga. Just like the ice dragon Kurum in the Three Dragons of the Way, in the Hajong area, it is the same as the black and white double dragon. Therefore, deeply doubts whether Palkia can open up Giratina's reverse world. And after including Palkia, Baizi is first and foremost equivalent to the Phantom Beast Yeehu, dubbed by many Pokemon fans as the true space god, and the super demon god of the Halo, Pa. In the theatrical version of Super Demon God of Halo, Hoopa, the Shadow, who liberated Hoopa, once summoned and controlled 6 legendary treasures with the halo of his exclusive skill, Different Dimension Cave Dream, and this one, the Pluto Dragon, Giratina, who lives in the inverted world. As far as Baizi knew, the halo created by Hoopa's exclusive skill, Different Dimensional Cave, is bidirectional. That is to say, as long as he gets Hoopa's help, he can use this to lead to the reverse world. And compared to living in the spacelet, the equally hard to find Palkia, where Hoopa is located, is clearly explained in the creation of the Carlos area, in the Valley of the World. But, although Hoopa is indeed a very suitable candidate, Baizi is not sure whether Hoopa in a state of punishment can do the same thing as liberating Hoopa. Furthermore, before he truly understood the meaning of punishment, Hoopa couldn't leave the Valley of Creation in order to ban it. That is to say, Baizi is very likely to enter the inversion world but can't come out. So, I must be ready to release the evil power that Hoopa was sealed in the jug of punishment, and to break the bondage bound to Hoopa. This is really, thinking of this, Baizi, who was signaling Shinado to stop reading Alice's memory, rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. No matter what, it's not an easy thing. Do not do well. He even plans to fight against the power of Arceus. 531. To conquer Hoopa, go to Alola. And the reason why Arceus is involved, this needs to start from the experience of Hoopa. About 100 years ago, the curious and childlike Hoopa appeared in a barren and impoverished coastal town that was the predecessor of the desert city in the Carlos area. Hoopa took some food, but brought countless gold and silver treasures to the town, which made the town usher in a short-lived prosperity. But then, out of the instigation of the town residents who wanted to see the power of Hoopa, in order to prove that he was powerful, Hoopa summoned many legends to defeat them one by one, and on a whim destroyed Tilda. That's why. It was followed by Guli, a traveler who was born in the Valley of Creation, and had the power to communicate with Arceus, and use the jug of punishment to seal the power. In the end, it turned into a form of punishment and was taken to the Valley of Creation to survive. So, in the final analysis, the power to seal Hoopa came from Arceus. But fortunately, this is not really about facing Arceus, and with the current timeline, Arceus, the alpaca, is estimated to be sleeping, or whether it is true or not, in the tangle of destroying humanity, therefore, boss of the elf world directly. But Baizi's actions have always been prepared for a rainy day. Even if it is very likely that he will not directly encounter Arceus, his handed-down power should not be underestimated. Fortunately, according to the plot in the original book, Bulaz's descendants should not conflict with his purpose. They are also trying to liberate Hoopa's power. However, if you want to restore Hoopa's power to his heyday, I am afraid that a fight will inevitably be necessary. Baizi touched his chin. Once you fight Hoopa's evil body, in addition to considering the legendary elves that the opponent will summon, you must also consider whether it will cause the space to collapse like the original. If that is the case, in this period of time when Arceus has not been influenced, another method that can be turned around is needed. Necrozma. Baizi once again thought of this glorious god who is still waiting for him in the ultimate world. With Necrozma's ability to open holes anytime, anywhere, it will definitely be the best turnaround hole card. And, if you win the great god of Radiant, then the success rate of getting Hoopa will definitely increase. Going around and going back to Necrozma, Baizi sighed softly, but since he had already made a decision, Baizi didn't hesitate much. Champion a deck. Alice, please send it to the elf center to take care of it, and tell her that I will take care of Xiao Huang's affairs and let her cultivate well. After releasing Alice's 2-act dragon and handing Alice to it, Baizi warned a deck. Next second, he took Shinado's little hand, disappeared in place, and reappeared on top of Lai Kongxi's head. With a wave of Shanaduo's hand, a layer of psychic shield was instantly generated. Immediately after, chirp, with Lai Kong sitting on the dragon's tail and swinging, the air hummed, and in the blink of an eye, there was only a long flowing cloud line left in the sky. No, then you'll let me go, Tilda. A deck roared inwardly, quickly, but the next moment he felt his body loosen, and he was freed from the confinement of mind power. Call. Subconsciously, he let out a sigh of relief. Like this feeling of life and death being controlled by others, it was half a sound. He stared at the flowing cloud lines gradually dissipating in the sky, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Lady, terrifying. A deck has not experienced it in years. Beep beep beep. In the sky, with a few busy voices, the communication was quickly connected, and Yayi's beautiful face suddenly appeared on the virtual screen. Brother Baizi, why did you remember to call me? Yayi blinked her big watery eyes, and her bright little face was full of joy. Subsequently, he immediately took out a small box and opened it, showing off to Baizi on the screen. Look at Baizi, I have already got 5 gym badges of the United Alliance. Oh, there are only 3 Tuco. Ask for flower. Tutor. Baizi raised his eyebrows in surprise. Immediately after, Tuzi's familiar voice was heard from the screen. It's clearly the reason why you idiot challenged in advance. Okay. Baizi. Lusha Manai's soft face also poked out from behind May, and she greeted Baizi with her eyes bent. But as her eyes swept across Baizi's face and the stratus clouds that kept passing behind Baizi on the screen, a pair of willow eyebrows suddenly wrinkled slowly. Baizi, what happened? 0. Baizi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, it's not a big deal. Recently, I've been unwittingly trying to hit me. I'm worried that you will be affected by it. As that's so. Lusha Manai's eyes wandered, but she didn't ask any further question. Then, Baizi specially warned them not to act alone, not to leave the elf, etc., and then ended the call with May and Lusamine. The main reason for Xiao Huang's accident was that he directly handed over all the main force without any precaution. Based on the experience of Lusha Manai's doomsday survival, Baizi believed that she would not make such a low-level mistake after being instructed. Not to mention, now, in their accompanying team, they have also joined Toko, the real hero who carries the white dragon Reshiram with him. Alola, looking at the scenery in front of him that was crazily zooming in towards him, Baizi's eyes flashed with reminiscence. Hurry up. He tapped the back of Lai Kong's seat. Next moment, as if the gravitational force of the atmosphere was suddenly pulled and twisted, the slender black shadow galloping cut through the stratus clouds in the path. As far as the eye can see, it is like a stretch of cloud sea gully. Begging 532. Goodbye Rusamine. Frankly, Alora area. Ether Paradise. This artificial island surrounded by the 4 islands of Alola is located in the top room of a huge experimental building at the very center. As the chairman of the Ether Foundation, the group chairman that includes almost everything in Alola, that is, Rusamine of this world, who is concentrating on handling official business. Quite a while after finally finishing all the important things at hand today, Lusamine let out a long sip of aroma, and took a sip of the completely cold coffee on the side. After a moment of relief, Lusamine subconsciously swept across the photo frame erected on the desk, that little man with a bright smile, the same soft blonde hair as herself, pure white the dress, the delicate and lovely face, and the pair of 420 is almost identical to that guy's splendid pupil. Lusha Manai subconsciously clenched the coffee cup in her hand, her green fingers turning blue and white. For her daughter, Lusha Manai's feelings are very complicated. Her own flesh and blood is naturally love, but at the same time, every time she sees the other's pair of pupils that are more and more similar to the other party, it always makes her subconsciously escape. Although Lusamine has never reduced her attention to her only daughter Lily, but the same, because these eyes will always evoke an almost crazy obsession in her heart. The company is getting less and less. Fortunately, Lily seems to be very gifted, with an unparalleled affinity for elves, and the lack of companionship can still be compensated for. Is also well aware of the nanny group formed by the overlord elves owned by Lily. Also, it was precisely because of this that Lusamine was able to maintain her composure after learning that Lily had run away from home. In her opinion, a team of overlord elves with an exceptional level of combat power is enough to ensure Lily's safety. Not to mention, she is very aware of the ultimate killer hidden in this nanny group. It is precisely because of the existence of this person that Lusamine temporarily put out the fight to bring Lily back. Calculate, because unless she goes out in person, otherwise, even the most elite hidden power under her command, as long as the other party does not give faith, they will also do the same. Think of this. Lusha Manai pinched her brows with a headache. He ran away without saying a word. The old and the young are indeed virtuous. Lusha Manai suddenly stopped talking, and after a long time, her expression dimmed. I will definitely get you back. The voice was small, but very firm, but she fell silent. The sound of breaking through the sky suddenly resounded from above, and a familiar and unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded not far from her. Long time no see, Rusamine. And GT. Quote, the blonde royal sister suddenly raised her head and looked at the one person and one elf who appeared in the room at an unknown time. A different purple flashing Shinado, and Baizi. Rusamina paused word by word and called out the name of the silver-haired boy who suddenly appeared in in the room. Why are you surprised to see me? Feeling the extremely complicated look cast by the other party, containing shock, joy, disbelief, and even a bit of disillusionment, Baizi couldn't help but touch his nose. Why is this look? Does it feel a little wrong? But he didn't think too much, and at this time he didn't have time to think too much. Without waiting for Rusamina to ask more, she said bluntly, Rusamina, this time I'm here because I need your help with something. Quote. Lusamina still looked at him blankly. Baizi blinked, repeated it again. Lusamine, I need your help with something. I don't know. Good. The speech was interrupted. The expression of Lusamine, who had regained her composure, was still complicated, but she answered bluntly. Then, in front of Baizi, she lifted a corner of the tabletop, pressed down with her jade finger, and said, Clear the alarm. And in this moment, Baizi suddenly felt a few powerful breaths that rushed into the range of spiritual sense in a flash, but quickly retreated. 8 paths, 2 champions, and 6 kings at their peak. At this moment, Shinedo's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart, making Baizi unable to hold back his pupils. At this time, Rusamanai lifted her head, opened her mouth slightly, and finally couldn't help but ask, Didn't you come to this world with my elder sister this time? Baizi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood what Rusamanai meant, and explained with a smile, You may have misunderstood, Rusamine. Well, the other Rusamine does indeed. It is a parallel time and space from another world, but I'm from this world. It's just that it's slightly different from the timeline you're in, about a dozen years away from the flow rate. I should have traveled through time at that time, from the future, that is, a few months ago. Past. Afterward, Rusamanai, the other you and I also returned to the original time and space to live together. Baizi did not hide it, and tried his best to explain the situation at that time to Rusamine in this world in concise words. This, so, 4.3 inches. At this moment, Rusamanai suddenly smiled reluctantly. That's right. She grabbed the edge of the desk hard, and the blue veins appeared on the back of her white hand, and she pulled the topic away. Baizi, you said you need my help. What's the matter? Things are a bit complicated. In short, there is someone who is very important to me, trapped in a special place. For this, Baizi's eyes are solemn. I need to go to the ultimate phase. And GT. Lusamanai's pupils shrank suddenly. P.S. Lucamina Sigo tilde. 533. The Lord of the Deep Sea. The Dark Flash Eye. Ultimate phase. Rusamine swept across Baizi's solemn face without a trace. Her thought flew. The research on the ultimate phase is the secret in the secret of the Ether Foundation, and those who know it except herself. In addition, it can be said that there are only a handful of them. Even the core members of her research team know only some furs about ultimate aura and ultimate alien beast. The technology to open and travel through parallel time and space has always been in her hand. So, how on earth did he find out about the ultimate phase? And why can I be sure that I have a way to let him enter the ultimate phase? All kinds of thought flashed through Lusamine's mind. She wanted to find out, but when the word came to her mouth, they only turned into a word of good. Quote. Come with me. With a sigh in her heart, Rusamina immediately got up and came to the bookcase in front of the wall on the side of the desk. Reached for one of the white hardcover books. Next second, 25 with a click sound, the wall suddenly slid away to both sides, revealing an invisible indoor elevator. Rusamanai stepped in, and Baizi and Shinedo also followed into the elevator. With Lusamanai pressing the only elevator button, the elevator officially started. You can clearly feel that it is descending, but it runs very smoothly. Standing inside, you can't feel any bumps and shakes at all. There was a brief silence in the air. Looking at the beautiful woman beside him, Baizi's eyes flickered. Compared to his own, Rusamanai, who has been tempered in the apocalypse but still has a girlish atmosphere, the one in front of him, although less the awe-inspiring bearing of a warrior, but the whole body is full of a mature and glamorous charm, which made people unable to resist the desire to conquer. Sin, Sao Thief. Baizi, who noticed that his mind was a little crooked, quickly retracted his eyes and meditated in his heart. Call. And Lusamine, who noticed that Baizi's eyes moved away, also suddenly loosened, and a blush appeared on her cheek. Wow. As the closed elevator doors slid open to both sides, Rusamine stepped out in a hurry with a hint of escape, but just as she took a step, her expression suddenly froze. Not good. Lusamanai's pupil trembled. Almost subconsciously she wanted to return to the elevator to prevent Baizi from entering, but unfortunately, before she could take action, Baizi had already walked out with Shinedo one step ahead, stood by her side, and turned his eyes towards the end of the large laboratory. Next second, Sana tilde. Shinedo stopped in front of Baizi with a flicker, and Baizi, who could see the indoor scene, couldn't help but squinted his eyes, because before a column of experimental instruments at the end of this laboratory, the heads of the researchers at work were all attached to a jellyfish-shaped L. The moment Baizi and his party stepped into it, all of these people turned around stiffly and stared at them with numb eyes, like corpses being manipulated. Virtual eye. Baizi's eyes flickered slightly, and he recognized these strange-shaped elves at the first time. A kind of ultimate alien beast, numbered UB01, Parasite, and as its number, Parasite takes its name from IDID. The void possesses the ability to parasitize other creatures and manipulate them. Glancing at a glance, all of a sudden, the strength of these imaginary id came into view one by one. Open black lens bracket Zulu id, the peak of the quasi-king. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Zulu id, quasi-Tianwang intermediate. Close black lens bracket. Virtual. There are a total of 6. Basically all of them are floating up and down in the realm of the quasi-celestial king, and the strongest one is already close to the level of the heavenly king. Moreover, at the moment of discovering Baizi and Shinado, these illusory ids all showed obvious attack intention. One by one, they floated up in the direction of Baizi, and at large or small purple liquid condensed in front of me. Sana tilde. Shinado's eyes froze. Stop. A squeak. Next second. Hum underscore. The invisible thought wave suddenly surged out, and the few virtual EDIDs on the opposite side were shot straight into the air. Woo. And the void-eyed that was knocked into the air also seemed to be seeing each other. After floating from the ground, he controlled his body to crawl on the ground. Shinado moved again. At the same time, with a wave of the palm, a lavender hood was instantly summoned to wrap her and Baizi. Baizi turned his head and looked to the side through the lavender hood. At this moment, Lucamine's blonde hair was flying like a waterfall, and her expression was gloomy. Above her head, a humanoid elf resembling a bell-shaped jellyfish floated quietly. Its tentacles fluttered, and its dark translucent body floated slowly as if it were in the deep sea. This is a flashing virtual id with a different color scheme. Moreover, the strength is very strong. Race, void-eyed dark flash. Attribute, raw poison. Characteristic, alien beast upgrade, exclusive beast. Level, quasi-god 420 beginner. Level 80, 85 100. Potential, quasi-god. HP, 109. Attack, 53. Defense, 47. Special attack, 127. Special defense, 131. Speed, 103. Skills, binding, dissolving liquid, clearing smoke, power divide, defense divide, venom shock, venom trap, power gem, invisible rock, mirror reflection, wonderful sky time, strong mentality, law comprehension, super energy department 0.2%, open black lens bracket status, perfect close black lens bracket. Introduction. The ultimate alien beast who has set foot in the realm of quasi-god, one of the lords of the ultimate deep sea, and has an excellent ability to comprehend super energy factors. Quasi-god level. Baizi glanced a little strangely at Rusami, who bowed his head and remained silent, and then set his eyes on the comprehension of the laws of this kind of flashing illusory eye. 0.2% of the superpower system. To be honest, this is the first time that Baizi has seen an elves who have laws and comprehension completely separated from their own attributes. Certainly, here we need to rule out the powerful crocodile who has lost his shit. After all, that guy is an external influence, and the heterochromatic illusory eye in front of him is obviously not the one of the powerful crocodile. Shackles katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. 534. Painful and happy necrozma. Because of this sudden scene, the atmosphere in the laboratory was slightly condensed. Erching. Lushamanai took the lead in withdrawing the illusory eye, with a look of panic that Baizi couldn't understand. Baizi. After a pause, he regained his composure and exclaimed, "The parasitism of the virtual id will not cause any irreparable damage to the human body, and I have signed an agreement with these people in advance just for confidentiality, not forcible manipulation. It's okay." Baizi patted Shinado on the shoulder and motioned to release the hood. He smiled and shook his head at Lusamanai. "After all, I'm not a messenger of justice. What's more, you brought me to a place like this without any hesitation for my business. Why do I have to accept this love? Help me open the ultimate hole." He could feel Rusamine's undefended kindness towards him, and since that's the case, it's not a terrible evil, and he doesn't have any spare time to uphold justice. After all, with Baizi's temperament, although he generally belongs to chaos and goodness, he has always been helpful to his relative. Luca Mina smiled. Subsequently, she began to command the staff who were controlled by Zuluide to perform dazzling and complicated operations. "These people are all top scientific research talents in my secret network. In order to keep them secret, I signed relevant agreements with them in advance, and then used the false ide under my jurisdiction to send male student to study the subject of time and space travel." Lushamanai also joined in, and while operating the machine, explained to Baizi, "By the way, Void ID is the name of these jellyfish-like elves. They are a special type of ultimate space, that is, among the ultimate alien beasts that have been circulated in the Alola region since ancient time. One of the..." "Okay." As Rusamine said, she pressed the last button. Next second, a twisted purple-black void with multicolored optical fibers on the edge appeared above a machine similar to a portal base not far from Baizi. This is the ultimate cave leading to the ultimate base, but for the time being, the only place I can clearly locate is the ultimate deep sea. If you want to go to other places, remember you have to do a good job job of positioning in advance. Hilda. After heaving a sigh of relief, and after doing a few more detailed inspections, Lusamine straightened up and warned, "That's right." She took out a few suction cup-shaped machines, a small handful of badges, and several ultimate balls from the drawer of the console, and stuffed them into Baizi's hand. "The high wave locator for these sucker-like things. Remember to do a few more positionings when you explore the ultimate base to avoid getting lost. This badge is an energy filter. The environment in the ultimate base is harsh. Wearing it can avoid the discomfort caused by the harsh environment. There is also the ultimate ball. This is a pixie ball specially designed to capture the characteristics of the ultimate alien beast." Lusamine dragged Baizi and told him for a long time, until she felt the other person's surprised gaze. Then she stopped talking a little shyly, took a step back, turned her eyes slightly, and stroked the ear next to her temple. "Anyway, be careful along the way." "Thank you." Baizi nodded with a smile, put on a badge, put the rest of the things into the small space pocket, and then looked at Shinado. "Let go, Sana." Tilda. Shinado nodded slightly, waved her hand, and her lavender thought force suddenly turned into a spherical shape, wrapping herself and Baizi in it, and plunged straight into the twisted wormhole. A moment, mind, structurally stabilize the position, and detect the spatial fluctuations of the ultimate cave at any time. Also, call all the ultimate special attack teams stationed in the ultimate cave. After confirming that Baizi had passed through the ultimate hole safely, Lusamine quickly gave an order. The light blue energy stance rose from the pedestal below the ultimate hole, imprisoning the unstable ultimate hole in the void. Staring blankly at the imprisoned ultimate cave, Lusamine's expression was complicated. It's not that she doesn't want to follow Baizi's side, but she knows that staying behind to ensure the way back is the greatest help to Baizi. And this sudden truth brought by Baizi made her obsession and effort for more than 10 years like a joke, so that Lusamine really didn't know how to describe herself. Moved at the time. Fortunately, it's not entirely useless. Fortunately, goodbye at last. At this moment, Lusamine was smiling like a flower. In a dark and boundless space, the sky is a thick dark blue, and the whole space is filled with a deadly silence. In this gloom, pumice stones of different sizes are densely covered, like an island chain on the sea. The various colored crystals inlaid on it exude a faint light, reflecting on the coral reef-shaped stone, creating a realm-like being in the deep sea. Instantly, a twisted hole extending out of colorful optical fibers emerged from a floating island the size of a football field. Immediately afterward, a lavender sphere drilled out of it and landed on the floating island below. The chanting ball shattered, and the figures of Baizi and Shanae duo suddenly appeared. Baizi looked around and glanced at the ultimate hole behind him that seemed to be fixed. According to the method of Lusamine, he unscrewed several high-wave locators in the shape of suction cups and threw them in the nearby on a pumice stone. Then, he took out a poke ball from his waist and tossed it gently. In white light, the solid body of the giant golden monster appeared in front of Baizi. Golden monster, let's get started. Terry Tilda. The giant gold monster obviously knew the reason why Baizi called it out, and immediately stood on all fours. A moment, a gorgeous painted pattern appeared on the top of the giant golden monster. Did it? Next second, it turned into a colorful streamer and galloped away in a certain direction. Baizi and Shinado looked at each other. No more words needed. Close your eyes, as if entering the obvious. Shanae duo immediately stretched out his hand, and used his psychic power to wrap Baizi and the giant golden monster, chasing in the direction of the spot of light. At the same time up, the ultimate metropolis, the sleeping being encapsulated in the huge translucent black crystal suddenly opened, like a painted prism eye. Yuga-e. Like a whistle, an indescribable roar suddenly resounded. That voice contained deep pain, and an indescribable joy. 535. First meeting, Necrozma. The geomorphological environment of the ultimate base is very complex and hard. Even if there is a painting to lead the way, Baizi still cannot avoid some obstacles unique to the ultimate base. For example, stab over the ultimate power plant like a thunderous waterfall. A galloping electric light like a sword from the dark cloud sky flashed towards Baizi and his party in the psychic shield. Skill 100,000 volt. No need for Baizi to say more. Terry Tilda. The giant golden monster swayed its metal body slightly and broke free from the hood. Under the shrouded white light, the golden iron arms and claws moved forward, smashing the electric light into pieces with an extremely tough posture. Comet pun. In the overflowing electric light, a tall elf with a slender and strange body, about 4 meters high, similar to a humanoid cable aggregate, swayed in the direction of Baizi with heavy step. Electric beam wood. The ultimate pure electric beast, numbered UB03 Thunderbolt, has the ability to directly absorb electrical energy and convert it into its own energy. And the strength of the electric beam wood that stopped Baizi in front of him is obviously not weak, and it has infinitely approached the Heavenly King level. And, as this beam would move, one beam after another rose up from the power plant that radiated electricity, surrounding them in a circle like a circle. Although the ultimate monsters also belong to the legendary elf, in the ultimate base 420 ultimate monsters are quite common and even a huge number. Not only are they huge, most of the extreme beasts are quite ferocious in temperament and have strong offensiveness, which is why Baizi and his party were attacked by the Beamwood as soon as they entered the ultimate power plant. In addition to living in the ultimate base where the environment has become extremely bad after the loss of light, except for the four-needle dragon clan with extremely integrated nature, the rest of the ultimate alien beast clan in the group, there are almost no weak ones. For example, the dozen or so Beamwoods living in the corner of this ultimate power plant on the way are almost all quasi-celestial kings. This level of strength can almost horizontally compare 3 or 5 second-tier alliance special teams. However, for Baizi, it is still too weak. Golden monster, earthquake, Terry tilde. In an instant, the giant golden monster sank down, and under the impetus of the magnetic force, the double fists mixed with the brown-yellow ground-based energy factor hit the ground directly. In an instant, invisible fluctuation spread from the giant golden monster's fist, and spread precisely to the feet of every CFED, electric beamwood. In an instant, the impact exploded. I saw that the electric beamwoods seemed to be installed with springs under their feet, and they were knocked into the air one after another, and then fell one after another. With just one blow, this group of electric beamwoods were all defeated. And next, the beep of the system also rang out one by one. You command the giant gold monster to kill the electric beamwood at 15. A little gain. Battle experience +5. Giant gold monster experience value +15. Comet fist proficiency +1. Earthquake proficiency +5. Let go. Glancing at the electric beamwood lying on the ground, Baizi greeted him directly and set off again. To be honest, the strength of these beamwoods is not weak, and their qualifications are acceptable, but their appearance really does not meet Baizi's aesthetic. Now that he has enough elves on hand, he will not randomly fill the team unless it is those cherished phantom beasts or top legend. Although the ultimate alien beast also belongs to the legendary elf, the ultimate alien beast is almost a chaos in the ultimate base. Second come, the ultimate alien beasts are generally very violent and difficult to train, and if they are subdued, it will take a lot of time to grind away their wildness. If it is a handsome type like Ji-Yujian, he still considers it electric beamwood. Forget it. Hurry all the way. Period. According to the direction led by painting, after passing through the ultimate power plant, Baizi and his party walked through the middle area between the ultimate jungle and the ultimate building, and crossed the living area, the ultimate canyon where the iron fire glows the night. Finally, after several hours of rushing, I successfully arrived at the final destination, the ultimate metropolis. It here, above the desolate wasteland on the edge of the city, Baizi, who had stagnated a little, looked up, and there, the outline of a huge city had come into view. In the dark city, you can still vaguely see the lights of the stars, and on this surface, the city's power supply system is still operating. After taking 2 glances, Baizi, Shinado, and the giant golden monster continued to move forward, and soon they officially entered the ultimate metropolis, this huge and empty technological city. The ultimate metropolis is undoubtedly developed. In the dim light, the street, the ground, and the houses all reveal a quite sci-fi feeling, giving people the feeling of stepping into a desolate and sci-fi future city. Sleep. And in the very center of this sci-fi city, there is a tower that rises straight into the sky. Below is a circular column, and the top of the tower opened like an umbrella stand, almost completely covering the huge arena in the center of the city. This is the iconic building in the Ultra Metropolis, the Ultra Metropolis Tower. It is also the place where God is imprisoned. Here, Necrozma. Arriving in front of the iconic building of this ultimate metropolis, Baizi looked up slightly, wrapped in his burning white thought, and immediately flew towards the open door below the giant tower. Shinado and the giant gold monster who took back the painting quickly followed. Gay. It seemed to sense the arrival of Baizi and the others. At the top of the tower, a whistle-like whistle was faintly passed down, with an incomparable joy, but a tyrannical urgency that could not be concealed. Baizi, be careful. Lai Kongzai and Kang Zheng's unique telepathy followed. Don't worry, it shouldn't be hostile to us, and even if it's really bad luck, it happens to catch up with the other party's runaway. Climbing all the way, Baizi, who reached the top floor, looked at the huge black crystal standing in the middle of the ring instrument in the open floor, and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. Quote, I don't think you should be afraid of a non-perfect alien legend, right? Neither Lai Kongzai nor Kang Xiangbu replied. And this moment, inside the black translucent crystal, the pitch-black elf that was forced to curl up into a ball opened its long and narrow eyes like a painting. First time, Necrozma. 536. Get angry, or fight. First meeting, Necrozma. Facing the pair of tyrannical, painted pupils filled with destruction, Baizi meditated in his heart, and the unseen brilliance also appeared in his eyes. And the next second, raised, Necrozma. General form, Dusk Mane, Dawn Wings, Ultimate form. Attribute, Super Energy. Characteristic, Prism Armor, Exclusive, Brain Core Power, exclusive to Ultimate form. Attack with excellent effect. The power power will be increased by 25%. Level 1 God Limit Level 119 99 100 Quasi-Creation Level Lack of Origin Potential Quasi-Creation Level HP 97 Attack 107 157 113 167 Defend 101 127 109 97 Special Attack 127 113 157 167 Special Defense 89 109 127 97 B 79 77 77 -129 Exclusive Skills Photon Surge Prism Laser Meteor Flash Dusk Mane Shadow Light Dawn Wing Skills Moonlight Morning Light Charging Beam Gravity Metal Claw Mind Power Invisible Rock Split Shadow Key Spiritual Blade Auxiliary Power Rocket Iron Wall Force Measure Gems Lighten the Body Close Black Lens Bracket Status Extremely Fatigue Power Glory Creation Grade Introduction The great God of Brilliance who brings brilliance and life to the ultimate world feeds on light and is born with the rudiment of brilliant power. In its heyday, almost 1 foot has stepped into it. In the field of creation, at this moment, I am in a state of being deprived of all light and falling into extreme pain and rage. The rudiment of natural power, Baizi said with a tisk on his face. Sometimes, being born is really a unique advantage. But, he turned his attention to the potential column of Necrozma. Quasi-creation level. Even if Necrozma has the personality of creation god, can't the potential reach the creation level? Baizi's eyes lightened slightly. Originally, he thought that Necrozma, who possesses the personality of the ultimate world, creation god, should have potential even if his level did not reach the creation level. But now it seems that the creation level may really be a hurdle, and it is not so easy to break through. Even the glorious god who was born with the prototype of the creation level power, Necrozma. But this way, the threat of the Dark Mewtwo in different time and space will be re-estimated. Because Baizi remembers very clearly, although there is the blessing of the unknown prop, Darkness Resonance Stone, the Dark Mewtwo is indeed a real creation level potential. Fortunately, judging from the attribute panel, the distance between the former bright god, Necrozma in his heyday was obviously closer to the realm of creation than the dark super dream that he had seen before. Reached the quasi-creation level. This brand new strength division stage. I will sacrifice. Deep overlapping sounds of tyranny and pain echoed in the tower. Until this time, only then did Baizi realize that Necrozma, who originally thought he was looking at him, actually didn't pay attention to himself at all. Instead, Baizi turned his head slightly and dropped his peripheral vision on the giant golden monster that was following behind him. At this moment, a colorful, painted mark appeared on the forehead of the giant golden monster again, which complemented Necrozma's eyes. Momentary tilde. The giant golden monster turned his body to Baizi, as if asking for Baizi's opinion, and the action of the giant gold monster seemed to finally make Necrozma think of the humans standing in front of it. Painted eyes fell on Baizi's body. Humankind. Some intermittent low telepathy reverberated in the room at the top of the tower, and a thick, almost substantial malice and tyrannical emotion rose along with the fall of the word. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. A burst of warning signs came from the bottom of Baizi's heart, which was the malicious feedback given by Baizi's power, indicating Necrozma's attitude towards him. That is, almost undisguised malice and anger. Sana, Terry. 2 invisible breaths appeared faintly, and Shinado and the giant golden monster flashed in front of Baizi almost at the same time, and layers of psychic power and energy shield separated Necrozma and Baizi. Come. Ask for flowers. Are you outraged? Baizi's eyes flickered, but after a second thought, he figured out why Necrozma had such a strong malice towards him. Like he said, this is anger. 1. In the ultimate world, there are not only the ultimate alien beasts, but also human beings. This can be seen from the Ultra Power Plant, the Ultra Building and even the Ultra Metropolis. There are obvious traces of human civilization in the Ultra world. The ultimate Necrozma at that time gave the ultimate city light and sheltered human life. Super Time and Space by God Amadina. 0. The ultimate Necrozma, who selflessly helped, trusted, and sheltered mankind, was also facing betrayal in the end. Humans in the megalopolis coveted the power of their patron saint, Ultra Necrozma. Driven by their greed and ambition, they didn't know what means they used. Finally took away the power and light of Ultra Necrozma. Light was the source of power for Ultra Necrozma, and Necrozma, who had lost her light, fell into deep pain, and it went berserk. And in the same way, when the Ultra Necrozma lost its light, it was also the Ultra Metropolis, and even the entire Ultra world lost its light and darkness begin to wither. Necrozma was also sealed on the top of the Grand Metropolis Tower in the frenzy, enduring unbearable tyranny and pain until now. So, Baizi can fully understand the anger and hatred Necrozma has towards himself as a human being. It seems that after the seal is lifted, I have to spend a little effort to resolve the misunderstanding between each other. With a sigh, Baizi pulled Shinado back slightly. Immediately, without hesitation, he issued an attack order to the giant gold monster whose energy shield had been removed. Golden monster, photon surge. Begging. 537. This is the joy of besieging. As Baizi's voice fell, a turbulent stream of photons suddenly condensed from the top of the giant golden monster's head, and then it shot out. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the giant gold monster's photon spew ripped apart the air and bombarded the surface of the black crystal. The violent blasting sound continued, and the strong wind pressure spread wantonly. The wind is blowing. Shinado, who was beside him, immediately waved his hand, and the wind wall hit the hood, causing layers of ripples in the air. And with the movement of the giant gold monster, necrozma in the black crystal also started to hack, and the painted eyes instantly lit up. A white light spot condensed in front of itself. Instantly, it turned into a dazzling torrent of light and bombarded the same position attacked by the giant gold monster from the inside. In an instant, a roar like a big drum resounded through the top of the tower. The air was shocked, and the layers of ripples spread in a ring like a substance, but it did not shake the crystal at all. But, as the giant gold 420 monster and necrozma chose not to cast photon surge, an inexplicable resonance suddenly rose between the two, and gradually, the black crystal also became it trembled at an extreme speed as if being affected. In no time, a crisp sound sounded like the sound of glass breaking. Immediately after, click, one after another crack gradually covered the entire black crystal surface and became more and more dense. Finally, as the light of the two skills was temporarily extinguished, Nike curled up in the black crystal. Plasma suddenly stretched out. Immediately, the huge black crystal exploded instantly. Necrozma, who finally got out of trouble, raised her head and let out a dull roar. The majestic energy level fluctuations instantly overturned and shattered the top floor of the Metropolis Tower. The coercion came out through the body. Just the aftermath of the sweep made Baizi feel a tightness in his chest, and he felt a little breathless. Shanae Duo immediately made a decision, wrapped the lavender hood, and burst away from the top of the tower, which had already become a flat ground. It's not that she doesn't want to use faster teleportation, it's really Chennai, the energy level surging around Plasma is too thick, and she may not be able to safely break through the space barrier. During this period, Baizi also took the giant golden monster back to the Pokeball for the first time, and just when Baizi and Shinado had just left the top of the tower and flew out a distance of 100 meters, necrozma also chased after them. The whistle-like hissing sound resounded through the night sky again, and a purple spiral beam of light spewed out in the blink of an eye, and the target hit the direction of Baizi. Click. In successive resound. A light blue blade of light flew out, directly facing the incoming wave of evil. With a whoosh sound, the beam of light was split in half. Spirit blade. Immediately after, in the bang that followed, a slender black dragon shadow wrapped in bright white light flashed through the void. Fast blow, right on necrozma's chest and abdomen. It slammed it to the ground, rolled, and crushed a large piece of metal building. It was like plowing a shallow ravine in the middle of the city. The smoke dissipated. Necrozma, who climbed up from the ruins at the end of the gully and lifted off again, looked at the black eye with a winding dragon body in the opposite midair, and farther away, standing on the top of the high-rise building, blocking the sound of King Sheng in front of Baizi and Shinado. Necrozma's painted eyes flickered rapidly. Although the pain and inner tyrannical emotions have influenced his rationality, facing these two elves, it still makes him instinctive. I felt a long-lost sense of threat. Status, extremely impotent, running wild. Sure enough, are you still in the midst of a rampage? No one could see the flow of light in the bottom of his eyes. Baizi sighed as he stared at the two necrozma, who were still in the midst of legend, with narrowed eyes. Perhaps I can try to use Baizi's power to soothe the mind and the ability to purify the abnormal state to soothe the pain of the other party. Baizi's eyes flickered and he thought to himself, however, if you want to use the power of a top legend in a violent state, you have to completely subdue it for the sake of safety. Let's fight fast. His heart skipped a beat, and Baizi immediately shook his left hand. In an instant, a faint shadow of a sword weapon emerged from behind Baizi, and a blue sword-shaped ray of light also appeared from the back of his left arm. Bright King Sword. Ow! A long sound like a long whistle to the moon sounded, and in the next second, the sword-shaped imprint flew from the back of Baizi's hand, and King Shang shook his head and held it in his long kiss. Immediately, the dazzling light appeared and quickly dissipated, and the appearance of King Shang suddenly changed greatly. The fur patterns on the body have become rich, diverse and very gorgeous. The golden mask armor covers the head and face, and two pairs of metal flying wings with different sizes are spread out on the waist and back like a flag. Bureau exhibition. In the mouth there is a golden holy sword of Michelle with blue and blue prisms embellished on it, which looks extraordinarily luxurious. King Shang, the form of the King of Swords. At the same time, blue, _ accompanied by the long roar of the dragon. The green light lit up from the whole body of Lai Kongsi. In the splendid light, 2 kumquat ribbons stretched and fluttered, embellished with line, and the teeth and blades were parallel. With a slap, the superlative was completed. The evolved Ryakuza also revealed his figure from the burst of light. Gay. Necrozma seemed to be getting more and more uneasy, and the rising sense of crisis made it even more manic. This mania stimulated its nerves and made it take the initiative to launch a strong attack again. A little bit of colored light rose up, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into countless rays of light rushing out, turning into an overwhelming laser rain curtain, covering the small half and the largest. In an instant, hit the head down. It is another exclusive trick of Necrozma, Prism Laser. Ow! There is no need for Bai Zi to say more. King Shang jumped up immediately, and the blue light blades suddenly flew out, and in the process of flying, it divided into countless tiny lightsabers, accurately facing the lacing. Prism Laser, under, rumbling one by one. The successive explosions ripped apart the cloud and the sky, and the impact and the sky above the energy fire city were connected into one piece. And in this successive flashing explosion of light, the finishing touch. Roar! Super Li Kong's straight dragon body is like an arrow from the string, piercing the air, and attacking the direction of Necrozma 4.3 at high speed. At the critical moment, Necrozma had time to subconsciously tilt his head, after barely avoiding the fatal point at the painted. In the end it was inevitable. The brain nucleus in the crystal armor was hit by the Super Li Kong sitting in the finishing touch state. Gay! Exclamation mark! Quote. In the uncontrollable screams of pain, Necrozma's body twirled and fell straight down into the metropolis city with many high-rise buildings below. An instant. Rumble 1. The successive explosions resounded through the night sky again. Tiff. At the same time, Bai Zi, who was watching this scene from a distance, raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was an indescribable sense of transparency in his heart. Maybe this is the joy of beating. 538. Critical point. Purification, and the radiant blessing of bursting effect. To be honest, if it wasn't for knowing the urgency of the matter, King Shang would be better off saying that it would be difficult for the arrogant He Shanli to take part in such a surrounding. After all, in terms of strength, whether it is the super evolutionary black shining empty sitting, or the King Lu in the form of the King of Sword, even one-on-one defeats Necrozma, who is now in a state of incapacity and irrationality. Grasp. And now, it 2-to-1. Do not, including Bai Zi's command bonus. The gap between the strengths of the two sides is even bigger. Lala. Pushing aside the earth and stone steel bars that buried him, Necrozma flew up from the ground again, leaving a clear white mark on the brain nucleus above the painted eye. Beside, it seems that the finishing touch that Lai Kong sat just now did not cause it too serious damage. Really excellent defense. Bai Zi couldn't help but praise. In the middle of the air, seeing this scene, the black flash and the sky sat with a slightly cold expression. Subsequently, seeing the light flashing all over his body, a pair of giant claws attached to the energy of the color of golden iron towards Necrozma, who was rapidly approaching in the direction of Lai Kongsi. Bai Zi also narrowed his eyes. Loud Wu tilde, accompanied by a low groan of 25. The bright king sword in his mouth suddenly trembled, and bursts of clanging sounds came out. The sound waves surged and spread in an instant, passing Necrozma's body. Immediately, a loud explosion rang out from Necrozma's body, blocking the opponent's attack. Loud, and the next moment, fly, god fast, the finishing touch. Roar, followed by Bai Zi's successive orders. Black shining Lai Kong sat on the dragon's body and twisted, and the moment it flew high, it suddenly flicked its tail out, enveloped by Ying Ying's green energy. Like a beam of light, the arrow pierced through the void in an instant. Bring up layers of sonic boom rings and charge up. The finishing touch. Rumbling one by one. Gay. In the midst of the bang, Necrozma let out a whimper and was thrown out again heavily. But the black flash cracking empty seat is willing to give up. The previous blow failed. This time, the crimson dragon's eyes shone with tyrannical rays of light, and the golden-orange ring pattern was rendered on it. Between the flying ribbons, the power of law filled the dragon's body, and the finishing touch continued in half. Using it in the air, it swiped across Necrozma's body again and again. The blink of an eye, the black flashing cracked empty seat used the finishing touch to draw countless crisscrossing green grids in midair, destroying the defenseless Necrozma is surrounded by a group. The sound of breaking the air mixed with the interlay sound of sword grinding continued incessantly. Finally, dab, as the spark flashed around, like a straight spear, the tooth blade in front of black shining Li Kong pierced deeply into Necrozma's waist and belly, nailing it to the ground. The surrounding earth shattered, collapsed or rose, and the circular impact swept away, completely overturning half of the city. Go! Bai Zi stepped a little, and in the next second, he was sent to the center of the battlefield under Shinedo's teleportation. Next second, King Shang arrived silently. The wolf head swung, and the super energy factors quickly gathered together, turning into two rows of sharp teeth. One bite on Necrozma's face. The teeth of the spirit. The turbulent mental power poured in instantly, causing Necrozma, who was already very badly injured to let out a painful murmur again. Painted part of the brain nucleus that represents the face is half flickering and half dark like a broken line. You command Lai Kongzai to work together to defeat Necrozma and gain a little battle experience plus 150. Lai Kongzai experience value plus 10. Level reaches the critical point. Experience transformation. Source enhancement. Attack race value plus 1. Divine speed proficiency plus 3. Finishing skill proficiency plus 1-2. You command Kang Shang to defeat Necrozma with a little gain. Kang Shang experience plus 1-5. Level reaches the critical point. Experience transformation. Source enhancement. Special attack race value plus 5. Giant B slash proficiency plus 3. Spirit Fang proficiency plus 5. With the sound of the systems beat one after another, the breaths of Lai Kongzai and Kang Shang suddenly rose for a moment, and then they were quickly restrained. But now is obviously not the time to pay attention to these. His superpower orb and the world received from Shinedo's hand. Focus lightly and nodded to Shinedo. Let start. Sana tilde. The purple exclusive psychic power radiated a lot, transformed into invisible spiritual power and poured into Baizi's body. Skill. Spiritual blessing. Hem tilde. Baizi only felt his brain swell for a while, couldn't help groaning, and closed his eyes. Immediately afterward, the mental power in his mind became extremely active, and his whole body seemed to have received an inexplicable blessing, allowing him to clearly experience that his own mental power continuing to gain strength. Finally, Baizi suddenly opened his eyes. Between the rays exclaimed the substantive translucent white brilliance glow just like the rising sun, moisturizing things silently penetrated into Necrozma's body. Time passed slowly, with the continuous release of Baizi's power to soothe the mind and purify the strange power. Gradually, Baizi's complexion returned from ruddy to normal color, and then to bluish white. The fine sweat gradually seeped out and covered Baizi's forehead, and the transparent white brilliance became thinner, visible to the naked eye. Finally, when Baizi's mental power was drained and nothing was left, drop. Painted part of Necrozma's 420 that had been completely dimmed suddenly lit up again, sending out a rapid flash. Putting down his arms, he felt dizzy, and Baizi, who was unable to stand still, panted and leaned into Shinedo's Shang 21 soft arm. But at this moment, an inexplicable warmth suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. Immediately after, you have obtained the only creation level blessing of the brilliant god Necrozma in this life, the glorious blessing. Ding! You have acquired the natural personality oppression of the ultimate alien beast, and the ultimate alien beast will not be able to exert its full strength when facing you. Ding! You have obtained a small part of the power of authority in the ultimate world, and have the authority to open the ultimate hole at will. Ding! You gain the ability to sense the ultimate aura. Ding! You gain the ability to use and absorb the ultimate aura. You will be able to absorb the ultimate aura and become stronger. Ding! You have gained a unique affinity for light. You will be able to absorb light to replenish and heal yourself. A series of system beeps made Baizi feel a little dizzy. Good half sound. After slowing down a little, he spit out 2 words from his mouth. Quote, ... Lying. Tra. 539. The power of domination. One step closer to the humanoid beast. Baizi's power is taking shape. It was not the first time that Baizi had been blessed by legend. When he fought against the devil of the sea in the Battle of Rampur, he had been blessed by the sea god Lugia, and he had acquired the adaptation and resistance to the water attribute factor, and he was already tolerant of water, the innate affinity of elf. Even, he also enjoys the favor of the ocean and the blessings of the ocean. He breathes underwater and walks on the ground. He can be called the son of the ocean. Nothing to do with the system title reward obtained in the previous battle of the Golden City, the Guardian of the Divine Bird. That is, the current title, Guardian of the Divine Bird. 2. All of them enhance the attributes of a certain department to a certain extent, as well as the affinity of the elves of this department. The difference is just a matter of degree. But this time, this creation level radiant blessing of Necrozma is completely different from the previous one. It can be said that it is too rich. The racial personality oppression of the ultimate alien beast. The authority to open the ultimate hole. The ability to sense the ultimate aura. The ability to use and absorb the ultimate aura. Affinity for light, being able to absorb light and thereby replenish and heal itself. Combining these several blessing abilities, in addition to the lack of characteristics and skills, Baizi can be said to be a little Necrozma in human form. Is this the exclusive blessing of the creation level? Love tilde. Oh, correct. What needs to be said here is that not all legends have the ability to bless, just like some elves can create God, while some existences are not weak at all, can't create the same. The same legends have different characteristics, just like Kang Shang. Although like Haishan Lai Kongzai, he couldn't give blessings for the time being, but he also brought Baizi the brilliant King Sword, which can be called Killer Bronze, right? Not to mention, perhaps in the future, when Lai Kong sits and they are promoted to the field of creation, they may also be able to perform this level of blessing working for me, tilde. Such thought flashed in Bai Zi's mind. As for the hope of Arceus, anime TV, he had a good relationship with the master of the elf world, and the idea of prostituting a wave of creation-level blessings. Bai Zi put this idea aside in a second thought. In fact, Bai Zi was more resistant to meeting Arceus, because no matter what he knew before he crossed over, just a few words about the new setting of Arceus, or what he gradually knew about the creation level, in the face of Arceus, he is probably very likely to be powerless to fight back. From Bai Zi's point of view, facing such an existence head-on is undoubtedly equivalent to putting one's life in the hands of others. Thoughtfly. But it seems that the harvest is not over yet. It didn't take long for the benediction sound about Necrozma to fall. The sound of the system sounded again. You use the power of Bai Zi to neutralize part of Necrozma's frantic mind, wake him up from the rampage, and get extra rewards one by one. Empirical power. Domination. In an instant, Bai Zi seems to have entered an inexplicable spiritual horizon, and a complex imprint is condensed in the void, which looks like pure white and colorful, in a way that he can see clearly, but the speed mark, which seemed to be completely unresponsive, fell down and fell into his body. At this moment, an inexplicable enlightenment rose from the bottom of his heart. This feeling is, at this moment, Bai Zi's eyes seemed to be in a daze, and he subconsciously reached out and grabbed in the direction of Necrozma. In an instant, infinite mighty power seemed to be suddenly generated within the body, and the power of the God that controlled light, carried heat, and controlled the ultimate even made him feel that the whole world was under his control. But he hasn't waited for Bai Zi to enjoy enough of this realization of all-knowing and omnipotent. Next moment, an unparalleled sense of emptiness and unbearable manic pain also emerged from the bottom of my heart. Instinctively disconnected, Bai Zi's already slightly pale complexion suddenly flushed, and blue veins burst out on his forehead. The unimaginable pain point made him break free from Shanae subconsciously. Duo's arms. He knelt down on the ground full of mess with a puff. Bai Zi, Ekri, delicate, cold, and awe-inspiring voices acclaimed at the same time. Shanado grabbed Bai Zi for the first time. Her palms flashed green light, and she displayed healing wave. A cold light flashed in the black eyes of Li Kong sitting scarlet pupils. The dragon's body was meandering, and he used a tie to Necrozma, and the blue sound nailed the spirit in Necrozma's brain core. The teeth, the energy level has skyrocketed. Stop. With the help of Shanado, Bai Zi, who was dripping with cold sweat, reluctantly got up, and hurriedly stopped him. Just now. It wasn't about Necrozma just now. It was me. I was a little impulsive. Let it go. Necrozma. It won't hurt me anymore, Bai Zi said firmly. Feeling the firmness and determination in Bai Zi's eyes, Haishan Lai Kongzai and Kang Shang were worried, but they each canceled the skill suppression of Necrozma. One left and one right stopped in front of Bai Zi. His whole body was tense, and he did not dare to be careless. Bai Zi did not continue to speak. Although he is now extremely sure that Necrozma will no longer hurt him in the slightest, there is no need to reject Haishan Li and Kang Zhang's protective heart for him. Bai Zi looked at Necrozma. Now, without the suppression of the two legend, the colored painting at Necrozma's brain nucleus flashed again, and for a moment, Necrozma, who gradually regained her calm, slowly floated up from the ground. Ignoring Haishan Li Kongxi and Kang Shang who were on the verge of an enemy, he aimed his eyes at Bai Zi who couldn't see his expression. Did it? Thank you, human kind. A slightly jerky low telepathy echoed in the center of the ruined city, and the tone was unwavering, like a machine. But Bai Zi easily felt the kindness conveyed by the other party. Although his ability to appease the power of Bai Zi even after the spiritual blessing of Shanado, it can only be regarded as a drop in the bucket for the top legendary Necrozma. But fortunately, the other party finally regained his sense of reason. You're welcome. Bai Zi shook his head with a chuckle, and in the vigilant eyes of Shanado, he stretched out his right hand towards Necrozma. Necrozma, congratulations on finding your freedom and sanity. The first time we met, my name is Bai Zi. Do you mind? Come with me. 540. Take Necrozma, the secret under the Metropolis Tower. As soon as these words came out, let alone Shanado, even Haishan Likong and Kang Shang couldn't help but take a breath. Although they already knew the purpose of this trip, they never thought of it. Bai Zi, such an abrupt invitation. You know, they were still fighting to death just now, and they were invited in the blink of an eye. Moreover, although the guy with the strange breath in front of him looked like he was being pressed and beaten by them, no matter whether he was sitting in the air with loud noise or pride, he had to admit that it was a one-on-one situation. It's going to be quite difficult to take down this guy. Not to mention, the state of the other party was obviously wrong before, and it was irrational to say nothing, and the breath showed a clear sense of regret and incompleteness. But even so, with the help of Kang Shang in the posture of the King of Swords, he resisted the super black flash and sat in the air for dozens of finishing before being completely defeated. Such a strong posture, there is no doubt that it is not inferior to their top legend. Such guys are all proud, without real approval. Even if you defeat the opponent, or even get some kind of favor, you will not be able to to gain the following of these top legend. Of course, 420. One by one, a bitch like this rushing to her door is definitely an accident. Long worms like this that are unreasonable for grabbing people are pure exception. Heishan Lai Kongsi and Kang Shang felt a chill almost at the same time. After subconsciously looking at each other, they both looked away calmly. Lai Kong clenched his claws tightly, and Kang Shang gritted his teeth lightly. Bai Zi obviously didn't notice the undercurrent between his two legends. He looked at Necrozma calmly, his eyes full of certainty. Come on, Necrozma, I feel the pain. I will help you take back the light that belongs to you. Necrozma looked at Bai Zi silently for a long time, and finally, it raised its arm and gently placed the tip of its claw on Bai Zi's palm. Hopefully, I won't make the wrong choice again. Again, Bai Zi's eyes flashed, and he immediately chuckled and held Necrozma's cold claws, and responded firmly, of course. Welcome to join, then, Necrozma. After retracting his palm and taking an ultimate ball from his waist, Bai Zi lightly placed it on Necrozma's giant claw. In an instant, Necrozma's huge body turned into a red light and completely disappeared into the ultimate sphere. There was no shaking, indicating that Necrozma did not resist in the slightest. But the next moment, click, a crack suddenly appeared on the ultimate ball. Bai Zi twitched the corner of his mouth, and immediately threw the ultimate ball in his hand. With a zip, the elf ball exploded instantly, and Necrozma reappeared in the air. Painted pictures and tech flash. Although he didn't speak, Bai Zi clearly felt doubt from Necrozma's expression. This is the ultimate ball specially used to accommodate the ultimate alien beast, but obviously, it can't carry your power. Bai Zi shrugged and said helplessly, right, maybe. After thinking about it, Bai Zi glanced at Necrozma hesitantly, and finally decided to give it a try before saying, come with me first. Saying that, he squeezed Shinedo's palm lightly. Where to go? He pointed to the top of the Metropolis Tower. Sana tilde. Shinedo nodded. A lavender light flashed, and in the next second, he teleported with Bai Zi to the top of the Metropolis Tower, where there was only one platform left. On the other side, Black Lash, Kang Shang, and Necrozma also followed. However, regardless of whether Black Likong or Kang Shang both intentionally or unintentionally caught Necrozma, and Necrozma, who found this, didn't care. Soon, the three rushed to the top of the tower, and Bai Zi took out an instrument shaped like a flashlight, and pointed the light head at the black crystal fragments on the ground to absorb them. Then, as soon as the button was pressed, a pure black pokeball with no texture was spit out from the rear of the machine. The imprisonment ball. The elves that cannot be broken from the inside. Energy level limit. The highest cannot exceed the limit of a first level god. Tilde. Looking at the imprisonment ball in his hand, Bai Zi was slightly dissatisfied. This can undoubtedly carry Necrozma at this time, but he is not willing to use such a pokeball to carry Necrozma. Let the other party recall the days of imprisonment again. Looks like I have to find another way. Maybe I can ask Dr. Damu if he can help me get a master ball. While thinking, Bai Zi put away the imprisonment ball. An aura that made him appetite greatly increase. This is Necrozma's determined telepathy came, and her voice was clearly excited. It signaled Bai Zi to leave from the top of the tower. A layer of bright white metal color was immediately rendered on the giant claws, aiming at the remaining floor at the top of the tower. Poof! It penetrated the ground, and lifted it up. La. The reinforced plate was easily torn off like plasticine and thrown away, and Bai Zi couldn't help squinting at the sight of it. Only see. Inside the Metropolis Tower, whose top floor was completely open, a huge crystalline stone pillar exuding bright brilliance stood in it. The light that radiated out made Bai Zi couldn't help taking a deep breath. Next second, the light on the crystal seemed to be attracted, turned into a ray of light like a real light, and sank into Bai Zi's mouth and nose. An indescribable fascination filled his brain. Bai Zi could feel that his physique and even his mental power were instantly filled and stronger. And the system beep also proved this point one by one. You absorbed and digested Necrozma's original radiance, and gained a little. The power of Radiance blessing has been fully enhanced. All attribute +1+1+1+1+1+1+1. Quite a while, Bai Zi got out of this feeling. After opening his own attribute panel, he glanced at it and found that just one bite of the brilliant that did not change the crystal at all increased all his attributes by a full 10 points. If all were absorbed. At this moment, Bai Zi's mind couldn't help but have such an idea. I am the protagonist template. Invincible chapter 541 to 560. 541. Completion. The sun and the moon. Brahma will destroy the world. Brilliant crystal. The crystal formed by the brilliance of Necrozma's source, containing incredible power. Glorious crystal. For a long time, Bai Zi resisted the almost instinctive desire to devour, and turned his head, looked at the silent Necrozma and said with a smile, what are you waiting for, Necrozma? Go and retrieve what belongs to you. Own strength. Bai Zi, you are qualified to share with me. Necrozma's deep telepathy echoed in the night sky at the top of the Metropolis Tower. For some reason, Bai Zi seems to be able to understand its sincerity at this moment. Necrozma is not a false temptation, but but a sincere invitation to share this experience from his own life with him. On the power, strength that has been dislodged. This light. Bai Zi was silent. The suffering Necrozma suffered because of this. He felt the same way not long ago, and the uncontrollable longing stimulated his mind from time to time. But for him, the suffering he felt was only a moment, and that desire was at best a temptation. But for Necrozma, power is forcibly stripped from its body, and that desire for integrity is by no means comparable to Bai Zi. And this pain caused by this, it has endured for hundreds of years. Now, the hope of being whole again and free from suffering is at hand. To be in another place. In all fairness, I am afraid it is difficult for Bai Zi to achieve the patience and restraint of Necrozma, and even invite others to share the strength that complements himself, even if this person is kind to himself. Bai Zi's eyes were turbulent, although there was no hypocritical touch, but the corners of his mouth were still slightly raised subconsciously. No need. He shook his head and smiled. Necrozma, we are already partners. From now on, your strength is my strength. Go and complete yourself and make yourself stronger. When I want to call this when it comes to power, I think you will use it generously, right? Necrozma didn't say anything else. After taking a deep look at Bai Zi, he came to the crystal. Painted pictures and text flashed for a while. Immediately, a stream of light was pulled out from the crystal, and the constant Necrozma was absorbed into the body. Its dark body did not shine at all under the white light, just like a day. The solid black hole devours the approaching light instantly. The glorious crystal was visible to the naked eye, thinning and shrinking, until it turned into the last ray of light and was swallowed up by Necrozma, completely disappearing. After waiting for a while, Necrozma's shining, painted heart calmed down. Followed, a decoercion was instantly transmitted, sweeping across the entire ultimate world. The air suddenly sank. There was even a faint line of snowflakes that resembled a TV disconnection. The difference was only for a moment, and soon, that coercion was quickly restrained by Necrozma. Bai Zi breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Necrozma with a little curiosity, and asked at the same time. Race: Necrozma. General form: Dusk Mane, Dawn Wings. Ultimate form: Attribute: Super Energy. Characteristic: Prism Armor, Brain Core Power. Ultimate form: Level 1 God Limit level 119 to 120. Quasi-creation level unfinished. Potential: Quasi-creation level. Status: Good, yet to be completed. 1. Not finished, yet to be finished. How is it? Bai Zi's eyes flashed. This source of brilliance is obviously useful. At the very least, Necrozma has made up for the lack of origin, and the level has jumped to the same level as the previous Dark Super Dream. It still hasn't surpassed the first level god, but it has improved one step. Bai Zi originally thought that Necrozma, who complemented the radiance of the source, might unlock the ultimate form. Now, it doesn't seem to work, but, according to the game, Necrozma, who wants to successfully transform into his ultimate form, is the original form of the Shining God. It is necessary for Necrozma to obtain the Sun and Moon God, that is, Solgaleo or Lunara, to merge into either of the Dusk Mane or Wings of Dawn form, then carry the exclusive Ultimate Necroz Z, and pass the Ultimate Burst to succeed. Then it needs to be completed. As for flowers, is it the power of the Sun and Moon gods, Solgaleo and Lunara? Between thought, Necrozma's low telepathy followed. The strength has basically returned, but there are still 2 special lights missing, which make my state unable to return to fullness. Saying that, Necrozma made a random swipe at the void beside him. The tip of the claws flickered slightly. Immediately, sizzle, accompanied by the sound of hot oil being splashed and the brocade shattering, the void was cut into several cracks like a layer of butter. The hot breath seemed to warm the air a lot. Horrible heat. Bai Zi's heart is dark. At the same time, I can't help but think of the introduction of the ultimate Necrozma by Shinbeizong. The body temperature is as high as 6000, and the place where the sharp claws pass will be burned to melt by the high temperature. 0. All kinds of thought flashed across, and Bai Zi turned his attention to Necrozma again. What's missing is the light of Solgaleo and Lunara. Yes, Necrozma's painted eyes flashed for a moment before nodding. Then, it suddenly raised its claws in the direction of the Metropolitan Tower behind it, and suddenly, in the sound of crashing, a quaint disc with a diameter of 3 meters was called by Necrozma. The manic thought power is taken in. It was a disc that resembled an altar, and at the very center of the disc was inlaid an octagonal vernite with a transparent white body and an inner pattern resembling the sun. This is. Bai Zi almost subconsciously used his probing ability on this thing. Next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. One brilliant altar, carved from the most friendly glowing stone. It is the altar of the brilliant god, Necrozma, which has the function of gathering light energy. 11. Ultimate Necroz Z. It can turn Necrozma into a crystal that shows its appearance after merging with Solgaleo or Lunara, and at the same time, it can transform. Photon Surge. It is a special Z movement, burning the sky and destroying the world. Blazing explosion. Begging _542. move. The ultimate commando. Misfortune comes out of your mouth. Please ask. The altar of Radian. And Necrozma's exclusive. Z. Pure crystal. Z raised his eyebrow. To be honest, he was really curious about what happened between the humans in the ultimate world and Necrozma. However, not to mention whether Necrozma is willing to repeat the old story. Z will not do this kind of thing to satisfy his curiosity by exposing people's scars, especially the scars of his own people. Think about it. He suppressed this curiosity and looked at Necrozma, who silently raised the thing in front of him. This is for me. Gay tilde. Necrozma nodded, advancing things a little further. Then I'm welcome. Z smiled and thought for a while. After deducting the Necrozma exclusive Z pure crystal on the altar and putting it away, he took out the Pokeball maker again and pointed it at the altar. A photo. 4020. Oh, the altar turned into white light and was stored. The machine hummed, and for a moment, a golden white translucent Pokeball was spit out from the back of the machine. Click tilde. Take it off. Glance over. Glorious ball. It is made of a pure glowing stone altar, and its interior can simulate a light-gathering environment, which is very suitable for the survival of light-adaptive elves. Sure enough, tossing the glowing ball in his hand, Z raised it and pointed it at Necrozma. Then, please give me more advice in the future tilde. Necrozma nodded and approached Z steadily. In front of him, let Z gently knock the radiance ball on top of his head. In an instant, Necrozma's entire huge crystal body turned into a red light and was directly contained in it. The elf waited a little, and returned to calm at random. 0K. Necrozma, take it. Z held the glowing ball in his hand slightly, and an unstoppable smile rose on his face. Although it was a little turbulent, Necrozma finally succeeded in subduing it. End neck. As Hoopa's turn. Xiao Huang, wait for me. Thinking that Xiao Huang is still living in a reverse world, Z immediately restrained the joy on his face. I can't be in a hurry. With the power of Vibrant, Giratina should not take the initiative to hurt her. Z comforted himself after letting out a long breath. Immediately after Z put away Lai Kongzai and Kang Xiang, his mind moved, and suddenly, an ultimate hole was opened in front of him. However, after pondering for a few seconds, Z still closed the ultimate hole. After all, no matter what, Rusumanai did him a big favor without hesitation. It was not good to say goodbye so directly. Forget it. Let go back the same way. With a sigh, Z stretched his palm to Shinado. Sana tilde. With a gentle smile, Shinado gently wrapped around Z's outstretched left arm. Next second, The lavender hood wrapped around one person and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. In the gloomy ultimate deep sea, under the reflection of the luminous coral-like crystal, the bottom of the ultimate cave opened by the blue stance energy. Wearing uniform, but clearly standing in 2 rows of 8 people, stationed on both sides of the ultimate cave. 4 men and 1 woman on the left, and as loose as they are, full of the spirit of the army, with similar body shape. Both men and women have short hair. From left to right, they are women, men and men. Tree owl, Eluador, Gengar, fiery roaring tiger and desert dragonfly. The 3 on the right are of different height, except for the indifferent ponytail woman at the head, standing still like an eagle. The rest, a man and a woman, a dwarf girl, and a hooded dwarf girl, were all wrapped by a virtual id wrapped up, floating in the air. Beside the ponytail woman stood a pheromone who was playing with a shiny luminous stone, and the lanky young man was playing the game of tossing his head around with a clown who was afraid of banging his head next to him. The head, of course, is the head of the bang head clown. The head of the bang head clown is composed of incredible spark. Not only can the head be picked up at will, but also repeated explosions and reconversion. All 3 have their own characteristics, which are impressive, and the 3 of them were without exception, and their skin color was all that bloodless bluish white. It didn't look like a normal living person's face. It was creepy. In fact, these 3 people are indeed not the normal aborigines of the elf world. They are all descendants of the ultimate metropolis. Now, they are taken in and under the jurisdiction of Lusumanai. Together with 5 other people, they formed the most sharp and secret sword and shield under the hands of Lusamine, the ultimate special attack team. And now, they were asked to guard the ultimate cave at this end, waiting for Z's return. On the floating island in the extreme deep sea, there was complete silence, except for the noise made by the self-entertaining, tossing head game between the skinny young man with purple hair and the banging clown. Ellipsis. But, after playing for a while, the purple-haired youth seemed to feel a little bored. After waving his hand to let his partner, the clown with a head to play, he stepped closer to the ponytail woman. By the way, Deputy Mia, we have been waiting here for almost a whole day. When will the kid come back? This ultimate space is quite dangerous. If he is trapped somewhere, can't we just keep waiting like this? If you want me to say, no, we'll split into 2 teams. Let Captain Anna and the others continue to station a few of us, or I'll just go find that kid alone. How about that? The purple-haired youth rambled on, expressing his opinion. But obviously, whether it was the ponytailed woman named Mia, or the opposite Anna and others, no one paid him any attention. Seeing this, the purple-haired youth immediately pouted. Really, it's really tiring to be with you bunch of stuffy gourd. But I'm serious, even if you need to be stationed in the ultimate cave, there's no need for the whole team to wait here, right? What's more, I don't know why that kid died. Not finished yet, _. In the next second, an irresistible thought force suddenly pressed down from above, directly slapping the purple-haired youth on the ground. Just as the bang-headed clown beside him was about to make a move, he immediately followed in the footsteps of his trainer. Everyone was shocked, but then, "I am sorry everyone," accompanied by a warm voice, Baizi and Shanae duo, who were wrapped in the hood, came to the sky above everyone in the blink of an eye. After nodding to a few people, after taking a casual glance, under the control of Shinado, no one went to the ultimate hole where the stand was open. Baizi left, the thought power suppressed by the purple-haired youth and the bang-headed clown immediately dissipated. This is so. The purple-haired youth, whose face was full of blood and could not hold back the tears in his eyes, struggled to get up, his eyes full of anger, but the rest of the people ignored him. After opening the elf bracelet and determining some of Baizi's appearance, he walked towards the ultimate cave in turn. Only the dwarf girl who seemed to be parasitized deliberately fell behind. Worry comes out of the mouth. Behind. The purple-haired youth twitched at the corners of his mouth. 543. Blackening. The murderous Rushamanai. The feeling that Baizi brought to pass through the ultimate void again is very different from before. A sense of control at will, shrinking, expanding or closing. Even in the ultimate, open a fork in the inside of the cave and turn it back to the ultimate base, and he can do it. Vice versa. Really good power of authority. At this moment, Baizi's mind flashed through several tactics using the ultimate hole, and between thought, he had already seen a flower, and reappeared in the secret laboratory. Baizi, you're back. As soon as Baizi appeared, Lusamanai immediately greeted her. Her face was obviously tired, but her expression was obviously relieved. What, are you worried about me? Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her, who looked nervous and weighed herself up and down, Baizi smiled suddenly, stretched out his hand and scratched on Lusamanai's nose, and asked. However, as soon as this action was completed, both of them were stunned. 25. That, Baizi opened his mouth, and just when he was about to explain that he accidentally took her as his own Lusamanai said first, "By the way, has your business been done?" Lusamanai's cheeks were slightly red, her jade fingers were slender, and she gathered up the soft golden threads around her ears, showing a light and familiar demeanor that was decidedly different from that of the little girl. All kinds of styles. Ling Baizi's eyes couldn't help but cross a ray of surprise. It done. Baizi nodded. At this time, several people walked out of the ultimate hole behind him one after another, and the thin young man with purple hair walked last, and, intentionally or unintentionally, hid behind the rest of the people. Baizi glanced at him casually, and then withdrew his gaze. Although that Zimao was not willing to stop him, Baizi actually didn't take it to heart, and Shinado had already taught him a lesson, so it was regarded as a small punishment. But, before Shinado sensed the 8 unknown breath, it must have come from this group of people. The 3 ultimate alien beasts, and the 5 elves, all above the heavenly king high rank. The strongest blocking triowl has even reached the intermediate level of the champion, and the slightly weaker Philomelody is also the ultimate beast who has just entered the champion level. So powerful. But in terms of the top level combat power on the bright side, the general regional alliance is not enough for this team to fight. And this, it seems that it is just a private army under the hands of Lusamine. It's amazing. Baizi couldn't help but sigh. That's right, Baizi. Rusamine's voice sounded again, interrupting his reverie. The voice was weak, but it contained expectation. Are you free next time? I mean, if you are not in a hurry. Rusamine asked cautiously. If you ask a question, you have to take a look at Baizi's expression, as if he was afraid of causing Baizi's displeasure at all. On the other side, the purple-haired eyeballs who saw this scene were about to pop out. The rest of the people, although their expressions did not change, they couldn't help but stun secretly. You must know that the impression that the former Lusamine gave them was only strong, tyrannical, and unstoppable. Now, this is just like a little girl who is in love. Baizi frowned slightly. He is not blind like many novel male protagonists. Of course, he can feel the different feelings of Rusamanai that can hardly be concealed. If it's normal, he naturally doesn't mind staying and talking with this royal sister like Rusamine. But now, he really doesn't have time, and he's not in the mood to do it. Sorry. Baizi smiled apologetically and responded, it's not that I don't want to give you this face. I really have something to do. If you delay another minute, there will be more variables. That good. Wait for me to solve it. After this matter, how about coming to Alola to find you again? It's okay. Rusamanai couldn't hide her disappointment, but she hurriedly shook her head and said, since there is an urgent matter, then I won't force you to stay. By the way, from her waist pocket, she took out a slightly crumpled note with a bit of sweat stuck to it. After a bit of a hassle to smooth it out, he handed it to Baizi. This is my private communication number. If you need any help, you can contact me at any time. Good. Baizi took the slightly damp note, glanced at the handsome handwritten numbers on it, said nothing, nodded, and simply accepted it. I have have something for you too. Saying that, Baizi took out 2 pokeballs from his pocket, sparkling pink pendant. This is when he was on the road with pink diamonds plus ultimate balls and deluxe balls. A pair of diamond elf ball earrings made by the spirit ball maker. That is, it can be used as a pokeball or as an accessory. Hey Tilda, I made this myself. It's a thank you gift to thank you for your help. How about it? Accept it. Thank you Tilda. Mina reached out and took it with a surprised look on her face. After looking at it for a while, she turned her hair to the side, took off the 2 gold-studded gemstone earrings, and threw them aside at will. Just about to bring myself. Think about it. Rusumanai suddenly spread out her hand, held up the earrings in front of Baizi, and said a little shyly, okay, can you help me wear them? Of course. Looking at the beautiful face in front of her with hope, Baizi nodded without hesitation, and took the earrings from Rusumanai's hand. He stroked his hair. The white swan's neck was up, and the crystal earlobes were flush. Baizi approached slightly, and in the faint fragrance, he carefully hung the earring, and then the other side. Okay. Getting up, looking at the pink pendant that complements the white skin, Baizi smiled with satisfaction. It's perfect. Thank you Tilda. Mana smiled weakly. Subsequently, Baizi said his goodbyes again. After the two said their goodbyes, Rusumanai opened the protective device in the laboratory. In her eyes, she watched Baizi and Shinado disappear in the momentarily moving microcosm. In the light, I don't know if it's an illusion, but Rusumanai always feels that the strange colored Shinado shaves him before leaving. Illusion. Rusamina didn't take it to heart. Touched the earring. Looking at the laboratory that was already empty, the bright and pretty face was gradually covered with a haze. Thus hand pressed on the push handle and moved forward a bunch. Click tilde. The space blockade and defense device of the laboratory is activated again. 544. Gray cleaning. Alien killer 1 attribute. Empty. Underscore. As Lusamine activated the laboratory space blockade and protective equipment, a paranoid momentum filled the entire laboratory room. Cold. The purple-haired youth shuddered subconsciously. He could figure out what was going on. The ponytail girl he called Mia's deputy team knelt down in front of Lusamine's eyes with a cough. With a voice without the slightest fluctuation, he pleaded in a low voice, "Boss, for the sake of Frank's hard work in the past, let him die." Rusamanai took a deep look at one of her most powerful assistants before saying, "So, you want to accompany him?" Mia was not talking. She quietly stepped aside, and the little loli of Zuwuyed quickly ran away from Frank's side when she saw this. The other 5 people were already very tacitly distributed in 5 corners surrounding Frank. What do you mean?" It was only at this moment that Frank with purple hair exclaimed in hindsight. Subsequently, as if trying to understand something, she looked at Rusamine with a look of disbelief. You are going to kill me just because of what I said before." He is a Heavenly King level trainer. Even in the most prosperous period of the Grand Metropolis, the Heavenly Kings were the top figure standing above tens of thousands of people. Now, in order to accept the asylum of the Ether Foundation, he condescended to become a private thug who was always on call by Rusamine. "You've already made 1 or 2 wrong words, and you're about to lose your life." He measured his head. Yu Guangzong. He found that the clown who had been close to him for a long time was leaning against the corner, completely ignoring his eyes for help, throwing himself away, and having fun. This ultimate beast, who has been his partner for almost 2 years, has obviously abandoned him. This is normal. The ace main force of all the members of the special attack team was personally selected, incubated and trained by Lusamanai, who is said to be their partner, but the actual owner was Lusamanai, and not just Bright. Except for the more special illusory eye, the other 6 people, including Mia, were also adopted and trained by Lushamanai since childhood. Only Frank, because the previous clown was unfortunately killed while completing the mission, he was selected from the ultimate people sheltered by Lusamanai 2 years ago. As a supplement, he joined the ultimate commando. Perhaps because of this, he lacked a trace of awe. And this moment, Frank's heart is full of resentment, dissatisfaction, and unwillingness. A ray of scarlet rushed into his eyes. Against his blue-white complexion, like a ghost, his fists were clenched tightly together. But in the next second, he seemed to accept his fate, and he knelt on the floor with a puff. His body shuddered and shrank into a ball. Rusamine's face was expressionless. On the other side, the illusory-eyed little Lolita glanced at Frank, who was shrunk into a ball, and shook her head. It was at this time Frank, who had been shrunk into a ball, suddenly jumped up from the ground, and he did not know when he had grasped a metal-colored Pokeball that had been unlocked and enlarged. He raised his right arm, and was about to throw it in the direction of Rusamine, but he was only halfway there. Next moment, swish, as 5 afterimages flashed by, Frank froze in place in an instant. His neck was crossed by a Lu Rado's staggered arm knife, and the right arm holding the elf ball was clenched by the flaming roaring tiger. His left arm and legs were covered with quicksand, and a grimace appeared in the shadows under his feet. Behind the blocking tree owl, a paw is quietly stepping on his shadow. Gollum, underscore. The pokeball slipped from Frank's palm and rolled into the shadows behind him. Slap tilde. In the white light, an elf shaped like a circus clown, this is actually a clown with a bang. Lucamine's eyes were slightly cold. To know, according to her order, all the ultimate people were not allowed to own the Ultra Beast. Even if it is to subdue ordinary spirit, it must be declared. And this banging clown is obviously not within the scope of her knowledge and approval. Clean up, Tilda. Then, Lucamine turned to look at the ponytail woman with a tight body. Her eyes darkened. Mia, call me all the ultimate citizens in the settlement area. After speaking, Lucamine stopped talking, touched the earring, seemed to have calmed down a little, turned her head and walked towards the independent elevator. Yes, Mia complied respectfully. After Lucamine entered the elevator and left, she raised her head and stood in front of the short-haired woman headed by the other side. The expressionless face, the chill is even worse. Captain, please let me come. Named. Anna glanced at the colleague. He didn't speak, just raised his chin towards his hand. She knows very well that after today, all the ultimate people have been cleaned up. Frank will never be alone. Emma attaches great importance to the character of her relative. I am afraid that at this time it will strip Frank off. Several commando members of the SHIELD group got out of the way. Let Mia come to Frank's side. Deputy team. There was a look of help in Frank's eyes, but the next moment, zip, click, Mia's sharp straight punch suddenly shattered Frank's throat. Back off a bit. Frank, who was let go, clutched his neck in pain, and gradually collapsed on the ground. Should come. It all happened so fast that the banging clown didn't even have time to react, and saw the owner on the verge of death. West, the lantern-like head was directly taken off by it, and the ultimate aura of the king level was suddenly revealed. But the next moment, did it, clattered Tilda. With a crisp claw tapping sound, a pair of scarlet beast pupils gradually lit up from behind the slamming clown. Immediately after, with a wooden mask on its head and its whole body up and down, it looks like a beast composed of several creatures roaming out, and with the appearance of this elf that seemed to be randomly assembled by human beings, the bang-toed clown suddenly froze in place like a freeze frame. Not just this banging clown, all the extreme beasts present subconsciously tightened their bodies, as if facing the natural enemy. That being said, there is no problem, because this peculiar elf in front of him is one of the highest experimental results of the Ether Foundation, and it is specially used to fight against, or even hunt, the artificial elf of the ultimate alien beast. Attribute, empty. 545. Arrive in the desert city and search the city with unscrupulous mind power. Baizi naturally knew nothing of what happened in the laboratory. After being teleported to a high altitude by Shanae Duo, he released Lai Kongxi again, left Alola's boundary, and headed towards the desert city of Carlos. Boom, underscore. There were sonic booms, the sea of clouds rolled over, and Baizi sat cross-legged on top of Lai Kong's head, and beside him was Shanado, who was holding the hood. Hoopa. Baizi's eyes were heavy, his thoughts urging in his mind, and he began to formulate the direction of action for the goal of the trip. First, of course, to find Hoopa. Then, it is to release Hoopa's shackles so that it is no longer limited by the limitation that it cannot pass through the light wheel. Compared to this, Tenno's power to liberate Hoopa is rather inferior need. But then again, if you simply want to make Hoopa go through the light wheel, then what is needed is to make Hoopa understand the meaning of discipline. This Hoopa refers to the little Hoopa who lived in the Valley of Creation for nearly 100 years, but also the evil shadow Hoopa who was sealed in the jug of punishment and blinded by anger. The so-called understanding the meaning of punishment, in fact, is to let Hoopa accept labor reform and become a beast again. Little Hoopa is fine, although there are some restrictions. In fact, he has always been very happy in the Valley of Creation. That little bit of unruly behavior will naturally be spent long ago. But evil shadow Hoopa is different. It was sealed in the dark jug of punishment for more than 100 years, and that unruly stubbornness has already turned into anger and resentment. Even if it is sealed for another 100 years, I am afraid it will only make its resentment. Anger intensifies. In the original, by sharing his wonderful experience in the Valley of Creation, the little devil god Hoopa successfully purifies the evil shadow. To be honest, Baizi did not expect it. After all, in his opinion, everyone is one body, and as a result, the pot of punishment is one point. I have endured loneliness and anger for more than 100 years, but you are happy and have someone to accompany and care about. Show me. Surely this isn't exciting. Can only say, whether it is the little devil god Hoopa or the evil shadow Hoopa, in essence, they are all pure. Evil shadow is still so simple in this real world, then maybe the difficulty of his trip to achieve his goal will become much easier. I hope so. By TFEDZ sighed inwardly. If not, then you can only plan for the worst first. A head-to-head duel with evil shadow Hoopa, and even a number of top legends. Sure, underscore. 3 days later, with the sound of breaking air, Baizi slowly landed on the desert outside the desert city under the protection of Shanado's hood. Thank you for your hard work, Shanado. After taking out a few super energy cubes to feed the slightly tired Shanado, Baizi put away Shanado and stepped onto a sand dune. Looking out into the distance, it was already faintly visible. Coastal City, Desert City, a city located in the south of the the northwest coastline of Carlos has a long history, but its rise is short, only 100 years. It is surrounded by the largest coastal desert in the Carlos area, and the huge mountain range behind Panhang blocks the passage to the inland, so the land transportation is very inconvenient, and it basically relies on shipping and freighters to dump and buy supplies. EPUB. After the desert town developed more than 100 years ago with a windfall that has yet to be explained, a large number of crystal mines of attributes were discovered in the surrounding and underground of the city. According to the survey results of the Alliance's professional survey team, the total amount of attribute crystalline ore veins around and underground in the desert city is close to 1/7 of the attribute crystalline ore veins in the entire Carlos area. So, Desert City is also known as the city on the mine. In terms of wealth alone, even among the cities in the entire elf world, it ranked first. Looking around, the most striking thing is naturally the Desert Tower, standing in the middle of the city. It is said, there lies the power of Arceus, and according to the expression in the original anime, it is also the place where the traveler, Guli, as well as his grandson Balza and granddaughter Miley, built and restored the pot of retribution more than 100 years ago. I don't know if Hoopa and Miley have come to Desert City at this time. Baizi's eyes turned slightly. He restrained his thoughts, summoned the wind speed dog, jumped on the dog's back, and headed towards the Desert City. The only places where Hoopa appeared were the Desert City and the Valley of Creation. However, compared to the hidden and difficult to find Valley of Creation, Desert City is much easier to find. Therefore, Baizi is going to go to the Desert City to take a look. It is best to find Hoopa in the Desert City. If he can't find it, it means that Hoopa at this time has not been taken out of the Valley of Creation by Miley, or he is on his way to the Desert City. I hope to be here. Otherwise, he could only search for the Valley of Creation in the vast desert according to the extremely limited clues in his mind. Even in the desert, a needle is found in a haystack. Between thought, Baizi officially arrived at the outskirts of the Desert City with many high-rise buildings in the rapid speed of the wind speed dog. He did not enter the city immediately, but stopped at the edge of the city. In most cities, riding beasts is not allowed. Desert City is naturally the same. Moreover, Baizi didn't intend to ride the wind speed dog like a headless fly to search the streets and alleys of the Desert City in a stupid way. This distance should almost be enough. After roughly estimating the depth and scope of the entire city, Baizi took a deep breath and said slowly, hopefully, there is no superpower system that is too powerful in this city. Elves are superhuman. Next second, the surging spiritual power instantly centered on Baizi, fanning out towards the hustle and bustle of the city ahead, rushing away unscrupulously. 546. Ohuo tilde offending a king plus champion, please complete order. This was the first time that Baizi was so reckless and used his mental power to scan with full firepower. To be honest, this behavior is very taboo. Although the mental scan will not be able to see through, but those who have sensed it will probably have a sense of prying like being scanned by X-rays. This is almost like a provocation. For women, it's no different from being a hooligan. However, Baizi obviously can't care so much at this moment. Spiritual power continues to spread. It didn't take long for it to stretch across half of the city and continue to spread towards the other half of the city. Baizi scanned very carefully, otherwise with the speed at which his spiritual power spread, he might have swept across the city in the blink of an eye. The first half of the city didn't have, neither does Center Street. Then, only the tourist scenic spots along the coast are left. With the continuous spread of mental power, Baizi, who has been getting nothing, his eyebrows gradually twitched, and just when his mental power swept across the coast just now, two unfamiliar mental powers suddenly rose up like dress, one after the other, quickly blocking Baizi's mental power exploration. Rude. In a desert house west of the Desert City Center, a blonde girl dressed in gauze and with knee-length hair as if being held up by an invisible force suddenly raised her eyebrows, almost knocking over her hand. Milkshake up. Catalia never thought of it. Just going to the desert city of Carlos to taste some local delicacies. You will meet a guy who dares to perform indiscriminate mental scans so unscrupulously. Although she has experience training in the battle development zone, she is no longer as irritable as she was in the early years, who can basically restrain her superpower from running wild. After serving as the 4 heavenly kings of Hajong, he showed an elegant and noble attitude. But this does not mean that Catalia is a good temper. She was simply able to control her anger and hide her arrogance deep within her bone. In essence, Catalia is still the eldest lady of the Hajong superpower family whose eyes are higher than the top, and the weak see nothing. Blonde float. Catalia's mental power surged almost as soon as Baizi's mental power touched her body, and launched a counterattack with the most ferocious attitude. But, if Catalia's mental power is like a storm rising from the table, then Baizi's mental power is like an undercurrent hidden in the bottom of the sea. At the moment of contact between the two parties, Baizi's mental power suddenly rushed left and right in Catalia's manic and majestic but not subtle mental power like a swimming fish. In an instant, it bypassed the mental power power that Catalia blocked and crossed, and it passed through Catalia's body, and soon disappeared into the distance. Subconsciously tightening the collar of her clothes, Catalia's face lushed red. A moment. Bang! The milkshake in front of Catalia's table exploded in a tremor, and in an instant, the superpower shock from the explosion completely tore everything around Catalia. The house shook, and the ground cracked with cobweb-like gap. What the matter? Ah, Earth! Is there an earthquake? Exclamations rang out in the dessert house and even in the nearby street. And then, whoosh! A blue psychic force directly wrapped Catalia and swept away rapidly towards the desert area of Desert City to the east. Meanwhile, on the other side, in an open-air restaurant just 1,000 meters away from where Catalia is located, Kalunai, who was sitting under a sun umbrella tasting the freezing point, pursed her lips lightly, her face full of pleasant enjoyment. Since Yankai lost to the little girl from Galar in the ranking battle of the tournament, the entire Carlos was almost in a state of turmoil. As the platoon of the Carlos Alliance, Karuna, who is the champion, is dealing with the official affairs of the Alliance and performing her career, and she spends the rest of her time in the pursuit of various supervisors, passing through the block. To be honest, as an Alliance champion and against the Grand Duchess of the castle, she is not afraid of challenges, but such a degree of persecution. As for flowers, it still made Karuna a little tired physically and mentally. Today, it was her afternoon tea time that she finally came out to reward herself after finishing a scene in the desert. Fortunately, the desert city's characteristic oasis dessert, Freezing Point, really lives up to its reputation. Even though she has eaten countless gourmet desserts, Karuna has to admit that this unique flavor is indeed unique. When the ice cream is over, let's try the eponymous dessert house, Karuna thought leisurely. And right now, feeling the Shinado Pokeball that was the only thing she was carrying around her waist, Karuna, who suddenly trembled, raised her clothes in confusion. Next second, Mega stone necklace hanging around his head quickly flashed out of the white light. In Karuna's suspicious eye, directly using Kalunai as the center of the circle, he created a mask covering a square garden of several meters for one person and one pet. Karuna almost subconsciously pinched the keystone in front of her chest and entered a state of preparation for battle. Shinado, what happened? Shinado's face was slightly annoyed, and the tone in his telepathy was unusually cold. Kalunai, someone used a wide range of mental power to scan the city just now. Scan the whole city. Karuna's face was stunned for a moment, and then she immediately reacted. Wait, people, what do you mean? Someone with superpowers has carried out a mental scan of the whole city. Yes, Shinado nodded, adding, and a human male. Karuna's eyelids jumped, her face lightly cold. She turned to look at her partner beside her. Shinado, you should have already determined his position, right? Of course. P.S. Catalia follows the character design of the game in the special chapter. Karuna is considered comprehensive. In the special chapter, her Shinado Mega Stone is on her forehead, which is very beautiful. Chi 547. The indestructible bond. The little girl who did not grow. Please complete the order. This is a hornet's nest. At the edge of the desert city, Bai Zi, who was sitting on the back of the wind speed dog, slowly restrained his mental strength. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he smiled helplessly while touching his forehead. Although he was ready to be discovered before using his mental power to scan the city, but be prepared to be prepared. He never thought that he would run into a superpower king of Hujong and the local league champion of Carlos. The most important thing is that, despite paying such a price, he was unable to find Xiaohupa in the desert city. Alas, Bai Zi sighed softly. Look up. Looking at the blue hood that was galloping along with the sound of breaking wind in the air, his expression suddenly collapsed. Well, the troublemaker has come. Sister Catalia's little Sanchi, go to hell. Catalia, who was wrapped in the phoenix, was too lazy to talk nonsense with Bai Zi. Her blue eyes showed a azure luster, and a turbulent bullet suddenly smashed towards Bai Zi. The wind speed dog snorted immediately, and in an instant, an invisible hot wind exhaled, and instantly burned the incoming thought power. Think, I can explain. Bai Zi finished his words with a slight twitching of the corners of his mouth, and then shook his head. Okay, it seems that I need to explain it to you in a different way. Then why don't you give me an explanation as well? The gentle girl rang. Bai Zi turned his head and saw Miss Karuna, the champion of Carlos, with a slightly cold face, and, beside her, Shinado with a mega stone decoration on her forehead, and the one who touched Bai Zi's eyes in an instant. Karuna lightly twisted the Super Evolution keystone necklace on her chest. Faint smile. Mega Evolution. Na. In the melodious chanting sound, Shinado crossed his arms and burst into a dazzling white light. Ching. The light burst, and the super evolutionary Shinado reappeared in the little star. Ray. Super Shinado. Attribute. Super. Fairy. Characteristic. Fairy skin. Movements with general attributes will become fairy attribute, and the power will be slightly increased. Level. Champion Extreme. Mega Temporary Blessing. Champion Advanced. Level 78. 99 100. Potential. Champion. HP 58. Attack 85. Defense 65. Special attack 165. Special defense 135. Speed 100. Skill. Psychic power. Destruction. Death light. Spiritual strong mind. Spiritual impact. Charging beam. Genetic skill. Immobilization method. Prop. Mega evolution stone. Closing parenthesis closing square bracket. Status. Perfect. Introduction. Karuna's ace partner, Shinado, has a uniquely gifted and strong mental power, and an indestructible bond with Karuna. Aggressive. And, if I read it right just now, this Shinado's mega stone is on the forehead. From this point of view, I'm afraid it's not just the Karuna in the anime version. A special one, was a flash of thought in Bai Zi's eye. No wonder the introduction column specifically mentioned the bond between him and Karuna. According to the plot in the special chapter, even though Karuna and Shinado were wrapped in the transforming skill, magic bait, that Pacula used with the long-tailed firefox, they still successfully achieved super evolution. To know skill, magic bait, is to make the prop in the space useless. It is precisely because of this that Pacula has to sink the magic bait and put Karuna and the Shinado as buried in the ground. I have to mention it here, the use of skills in the special chapter is really more than 10 streets in the game animation. And at the same time, with the completion of the super evolution of Xanadu of Karuna, the other side, Catalya in midair, looking at the windspeed dog, is full of surprise. She knows how strong her superpower is. Although it is not subtle, its strength is perfect. It's enough to compare to the ordinary super-type Heavenly King level L. In addition, he shot with anger, let alone a human being. A single blow to the ground was enough to overturn most of the street in an instant. But this wind speed dog is just a heat breath that doesn't even count as a complete kill, so it directly incinerates itself into invisible. This level of fire attribute strength and control, even the Vulcan moth in the hands of their combined champion Adek, is hard to match. But Catalya is not the kind of temperament that she will swallow her anger when the other party is wrong. Addition, the Carlos champion Karuna, who is also annoyed and came to trouble this guy 2-on-1, it is not without the strength of a fight. Amid the agitation of invisible spiritual power, 1, 2, 3, a total of 6 Pokeballs emerged around her. Immediately after, click, 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 accompanied by the sound of the Pokeball opening, Miss Gerda, the artificial cell egg, the dream eclipse, the symbolic bird, the giant golden monster, and the bronze bell, all of them appeared one by one. And Catalya was also in this, fully armed, slowly falling on the ground. Miss Gerda, Heavenly King Advanced, level 68, 6100. Dream Eclipse, Heavenly King Advanced, level 66, 85-100. Artificial Cell Egg, Heavenly King Intermediate, level 65, 95-100. Symbol Bird, the Beginning of the King of Heaven, level 63, 20-100. Bronze Bell, Beginning of the King of Heaven, level 61, 50-100. Giant Golden Monster, Heavenly King Advanced, level 67, 10-100. Baizi casually glanced in the direction of Catalya, and instantly found out the general strength of this well-known 4.3 superpower system king's main power. Subsequently, he turned his gaze and was very satisfied, but Karuna, who was wearing a coat and a dancing skirt, couldn't help but flash a ray of surprise in his eyes. According to the image in the anime or manga, between Catalya and Karuna, Baizi prefers Catalya, but now I see it with my own eye. In front of Karuna's dazzling demeanor, Catalya was like a little girl who had not yet opened her eyes. After thinking about it, Baizi narrowed his eyes and said with a light smile, "But Miss Karuna looks like she's just asking me for an explanation. P.S. Dress up Karuna, it's so beautiful." 548. Harvest Alliance King plus Champion Captive. Nothing. Lunai still maintained a smiling expression, and between the word, in the dark blue pupils, a faint cold light flashed. "I just want to make you lose the ability to resist before asking. It just power." Shanido. Sana tilde. Super Xanaduo raised his hand. All of a sudden, Baizi felt that countless waves of thoughts were suddenly surging in all directions, and they quickly closed in the direction of himself and the wind speed dog. At the same time, several lines of thought power behind him also rose up in an instant, turned into thought rope, and headed towards Baizi bundle. "Originally, I didn't mind dealing with you guys, but I'm sorry." Facing the power of thought, Baizi's eyes gradually deepened, and he gently patted the wind speed dog on the back. "I don't have that much free time now." Words fall. Wu tilde. An invisible coercion, accompanied by the low roar of the wind speed dog, came out through the body. Characteristic. Intimidation. All of a sudden, it seemed that everything around him had come to a standstill for a while. Immediately after, circles and circles of energy swept in all directions with the wind speed dog as the center, and the wind pressure blew, pushing the boundless gravel layer 25 to retreat, and clearing a large wet rock layer on the edge of the city. And everyone or elves within this range felt a tremor in their brain, and when they recovered, they found themselves lying on the ground. This guy, Kalunai, who was guarded by Super Shinado, was half prostrate on the sand sand, looking suspiciously at Baizi, who rolled down from the back of the Windspeed dog and walked slowly towards him. You are a champion. Even if she is not a belligerent person, she is extremely confident in her own strength Shinado. But now, this lost self-confidence was instantly disillusioned. She is proud of the strongest age, Shinado, in the state of super evolution. Even a simple intimidation from the opponent's Windspeed dog can't stop. The difference is really too big. He came to the front of one person and one pet, and looked at Shinado, who was finally forced to release the super evolution under the pressure of the Windspeed dog wave after wave. Baizi's eyes were involuntarily attracted by Karuna, her beautiful back exposed because her coat was blown away. However, although he is not a decent gentleman, he did not intend to take advantage of others' dangers. Come forward. In Karuna's vigilant and shy eyes, she touched 5.6 and retrieved Shinado's Pokeball and put it away, then got up again and retrieved her coat and put it on Karuna's back. Karuna breathed a sigh of relief, and Baizi then threw it casually, and threw the Pokeball with Shinado in the direction of the Windspeed dog. Woo tilde. Immediately, a fiery red imprint phantom flew out from the Windspeed dog forehead, and was printed on Shinado's elf ball, leaving a mark shaped like a flame. Slap, underscore. The Pokeball then fell into the sand. Immediately after, inside the Pokeball, Shinado struggled frantically as if he was feeling it, but the Pokeball, which was easy to break free in the past, was now like an indestructible cage, making it can't get rid of it at all. Baizi glanced at it and didn't care. He is very clear. Unless it is a master ball, let alone a championship level, even if it reaches the king level, ordinary Pokeballs can't be locked at all. However, after the Windspeed dog was officially promoted to the realm of the god, in addition to the change in strength, it also possessed a lot of strange power. For example, use the power of the burning authority to create a seal mark, and in this way, unless the Windspeed dog takes the initiative to untie it or Xanadu also break through the god's domain level, otherwise Shinado would not be able to escape from the Pokeball at all. Immediately after, Baizi came to Catalia, who was 5 body on the ground again, and turned over for the other party under the eyes of the other party, who were ashamed and angry. Take off the Pokeball, and seal all her sick hands like the same method. Then, stepping down and squatting over Catalia's body, he pulled away the messy waterfall hair of the other party, looked at the other party's stubborn gaze that showed no signs of weakness, and couldn't help but chuckle. It's really a little bastard. Wordfall. Without waiting for the other party to respond, he pointed directly on Catalia's forehead. All of a sudden, the scorching white radiance of thought power rose from Baizi's eyes and fingertip, one after another, pouring into Catalia's body. Skill. Mental blockade. Catalia only felt that a tyrannical mental force was rampaging in her mind, and the severe pain almost broke through her temple. But soon, she felt the pain go away like a tide, and her whole brain seemed to lighten up. At the same time, the luster in Baizi's eyes gradually disappeared. He retracted his palm, got up and looked in the direction of the Windspeed dog. Okay. The word just fell. Call. Karuna and Catalia both felt their bodies loosen and collapse on the ground. Soon, Karuna struggled to sit up from the sand, but Catalia, who turned over and sat up behind Baizi, suddenly flashed a tyrannical look in her eyes, and raised her palms to aim at the top of Baizi's head. He hesitated. He turned to Baizi's legs again and grabbed it abruptly. However, something that surprised Catalia happened. The mental power that was originally violent at the touch of as if disappeared. Grip again. Grip again. Grip again. Moment. The anger on Catalia's face turned to stun. She lowered her head, looked at her hands in disbelief, and whispered, my superpower. Don't worry, your superpower has not disappeared, but it was temporarily blocked by my mental power. Baizi's voice sounded. The same goes for the Pokeball, which I temporarily sealed up. As he said that, he sent Karuna and Catalia's Pokeballs back to the two of them with his mind power. Karuna picked up the elf ball in front of her with a complicated look, glanced at Baizi, and then softly comforted Shinado, who was still trying to break the seal. And the other side. 437. The disheveled Catalia completely ignored the Pokeball that fell in front of her, stared straight at Baizi's profile, and said, mental power blockade. Such mental power skill. Are you a member of the Kanto superpower family? Baizi's eyes twitched slightly, but he obviously didn't want to answer Catalia, but turned his eyes to Karuna, who put away the Pokeball. Next, I need to ask the two young ladies to accompany me for a while. When I finish the matter, I will explain it to the two of you. Quote. So, you want to kidnap us? Karuna raised her eyes and said after a long time. Does Miss Karuna understand that? Baizi blinked, smiling harmlessly. So, it's fine. In order to avoid these two backgrounds being more profound than the other, it will bring unnecessary obstacles to their next action. It was obviously impossible for Baizi to just let these two women who had been offended so badly by him, but in the end, it was his fault. Therefore, it is impossible for him to really do anything to the two of them. Only temporarily keeping them by his side is the best way. In all, this trip to the desert city city. First of all, won the Alliance King plus Alliance Champion prisoner each. It's really gratifying. 549. Search to no avail. Unexpected joy of superpowers is like looking for a needle in a haystack, but this is the last resort. Now Baizi first needs to determine whether Hoopa and Miley have left the Valley of Creation. That is to say, he first needed to find the location of the Valley of Creation. At this point, it is much simpler than finding a needle in a haystack in the desert. After all, although the Valley of Creation is not shown on the map of the Carlos Alliance from the original work, the Valley of Creation is obviously not far from the desert city. Otherwise, it is also impossible to build the desert tower forging the pot of retribution in the center of the desert city. The words of the valley. Baizi opened the virtual map of Carlos displayed above the elf bracelet and gradually zoomed into focus on the west side of the herringbone mountain range surrounding the unnamed desert, adjacent to the desert on the area of. Here is the valley area closest to the desert city. There are dozens of large and small valleys, but it is much simpler than finding someone in the desert. Quickly arrange positioning and navigation. Do some thought. Baizi took back the wind speed dog and released the steel-armored crow. Woo! The steel-armored crow, which is enough to be called a giant bird, attracted the attention of Karuna and Catalia as soon as it appeared. Although I have heard of Galar's gigantic transformation, this is indeed their first time. Once I saw such a huge elf. Not just them. The appearance of the steel-armored crow also made many residents in the city look at it, and Baizi's mental power sensed that many people were already rushing towards the edge of the city. Miss Karuna, Miss Catalia, it's time for us to go. Baizi reminded aloud. Karuna was also very aware of the current affairs and did not refute, but just glanced at Baizi lightly and brought her skirt to the front of Steel Armor Crow. Her bright eyes flickered, and with her eyesight she could naturally see that this steel-armored crow was not just a mere appearance, but a real champion. What a little monster! Karuna sneered in her heart, but then, looking at the giant steel-armored crow reminding her, she suddenly got into trouble. Before, with Shinado, she could teleport directly to it. Even in the past, with the physique of her championship-level trainer, she is also confident that she can climb up. But now, Kalunai glanced at the two long white legs that were exposed under the backless dancing skirt under her jacket, and her face suddenly became embarrassed. I am sorry. At this moment, a peaceful voice suddenly sounded from the side. Karuna just had time to turn her head to look at the person who came. Next second, I felt my waist tighten. Immediately afterward, a flower appeared in the groove in the steel armor crow's head armor. Karuna, who recovered quickly, frowned slightly. Just about to speak, Baizi has already let go of his palm one step ahead, leaned slightly, and looked at Catalia below. Pull me up, and don't touch it with your dog paw. Woo! Before Catalia finished speaking, she saw Baizi raise his palm and grab her. The girl just looked up, and the eyes of the two met in midair. Next second, it felt like the world was turned upside down for a while, and in the violent dizziness, Baizi used his thought power to directly drag him up. Catalia retched for a while. Her eyes were half-squinted, and she stared at Baizi fiercely. You bastard. Go away. Baizi ignored this Han who didn't seem to be afraid. After waving his hand and putting down a layer of phoenix, he patted on the head armor of the steel-armored crow. Wow! The steel-armored crow suddenly fluttered its wing, and the yellow sand rolled into the sky. The speed of the steel-armored crow is not as fast as that of Lai Kongzai, but it is not slow, and the reason why Baizi changed to the steel-armored crow is also in the mind of whether he can meet Hoopa and Miley by chance along the way. But it's a pity. Until sunset, Baizi, who traversed the entire desert, did not foresee this person's favor. And it's not just Hoopa and Miley. The same is true of the Valley of Creation, which he thought was easy to find. After going deep alone, he almost searched the entire mountain valley area, but couldn't find any place that was populated by people. Valley can be biased. He could feel a certain sense of incongruity in this valley area, but even if he used his mental power to scan inch by inch, he even called out Liu Lu, and even Kang Shang and Lai Kongzai. Apart from proving that the sense of incongruity was not an illusion, he still had no idea where the Valley of Creation was. Seriously, if it wasn't for Arceus, Baizi really had the intention to directly ask Lai Kong to sit down and send a dragon meteor to try it out. At this moment, as the night falls, little stars are embedded in it. The bright moon makes the scenery in the valley area dark and mysterious, like a fairyland in fairy tale. There was the sound of the wind passing by. The air current pushes the plants and flowers in the valley to and fro, as if they were given life to dance. From time to time, there are also birds fluttering their wings overhead, and deep in the vegetation, there seems to be night as well. Sparse, walking through the grass and trees brought by the elves moving in the room. To be frank, well, Zhao, calm down. This night scene is really pleasing to the eye. Forget it. After stopping for a long time, Baizi finally sighed softly, rubbed the dog head of Liu Lu who was following his feet, and walked towards the outside of the valley. The moment he took a step, he felt that his brain was clear, and the faint sound of breaking the shell seemed to come. It's like breaking through some kind of barrier. Next second, his mental power is like a soda with effervescent tablet, and it quickly expands and grows. In an instant, your superpower has been promoted to the top level, 5,000, 10,000, and the spiritual power has been improved simultaneously. Spirit, 5,000. Ding! The spirit is improved. The power of Baizi is simultaneously enhanced. 550. Rare animals. Good wife and good mother Karuna, please complete order. Outside the valley, under the moonlight, Karuna sat on a thick soft mat with her leg folded side by side, with a Kobo bee's pillow behind her, and a blanket printed with Lalu drawing text on her knee. Holding a leather warm bag in his hand, he quietly roasted it in front of the fire surrounded by a metal grid, and occasionally took a sip of the milk tea on the small square table nearby. Then, against the cold night sky, let out a mass of hot air. To be honest, although it was said to be a prisoner, she could already see that the young man did not have any ill will towards himself and the super powerful little girl of Hajong. It's even enough to be called preferential treatment. These are all things reserved by the other party before departure. Not far away, there are also huge steel-armored crows lying on the air vent, blocking the cold night wind. As for the little girl called Catalia, at this moment he is also upright, clinging to the arms of the tyrannical wind-speed dog that is beyond Karune's cognition, sleeping soundly. After this little girl's superpower was sealed, her whole body became quite lethargic. But, being able to fall asleep in such an unsuspecting complete stranger and environment, Karuna doesn't know whether to say something with a big heart or no vigilant. Thinking like this, Kalunai picked up the 437 cups of milk tea brewed with ingredients provided by Baizi, and took a sip. At this time, the sound of footsteps from far to near made Karuna, who had a lazy face, wake up a little. When he turned around and saw the person coming, he regained his calm again. How is it? Is it done? This question is quite casual, as if the relationship between the two sides is not a prisoner and a prisoner, but a familiar old friend. As soon as the words came out, Kalunai suddenly reacted, and her eyes couldn't help but cross a touch of embarrassment. Baizi was also stunned, glanced at Kalunai who was wearing tea, then shrugged and said, I can only say, it's not nothing. Talking. He glanced in the direction of the sleeping Catalia again, then went straight to the other side, and sat down next to Karuna's side with his knees crossed. The little Leoru also followed suit, sitting cross-legged next to Baizi's side. However, he was immediately carried into his arms by his unscrupulous master, and after a symbolic struggle twice, he was quickly defeated by Baizi's guild goal. So, do I have to continue my captive life? Karuna, who put down the teacup and regained her composure, looked at Baizi, who was interacting with the dog, with a twinkle in her eye. Asked softly, that's understandable. Baizi nodded, and while swiftly brewing a cup of elf milk powder for Leo Lu, he used his mind to do two things and brought himself a cup of hot tea, handing the milk to Leo Lu, watching the little guy swallow the baby bottle with a gudong. Then he took the teacup suspended in midair and took a sip. Is that so? Karuna nodded slightly. The topic ended quickly, and the air returned to silence again. Baizi began to think about the next course of action, and Karuna's fingers gently slid along the mouth of the cup a few times, and after a while, she asked in a slightly tentative tone, quote, Well, can you return the communicator to me temporarily? I need to contact the agent and the person in charge of the alliance, otherwise they will definitely make a big move when they find out that I am missing. Googling. Naturally, the communication device was taken away before Baizeli left, and this moment, facing Kalunai's question, Baizi glanced at the other party with a slightly surprised look, and after a little thought, he returned the communication device belonging to Kalunai to the other party. Karuna was right. As a famous movie star and league champion, she disappeared suddenly and silently, which may indeed cause unnecessary attention. Not to mention, although the two sides did not communicate much, but he has obviously been able to perceive the improvement of the opponent's attitude. The ability of Bai Zeji to distinguish between good and evil also proves this. At least, original CFED has now almost disappeared. Thank you. Kalunai was also a little surprised by Baizi's straightforwardness. After taking over the communicator and turning it on again, the incoming call indicator on the communicator flashed frantically. Hey, Nana. When the call was connected, before Karuna could finish her sentence, a sharp female voice from the opposite side bombarded her like a barrage of cannon. Hey my auntie, where are you? I used to sneak away from time to time for a long time and I didn't say anything. Today, I just disappeared all day, and I didn't answer the phone or text messages. Do you know that? Dow miss several program announcements scheduled for the evening at this time. Not to mention liquidated damages and favors, the company's reputation has also suffered a blow. Bara said a lot from Karuna's side, and Baizi's brows were furrowed. After a while, the other party left a commanding, I'll wait at the hotel immediately, and hung up the phone. Talk. Well, my agent is a bit more arbitrary at work. Karuna sneered and explained, wait for me in the league to explain it, and then call and make it clear to her. Saying that, Karuna Karuna made another call. Moment. Call goes through. Hello, Senator Mon. It's Miss Karuna. If the agent Nana was talking like a shrew, then the top of the alliance seemed much more refined. The words were unhurried, like a spring breeze, but the meaning inside and outside the words is no different from that of the previous agent. They are all stating the duties that Karuna needs to perform, and I hope Karuna can return to her original position as soon as possible. Don't delay your responsibilities as an actor and a league champion because of your own personal affairs. Interesting. Baizi looked at the beauty opposite as if he was valuing animals. Immediately after, the phone hangs up. Kalunai was obviously a little tired physically and mentally. She rubbed her brows a little helplessly and spread her hands at Baizi jokingly. Look, why don't you find an excuse for me next? And then turn the phone on. Call back. Preferential treatment to prisoners. Of course there is no problem. Baizi answered simply, but subsequently he showed a playful smile in Karuna's slightly stunned eyes. Miss Karuna's character is very suitable to be an excellent wife and mother. 551. Hoopa. Lao tilde. Please order all. Karuna's eyelid twitched, but she quickly reacted, and she involuntarily gave Baizi a big white eye. This guy is clearly scolding himself for being submissive. Speak first. Baizi didn't care and continued. Since you let me speak, then you have to listen to me. You can't play capricious for me. Karuna blinked innocently and spread her hand. I'm a prisoner tilde. Clear. Baizi understood in an instant, removed his palm from Leo Lu's small head, and took Karuna's hand over the communicator. Haven't waited for him to call back. Open black lens bracket jingle bell. Close black lens bracket. And the gap was not far from Catalya's subtle humming sound. Karuna's beautiful eyes flowed, and she glanced at Catalya. Subsequently, seeing that Baizi opened the call without hesitation, the communication was connected, and the manager named Nana on the opposite side suddenly complained. Ah, my aunt, why haven't you arrived yet? I'll be waiting for you on the apron on the top floor of the Desert Hotel, and you will ask Sinead to take you for a moment. Shut up. The opposite side choked obviously, but quickly. You, who are you? You don't care who I am. I now formally inform you on behalf of Miss Haruna that this agent who stretches his hand too long, you are fired. You. The other party was obviously going to say something else, but Baizi had already hung up the other party's phone. Subsequently, quickly block the other party's communication number and exit the communication card. Facing Karuna, took a photo, and then clicked on Karuna's social account. The picture above, accompanied by the text, I am very tired recently. I'm going to take a break. Click upload to complete the release. You, what are you doing? Kalunai was done. And, you, that's how you solved it. Why not? Baizi casually threw the communication device that had lost the communication card back to Karuna, hugged the dog in his arms, and lay on his back on the soft mat. Your agent is obviously using you as a tool person, and there is a high probability that he has an interest relationship with the Alliance executive who contacted you before. Nana and Senator Mon. Karuna's expression became even more confused. Why do you say that? Baizi glanced at Sister Yu, who suddenly seemed a little naive. Otherwise, you thought that as a high-level executive of the Carlos Alliance, you would be idle and have nothing to do, so I specially reminded you to focus on the performance. Karuna. Okay, get ready to spend the night here for a while, until tomorrow morning. Baizi rolled over and got up, but he didn't finish his word. Immediately after, Miley, don't worry, I'll find a master right away. Accompanied by a small cotton sound of callous nails hitting EPUB, a twisted ring inside, from right above his body, gradually emerged. Hoopa, low. Time moved forward 10 minutes. At the same time that Baizi walked out of the valley and returned to the camp, on a sand dune about half a desert away from Baizi's camp, Miley, who was setting up the camp alone, suddenly heard a rustle sound. Hoopa, come to me. The first time she woke up, she immediately greeted Hoopa, who was circling around in midair. Subsequently, quickly jumped up on a weathered rock on the dune, grabbed a flashlight, and glanced vigilantly at the sounds that were constantly gathering in all directions. Under the light of flashlight, the surrounding sand constantly undulates and rolls in his direction, leaving plow marks. Miley, what the matter? Hoopa quickly floated to Miley's side, clasped her hands tightly, and asked cautiously, it should be the Dragon King Scorpion Swarm. Miley's expression is a little dignified. As a child who lives in the desert all year round, how could she not know the third danger in the desert, which is also called quicksand and tornado? Encounter. Hunting Dragon King Scorpion Swarm. ... Ask for flowers. As predicted. Rustling, accompanied by waves of sand surging. A Dragon King Scorpion with only shades of purple worm armor, in front of you, surrounded by one person and one pet group. Shut up. And a larger number of unevolved pincer-tailed scorpions, appearing in Miley and Hoopa's. A roar echoed in the night sky, and as a Dragon King Scorpion that was obviously bigger than the surrounding Dragon King Scorpions climbed out, the Dragon King Scorpions and pincer-tailed scorpions suddenly shook their armors. The body is lowered, the tail hook is raised. Miley's expression changed, because she knew very well that this was a sign that the Dragon King Scorpion Scorpion tribe was about to attack. Hi! Miley took a deep breath and raised her palm. In an instant, a dazzling light rose from both palms, and a mysterious wave spread out in an instant, causing the surrounding Dragon King Scorpion group to instantly freeze. Gia, the leading Dragon King Scorpion, flicked its huge pincer tail slightly hesitantly, and his eyes were full of vigilance and surprise at the aura full of the vast superior but reluctant prey. For a while, the scene fell into a stalemate. However, Miley knew very well that this stalemate could not be delayed for long, with the fierce nature of the Dragon King Scorpion, unless it was the natural enemy Hippo Beast. Otherwise, it is impossible to return without action. Hoopa, taking advantage of the opportunity, Miley reminded in a low voice, and Hoopa also moved for the first time. Miley, don't worry, I'll find a helper right away. A little trick. Moment. The metal ring on the left corner of Hoopa suddenly flew up and quickly became larger in midair, and as the inside of its ring twists up, Hoopa immediately stretched out his little hand into the twisted space inside the ring. Hoopa, lao lao, begging. 552. I'm stuck, it's a close call. Lao lao tilde. With Hupala's long-tailed mouth fetish, the small palm exert force. After a while, one. Seeing Miley's hopeful gaze, Hoopa, who had a small face and exerted her strength for a long time, wriggled at the corners of her mouth, and pulled out an embarrassing and polite smirk. The other side of the halo. At this moment, the little Leo Lu sank his waist and immediately settled on the spot with a standard horse dance that could no longer be standard, and a tyrannical waveguide faintly appeared around him. With two claws, they are holding on to a small purple-gray hand that sticks out from the ring. What is this? Karunai looked at the ring and probed her brain as if she had never seen the world before, and her small mouth turned into a 437 shape. Even completely ignoring Riolu exudes a comparable championship level the waveguide drank. To be honest, Karuna is still a little confused. Just now, this halo appeared in front of her and Bai Zi without warning, and from the twisted light curtain in the ring, a small purple-gray hand with a pink ring stretched out. With a clear purpose, he grabbed Leo Lu, who was in Bai Zi's arm, and then she saw that Bai Zi was holding the little hand back with a look of incomparable surprise, and then she seemed to feel a little sense, and immediately asked Leo Lu to hold it tight. Then, he quickly got up and packed up. Is this what you're looking for? Kalunai wasn't stupid after all. She quickly recalled it and looked at Bai Zi, who quickly packed her bag. Nice, that's it. Bai Zi's expression was delighted, and he didn't even think that Hoopa, who had no clues in a circle, actually brought it to the door and opened a circle in front of his eyes. But, combined with the voice from Hoopa, this little guy is probably in some trouble with Miley. Need a master. Is this encountering some difficult elf? The words of the desert. Is it the Dragon King Scorpion? Or, katakana middle Dragon King Scorpion? His thoughts turned sharply, and Bai Zi, who had guessed the matter, put on his backpack, took out the pokeball and put away the steel-armored crow and the windspeed dog. A thoughtful shot. He directly put the sleeping little girl Catalia under his arm, and then looked at Sister Yu, who was beside him. Wait, Karuna stared, but obviously, his arm couldn't twist his thigh, so Bai Zi didn't have time to talk to her about being a gentleman. The burning white thought power was released and withdrawn again. He also took Karuna, and frowned slightly, like Catalia, who was about to wake up, and caught it in his right arm. Holding Karuna's stomach, Bai Zi finally tightened her arm. Then, he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Leo Lu's waist, who was about to be pulled back by Hoopa's arm, which was shining with lightning. Go, Leo tilde. Leo Lu immediately relaxed his strength and followed the pulling force of Hoopa's arm, and even Bai Zi and others were pulled directly into the halo. On the other side, the dune. Looking at the Dragon King Scorpion group that was already about to move, Mayali gritted her teeth with a pale face to support the release of energy in her body, and turned her eyes to the side. Hoopa, no matter how bad it is, if the Dragon King Scorpion doesn't rush forward, I can't hold it anymore. The Mayari I know. Hoopa's face also turned red due to the competition, and the tone of the cute cotton tone was slightly deformed. Yes, but the other side kept holding my hand again. Then you can open another door again. Miley's trembling voice almost came out of his teeth. Yes, a light bulb popped out of Hoopa's head in an instant. Woo, a moment of relaxation. It was almost pulled over. And this movement, it also seems to be a horn to break the confrontation. Jia Yi, the leading Dragon King Scorpion, held a pair of pincers high, and the pincers' tails were stretched straight, and a sharp neigh came out. Jia ya tilde, ya tilde, ya tilde. In response to the burst, the sound of the foot tongue sliding on the sand was heard, and the Dragon King Scorpion in the lead stretched its foreleg, and in the next second, it rushed towards Hoopa first. Hoopa, Miley shouted, and right now, the strength is gone. Hoopa, who was about to open another light wheel, suddenly felt the strength on his arm loosen, and while his eyes were shining, he almost subconsciously pulled his arm. Hoopa, lao lao, spray sound. The first thing that emerged from the curved surface inside the ring was a small blue dog head. Leo Lu, Immediately after, as most of Leo Lu's body appeared, a slender palm was wrapped around Leo Lu's waist, followed by a man and two women huddled together. Gia ya tilde. I'm going. The space changed, and as soon as Bai Zi came out, he saw a huge dragon king scorpion swooping towards him with its fangs and claws. Almost subconsciously, he released Leo Lu and twisted his waist at the same time. Under the blessing of burning white thought force, he kicked heavily and slammed on the top of the dragon king scorpion's head. At the same time, Leo Lu, who was in midair, raised his claws in midair almost right after him. At the heart of the paw, a blue waveguide quickly condensed and was twisted and thrown by Leo Lu, who was in the air. A wave missile. Wave missiles cut through the night sky. After chasing the leader of the dragon king scorpion, who was hit by Bai Zi and flew out, he smashed to the ground. Boom. Sand and dust erupted instantly, and 4.3 turned into a huge sand tide surging in all directions. The rolling sand tide came out in a ring with the impact, overturning the nearby dragon king scorpions and pincer-tailed scorpions one by one. Many people who were farther away were also frightened by this natural disaster like scene and got under the sand for the first time to hide. Bai Zi used his thought power to pull everyone into the air for the first time, and then avoided the impact of the sand wave. The desert returned to calm, and the system beat sounded one by one. You and Leo Lu work together to defeat the dragon king scorpion. Leo Lu's income is ignored. Your kicking skill proficiency +1-2. Leo Lu repelled the group, increased the proficiency of the power of the wave guide, and the proficiency of the wave missile +1. 553. Hoopa. Bai Zi. Great man. Please ask. Mong tilde. In a brand new camp, Bai Zi handed the prepared cup of hot milk tea to Miley. Warm up your body. Thank you. Miley thanked in a low voice and reached out to take it. Bai Zi smiled. Subsequently, he quickly poured a cup for Karuna and Catalia, and waved them in front of them with his mind power. Karuna took a breath of heat, raised her hand, and took a sip. The elegant gesture that was displayed all the time made Mayari on the side flash a look of admiration. As for Catalia on the other side, at this moment he was lying on the small square table in front of him, struggling to support his drowsiness. His beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared in the direction of Bai Zi with evil eyes. But her eyes are obviously a little wandering, her little head is a little bit, and even the direction is a little bit. To be frank, Catalia, this girl, after her mental power was sealed and she became lethargic, she looked a little naive and not very smart. Just like now. Hoopa fluttered on the left, fluttered on the right, fluttered above, and fluttered down again. 25. After floating for a while, it came close to Bai Zi's ear, with a small hand in front of his mouth, and whispered, "Good man, why does that woman keep staring at Hoopa?" Great person. This title made Bai Zi a little dumbfounded. He glanced at Catalia, and replied, "Because she is short-sighted. Myopia." Hoopa blinked, somewhat understanding. Bai Zi put down what he was doing. Wei Yi leaned on the table, and explained kindly, "It just means that his eyes are not good, and he can't see clearly." Oh tilde. Hoopa suddenly felt light, and immediately wrinkled his face, and said sympathetically, "Then she is so pitiful." Karuna couldn't help but smirk a little. "Okay, let's leave her alone." Bai Zi tapped on the milk teapot and asked, "How is it? Do you want to try it?" Hoopa was immediately distracted, and curiously circled around the milk teapot. The milky gong-ning sound was very pleasant. "What is this?" "A drink. It tastes very good. Would you like to try it?" Bai Zi invited again. "Then, try it. Taste it." He tilde. Hoopa took it with a smile, and after taking a big sip, his eyes suddenly lit up. Drink well. Subsequently, after a meal of ton, he drank the milk teacup that was about to be half his size upside down, and floated in front of Bai Zi again, with both hands. "One more cup." "Good." Bai Zi poured another glass for the little guy with a smile. This time, the little guy was about to drink, but suddenly his eyes turned to Leo Lu, who was sitting cross-legged not far from Bai Zi's feet, and flew over. "Do you want to drink?" Hoopa handed the teacup to Leo Lu and asked. Leo Lu, who was meditating, opened one eye slightly, glanced at it casually, and closed it again with a blind eye. "Huh, don't you like it?" Hoopa tilted his head. Then, it blinked suddenly. "That's right. Reach out." Immediately, the ring on the right corner of the chair fluttered away automatically. After slightly expanding, he aligned the ring with Hoopa's palm and spun it in midair. Hoopa, low. In an instant, a chocolate donut smeared with various colored candies fell out of the halo, and was picked up by Hoopa. "What about this? This is Hoopa's favorite. Do you want to try it?" Hoopa's plot donut, as if offering a treasure, handed it to Leo Lu again. However, Leo Lu obviously did not appreciate it. The figure flashed. Next second, it had already appeared on top of a rock, and sat down cross-legged again, and the blue waveguide appeared all over the body, turning into a semicircular bowl, and buckling down, completely separating itself and the rock cover. Hoopa's expression suddenly collapsed. At this time, Miley looked at the donut in Hoopa's hand, and her delicate eyebrows raised lightly. When I was about to speak, but found Bai Zi had already stood up first and came to Hoopa before swallowing the preaching that he was about to blurt out. "Hoopa, can you let me taste it?" Bai Zi half-watched squatted in front of Hoopa and stretched out his hand. Good man, do you want to try it? Hoopa Mengmeng's eyes lit up again, as if her spirit and energy had been retrieved in an instant. Yes, Bai Zi nodded, and while borrowing the donut handed over by Hoopa, he added, also, my name, 8.5.6 1.0, 9 feet 7, 8 inches 2 inches long, close black lens bracket called Bai Zi, not a good person. Huh. Hoopa tilted his head, a little puzzled, as the good man called Bai J. But the good man is the good man Bai J. Quote. Forget it, it's up to you. After looking at Hoopa's cute eyes for a long time, Bai Zi was defeated in the end. He gently took a bite of the donut amid the cheers of Hoopa's Bai J. For a moment, the various ingredients and the cooking knowledge in his mind were compared one by one, which also made Bai Zi quickly decompose the general method of this donut. Then, he nodded in Hoopa's expectant gaze. It tastes good. Hee tilde. Come on, half of us. After sharing half of the sweets with Hoopa, Bai Zi wiped his hand, sat down casually cross-legged, and waved to Hoopa. Hoopa stepped forward suspiciously. After Bai Zi wiped Hoopa's hands carefully, he put away the towel, took out a 100 union note from his wallet, and said to Hoopa, Hoopa, do you remember the other dimensional hole you opened with the donut just now? Send this over there. Oh, Hoopa was very obedient, and with a flash of light he swallowed the banknote, but it obviously didn't understand why it did this. After taking back the golden ring, it let Bai Zi hug it without any resistance. He raised his head and asked, Bai J, why did you send that back? Bai Zi stroked Hoopa's little head and chuckled, that compensation. Compensation? Yes. Bai Zi nodded and said, 437 inches. Hoopa, let me ask you, if you worked so hard to get a donut and someone else took it away before you could eat it, would you be sad? Hoopa thought for a while, then nodded seriously. It will be very sad. The other party is the same. If the donut is taken away by Hoopa, will he be as sad as Hoopa? Bai Zi followed suit. Quote. Will. Hoopa lowered his head and said in a no voice, Hoopa is wrong. Then, that colorful paper can make him not sad. Of course, because that allows him to make new donut. Bai Zi explained, and he rubbed the little cutie with a low expression. So, if you need something in the future, tell me in advance. Oh, can I help Hoopa change it? Hoopa nodded heavily. Subsequently, it slammed onto Bai Zi's neck and slapped Bai Zi's side face. Bai J, he is a great man. Tilde. Eyes flickered and she glanced at Bai Zi. She attributed the mistakes made by this unknown elf named Hoopa to her own responsibility. Things to bear. So, is the target this kid? P.S. Bai J is not a typo, it's intentional. It's Hoopa. 554. Routine change. Ask for complete order. Mr. Bai Zi, he's really a friendly and wise trainer. Mei Yali clasped her hands together with admiration on her face. Yeah, still a good guy who covets your elf. Karuna secretly murmured in her heart, but for some unknown reason she didn't have the slightest idea to clarify this matter. Pick up the teacup and blow gently. Take another sip. Have to say, the milk tea prepared by this guy is really delicious. As far as her taste is concerned, it is far better than the milk tea styles of many well-known dessert houses. On the other side, after Bai Zi was intimate with the little guy in his arms for a while, he got up and took out a lot of materials he was carrying with him. After showing off his skills, he made a lot of dessert for Hoopa himself. Of course, Hoopa's favorite donut is naturally indispensable. It's a good way to brush up Hoopa's favorability. But obviously, this move stimulated Leo Lu on the side. When Bai Zi scooped up a spoonful of strawberry cake and fed it to Hoopa himself, whoosh _ Leo Lu, who was still meditating and practicing, rushed to Bai Zi like a blue streamer. He stretched out his little head, and before Hoopa opened his mouth to catch it, he wrapped the bag that Bai Zi handed out. Boon. Hoopa was dumbfounded. Immediately after, what made it even more dumbfounded was that after Leo Lu swallowed the scoop of strawberry cake, he immediately swept away all the remaining desserts on the table like a swirling cloud. Then he jumped up and put a big cream mark on Bai Zi's side face, and then hung it directly on Bai Zi's neck and couldn't get it down. At the end, I didn't forget to give Hoopa, who was still a little confused, a provocative look. Where can I still see the high cold before? Seeing this, Bai Zi was a little dumbfounded. Have to tilde. Another small vinegar jar. The next day, after storing the tent, tables, blanket, etc. in the camp, put out the fire with sand, and bagged the garbage, Bai Zi and the others set off again. Go to Desert City with Miley. Except for the sleepy Catalia who was put on the back of the windspeed dog, the rest of the people all walked on foot. Bai Zi, who was obviously very anxious in the past, is now uncharacteristically slowly rushing to the Desert City, which Meika Lunai confirmed last night. Guess Bai Zi's goal is this: a group of people, or unknown elf named Hoopa. Karuna looked at Hoopa, who was having a great time playing with that Leo Lu in Bai Zi's arms. You give me a hug, I'll give you a hug, and her eyes flowed. Speak up. The Leo Lu, who had apparently just passed his infancy, also showed all kinds of miraculous things, and the windspeed dog, whose strength was comparable to her, was comparable to that one. The gigantic Galar steel-armored crow. Bai Zi. I always feel like I've heard this name name before tilde. On the other side, after Baizi had a conversation with Miley, after a brief chat, the topic suddenly changed and he asked, Ms. Miley, apart from Hoopa, you haven't subdued the spirit. Hoopa is not my elf. We grew up together like family. Miley hurriedly waved his hand and explained. Subsequently, she replied to Baizi, quote, ... As for conquering elves, I have been living with my brother in my hometown, the Valley of Creation, where people basically live with elves, and few people go to collect them. Serving elves, so do I. Oh, by the way, my brother Balza took a warrior eagle and a sun rock for training because he was going out to find the jug of punishment that liberates Hoopa's power. Exercise at home. The girl obviously had a high degree of trust in Baizi, or in other words, she was not too defensive, so she easily revealed the secrets about Hoopa. The power to liberate Hoopa. The pot of punishment. Baizi pretended to be puzzled. Seeing Baizi's inquiry, Miley quickly told everything about Hoopa and the seal. Because of this seal, Hoopa's power is not exhausted. He can't pass through the halo he made. Hoopa is very lost. Hoopa also followed Yao and raised her head. Is that so? Baizi nodded, and Leo Lu in his arms saw this, frowned slightly for a moment, put his claws on Hoopa's shoulders, and shouted encouragingly, Leo, quote, Leo, are you comforting Hoopa? Hoopa came and went quickly when he was lost. Hearing Leo Lu's comfort, he immediately hugged Leo Lu with his backhand. Thank you. Hoopa is very happy. But next second, it was pushed away by the disgusting Leo Ru. Seeing this, Miley burst into laughter. Baizi couldn't help but twitch his lip. But in any case, I still recommend that you subdue some elves. Facing Miley's doubtful eyes, Baizi made an analogy. Like last night, what if Hoopa didn't summon us in time? Or maybe Hoopa isn't around. Or maybe Hoopa needs help too. Aren't you going to be helpless? Baizi was getting a vaccination. Miley hesitated a little, but thinking of his powerlessness in the scene last night, how good Zhao, he hesitated again. Quite a while. She said, but, if I conquer the elves now, I don't even have a pokeball. It's okay. It's all on me. Baizi raised the corner of his mouth, grabbed Mayali's left hand, wrapped his thought, and took the girl who hadn't reacted to flying towards the dune on the left side of the sun. Ka Luna, you wait in place for a while. We'll be back when we go. The lingering sound is faint. This guy. Before she could finish her words, Sister Yu, who rolled her eye. Whoa. Accompanied by a very penetrating neigh. The next second, a huge shadow suddenly rose from the sky, covering the blazing sun above Karuna's head. 555. On the day of returning from breaking through Jushao, when the divine needle smashes the heavenly palace. Generally, when traveling, riding elves on water, land and air are essential, and in the desert, the best riding elves on land are the hippo beasts. Meng Tilda looked there. In the shade of the sand dunes, Baizi pulled Miley to hover in midair, and stretched out his hand to point to a desert basin surrounded by 3 arched dunes ahead. Within the basin, more than a dozen large, khaki-colored hippos with camouflage all over their body, arched to and fro on the sand, viewing tiny sand pillars from each other's back from time to time, and had a lot of fun. Happy. These are the unevolved forms of the hippopotamus, the sand hippopotamus. As for the hippopotamus, the pair of bowl-sized holes on the ground are actually the nostrils of the hippopotamus. The hippopotamus usually like to bury its entire body in the sand, so it exposes its nostrils. Breathe on the ground. Viewed from above, there are a total of 7 pairs of holes in the entire basin. That is to say, there are a total of 7 hippo bees in this group. In terms of the group habits of hippo bees, there should be 1 male parent and 437 female mates. Hippopotamus. As a child of the desert, Miley immediately understood what Baizi meant. Is it because of the Dragon King Scorpion? As a few cruel, desert devil, Dragon King scorpions that attack in groups of passengers and pedestrians, in addition to confronting them with absolute strength, the best way, of course, is to own a hippopotamus. The fear that is engraved in the genes makes any ferocious and fierce Dragon King scorpion behave very docile in front of the hippo beast. Not only that, Baizi shook his head and said, hippo beasts have the ability to walk on the ground in quicksand, and the power of sand contained in the holes in their bodies is enough to fight sandstorms. Quicksand, sandstorms, Dragon King scorpion. Having a hippo beast, the dreaded 3 plagues of the desert, are no longer an obstacle. It is almost equivalent to being unimpeded in the desert. And the hippo beasts are not low in the sand, and their special, swimming in the sand, skills are completely comparable to a sand truck at full speed. CFED, what do you think? Saying that, Baizi turned his gaze to the girl beside him. It's okay, it's okay. Mayali's expression was still a little hesitant. She stretched out her hand to close the bangs in her ear, and said, but the hippo beast's personality is impulsive and irritable, and it is difficult to tame it. There are elves to fight. Didn't I say it? None of this is a problem. Baizi interrupted with a chuckle. Raise your hand. Slam. La. A quicksand neck to his feet suddenly surged, and soon, a palm-sized orange stone crab was ingested by the burning white thought force with its teeth and claws. This is a stone crab. The stone crab without a stone house almost made Miley not recognize it. Yes. Baizi nodded, took out a jar of queen honey and handed it to Miley, motioning her to feed the stone crab. Although Miley was puzzled, he still took the honey jar obediently. He opened it, dug out a large spoonful, and handed it to the Shiju crab, who was struggling and pretending to be dead. Mellow honey just got close. Next second, the Shiju crab, who was lying on the court, immediately regained his energy, and once again embraced the spoon with his claws and began to suck it up. Stone crab, beginner, level 12, 25 100. A little guy. Baizi glanced at Shiju crab, released his mind power, and let the little guy fall into Miley's hand, and continued. Like most insect elves, stone-dwelling crabs with insect properties have no resistance to sugar, and a little sweet tooth can easily gain this little guy's favor. And because of the special symbiotic relationship, the hippopotamus won't hurt the stone crab that can help it clean up the holes and rock. Not only will they not harm them, but most of the time, the hippopotamus will even take the initiative to shelter the rock-dwelling crab, allowing the rock-dwelling crabs who can't find suitable stones to live in their hole. Therefore, as long as you successfully conquer and own a stone crab, it will be enough to make a hippo beast without a symbiotic relationship obey you. As predicted, after Mei ate a meal of honey, the little guy burped a full stomach and made a body trip, aiming his belly at Miley. It seems that it has identified you. Subdue it, and then go find it a mobile fortress. With a light smile, he handed the flame monkey and 2 other vacant luxury balls to Miley's hand, briefly explaining several skills of his flame monkey. Then, Baizi glanced around and pointed to the pair of holes in the left corner. That guy is good. I personally recommend it. The elite peak hippo beast with the quasi-king aptitude is also one of the best in this group, second only to the mid-level hippo beast commander of the quasi-king. That's it. The girl nodded without hesitation. At this moment, Miley had already been conquered by Baizi's unhurried spontaneity, and he had no doubts about Baizi's proposal. Good. Nodding, Baizi stretched out his hand and waved. Next second, Miley appeared in a corner of a desert basin surrounded by sand dune. Whoa! Sand churn. The hippo beasts in the basin were about to make a change, and then immediately, hey tilde yay! Accompanied by a low roar, the blazing flames suddenly condensed into a pillar of fire that was narrow at the bottom and wide at the top, and was held by the flame monkey below. In Miley's stunned look, a sweet, with her as the center, I will strike at the hippo beasts and sand hippos that surround me. I want, strike them all. Flame vortex chenkin as a stick. Boom. Flames and sandstorms rose from the desert basin, and the penetrating roar of the flaming monkey made Baizi's mouth wet. On the day of returning from breaking through Jushao, when the divine needle smashed the heavenly palace. 556. Exceptional. The capital of the devil. Change. Ass. There's no way to save this monkey. Baizi couldn't help but stroke his forehead slightly. But such a degree of flame condensing and breath, as if sensing something, the unseen brilliance in Baizi's eyes suddenly flickered. Next second, one by one, open black lens bracket race. Flame monkey. 3. Close black lens bracket. Attribute. Fire, fighting. Characteristic. Fierce fire. Iron fist. Monty. Exceptional. Exclusive characteristic. When the will and mind reach a certain limit, they can ignore the breakthrough of common sense, and even nirvana. Level. Beginner king of heaven. Level 60. 15/1 Potential. Champion. 3. Transformation. HP. 76. Attack. 104. Defense. 71. Special attack. 104. Special defense. 71. B. 108. Open black lens bracket skill. Slightly. Close black lens bracket. Genetic skills. Chi gathering. Lightning fist. Status. Perfect. Introduction. One of the fire masters who has undertaken a fateful fate. The will in his heart is like a flame. The hot heart is enough to cause miracles, and he has extraordinary power, which is an unquestionable effort power genius. Sure enough, are you catching up again? Facing the strength jump of the flaming monkey, which can be called a triple jump, Baizi's eyes were surprised at all, possessing a perverted exclusive feature that is enough to rank in the top 3 even with Baizi's vision, which is exceptional. As long as the flame monkey has activated the characteristic, it is normal to jump no matter how. Not to mention, although this flaming monkey was raised a little crooked in Baizi's hand, but in essence, it is still the big brother who never admits defeat and has the courage to challenge everything. But, with the continuous adventures in Baizi's hand, although the flaming monkey worked hard enough, almost all of Baizi's hands were Scroll King. Therefore, gradually, the strength of it and the large army has not decreased but has increased. In addition to the fostered little Lugia, there is also little Kapu Mingming, who has not yet fully passed his infancy, aiming at the wind speed dog, and wants to become the second main fire-type flame monkey in the Baizi team. Discover. It turned out to be the weakest one. The sense of urgency that seems to be completely thrown away by the large army at any time is constantly urging the heart of the flame monkey. Baizi knew this. If you change to a wizard, he has already done a series of actions such as comforting his mind and helping to find attribute treasures, brushing experience point, and opening a small stove. And in fact, before he left Mishima, he went to search for the treasures of the 3 divine birds, and there was no shortage of Baizi, a fire-type artist, artifact, geocentric flowing flame, that is bred by volcanoes and enhances the fire attribute factor, or the high-quality fire attribute crystals born from the long-term residence of the firebird. These are enough to make the flaming monkey ask for a relatively slow predicament. But Baizi didn't move. Even Mishima's income was basically fed to Xiao Kapu Mingming, or used on Ibrahimovich's body to enhance its attribute form power. That's why it was Baizi who wanted to see whether, under such helpless pressure, the flaming monkey could once again stimulate the power of the exclusive characteristic exceptional. And the result, the mind and will of the flaming monkey, did not disappoint him, nor did that exceptional characteristic. That's right. Baizi suddenly remembered that he had been busy brushing up on Hoopa's favor and preparing for the kidnapping of Hoopa, which made him forget to check Hoopa's attribute panel for a while. Taking advantage of the situation, he retracted his gaze towards the flaming monkey that swept away the entire hippopotamus group in the desert valley. He lowered his head slightly and looked at Hoopa, who was pulling with Liu Lu on his left, eyes flickering. Next second, Baizi's originally steady breathing suddenly stagnated. Wraith, Hoopa, punishment form, liberation form, sealed, attribute, super, ghost, characteristic, magician, the item that can take away the opponent hit by the move. Level, elite height, level 32, 0-100, potential, creation level, HP, 80, attack, 110-160th, defense, 60, special attack, 150-170th, special defense, 130, speed, 70-80th, exclusive skills, different dimension cave, different dimension slam, ... For flowers, skills, conjuring, same fate, swapping venues, psychic power, fright, magic reflection, illusionary light, shadow ball, strong mind, evil fluctuation, status, good, lack of strength, power, dimension, restriction, introduction, the only dimensional demon god in the multi-dimensional time and space of the L, the born dimensional controller, has the potential to connect and close the multi-world. Attribute, characteristic, race value, including status levels. Baizi had already expected it. As for the power, dimension, with the unremarkable messenger bird Zuyu in front, Baizi was not too surprised. But creation level, in the column, Hoopa, this little devil, who was really defying the sky in the original book, turned out to be a glorious god who surpassed the alien poison dragon Wuji Taina in terms of qualifications and possessed the personality of the god of creation, the Genesis potential owner of Necrozma. You must know that the Dark Super Dream, which is regarded as an enemy by Baizi, is only promoted to the creation level with the blessing of the Dark Resonance Stone. As a result, Hoopa was born. Baizi couldn't help shaking his heart. This is also the first time he has seen the potential owner of the creation level. Originally, the more Baizi knew about the creation level, the more he knew about the rank in his heart. He thought that the natural owner of this rank might only be Arzu own. As for Hoopa, his original estimate was at most comparable to Lai Kongzai's first level god limit. But who would have thought that Hoopa would be the owner of the second creation level potential after his continuation of darkness? However, according to the statement in the introduction column, Hoopa is the only dimensional demon god in the entire multi-dimensional space-time, a natural dimensional controller, and has the potential to connect and close the multi-world. In this evaluation, it does match the supreme qualification of the creation level. Beg _ 557. The gaze from Arceus. Unexpectedly, and now that I think about it, Hoopa just lightly completed a punishment in the sense of a so-called punishment, and even directly alarmed Arceus. Sanlong, who can almost be regarded as Arceus' own son, was beaten to death at every turn, but he never saw Arceus come out to mediate. Comparing the two, it can be clearly seen that Arceus attaches great importance to Hoopa, probably far more than Shanao Sanlong, who is a descendant of the third direct line. Looking back on this kind of treatment now, I can't help but make Baizi think about it. Perhaps Hoopa was under the attention of Arceus from the very beginning. This conjecture made Baizi's scalp tingle for a moment, because this will mean that he is likely to fall into the line of sight of Arceus at this moment. With the rise of this idea for Sanchi, Baizi's heart couldn't help beating violently. Twice, the more you know, the more you will know all. Rather than coincidentally, before passing through, Baizi just caught up with the release of the new Pokemon game, Pokemon Legend Arceus. Although he crossed before he had time to play, Baizi had already understood the Pokemon worldview by hearsay. Brand new patch for Arceus. The current Arceus is just a clone in this universe, and his main body is beyond the universe, guarding all parallel universes at the same time. Even whether he has an entity is still unknown. With the addition of this patch, the ceiling of the Pokemon world was instantly lifted to the multi-level by Arceus alone. At the same time, it also raised Baizi's estimate of the creation level. This moment, such a picture appeared in Baizi's mind almost subconsciously. In the icy and boundless void, an immeasurable body of the Holy Spirit floated around like bubbles. The world. And this moment, the gaze rays of the Holy Spirit passed through one of the bubbles and fell directly on a water blue planet above a desert, hugging Hoopa's own body. Mr. Baizi. At this moment, the distant shouts interrupted Baizi's thought. Raising his head, Miley, who was sitting on the back of a hippo beast with a body length of more than 2 meters, was waving in his direction with a smile on his face. Behind her, there is a flaming monkey with a flame stick in his hand and a flaming turtle flying in the air behind him. Congratulations. Baizi converged his thought, nodded to Miley, and then took out a fire energy block and flicked it in the direction of the flame monkey. Well done. Snap tilde. The flaming monkey stretched out his hand, took the energy cube in his hand, took a bite, chewed it, and his eyes gradually became confused. Hey, not finished. Next second, a whoosh of red light shone directly on its body, throwing the flaming monkey back into the Pokeball. Click tilde. Closing, locking, shrinking. After a set of flowing clouds and flowing water, Baizi directly retracted the quivering elf ball back to the elf belt. Miley, who approached on the hippo beast, blinked a little suspiciously, but she didn't say much about it. After jumping off the back of the hippo beast, she thanked Baizi with a smile. Mr. Baizi, thank you. It doesn't matter. Baizi shook his head and glanced at Hoopa, who was introducing himself to the hippo beast. Eyes flashed. Immediately, he asked Miley with a chuckle, I am afraid that the waterway will have to go to the seaside of the desert city. Do you have any requirements for the flying elf? Follow. Miley was going to say casual, but recalling the heroic appearance of the flaming monkey before, he curled his hair and said a little embarrassedly that the fire element may I. Fire element. Baizi pondered for a while and suggested, how about the fierce arrow eagle? Saying that, Baizi turned on the projection function of the elf bracelet and mapped the virtual body of the fierce eagle. The fierce arrow eagle has the dual attributes of fire and flying, with a speed of up to 500 per hour, and its wingspan is generally between 4 and 6 meters. Baizi introduced. After speaking for a while, he found that there was no movement at all, and when he turned his head, he met Miley's gaze staring at him dazedly. Mayari. Miley. Huh. After calling twice, Miley woke up like a dream, and Baizi asked, why are you not satisfied? Huh. Mayali was still a little stunned, and then, after Baizi asked again, her cheek flushed, and her hands waved again and again. No no no, fierce arrow eagle is very good, very good. As he spoke, his voice became smaller. He turned his head slightly, and concealed the increasingly rosy complexion on his face. That's it. Baizi didn't care either. Subsequently, using the familiar hippo beast, the two found a nearby hidden oasis. Fierce arrow eagles are widely distributed in the whole territory of Carlos, and there are also traces of it in the desert. And what is most likely to make them stay for a short time is naturally the few oases in the desert that can replenish water sources. What followed was not unexpected to Baizi. There were a lot of elves collecting water near the oasis. Luckily, the two of Baizi just arrived at this water source gathering place. A fierce arrow eagle just happened to volley too. Then, after helping Miley subdue the fierce arrow eagle with the hidden characteristics of wings of the wind, the two of them returned to the original path after the harvest was full, reunited with Karuna and Catalia, and they set off again. Along the way, although Baizegian delayed the time, it took 3 full days to stop and go, but when they arrived at the desert city again, in the desert of sand 4.3, look for Balza, the jug of retribution that seals the evil power of Hoopa, but still can't make it back. I hope my Baizi's power can directly act on the Hoopa shadow power in the pot of punishment, otherwise once a war breaks out in the city, the consequences will be unimaginable. Baizi pondered in his heart, and right now, wow, accompanied by a high-pitched eagle cry that pierced through clouds and cracked on. In an instant, Baizi only felt a burst of cold air suddenly rushed up the back of his head. P.S. The game's setting patch of Arceus. I feel that it is similar to the setting of Arceus in the finale of my last book, Dare. JGP 558. Obliterate the power. The attacking Lucario. Dong dong. At the same time, Hoopa, who was nestled in Baizi's arms, seemed to have suddenly sensed something that made him extremely frightened. His heart was beating wildly, and he buried his small head in Baizi tremblingly. In the arm, Baizi suddenly turned his head and looked at the sky. Karuna and the others also turned around. Follow closely. Whoa, whoa tilde. In the eagle's cry, which was quickly pulled and gradually became clear, a young man with a red scarf and a red robe, dressed in a similar appearance to Miley, rode a warrior eagle circling, and down. It landed in front of a city sightseeing fountain pool not far from the crowd. It came at this time. Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly. You found it. You found the jug of retribution. At the same time, after seeing that it was her brother Balza who came, Miley immediately stepped forward with a look of joy. However, just as she took the first step, she was stopped by Baizi raising his arm. Miley, pay attention to your brother's eyes, and Hoopa seems to be quite afraid of the jug of punishment. 25. I'm afraid this is not a good manifestation. This. Miley stopped immediately. Now the weight of Baizi's words has long been important in Miley's heart, and through her observation, she did quickly discover that her brother and Hoopa were wrong. The evil red glow in in Balza's eyes was not like ordinary people can have. The obvious fear shown by Hoopa. What is this? Miley looked bewildered. And right now, Jug of Punishment, with a lot of Hoopa physique in his hands after he took the warrior eagle back to the pokeball, aim it in Hoopa's direction. The holes on the pot that looked like eyes suddenly released a dark reddish purple light. Immediately afterward, Hoopa let out a painful whimper as if he was feeling it, and a dark red halo appeared all over his body. All this happened very quickly. Balza, who was controlled by Hoopa's evil shadow, was not like the villain who died in the movie. On the contrary, it was astonishingly decisive. The pot of punishment. At Hoopa, he raised his hand and twisted it towards the lid. Balza's actions are straightforward, but Baizi's mind power is obviously faster. Before Balza could touch the lid of the pot of retribution, the burning white thought force immediately covered Balza's body, trying to hold it in place. But what Ling Baizi didn't expect was his mind power just bound Balza. Available in the next second, an aura of fury erupted from the jug of punishment in his hand, instantly expelling Baizi's thought power. The pain of acupuncture in the brain caused Baizi's thought power to collapse immediately. And then, just as he sensed that someone was trying to prevent it from breaking out of the seal, the controlled Balza's expression suddenly became extremely hideous. The original action of unscrewing the lid of the pot suddenly turned into a violent fall to the ground. Not good. Baizi's eyes jumped, and before he had time to think about it, he directly pushed Hupolian and Liu Lu into Miley's arms beside him. Next second, his figure instantly appeared in front of Balza. Baizi power within the body surged wildly, turning into a white halo that condensed out and wrapped around the palm of the hand. Pot of retribution that had already escaped from Balza's palm and fell to the ground. Not yet touched. Adjacent the already entangled power of Baizi and pot of retribution eroded and dissolved each other like a chemical reaction. But the energy level gap that was almost visible to the naked eye caused the power of Baizi to retreat in an instant. Before Baizi could really grasp the jug of punishment, the translucent white halo in his palm that was thick enough to be substantive had long since melted away. All of a sudden, violent warning signs exploded in his mind. The stinging pain caused by this strong sense of crisis made Baizi almost faint, and at the same time, his body almost instinctively pulled the outstretched palm into his arm. Pop 1. The porcelain pot fell to the ground and shattered. Along with the sudden shattering of the pot of punishment, in the low roar, a billowing red smoke shot out from it, and rushed towards Hoopa in Miley's arm. The first to react was the wind speed dog who was still holding Catalia. Like an orange-red dreamer, it circled in front of everyone. Between the canine, mixed with the lingering firelight, he kissed the oncoming red mist and bit it. Burning fire teeth. The fire started. Fire tooth, which contains the power of burning, seems to be biting on the invisible shadow, which is enough to instantly vaporize the power of flame that does not melt ice through by the red fog. Subsequently, he slammed into Miley's arms, who had been unable to dodge, and it seemed to be the body of Hoopa, who had been frightened. And right now, Lee, an equally petite blue body, suddenly jumped up, like a blue lightning, hugged Hoopa and jumped up from Miley's arms, rolled off the ground, and stood up again. Immediately after, the azure waveguide comes out through the body, but it was as if a layer of white light appeared on the surface of the blue waveguide. The special waveguide intertwined with blue and white burst into flames from Leoru's petite body. With the red mist that Hoopa's evil shadow turned into, it rushed again. In the light, the man-wolf, which was quickly raised and enlarged, sank his waist and immediately threw out a 437 right uppercut that ripped apart the wind. Bird close combat. Just like the snow and ice touched by a branding iron, the red fog that made Fengsu Dog completely helpless was instantly melted away wherever the boxing went. Pa. In the short screams, the group of red fog suddenly flew out dozens of meters away as if being scorched by fire. Subsequently, only in a whirlwind of fog, it turned into a liberating Hoopa form with 3 arms and 6 rings. Evil Shadow transformed by Hoopa's sealed power. And this moment, Evil Shadow, who had not suffered much trauma, looked at the opposite side with a solemn face and did not dare to step forward for a while, because if the pot of punishment brings its seal suppression and Baizi's neutralization and purification, then what this guy in front of him contains is the killing power like its nemesis. Quantity, that terrifying sensation that melts on the touch. Order, Evil Shadow, Hoopa. At this moment, I still have lingering fear. At this time, the flame is fading away, with blue, yellow, red and black colored. In the slender man's arrogant position, the hair like long braids is windless and automatic, indifferent red eyes with an inexplicable chill. It is the way in the mega form. Cleo. P.S. Lucario is so handsome. 559. The battlefield of multiple legends, the cave of different dimensions. Okay, that's awesome. Looking at Lucario who was standing in front of him, the proudly standing figure was deeply remembered by Hoopa at this moment. But next second, Luca tilde. As Lucario's face flashed a painful painful color. The blue and white arrogance surrounding his body suddenly flashed again and again like a broken line. Immediately after, with a short exclamation of pain, Lucario suddenly fell to his knees. An evolution-like white light burst forth. Soon, Lucario withdrew from the super evolution in a flash of light, and gradually degenerated into the form of Riolu in the fading light. Leo! Little Hoopa's milky cry sounded, and she rushed to pick up Riolu, who had fallen softly to the ground. Hoopa is the strongest. Evil shadow. Hoopa's face of fear disappeared visibly to the naked eye. No, little Hoopa didn't know where the courage came from, and loudly retorted to Evil shadow. Hoopa, Leo is the strongest. You were obviously defeated. Hoopa, it can't be defeated. Evil shadow. Hoopa was immediately angered by the words of Xiao Hoopa, and the low roar was mixed with the gust of wind caused by the huge energy level. In the scarlet eyes, malice gradually gathered lights up in. It stared at little Hoopa, and then swept to Riolu in the other's arms. And this guy. You all disappear for me. In a roar. A dark black spiral sphere was quickly condensed at the hole in the chest of Evil Shadow Hoopa, and just when it was about to release this wave of evil roar, the tyrannical dragon's roar suddenly burst out from its ears, and then Evil Shadow Hoopa felt as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed locomotive. The intense pain and the domineering energy level that penetrated directly into the body caused a brief blank in its consciousness. The whirring of the wind passed by. In between, boom, Evil Shadow Hoopa was smashed and flew into the unfinished building complex. The smoke rose, the rock rolled, and it was completely buried in the blink of an eye. And the direction where Evil Shadow Hoopa was originally located, a black Lycong with a body length of nearly 10 meters is sitting encircling on the slender dragon tail. The dragon attribute energy factor of Zonzi gradually dissipate. Wide area destruction. Open black lens bracket fear. JPG close black lens bracket. Little Hoopa looked at the slender dragon body in front of him, and the petite body couldn't help shaking. However, when he saw the silhouette of Hei Likong sitting behind him, stroking his forehead and standing up slightly, his expression suddenly became happy. Sit empty. He flew towards the direction of the figure. By J tilde. By Z, who had finally relieved his headache, was bumped by Hoopa, and he couldn't help showing a pained expression, and was almost stunned by the bump. You little guy. He put his arms around Hoopa and Riolu, who was dragged in his arms, and checked Riolu's state. By Z, who found that he was only losing his strength, immediately rubbed little Hoopa's little head in annoyance. Speak up. He really did not expect the power Riolu showed just now. That kind of absolute restraint on the energy of Evil Shadow Hoopa. Even if Bai Z thinks about it now, he can't help but stun. If the strength of the two sides is not much different, I am afraid that Evil Shadow Hoopa will be beaten by Lucario with all his strength. Dark Killers, in a sense, were really scary characteristic. Bai Z couldn't help but sigh. The reason for Riolu's change is obviously not hard to guess, but the only pity is that I was in poor condition just now, and I failed to observe the attributes of Riolu when it temporarily evolved into a Super Lucario form after the outbreak. Lala. In the distance, the ruins that buried Evil Shadow Hoopa were turning over. Bai Z rolled his eyes. First, he took Riolu, who was unconscious in his arms, back into the Pokeball. Then, after thinking for a while, he stared in the direction of the ruins without turning his head, and said solemnly, Feng Speed Dog, release the seal. Wu tilde. Catalya's Wind Speed Dog, who frowned tightly, as if in a nightmare, but still did not wake up, groaned. The flame rune above his forehead lights up. Immediately after, Karuna, who noticed the movement of her Pokeball, immediately took out the luxurious ball from her waist. Next second, click tilde. In the white light, Shinado with a mega stone decoration appeared in an instant and stopped in front of Karuna. Karuna shook her head and walked out from behind Shinado, staring at Bai Z's back. Bai Z, this is you. Miss Karuna, this is going to be the battlefield of several top legends. What you need to do now is to take them away, contact the desert city officials, and disperse the citizens. Bai Z interrupted. I will let the Wind Speed Dog follow you temporarily, as a riding elf, and Miss Catalya also entrusted you to take care of it temporarily. Then, Jug of Punishment, on the ground. At the same time, a elf ball escaped from Bai Z's waist and floated to Miley, who was supporting Balza. In front of sibling, Mr. Bai Z. Miley opened her mouth but was also interrupted by Bai Z. The Pokeball contains Laplace, the main force of my water system. Now, let's go to recast the Jug of Retribution. Rest assured, I will remake the Jug of Retribution before you remake it. Let the Evil Shadow lose the ability to resist. Okay everyone, the next time is my time. I will try my best to pull the battlefield to the city. Crash, are you okay Zhao? Fu tilde pa. In the ruins not far away, the sand and stones rolled more and more violently, and in an instant, the Evil Shadow Hoopa suddenly drilled out of it and let out an angry roar. 6 arms fluttered in the air, and 6 rings suddenly fell off one by one from its wrist. Hoopa, fish, all, quote dot, king sound. Bai Z stopped talking for a moment, and then fell on on the back of a blue wolf-shaped elf that was deformed by the white light shot from his waist. Whoosh _ Needless to say, Kang Chong has suddenly thrown out, and Bai Zi, who bowed slightly and sat on Kang Zhang's back, quickly approached, and hurriedly ordered, Hoopa, use the different dimension hole. P.S. I recommend A Good Brother's new book. Haihua Tai. Join the chat group. The writing is great. 560. Coming on stage one after another, pushing the boat with the flow. Heavy rain and drought. Evil Shadow. Hoopa's pure combat power is actually not too strong for Bai Zi. Before taking advantage of the gap between Lai Kong and attacking the opponent, Bai Zi had already probed the opponent's data panel. The general ability value is the same as that of the body's little Hoopa, only the introduction column is different and the level is higher, but it is only worthy of reaching the level of a first-level god, level 106. It is the weakest among the top legends that Bai Zi has seen so far, even weaker than the White Dragon Reshiram. Certainly, seriously, Hoopa should be classified as a new demon. Moreover, because of the restriction of discipline, Hoopa, Evil Shadow who also cannot pass through the halo, but even so, very vigilant about the opponent's exclusive skill, different dimension cave. After all, although he is ready for a head-to-head chaotic battle with multiple legends, but Bai Zi is not a battle maniac who has been carried away. Obviously it is impossible to let the Evil Shadow in the field with Bai Zi's order. Look at me. The degree of difficulty has also been greatly reduced. Hoopa used the aperture to summon helpers. Xiao Hoopa, who is nestled in Bai Zi's arms, looked eager to try. With a wave of his little hand, all the 3 rings on his arms, including his waist, fell off. The Evil Shadow, emitting 6 colored light, it turned into 3 rings of the same size, and overlapped with the 437 rings made by the Evil Shadow. At the same time, Lai Kong's eye seems to be drawn into a black flowing shadow in the setting sun. Mouth hung, _ The dragon tail swung and swept the golden ring with a fierce blow. The golden ring trembled. The space inside it seems to be unaffected at all, and different sounds are heard at the same time as the other 6 rings. Subsequently, a blue 4-legged dragon beast with a silver-white metal diamond flew out of the ring. At the sky and hissing. It is one of the 3 divine dragons with titles such as Diamond Beast and God of Time. Dialga. Race. Dialga. Attribute. Steel. Dragon. Characteristic. Sense of oppression. Telepathy. Monty can read one's own attacks and evade the damage caused by his moves in advance. Level 1 God. Peak. Level 119. 15-100. Potential. Level 1 God. HP 100. Attack 120. Defense 120. Special attack 150. Special defense 100. Speed 90. Exclusive skill. Roar of Time. Skills. Metal Claw. Dragon Breath. Primal Power. Split Cannon. Power Gem. Metal Explosion. Law Comprehension. Steel 95%. Open black lens bracket. Authority. Time close black lens bracket. Status. Good. Evil thoughts are magnifying. Can be lifted at any time. Introduction. According to legend, due to the birth of Dialga, time began to flow, and it has the ability to manipulate the flow of time. It has undergone morphological changes in ancient times for unknown reasons, and it is part of the continuation of the creation god Arceus' own power. Close black lens bracket. With the advent of Dialga, 5 additional light wheels in the 3 light wheels that were also covered by Little Hoopa's different dimension hole trick. The elves who were summoned from them were just rushed out and were again sent to where by Little Hoopa's light wheels inside, and the remaining 2, amid the waves and heavy footsteps, a huge blue whale and a crimson dragon beast with lava flowing all over its body leapt and walked out of the 2 apertures respectively. It is the god of the sea Kyogre and the god of flightless Groudon, and these 2 guys, all in their original state of return. Kyogre got out of the light wheel. He fluttered his wings, flapping his pair of wings like flying wings, and hovered in the air, and Groudon took it a step further. Boom! The huge body suddenly plummeted down, smashing to the ground heavily, stirring up dust all over the sky. Race. Gyoka. Original return. Attribute. Water. Characteristic. Sea of origin. Exclusive. Becomes weather that will not be damaged by fire. Attribute. Attack. Level 1 God. Peak. Level 119. 99-100. Potential. Level 1 God. Extreme. HP 100. Attack 150. 100. Defense 90. Special attack 180. 1 CFED 50. Special defense 160. 140. Speed 90. The brackets are in normal form. Race value. Exclusive skill. Root fluctuation. Skills. Wave of water. Frozen beam. Absolute 0. Water cannon. Water spray. Law comprehension. Water 100%. Open black lens bracket. Authority. Ocean close black lens bracket. Status. Good. Evil thoughts are magnifying. Can be lifted at any time. Introduction. The creator of the ocean. The incarnation of the concept of planetary oceans. The ancients who were born with perfect water rules and died together with the ocean. Race. Groudon. Original return. Attribute. Ground. Fire. Characteristic. Ending land. Exclusive. Becomes weather that will not be damaged damaged by water attribute attack. Level 1 God Peak. Level 119, 99 100. Potential Level 1 God Extreme. Open black lens bracket HP 100. Attack 180, 100. Defend 160, 140. Special attack 150. Exclusive skill Sword of the Cliff. Skills Primordial Power, Earthquake, Arm Hammer, Big Character Explosion, Spitfire, Ellipsis, Closing Square Bracket 100. Special Defense 90, Speed 91. Law Comprehension, Ground System 100%. Open black lens bracket Authority. The Earth. Close black lens bracket. Status Good. Evil thoughts are magnifying, can be lifted at any time. Introduction. The creator of the Earth, the incarnation of the concept of the planet and Earth, the ancient who was born with perfect ground-based rule, and died together with the Earth. Status Column of the 3 legendary elves. Baizi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He was a little weird at first. Even if Hoopa is really talented, can he really control 6 of them in one breath with his evil thought, which is not inferior to its top legend? If this is the case, then Hoopa is really too perverted, and other top legends are too exaggerated, and there is no force. And now it seems Shadow Hoopa's abilities may have an effect on them all, but the reason why these guys are like this, perhaps, is purely playing on the topic. At this moment, all kinds of thought flashed in Baizi's mind, but at this time, Baizi was no longer allowed to think too much. In the field, unlike Dialga's only faint time ripples, the appearances of Kyogre and Groudon in the original state of return are huge. Taking the middle of the two as the dividing point, the whole world seems to be divided into two. On the left side of Gyoka, the sky is covered with dark clouds, and the pouring rain pours down and spreads out, and even the original sand and dust gradually become muddy, and the hurricane and rainstorm hit the earth. And it's the opposite. Right, the place where Groudon stood was raging with flame. The ground was charred and cracked, and it seemed like a big sun had fallen above his head, and the strong sunlight would illuminate the desert city at dusk. I am the protagonist template. Invincible Chapter 561 to 580. 561. The rumors are unbelievable. Please complete the order. Whoa, it's pouring rain. At this moment, in the desert city within the range of heavy rain, in the top office of the administrative building in the city center, the Alliance dispatchers and the old suffragettes in the desert city are debating whether to concentrate on expelling the giant beasts or to give priority to escorting and transferring the property of the noble. The elf world itself is highly autonomous, whether it is each region or the various cities and towns under the jurisdiction of the region, of local and alliance delegation. And because of its unique humanistic and historical environment, the Carlos region gave birth to a very wide and numerous aristocratic class. To know, in ancient time, Carlos was known as the 100 Kingdom. On the continent of Carlos, there were hundreds of large and small kingdoms scattered across the continent. Even in today's Elves Alliance era, Carlos, there are still quite a few independent kingdoms in existence. As for the desert city, it does not have a long history in itself. Although it developed late, its extremely inflated financial resources still promoted the birth of aristocrats, a very popular class of Carlos. Although in the eyes of most Carlos nobles, those in the desert city are nothing more than nouveau riche tycoon. But, as the ruling class of the desert city, they have considerable autonomy. Once it really disagrees with the managers assigned by the alliance, then, want to implement or deny certain decisions, it will become quite difficult. As now, the final result of the stalemate between the two sides may only be the dispersion of forces, each doing its own thing. At this time, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and with the sound of high heels kicking, Karuna, who was wearing a coat, hurried in. Kaluna champion, Miss Karuna, it would be great if you were there. Many alliance officials seemed to see the backbone, and several noble representatives also stood up to say hello. As the representative of the Carlos Alliance's military force, Kalunai, to a certain extent, is basically equivalent to the branch of the Carlos Alliance. Everyone. Kalunai nodded slightly, looked around, and simply said, "Gentlemen, it's not a matter of arguing whether to drive away or who should leave first. It is the legendary Pokemon with the title of God that descended on Desert City. This is not something that ordinary humans and trainers can match. The Desert City is about to become the battlefield of the gods, and there is a danger of being completely overthrown at any time. So, the most important thing for today is to evacuate the citizens immediately. Keep the people safe." As Karuna's voice fell, the scene fell into a brief silence. Immediately after, "Then, Miss Karuna, we won't bother you anymore. I have something else to do." "Yes, I'm sorry to bother you." Several noble representatives looked at each other, exchanged glances, and set off to leave. Based on what they know about the Carlos champion, it is estimated that at most they will be held accountable after the event, which is harmless. For them, the most important thing now is to immediately pass the news back to the clan, and then transfer the strength of the trainers in the city, and immediately transfer their family members and property to the top. But this time, when they just got to the door, however, he found that there was a Shinado with a headgear, and a Steedwind speed dog with a blonde girl with disheveled disheveled hair and an unrecognizable face. They were blocking the door one after another, closing their eyes and resting. There was no thought of getting out of the way. Quote. A meticulous old man who took care of his head turned his head and asked, Kaluna champion, what do you mean? Everyone, during special time, please accept unified scheduling. Karuna didn't even turn her head. She walked past several people, looked at the other 3 people in the room, and simply said, Miss Junshalan, Captain Kano, Commissioner Longlan, now, as the champion of the Carlos League, I temporarily control the Desert City. Desert City, enter the first level security from now on. All the security forces, special forces and trainers belonging to the Alliance and the municipality are all involved in the evacuation of the people. Remember, everything is for the fastest evacuation. In special time, any act of disrupting and interfering with evacuation, if necessary, I allow. To implement compulsory measures. Ask for flowers. Do it now. Yes, agree. The 3 immediately responded with a solemn voice. From the corner of their eyes, looking at the resolute arrangement of the Alliance personnel to control the noble representative, they stepped towards the background in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. I can't help but sigh in my heart. In the past, it was said that the champion of Carlos, although he was called a champion, was almost a tool of the league's executives and entertainment companies, and he was submissive. A character with no temper at all. Now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Such a resolute style of behavior and resolute scheduling is really heartbreaking. Where is the submissive tool person? Really, rumors are unbelievable. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the quiet office, Kalunai's emaciated figure is isolated. Her eyes pass through the rain curtain like a waterfall, and look further away, at the junction that exudes fierce red light. Eyes are complicated. By Z. Katakana middle. East of the city, on the edge, under the split scene of the scorching sun and the rainstorm, Lai Kong sits in a winding dragon body, alone, and confronts the opposite, evil shadow, Hoopa, Dialga, Kyogre and Groudon in midair. Side, at the top of a clock tower is Bai Zi, who is sitting on Kang Zhang's back, holding little Hoopa in his arms. At this moment, the 2 sides confronted the top of the middle. The 3 pairs of golden rings exuding purple mist and blue ons are entangled in pairs, and it is the exclusive skill of evil shadow, Hoopa and the little devil Hoopa. Different dimension cave. Manufactured. Light wheel. You can never call for help again. Although the levels are far from each other, the exclusive skill of different dimensional cave seems to be more inclined to the use of power. Therefore, little Hoopa doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Well, that's also 4 on 2. Evil shadow, Hoopa snorted coldly, and the words were filled with ignorance of Bai Zi and Xiao Hoopa. The word fall. Its eyes suddenly lit up with bursts of red light, and it manipulated the other 3 legendary elves to besiege Lai Kong's eye, and it fit into Bai Zi's arms and rushed in the direction of little Hoopa. Begging _ 562. The battle between mythical beasts. The final call of evil shadow Hoopa. It seems to be regarded as a soft persimmon. Evil shadow Hoopa, who was pounced with the thick smoke wrapped around him. Bai Zi's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, the sleeve of the left arm revealed a dazzling blue light, and faintly revealed the shape of a sword. Ow! In the next second, Kang Shang transformed into a king of sword form in a burst of white light. The bright full moon rises from the scorching sun and the rain curtain. Under the pink light, bright king sword, which was already energized in Kang Zhang's long kiss, was coated with a layer of pink brilliant brush. As Kang Zhang's 4 legs suddenly exerted force, an unparalleled rapid burst out, driving Kang Zhang straight from. There is only a tail flame that looks like a meteor streaking across the air. Moonlight Giant 437 B/Who _ Evil shadow Hoopa let out a tragic cry of pain, and forcefully swallowed this giant B/, which contained goblin attribute. The scorching sun behind the rain curtain was slashed by the energy that passed through the body, creating a hollow arc. Wherever evil shadow Hoopa's waist staggered, the double damage makes it a little staggering. The slightly higher floors were cut off in an instant and fell on the chaotic tree. Severe pain stimulated evil shadow Hoopa's brain. Slice weight, even revealing a faint sense of illusory. Hoopa, it hurt. Evil shadow Hoopa let out the constant pain from his body with his roar, but its movements didn't stop at all, and it maintained its rushing action towards Bai Zi, who was left in the air. At the same time, the ring in front of the wrist suddenly expanded and disengaged, and hovered right in front of its palm, causing the evil shadow Hoopa's arm to plunge into it. A ring emerged from behind Bai Zi, and the big hand of evil shadow Hoopa that had not entered the ring suddenly stretched out from it and grabbed it towards Bai Zi in midair. Different dimension cave. It closed. The expression of pride mixed with pain made evil shadow Hoopa's expression very distorted. But just as his palm was about to grab Zhang Bai Zi and the little Hoopa he was holding in his arms, the familiar scene reappeared. Kiran Julie suddenly came from above his head, followed by the familiar dizziness and whistling wind, as well as a more scorching high heat energy level shock. Boom! Evil shadow Hoopa was unprepared and severely damaged by this powerful blow to the ground. As the rest of the momentum poured out, the annular shot spread freely. View from the sky, centered on the draw point of the evil shadow Hoopa. In the desert area to the east of the coverage area of the aftermath, the rolling sand and dust surged up like a tidal wave, turning into a sky full of sand and falling down, and the exact center of the impact. In the huge pothole with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer, nearly half of his body was buried in the evil shadow Hoopa, which was deeply embedded in the base of the cement ground, and his legs were pumping. Directly above it, half empty, Necrozma, who was in the scorching sun area, was quietly suspended, and the deep black crystal torso was still deep under the mask of the scorching sun. Realistic fighting is not a battle on the field, and since he is now in the safety of Xiaohuang, it is naturally even more impossible to play any one-on-one battle game as usual. To end the battle as quickly as possible is Bai Zi's goal. Go on, Behemoth Lash, Metal Claws, Evil Shadow Hoopa, who pulled himself out from the ground. Bai Zi's eyes were cold. The command is down. In the sky behind them, a pink full moon rang out, and Necrozma, one after the other, waving the sword in the long kiss and the fierce claws towards the direction of the evil shadow Hoopa, rush away. Moonlight, Behemoth Lash, Moonlight, Metal Claws. After a few seconds, Hu-tilde-pa, the turbulent evil factor turned into a thick fog and rose, accompanied by a violent explosion and the roar of evil shadow Hoopa. Blue, black, white, pink. The energy turbulence of the four colors turned into a tornado that soared into the sky, and a huge column tornado rose in the east of the desert city, sweeping and spreading frantically. Bai Zi used his mind power to drag himself away from the core area of energy conflict at the first time. Out of the corner of the eye swept across the battlefield on the other side. At this moment, Lai Kongzai has been transformed into a mega evolution form, and the exclusive characteristic Delta Airflow is fully functioning, gradually transforming the characteristic Ending Land and Origin Sea of Groudon and Kyogre in the original return state. Cover. At the same time, between the dragon's body, the finishing touch, blessed by God P, crossed the green lines in midair, relying on unparalleled flying skills to continuously avoid Kyogre and Groudon, and Dialga's heavy blocking, trying to find an opportunity to break the deadlock with one hit. Bai Zi's eyes narrowed slightly just when he was about to make a move. Zip! The sound of footsteps that was so heavy that it seemed to make the entire city tremble suddenly came, accompanied by the appearance of almost substantial air pressure in the air. Bai Zi suddenly turned his attention to where the energy turbulence was. Now, the turbulent energy turbulence exploded with this loud noise. Kang Shang turned into a stream of light and shot out, leaping up with light zap, landing on the other side of the turbulent current opposite Bai Zi. On the other hand, Necrozma flew straight back to Bai Zi and hovered in front of him. With a wave of his claws, he tore apart the aftermath of the impact. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated. Within sight, it is the bottom of the deeper semicircular pothole. The evil shadow Hoopa, who is half kneeling on the ground, his body seems to be short-circuited. Now, 4.3 was gasping for breath, like the evil shadow Hoopa, who is about to dissipate into smoke at any time, with his head lowered. In front of the only raised palm, a huge light wheel, emitting gray light stood, and within the twisted circular light curtain of the light wheel, the sole of a foot was covered with green plant, and a white cylindrical limb with a black folded line above the knee was exposed. With this huge leg that is nearly 20 meters long just exposed, it can be called a slow knee-bending movement. A majestic behemoth is slowly extruding from the light wheel. P.S. Guess who? This one will be number 1 in the legendary strength of the current appearance. 563. The third creation, the enemy of Arceus. The size of this behemoth is obviously far beyond the size of the halo. With the body moving forward at an average speed, it is continuously squeezed out. Evil Shadow Hoopa also had to support his body with all his might, manipulating the light wheel to continue to expand. And with the expansion of the light wheel, with a yellow bracelet, a knee-length arm with 3 white fingers at the end stretches out, followed by a yellow curved disc structure lined with holes in the shape of the Big Dipper. These are enough. Or, when the leg came out, he had basically determined the identity of the other party. Regichkas. Bai Zi slowly spit out the name of the existence with the title of Holy Pillar King, capable of creating lower-level legends and moving continental plates with his bare hand. In his eyes, there was an unstoppable shock. There is a big gap between the real elf, especially the legendary body size, and the data in the previous life. Bai Zi had expected this. Example, the Groudon Mark 3.5 meters is actually nearly 20 meters tall. After returning to the original, it directly broke through the 30-meter mark. It is a real giant. Original. Bai Zi felt that Regichka's 25th was almost tens of meters high, but now it seemed the size of the Holy Pillar King, Regichka, at least more than 100 meters. And not only is the size far beyond the estimate, but the strength of Regichka's is also far beyond Bai Zi's expectation. Race. Regichka's attribute: general feature, slow start, exclusive, most of the time in a deep leap, attack and speed or have. Level, quasi-creation level, level 120, -5100. Potential, creation level, HP 110, attack 160, defend 110, special attack 80, special defend 110, speed 100. Exclusive skill, crushing, skill, slap, strange light, tit for tat, revenge, stampede, hold, million ton punch, wide area defend, mind hammer, heavy collision, arm hammer, ultimate impact, power, creation, abolish, law comprehension, general 100%, steel 100%, ice 100%, rock 100%, dragon 100%, electric 100%, fighting 99%, authority, creation, forging, status, seriously injured, half asleep. Introduction. The first batch of naturally born creatures in the main world of the elf, and the first top legend to break through the field of creation, but because of the power of comprehension, we usurp part of the creation of the world. The creation authority of the god Arceus was therefore abolished, and he fell into a cycle of long slumber and awakening to other power. To be honest, even with Baizi's knowledge, he didn't take a deep breath because of Regigigas' luxurious attribute panel and the information revealed in it. Potential is the third creation level after the continuation of Dark Super Dream and Hoopa. The strength can be said to be the strongest Baizi has ever seen so far. It is completely comparable to the god of Radiance, Necrozma, in his heyday. But no, according to the information displayed on the panel, the Sacred Pillar King is seriously injured, and the reason for its injury is even more ridiculous. Was it because the power of comprehension had usurped part of the creation authority of the creation god Arceus? Known by Baizi, conflicts of authority and authority cannot coexist. That is to say, Regigigas' relationship with Arceus was a divine enemy. Will this survive? Moreover, it also clearly grasped the power of the next level authority, creation, and forging. The one with the weakest comprehension law is also comparable to the top legend, and even more than a full 7 in one breath. Among them, there are 6 other states of perfection. Perverted. Baizi really didn't expect that Regigigas, whose style and record were not outstanding among the top legend, would have such strength. Never let Regigigas be summoned. This thought appeared in Baizi's mind. To know, with Regigigas' size alone, a simple arm swing might be equivalent to the destructive power of a giant move. What's more, the other party also has a quasi-create level powerful strength. Once completely called out, and really obeyed the instructions of Evil Shadow Hoopa. By the time, unless a Solgaleo or Lunara takes the initiative to dedicate, let Necrozma absorb it, and complete the ultimate burst to become the ultimate Necrozma. Restore quasi-genesis level strength, or Lai Kong sits and break through the battle, and directly break through to the quasi-creation level. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one can stop Regigigas. Stop it. All kinds of thought flashed through Baizi's mind, and he made a decisive decision and shouted at Necrozma. Gay! Exclamation mark quote. Necrozma made a strange sound, and the white light suddenly condensed from its raised claws, turning into a burning white streamer towards Reggie, who had already stepped out of the light wheel halfway. Chicka's photon surge. At the same time, 437 inches out, accompanied by the sound of the King of Sword, the bright King Sword, in the long kiss suddenly soared and turned into a great sword about 40 meters long, slightly sideways. Next second, in a rather awkward posture, he twisted the wolf body from midair, and slashed heavily above Regigigas' head. Giant B slash zip underscore. Whoa. The photon surge made Regigigas' movements a little, and the following giant slash made Regigigas' figure can't help but lean back slightly. Don't think about it. Evil Shadow Hoopa, whose body was flickering constantly, had his eyes torn apart, and in the roar, the raised palm suddenly pulled back, and with its movement, the huge ring that was nearly enough to see the whole city suddenly moved back 7 or 8 meters. This time, Regigigas, who had only shown one section at first, had most of his slightly reclined body suddenly revealed. At the same time, drop, the 3 pairs of light-like eyes that had always been dimmed suddenly flashed red, green, and gray. 564. A blow that changes the continental plate. Regigigas, are you awake? This guess made Baizi couldn't help but look condemned, and at the same time, as Evil Shadow Hoopa forcibly manipulated light wheel to drag out most of Regigigas' body, its body that was already flickering like a broken line appeared faintly transparent. In some places, even atomization occurred. Obviously, Evil Shadow Hoopa was not completely incapacitated at this moment. He was almost out of 10, but at such a price. Instead it was zip underscore. The soles of Regigigas' slightly raised soles fell steadily again, accompanied by the ring-shaped impact of the ground surging in all directions. Giant God standing on the earth. Who tilde. With the complete appearance of Regigigas, the Evil Shadow Hoopa exploded directly into a thick fog, and in Baizi's greatly changed expression, he suddenly rushed towards Regigigas' body. But then, Baizi's expression became strange again, because Evil Shadow Hoopa, who had reincarnated into an energy body, seemed to have bumped into an invisible wall before it could touch Regigigas' body. Not only failed to possess the success. Even more so, under this collision, the 7 meat and 8 elements rolled to the ground, and seemed to have completely lost the fighting power and remained motionless. And Regichka's was like a power outage, and after a few flashes of 3 pairs of lantern-like eyes, they were completely extinguished. It stood like a giant statue. Baizi glanced at it. It was found that the state of Regichka's did not change from sleeping to awakened, but instead added a sleepwalking state. Sleepwalking. Baizi's expression was weird. And right now, Mr. Baizi, with the shout from far and near, the brothers and sisters Balza and Maili, who were riding the warrior eagle and the fiery eagle respectively, rushed from the direction of the desert tower. The two sides happened to be separated by Regichka. Seeing that Baizi had forgotten to come, Maili immediately waved in Baizi's direction, and Balza immediately raised the pot of punishment he reforged in his hand and aimed at Hoopa's evil shadow, which had turned into a fog. Immediately, the mouth of the pot seemed to have an irresistible suction force, and the evil shadow was directly included in it. Done all this, Baizi saw that Balza almost subconsciously wanted to throw the jug of punishment in his hand. Fortunately, he stopped this action in time, and quickly took out a barrel-shaped translucent pink jade, and stuffed the jug of punishment into it. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. You commanded the elves to participate in the sealing of Hoopa's evil shadow, and gained a little battle experience plus 100, and Lai Kongzai, Necrozma, and King Shang gained experience plus 10 plus 15 respectively. The level reaches the critical point. The experience is transformed, the source is enhanced, and the skill proficiency is enhanced. Close black lens bracket. Ding! Lycong speed race value plus 1. Ding! Necrozma HP plus 1. Ding! King Ring's attack racial value plus 1. The system beat sound one after another, and as Evil Shadow, Hoopa was resealed, Dialga, Groudon, and Kyogre all quickly regained consciousness. Dialga stayed away from Lycong almost as soon as he woke up, and then directly plunged into the hole that appeared in front of him. Kyogre jumped right after, crossed half of the city in an arc, and plunged straight into the sea. Only Groudon, after looking around for a while to identify the direction, he had to hum, and walked in the direction where Kyogre left. Along the way, he left a string of charred paw prints. Baizi obviously couldn't let Groudon traverse the city like this, and gestured to the little Hoopa in his arm. Little Hoopa suddenly nodded his head clearly. Little hand waved. One of the freed rings flew to Groudon and turned into a huge light wheel. Wow! Tilda. Feeling the familiar lava breath on the other side of the halo, Groudon turned his head in the direction of Hoopa and gave a friendly roar, then took heavy steps and got into the halo. Inside, your Lycong's eye is repelled. The source is in hand. The speed race value plus 3. Lycong sat silently watching the 3 legendary elves leave, and deep coldness flowed in his scarlet eyes. This is definitely the most frustrating battle it has ever fought in its life. In order to ensure that these 3 guys are dragged, it can only walk and walk. It was chased by 3 guys whose strength was far inferior to it as a target for a long time, and it itself. In order to be foolproof, before breaking the deadlock with 100% certainty, I had to endure the irritability in my heart and play hide and seek with those 3 guys. Baizi didn't think so much, although this time the chaos seemed a bit anticlimactic, but it also gained a full 6 racial point, and the matter was finally resolved. Now, as long as Regigigas is sent back, and then takes advantage of the weakness of the evil shadow to complete purification, and then finds a way to take Hoopa away, the desert city and his party will basically be complete. Mr. Baizi. Act 2. The Balza brothers and sisters circled around and came to Baizi's side. After saying hello, they couldn't help but turn their eyes to Regigigas, who was standing still. It was the first time they saw each other. To such a huge elf, in his eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. Baizi glanced at the jug of punishment in Balza's arm. Afterward, he patted Hoopa's little head in his arm. Okay Hoopa, let's send this big guy back. Come Tilda. Hoopa nodded obediently. Then, it raised its hand, and a ring quickly grew in the air, covering Regichkas's head. But right now, Jing Hao Gujiao, who didn't understand, suddenly waved his right arm like a slash. A strange air humming sounded, followed by a sound like cloth brocade being torn. Baizi's scalp exploded. In the sudden inexplicable panic, his body froze, and in Baizi's eyes, the whole world seemed to fall into a black and white still picture in an instant. Then, boom! It was as if an invisible giant axe was smashed down, and with the roaring sound, nearly half of the desert city, including the straight ahead where Regichkas waved his arm. Aerial view from the sky. A huge ravine stretched continuously, completely separating the corner of the west coast of the entire Carlos continent. P.S. Collect the exclusive Z moves of Lycong's eye, either of the dragon type or the flight type. 565. Facing the power of creation. Ow! Gay! Roar! Kang Shang, Necrozma, and Lycong sat around Baizi almost immediately. Next second. A sharp-edged energy sword. The light of the faint glow that burns the air into wisps of blue smoke. The blazing blue dragon-shaped light and shadow. Explosion one after another. another. It turned into layers of prestige and locked on Regigigas, who fell into silence again after swinging his arm. It took a long while for Baizi to regain his senses. He looked at the abyss that stretched for nowhere and was only a few hundred meters away, and his voice was dry. Quote, This is the quasi-creation level. He has estimated the power of the creation level, but estimation and seeing it with his own eyes are two different things. What's more, this is only a quasi-creation level, and maybe it's just a simple stress response in the quasi-creation level sleepwalking. Stress response. At this moment, Baizi's eyelid twitched wildly, and his inner unease surged wildly from his limbs, constantly stimulating his nerve corner of the eye. For a moment, he saw Regichka's trembling fingers. An image suddenly exploded in my mind. It was the afterimage of the giant god who stood up to the sky and waved his arm again. At the same time, your mental power reaches the critical value. Heaven rewards hard work. The ability to perceive danger leads to transformation and enhancement, and the ability to increase the perception of danger increases future vision, uncontrollable. The system's prompt sounded in Baizi's ear, but at the moment, Baizi obviously didn't have the extra energy to pay attention to this, and his expression rarely showed a grim look uncontrollably. Think immediately. At this moment, the burning white thought force burst out wildly, turning into a net that wrapped the Miley brothers and sisters and their riding elves around them, and plunged down towards the ruins of the city below. At the same time, Baizi's three legendary elves also responded. Roar tilde. Lai Kongzai didn't hesitate at all. His sinuous figure rolled directly, wrapping Baizi first with the reaction ability of the god's domain level. Then, one by one, they pinched the Miley brothers and sisters who were riding on the elf. An arrow, it went straight down. CFED. Kang Shang and Necrozma also dispelled their energy levels out of absolute trust in Baizi, and followed one after the other. And in this very moment, the silent Regichkas waved his hand and fanned the air in front of him as if to drive away something. -1-2. Great sound. The air above the desert city seemed to be smashed into a paste in an instant, and a wall of air like a substance swept past, as if leaving a dividing line between the sky and the earth in an instant. At this moment, Baizi, who was already sitting in the dragon's body by Lai Kong, seemed to be suddenly deaf, and it seemed that a humming sound with no change in frequency continued to ring in his ear. And the next moment, a strong sense of suffocation suddenly came. That kind of feeling was as if the air was instantly evacuated, and it was as if the universe had fallen into a vacuum in an instant. The pain of suffocation invaded Baizi's brain in an instant. Good for the next moment. Roar tilde. In the long roar of the dragon, he suddenly felt a kind of fresh breeze that was as broad as the sky blowing on his face, and then, the incomparably mellow pure oxygen rushed to his face, which made Baizi from suffocation. I was relieved from the terrifying feeling of breathing. Ha 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 ha. Baizi was breathing heavily, and the force even made him choked a little. After a long while, after recovering a little, he turned his eyes to the side, and saw that the Miley brothers and sisters not far from him were all pale and unconscious. His lips were open, his chest heaving violently, like a car king lacking oxygen. The two riding elves were also lying on the ground like dead dogs, sticking out their tongues and panting shiveringly. Around them, including themselves, a layer of cyan airflow continuously emanated from Lai Kongxi's body, penetrating the entire cyan light curtain wrapped in the outer layer. Ha ha. Lai Kongzai, and you guys, ha, you don't target Regichkas with your aura, don't show hostility to him, and don't take the initiative to attack. Baizi was lying on top of the dragon body that Lai Kong was sitting on, and he quickly and loudly exhorted the first time he came over. Subsequently, he could clearly feel Lai Kongxi's body gradually relax, but then, he suddenly felt a little wrong again. Wait, hey. After trying to speak a few times, and finding that he really couldn't hear his voice, Baizi stared. Damn, I'm deaf. Just temporarily. Lai Kongzai's unique telepathy came, and Baizi also reacted. This should be the one from Regichkas just now, which caused a loud noise and caused him to be temporarily deaf. Come on. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a constant buzzing in his ears, but everything would be silent. After confirming this, Baizi put his heart back into his stomach. Immediately after, la. Under the slight vibration, Lai Kong sat slightly relaxing the dragon's body, allowing Baizi to see the outside scene clearly. The whole city was a mess, with green plants, spring water, the surface of the building and glass. Wait, everything seems to have been scraped off a layer. The square inch where Baizi was located was the only place in the vicinity that remained intact. This intact ground is in the shape of a leaking drop. Baizi is in the middle of a circle surrounded by Lai Kongzai. Necrozma and Kang Shang are increasing outward, and in front of Kang Shang is the tip of the leaking drop. Baizi can completely imagine. At the moment when Regichkas suddenly attacked, Lai Kongzai, Necrozma, and Kang Chi supported layers upon layers of support. The innermost Lai Kong sits to ensure safety, Necrozma in the middle strengthens the protection, and Kang Shang is responsible for facing and cutting off the airflow that hits the outermost layer, weakening the power of the aftermath. 566. One last time. After this blow, Regichkas fell into silence once again. Baizi, who was worried, also checked again, and found that the status column of Regichka still showed sleeping and sleepwalking, and he was relieved a little. Guess. It's now certain. Do not. Strictly speaking, it should be roughly guessable. Reggie gigas at this time. If he doesn't cause the other party's stress response, then he can be considered as harmless for the time being. Baizi. Just when Baizi was thinking about what to do with this big guy, Lai Kongzai's unique telepathy suddenly sounded again. What do you mean by the quasi-creation level you said earlier? Thing, huh? Baizi was stunned when he heard the word. Isn't the quasi-creation level the same as the quasi-creation world level? Hard to do. In Lai Kongzai's knowledge, there is no quasi-creation level, one say. But when he looked up and found that not only Lai Kongzi, but Kang Shang and even Necrozma looked at him with a puzzled look, he suddenly couldn't understand. Lai Kongzai and Kang Shang don't understand. It is understandable, but Necrozma, you yourself fell from the quasi-creation level, right? Do not know either. You guys don't know what quasi-creation level mean? Baizi asked tentatively. Although I am not sure about the specific classification standards of your human being, according to the Strength Division 1, no, there is indeed no quasi-creation level. Kang Zhang's telepathy sounded, and while his eyes wandered near Regichka's, he explained to Baizi, quote, the overlord who comprehends and can use mystical skills, the God's domain that formally comprehends the law, and the basically unknown creation domain. This is what I know of all levels. Only 3. Baizi raised his eyebrows. Comprehending and being able to use profound truth level skills is obviously the expression of Heavenly King, and formal comprehension of laws is indeed one of the characteristics of entering the realm of God. But isn't the gap a bit too big? And the creation realm? Looking at Kang Shang and Lai Kong sitting, even Necrozma's eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, Baizi suddenly felt a little stunned. Perhaps in his opinion, there is a very clear path from birth to the Heavenly King level, and even the God realm and creation level after that. But that is based on the power of Baizi's power detection ability. For other people in L, these are just summaries of experience, many of which are known, I am afraid, will be missed by the slightest, and the final, correct answer will be different, even half understood. Now think of it. The training of elves in this world basically focuses on the tempering of physique, energy level, skills and attribute. As for the comprehension of the law, for them, it is the degree of qualitative change in the attribute energy level of the elf. This idea cannot be said to be wrong, and even to a certain extent, this is a human being summed up, a fairly effective training method, because it can indeed comprehend and enhance the understanding of the law. But the essential cognition is still deviated, and it is precisely what led to the emergence of a group of geniuses in the elf world who reached the peak of the championship at the age of 2 and 30, but the elf leader who is located on it has almost broken the basic fundamentals. The reason, all the time, because of the blessings of various adventures and the Heaven's Path rewarding system, I am afraid that he has overlooked the value of these cognition. Don't say anything else. Creation realm, for those top legends, let them devote themselves to follow immediately, but make friends, and it's okay to pull them out to fight in groups and stand on the platform. That must be no problem. Thought turn around. But Baizi naturally couldn't hide anything about Lai Kong sitting on them. Seeing that Regichkas was still in silence, Baizi took advantage of the gap between observing the other party and repeated the promotion path he knew one by one. Quote, So, the foundation of promotion to the creation domain lies in the understanding of power. Lai Kongzai's tone was full of unstoppable agitation, and at the same time as obtaining power, you also need to improve and refine your own energy level, as well as transform your aptitude, right? Necrozma said. As for flowers, yes, this is all I know about the creation field. Baizi nodded and immediately added, as for whether other conditions are required, I don't know. It's good to know that Kang Shang is probably the most calm one among them. After all, its pursuit of strength is not as scorching as Lai Kongzai. Creation realm, like Necrozma. Indeed, being able to point the way forward is already the greatest help. Lai Kongzai and Necrozma agreed. Know the way forward. It's important for both Lexus and Necrozma. At this moment, they can't wait to start studying immediately. Lai Kongzai even came up with the idea of whether to look for a few divine beasts to study them. After all, according to Baizi, authority may be to indicate the leadership of power, the thing of the direction of enlightenment. But before that, Baizi, Kang Shang turned his head, then looked at Regichkas again. Are you ready to deal with this guy? Dispose of. After looking at Regichkas as well, Baizi frowned slightly. Quite a while, his eyes swept over the jug of retribution that had fallen to the side, and turned his gaze to a farther distance, where the desert city's evacuation gathered. For a moment, he looked back. Quote, Wait a little longer, and then, let me try one last time. P.S. Calvin is quite serious recently, and I feel that the last few paragraphs have not been written well. Also, I was just going to click on the the concept of creation level, and I will lay it out a little bit. I put it on the pad, but I accidentally felt that I was writing long-winded. Beg. 567. Give Hoopa to me. Hurry up. Someone fell into the water. Hurry up and call the water elves to save people. Pay attention to order. Don't be chaotic. What about the logistic team? Where is the medical elves of the logistic team? There are seriously injured people here. Hurry up and use the healing wave for the injured. At this moment, at the centralized evacuation point located in the northwest of the desert city, countless people waiting to be evacuated, as well as the urban guard, Junsha, alliance trainers and medical staff who are maintaining order, have blocked the water here. Before, under the prestige and pressure of the league champion Karuna, there is also an alliance special team that is eyeing. Although the entire evacuation point was in a panic, it was still barely orderly and dispatched uniformly under the command of the desert city and alliance staff. They were sent to the airport and the pier for boarding and boarding. The world of 437 elves is vast and sparsely populated, but the entire desert city is one of the few large cities in the Carlos area, with a permanent population of 70,000. Although it is still more than some large towns in previous life, it is not a momentary it's all evacuated. At this point, even in desert cities where shipping is very developed, even if some cargo planes and ships are empty, it will take at least 3 or 5 trips to evacuate all the people. It was fine. Although the entire city is in the midst of various explosions and changes, the aftermath of the battle is generally limited to the edge of the city east. Although there is panic, but they are still within the acceptable range. But when Rejichka's shot twice, especially the second time, the intense oppression and suffocation brought by that moment made everyone present feel the threat of death. Under threat of death, the riots were irresistible. This is just a natural disaster. I don't want to stay here. I want to get on the ship. No, I want to board. I bought a ticket to Mier City before. Get out of the way. I want to board. Whoa, Mom. God. Pushing, crying, and even praying. It was originally an orderly evacuation point, but it suddenly became a mess. And faced with this, the staff who were originally understaffed suddenly became even more stressed. Even Karuna, a champion-level trainer, was a little overwhelmed for a while. After all, even if her Shinado was infinitely close to the peak of the championship, the intensity of its mental power cannot be precisely controlled at the same time, and tens of thousands of people who are in turmoil and hell. Often, she just ran to the south to control the riot, and then, the originally stable north also became chaotic. Completely careless. Karuna was almost exhausted. Shinado, a mobilization method. Psychic power. Sana tilde. Invisible fluctuations spread out from the palms of Shinado's virtual and closed hands in an instant. In an instant, the people who were pushing and fighting together suddenly froze in place as if they were frozen. Immediately afterward, with the spread of tyrannical mental power, a pregnant woman with a big belly was lifted out of the crowd by the power of thought and sent to the medical staff who were waiting on the side. The crowd is still surging. Shinado, who once again temporarily controlled the commotion here, slowly restrained her thoughts and fell back to Karuna's side. At this moment, if you look carefully, you can easily notice that the forehead of the star champion of Carlos is full of fine sweat. There is also a look of worry in his eyes. Although she calmed down the rioting crowd like a firefighter, Karuna knew very well that there is a critical point in the human spirit, especially in a situation that could endanger his own life at any time. Continue to press harder. At that time, once it breaks out, I am afraid it will be bloodshed. Gay. Just when Karuna was deep in thought, accompanied by a strange humming sound like a whistle, a strange spirit like a black bar appeared in the sky above the evacuation point. It's Necrozma. Karuna immediately noticed Necrozma's figure, and her delicate eyebrows twitched slightly. She recognized that this was one of the spirits that Baizi used to fight other legends. Although I don't know, but come to think of it, it must be one of the legendary elves that have never been known, right? Just what is it doing here at this time? Could it be that the battle on Baizi's side is over? This thought made Karuna's brows suddenly loosen, because if so, then the bloodshed will not happen any more than to evacuate. But what happened next? It made Karuna instantly realize that she was thinking something wrong, because the unknown legendary elf flashed like a painted part for a while, not waiting for Karuna and her Shinado to react. An incomparably vast mind force swept toward the entire evacuation point, including the evacuation point, as well as everyone and elves at the airport and dock. Even planes full of passengers and 10,000-ton ferry are all packed up. Subsequently, just like packing luggage, he held up tens of thousands of humans, elves, and even plane ferries, and galloped away inland. Karuna, who was also encased in it, stared at the desert city, which quickly became smaller in the blink of an eye, turning into a black spot and disappeared. This is the legendary Pokemon, the power of God. Although she was already a witness to the battle of the God, when she experienced the power of this 4.3 legend, it was still shocking enough. The other side, after confirming that Rejichka's was temporarily harmless, in order to avoid harming innocent, Baizi took the initiative initiative to ask Necrozma to clear the battlefield ahead of time. Then, he called out auspicious eggs again, and simply healed himself and the Bowser brothers and sisters. Soon, the brother and sister woke up one after another. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the sibling, Bai Zi, who was playing with the pot of punishment in his hand, raised his head and said bluntly, "Both of you, I hope you can leave Hoopa to my care." 568. Liberation. Hoopa, would you like to be my partner? You, what did you say? Bowser looked at Bai Zi in disbelief, and confirmed in a voiceless voice that Miley was also stunned by Bai Zi's sudden remark. I mean, I hope you leave Hoopa in my care. Bai Zi spoke again. You. Bowser's expression turned solemn, and he was about to refuse directly. For them, Hoopa is like family. Even if Bai Zi helped and rescued them, they would definitely remember this kindness and try their best to repay it. But this is not the reason for letting the other party take Hoopa away. But Bowser's refusal has not been spoken. Next moment, it was as if it was blocked in the throat. Because I can help Hoopa regain control of the power of liberation. In other words, my ability can purify Hoopa's evil shadow in the jug of retribution. Bowser was suddenly dumbfounded. So, Yali spoke at this time. Her eyes were fixed on Bai Zi, and her eyes showed emotions that even she herself did not know. Are you going to take Hoopa away with this? The atmosphere suddenly became a little condensed. Bowser frowned and looked at his younger sister, who grew up with him, and little Hoopa, who was nestled in Bai Zi's arm, looked at the Bowser brothers and sisters, and then looked up at Bai Zi, and was at a loss for a while. Hoopa, Hoopa, children, don't interrupt. Bai Zi stretched out his hand and pressed the small head that was carrying Hoopa. His blue eyes like clouds and mist met Mei Yali's eyes, and suddenly smiled. You think too much about Miley. He shook his head and said with a smile, whether you agree with me to take Hoopa away, I will help it remove the influence of the power of the evil shadow. Or, do you think I'm the kind of person who takes advantage of others? Bai Zi shrugged. If you really think so, I'm so disappointed. Miley. No no no. Miley's pretty face suddenly flushed. She hurriedly waved her hands and said, I didn't really doubt that you were that kind of person. Talking and talking. She suddenly seemed to be discouraged, lowered her head, and said, I'm sorry. Bowser's frown deepened. He looked at Bai Zi again and said, since you said you can purify the evil shadow, then, what's the proof? Bai Zi did not speak. The power of words should not be underestimated, but sometimes they are the least powerful. Therefore, he just covered his palms on the jug of punishment in his hand. All of a sudden, a warm aura suddenly emerged from Bai Zi's palm, and quickly no one came to the pot of punishment. Time goes by slowly. Hoopa's evil shadow, who had completely lost the ability to resist, made Bai Zi's power like no one, and quickly calmed down and dissolved this power at a speed that even surprised him. Negative emotions in the amount. In the process, contrary to Bai Zi's expectations, the deepest negative emotion of evil shadow is neither resentment nor anger, but loneliness. Every minute and every second of that dark day made its resentment and anger deeper, and resentment and anger followed. All that's left is the deepest loneliness. But out of some kind of psychology, Bai Zi also used his coherent ability to share everything he felt during the process with the Bowser brothers and sisters and little Hoopa himself. Evil shadow. Little Hoopa's voice was waxy, and the Bowser brothers and sisters couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt in their eyes. In the end, the fault that Hoopa turned over at the beginning was the self-inflicted consequence of human instigation. This 100 years of loneliness is enough to repay. Call. Exhale slightly. As Bai Zi opened his eyes, he opened the pot of punishment. A splendid purple aura rose up, happily surrounding the crowd for a few laps. When little Hoopa opened his arm, he plunged straight into its petite body. Hoo tilde pa. With the sound that gradually became stronger, the suspended little Hoopa's body quickly deformed and expanded in a burst of light, and retransformed into a 6-armed halo super demon. Hoopa. Liberation form. The pinnacle of the first level god. 119, 95, 100. Hoopa, who had retrieved his power, was removed from the restriction on power, and his strength jumped to the level of a first level god. And Hoopa quickly shrank back to the punishment form in a burst of white light, and then, the ring wrapped around its waist suddenly detached, surrounding slightly, turning into a light wheel. At the same time, light wheel condensed again not far in front of it. Immediately after, Hoopa jumped in shape, and immediately drilled in from the light wheel in front of him, and re-drilled out of another light wheel. At the next moment, are you scared? Hoopa, who had the golden ring reworn around his waist, threw himself into Bai Zi's arms in a burst of laughter, tugged at Bai Zi's collar, and asked with a cute face, Bai J, have you been frightened by Hoopa? Saying that, Hoopa blinked expectantly. Really scared. Bai Zi stretched out his hand and flicked the ring mark between Hoopa's eyebrows and chuckled. And Hoopa, who got a satisfactory answer, immediately flew back to the midair with a smile on his face and turned in a circle, entertaining himself. That's great. My expectations have finally come true. Seeing this, Miley was instantly overjoyed. It was Bowser on the side. Deep-rooted resentment resentment, anger and loneliness of the evil shadow constantly surfaced in his mind. 437 half sound. He raised his head and looked at Bai Zi's unchanging calm eyes. Looks like you've made up your mind. Bai Zi raised his eyebrows slightly. Why, aren't you going to listen to me first? No need. Baozi shook his head. The subtle struggle in his eyes was gradually replaced by firmness. Hoopa likes you very much, and his eyes swept across Li Kongxi, King Sheng, and even Regichka's in turn. Maybe only by following you, Hoopa can truly grow. Miley pursed her lip, lowered her head, and was silent on Baozi's word. I said, are the two of you too sentimental? Bai Zi spread his hands and couldn't help but look at the two brothers and sisters who were both immersed in low air pressure with a bit of amusement. Even if Hoopa follows me with it light wheel ability and wants to come back to see you, isn't the light wheel just like visiting a door? What about the two of you making such an expression? The word fell. Baozi and Miley's sad expressions suddenly stiffened. Ignoring the two brothers and sisters who were trying to reduce their sense of existence at this time, Bai Zi took out a luxurious ball directly from his waist and handed it to Hoopa. Then Hoopa, will you be my partner? 569. Send Regichka. Fairy Chalcedony. Partner. The little Hoopa in the form of punishment tilted his head, and his cute little face was filled with puzzled expression. Do you mean friend? It's also family, Bai Zi added with a smile. And from now on, we will accompany each other, going to the towering towers, star-studded islands, and silver-covered snow-capped mountains, traveling and adventuring around the world to witness different scenery and stories. Speaking of this, Bai Zi looked at punishing Hoopa, whose eyes were getting brighter and brighter. The corner of his mouth raised lightly, and lifted the luxurious ball in his hand again. How about Hoopa? Are you going to witness this with me? Well, of course I would. Punishing Hoopa clenched his fist. His little head nodded and cheered like garlic, and then rushed straight to the luxurious ball in Bai Zi's hand. The moment his forehead touched the luxury ball button, punishment Hoopa turned into a red light and was contained in the Pokeball. Drop drop. A red light flashed on the button of the Pokeball without the slightest shaking. After 3 saw click, the sound of whoosh returned to calm. Nimbus's super demon. Hoopa got it. Looking at the Pokeball in his hand, the corners of Bai Zi's mouth involuntarily raised an obvious R. Subsequently, he released the punishment Hoopa again and stretched out his palm towards the opponent. Please give me more advice in the future, Hoopa. Hoopa nodded heavily, narrowed his eyes, and held Bai Zi's fingers while laughing. The attribution of Hoopa is determined. Bai Zi's purpose of going to Desert City has been achieved, and it doesn't seem to have caught the attention of Arceus, which is also good news. Next, it's about getting ready to go to the inverted world, but before that, he has another thing that needs to be tried. Quote. You mean, you're going to try to send Regichkas back before the Desert City right away? Tilda. After listening to Bai Zi's brief description of what happened and his decision, a look of worry appeared on Miley's face. But isn't it too risky to do so? She worried. The two brothers and sisters of Regichkas have experienced it firsthand. Add Bai Zi's description, as well as the deep chasm and tragic scene east of the Desert City, the two brothers and sisters can better understand the horror and danger of Regichkas. And now, hearing that Bai Zi was going to risk the opponent's stress response to fight back, he tried to send him back. Naturally, Mei Yali is not worried. Don't worry, since I've decided to do it, I can't be completely sure. Bai Zi smiled and comforted. Then he said, what's more, you should have heard me talking about it just now. Although Regichkas look harmless to humans and animals now, once it is stimulated again, who knows that its next blow will be directed towards in what direction? What if it's your hometown? What if it's a town in the interior or a gathering place for elves? With the word, Bai Zi's expression gradually became serious, and Miley wrapped Balza in silence. Indeed, if this is the case, it will be a scene of heavy casualty. That's something no one wants to face. Certainly, including Bai Zi. After all, Carlos is also Serena's hometown. I'll try. No, I'll definitely send Regigigas back to its lumber, using Hoopa's light wheel to send the siblings Miley and Balza back to the Valley of Creation. In advance, the time has come to more than 9 o'clock in the evening. The sky was completely dark by now. Scattered stars dotted the cloudless night, and under the silver glow of the crescent moon, a silver-white giant stood in the desolate ruined city, silent, like a dead thing. Not far away, at the top of a fairly intact building, Bai Zi looked at the tall black ore that Hoopa took out from the light wheel. He glanced at the pink spar on the ground in front of him again, and his expression gradually became a little weird. These two things, they were all left by the Balza brothers and sisters. It was said that it was stored in the desert tower, and it was likely to be destroyed in the subsequent action, so it was simply given to Bai Zi. And the reason why Bai Zi's expression is a bit wrong is not just the preciousness of these two things, although these two things are indeed very precious. Heavenly meteorite, ore containing strange cosmic power. Fairy chalcedony, the essence of jade containing pure fairy energy. This is going to give me a core crystallization of the flight system. The star ball that Liakuo is sitting on and the fairy ball of Kangsheng are all gathered together. Although he really wants to make a fairy ball directly, but whether it is some kind of intuition or what he has probably already understood. Now is not the time. Therefore, after taking a look, Baizi put these two things into his base backpack. And just when Baizi put on his base backpack again, as if sensing something, he raised his head and turned his eyes to a certain direction in the night sky. "Are you back?" moment. As if completely integrated into the night, Necrozma quietly landed in front of Baizi. "How is it? Is everything set up?" Looking at Karuna's face, these tens of thousands of people and elves, including a bunch of planes and giant ship, it is naturally impossible for Baizi to let Necrozma come back with him. Therefore, Baizi has asked Necrozma to simply help Karuna to settle, which can be regarded as an apology for the previous offense. As for the Catalya crowd, before the emergency, he didn't have time to help the other party unlock the mental blockade, so he temporarily left the wind speed dog beside the current sleepy king, so that Karuna didn't take care of it for a while and accidentally fell asleep somewhere. When he finishes all the thing, he will find her to bring the wind speed dog back, and help the other party to unlock the mental blockade on his body. Then, let's begin. Baizi stood up and looked solemnly in Regichka's direction. In his hand, in a pure crystal, the lightning-like pattern gradually disappeared. 570. Creation, the exclusive Z movement of Ritsu Kongzai. If you want to send Regichka's back, the first difficulty is how to send it into the light wheel, because as far as the current situation is concerned, once the aura gets close to a certain range, it will cause Regichka's stress response. As for distance, Baizi, who has absolute memory ability, can accurately estimate the error value to the millimeter. To be precise, it is 19.32 meters. This distance wasn't too far, but comparing the speed of the light wheel with the counterattack speed of Regichka's stress response, it was obviously far from enough. Therefore, Baizi can only change the method to fix the light wheel at the extreme distance, and then find a way to push Regichka's into the light wheel. And in the process, he has to make sure 1. The power to push Regichka's must be enough to drive and push his huge body into the light wheel. 2. The speed of the pushing process must be faster than Regichka's stress response. And lastly, it must be able to avoid Regichka's stress counterattack. To do both, speed, strength and reflexes are all indispensable. And after Baizi's deliberation, this candidate finally make sure to give Lai Kong a C. 437. The time came to 9:30, and at this moment the bright moon was hanging high. Under the silver glow, two incomparably gigantic light wheels stood one after the other at the extreme distance of Regichka's stress response, and in mid-air, 10,000 meters away from the ground, a light wheel of the same size hangs on it. The light wheel section is a twisted purple black hole with colorful optical fibers at the edge. This is the ultimate hole, and at the other end of the ultimate cave, in the ultimate base, over the dimly lit Ultima Metropolis, the black Lai Kong sitting in its super-evolutionary state is constantly swimming in the nearly liquefied ultimate aura formed by Necrozma, just as Lai Kongzai was adapting to the ultimate aura. At the same time, Baizi, who was sitting at the top of Lai Kongzai's head, closed his eyes and constantly used his synchronization ability to conduct spiritual training with Lai Kongzai. Pupa, who was in the form of punishment, was nestled in the collar of his arms and also closed his eyes, maintaining the operation of the light wheel. And in Baizi's hand, a diamond-shaped transparent spar was floating in it, slowly turning Z pure crystal, or to be precise, this is a pure Z pure crystal that was transformed by Baizi using the power of ultimate authority without the slightest attribute power. Its predecessor, the electric Z, obtained from Kapu Mingming, and now, it is the carrier used by Baizi to create a new Z move. Baizi, who has the same ultimate authority as Necrozma, who has all the sources of Z power, can naturally also do something like this. Same, the only one who has been approved by Lai Kongzai and can achieve synchronization with the other party is only Baizi. What is lacking is the supply of the ultimate aura, but for today's Necrozma, it can be easily provided. And exclude this, the rest is to record the new Z move. The rationale for this is actually quite simple, because the Z move was not created out of thin air, but a more original elf move, combined with the power of the ultimate aura, an enhanced version of the move. Just like the general type Z movement, Ultimate Invincible Clash, it was created by combining the general type unique move, Collision, with the ultimate aura. And Solgaleo's exclusive Z movement, Sunshine Under the Sky, is the ultimate enhanced version of the exclusive trick, Meteor Flash Charge, so on. And Baizi's choice for Lai Kong C is naturally the finishing touch. But honestly, creating new Z move, especially exclusive Z move, was more difficult than Baizi imagined, because he not only needs to be familiar enough and master the energy running route of Lai Kongzai's exclusive skill, finishing the finishing touch, but also based on this, let the ultimate aura fit this at the same time. It is a perfect increase for the finishing touch. This is not much easier than creating a wizard skill out of thin air. Been for a brief spiritual union with Necrozma when he used the authority of rule. He had gained a lot of knowledge and memory of the use of the ultimate aura. I am afraid that ByZ is at a loss for even replicating the existing common Z move, let alone creating a brand new exclusive Z move. Time passed by every second. Gradually, Z pure crystal that was swirling and floating between ByZ's hand. A tinge of azure gradually filled it. Finally, completely transformed into the center of the blue spar. The period of the mysterious graphic engraving formed by the combination of delta triangle and infinity ring. Lai Kong Z. Done. At this moment, ByZ opened his eyes. His blue eyes seemed to be surrounded by clouds and mist, and the burning white thought power seemed to be surging uncontrollably. There is only one chance. Looking at Lai Kong, which has just been created but already has a faint feeling of being broken. ByZ's eyes narrowed. Or the material is too poor. The thought flashed across his mind. The next moment, domination. ByZ's eyes fell into a kind of daze, and his palm reached out in the direction of Necrozma. In an instant, under the synchronization of the dominion power belongs to Necrozma. God that controls light, carries heat, and dominates the extreme is suddenly generated from ByZ's body. 30 seconds. He calmly estimated the limit he could bear, and the ultimate aura originally wrapped around Lai Kong's eye quickly converged towards the mid-air. Li Kong, as if being summoned. Click tilde. In the next second, ByZ grasped the azure spar that was crawling up the crack in front of him, and the spiritual power that could be compared to the realm of the gods instantly completed the synchronization with Lai Kong's eye. Oneness of mind. Then, Wu, accompanied by the tyrannical dragon roar. The azure light that almost illuminates the small half of the ultimate space suddenly rises up. Chapter 571. The Ultimate Dragon Emperor. Different dimension. The azure light is like a washing horse hanging for 9 days. Under the dazzling brilliance, it is like a round of cyan sun rising high. Scorching sun, formed by the gathered brilliance, also seemed to expand to the extreme. In the next instant, shrink suddenly. Roar. In the melodious sound of the dragon's roar, a dragon plate of light, which seemed to be composed entirely of azure energy, was constantly under the dim curtain of the ultimate world. It seems to be transformed from extremely static to extremely dynamic. Endless surge of energy whispered that this was created by him. Lai Kong's eyes exclusive Z move, i.e. one by one, the ultimate dragon emperor. Different dimension. It's like sounding the horn of an attack. In an instant, the light dragon burst out like a flying arrow, and went straight into the open hole in the sky. Chirp, The roar of gas explosion came. The bursting impact smashed the air into clumps of aerosols that spread over the entire metropolis like a cloud curtain. The whole city was shaken and crumbling. Mid-air, Necrozma glanced at the devastated metropolis with a sense of feeling, then turned around and followed into the ultimate cave. With the closure of the ultimate hole, zip, a dull, like a broken iron cable, suddenly sounded from the bottom of the metropolis. Immediately after, the explosions like firecrackers sounded one after another. Afterward, the nearby ground where the explosion came out gradually softened to a deep red like gold under high temperature. In the cave that collapsed, a bat-winged lion-shaped beast that was scarlet and evil but shone brightly and splendidly rushed out instantly. Its claws stepped on the void, and its blood wings flew up, looking up to the sky, sending out a bright and strange sound. Roar. El Amma. On the other hand, in the main world, at this moment, roar, a melodious dragon roar resounded in the ears of all humans and elves in the Carlos area. Next second, the azure light curtain quickly spread out, covering the entire western region of the Carlos continent, including the outer sea. What the matter? I'm going. Why is the sky green? I thought I was the only one who heard it. I heard that too. And this weird guy. I heard before that the desert city along the coast seemed to be attacked by the legendary elves. Isn't this going to hit the inland? I don't know. By the way, do legendary Pokemon really exist? I always thought it was just a myth and legend. Of course it exists. I am the one who escaped from the desert city, the huge white demon like a mountain, and the black hero who rescued us in crisis. That must be the legendary spirit. Kamisama. The riot caused by the desert city have caused many residents of Carlos to sleepless tonight. The strange dragon roar and the strange celestial phenomenon spread out from the sky, which seems to be true and illusory, make Carlos's network more difficult. The network was completely boiling. Is that you? Mier City is located in the central area of Carlos, and the sound of dragon roars and the blue light curtain can be reached. The outskirts of the city, Karuna, who was discussing the resettlement of refugees with the local chief and the alliance administrators, raised her head amidst the noise. There was obvious fatigue and a hint of worry that was hard to see between her brows, and her light-colored pupils lifted up to look at the west bank. For a while, my heart was full of mixed feeling. At the same time, 10,000 meters above the sky, when ByZ rode Lai Kong, who turned into a dragon of light and sat out of the ultimate hole, directly submerging the light wheel in front of the fiber optic wormhole. This short-lived exposure of breath, which was only for a moment, actually caused Regichkas's stress response. The immersed Holy Pillar King's lamp eyes flat, and the right side of the naturally sagging right, the arm also slammed into the sky as if there was no backswing. Boom. The gas explosion pushed upwards layer by layer, and in the blink of an eye, the light wheel that would be erected high in the sky was shaky, and Necrozma, who happened to be drilled out of the ultimate hole, hit the blow head-on. Only before he could subconsciously tighten his body, Necrozma was rushed straight into the stratosphere by the violent air column. Layers of frost just attached to the body. Next second, like touching a soldering iron, it was instantly vaporized into wisps of white mist. As for flowers, and below, this strike by Regichkas instead gave Baizi and Lai Kong a very good opportunity, because it was at the same time that Regichkas swung this blow. Dragon of Light, formed by Lai Kongzai, who rushed out of the light wheel behind Regichkas, has already crossed the extreme distance of 19.32 meters in the blink of an eye. Lance of Light, that approves the god, it stabbed right into Regichkas' defenseless back. Boom. The roar of Hong Zhang Dalu resounded through the 9 days. The shock of the explosion overflowed. Reggie Caston, who had received this blow, staggered, and involuntarily fell in the direction of the light wheel that was standing upright. But at the same time, Regigikas, who was half on his side, was stumbling, and suddenly swung his right arm, which was raised up to the sky, behind him. But this swift blow smashed into the air, because the moment the light dragon stabbed Regichkas in the back, it passed through Regichkas' torso as if in a virtual form. Light wheels in front of Regichkas. Next second, then it passed through the blur again, and appeared thousands of meters on the back of the light wheel. At the same time, light wheel in front of it, a twisted spatial singularity suddenly emerged, like a vortex of undercurrent, with a terrifying spatial pulling force, dragging and squeezing crazily, pressing Regichkas. And the light wheel also took this opportunity to move forward suddenly, engulfing Regichkas, whose movement was temporarily restricted by the space vortex. Next second, just before the space curtain in the light wheel ring gradually disappeared. Boom. The dull low roar was accompanied by a roaring explosion, and at this moment, from the other end of the light wheel, it suddenly spread to P.S. Thanks to the two book friends Yuxin Lei and Naihe Piaoling for providing the names of the Z move. This time I will use the flying type first, and the dragon type will be reserved for the next time. Bo. JPG 572. What can't defeat me will eventually make me stronger. Z movement, which is exclusive to the flight system of Lai Kongzai, can be said to be created by Baizi, but its actual utility is not determined by Baizi alone. After all, whether it can produce gorgeous flowers really needs the cultivation of craftsmen, but what kind of flowers can be produced is also inseparable from the pros and cons of Z. The fetters of the finishing touch finally bloomed a different kind of flower, the ultimate dragon emperor. Just like its name, this is the ultimate blow that has a twisted space, vanishes and finally strangles and annihilates the opponent. Otherwise, normally, Lai Kongzai's flight type Z movement should be extremely fast dive and bang. 437. It was successful. Slowly exiting from the state of domination, looking at the fine sand slowly scattered from the palm of his hand, the sudden emptiness from his body made Baizi feel a sense of weakness. However, Baizi knew very well that this was just the gap caused by the sudden lack of strength. Of course, exercising the power of dominance really made him consume a lot. As for fine sand, naturally, it was transformed by the Likong Z spar. As Baizi said before, the material of the carrier spar used to make Likong Z is too poor. It is impossible to carry this unprecedented exclusive Z move of Lai Kongzai, at least, to be the same material as Solgaleo or Lunara's exclusive Z pure crystal. At the same time, as the blow was completely poured out, Lai Kongzai, who had been winding forward for several miles, slowly stagnated. The light armor that was wrapped around the body suddenly burst open, turned into the ultimate aura and flight attribute factors, slowly scattered from the original place, and merged into the vast world. Roar tilde. And in the verdant light spot in the sky, Lai Kong's black and slender dragon body reappears, looks up to the sky, and makes a happy dragon roar. Call. Punishing Hoopa in his arms also sighed with relief, and his small body lay in Baizi's arms. Soon, two golden rings appeared out of thin air, and they shrunk quickly, one left and one right, hanging on the corners of the two small chairs of punishment Hoopa. Okay, let go back. After a moment of relief, Baizi, who felt much better, patted the headgear that Lai Kong was sitting on, and just when Lai Kongzai was about to turn around and rush back to the desert city, you commanded Lai Kongzai to repel Regichkas, and gained a little battle experience value plus 500, spiritual attribute plus 1000, Lai Kongzai experience value plus 1, dragon law comprehension plus 20%, research extreme dragon emperor different dimension proficiency plus 50. Ding! Heaven rewards diligent. Leap forward reward. Lai Kongzai obtains the mark of creation level power. One time, it contains the power of creation power. The system beat suddenly sounded, and with this, humph tilde, Baizi only felt a bulge in his temples, and the spiritual power in his mind seemed to grow out of thin air, and he began to passively purify Kongzai and refine the spiritual power he possessed so that his superpowers will also increase synchronously. At the same time, roar! Lai Kongzai suddenly let out a dull low roar, Longwei spread out uncontrollably, and his breath was rising steadily. At the same time, the blue-colored flight elements spontaneously gathered and submerged into the dragon body that Lai Kong was sitting on. This process lasted for a few minutes. This transformation was not officially over until Necrozma and King Shang came one after another. With a mysterious golden mark on the top of Lai Kongzi's head, it disappeared. Moment. A dull air pressure spread out spontaneously. Although it was quickly restrained by Lai Kongzai in the first time, it also stretched for several miles. Baizi was immediately protected by the divine power that punished Hoopa. King Shang and Necrozma, who still maintained their King of Sword form, couldn't help but stagnate. Afterward, they both looked at the aura fluctuations and looked a little vain. The Lai Kong sitting, although is the spirit of Baizi. Even the later Necrozma already knew the various magical powers Baizi possessed, especially the inexplicable feedback after battle and training. But knowing is knowing. They even experienced it not long ago. But when Lai Kongzai relied on this, after completing the task of repelling Regichkas, he jumped to the limit of the god's domain and directly stepped into the power of the creation domain. Neither Necrozma nor King Shang, who was not fighting, couldn't help but sway for a while. If I were to fight off Regichkas, this thought could not be suppressed from the minds of both of them, although they were quickly suppressed by each of them. But this moment, both King Shang and Necrozma have made up their mind. The next time they encounter other powerful legends, they must be strong first. Well, let's be a little harder. Thinking of the harvest of the battle not long ago, the two added in their heart. Of course, this thought also arises in Lai Kongzai's mind, who has tasted the great sweetness for the first time. Baizi obviously didn't know what Necrozma was thinking. Raise your hand slightly, feeling the power of the mind condensed in the palm of the hand, which is almost enhanced by 50%. I am very satisfied. And after checking the data panel of Lai Kongzai at this time, I am even more satisfied. The level has reached the limit of the first level god of level 120. That is to say, in terms of energy level, Lai Kongzai is already the threshold for entering the field of creation. Plus the enhanced dragon 4.3 law comprehension and creation level, creation power. Lai Kong is now sitting. It's not as far away as before, but he already has enough confidence to meet Regichka's head on. It can be said that it has benefited a lot. What is there to say? Those who can't defeat me will eventually make us stronger. This Enton has the God rewards for diligence system, is also fully qualified to say it. Regichka's, including all opponents and enemies on his path, will become and will only become for him. Move towards the strongest resources. 573. The man who made the god, the guardian of order, Zygarde. The events in the desert city spread too far and there were so many witnesses that it was obviously impossible to hide. That night, the legendary battle about the desert city quickly fermented on the Elves Online, and the entire Elves world caused an uproar. Even directly covered the heat of the tournament. Desert City War, legendary evil gods and heroes, the man who envoys the god. Wait a minute, a series of entries about the sub-vice immediately rushed to and occupied all the hot searches of the top 100 articles on elf.com, including Carlos, even Galar, which is holding a tournament in full swing, various alliances, Chable forces, and major underground organizations that are intertwined. All of them found out the specific information about the legendary battle that took place in the desert city at the first time. Use the golden halo to summon and control the legendary six-armed monster. Dialga, the 25 gods of time, in the legend of Shanao. In the region of Fangyuan, according to legend, the super ancient elf, Groudon, and Kyogre who created the earth and the sea respectively. A legendary group living in the ozone layer of the planet in the fairy world, a shining individual with the title of the god of the sky, Black Ricora. Suspected of a super energy system, a black crystal life with unknown light guild. Legend has it that one of the heroes who rescued the Galar region 3,000 years ago was called the King of Sword. And in the end, the supernatural power that can be turned upside down at every turn. Legend has it that the giant Regikikas, who used ropes to drag continental plate to create the ancient mystical land. There are 8 of these well-known unknowns, known and unknown, who participated in the Battle of Legends that took place in the desert city of Carlos. And from the perspective of their performance, I am afraid that without exception, they are all top-level legends that are comparable to, or even surpass, Groudon, the god of the earth. Even more unimaginable. Among these legendary elves that have been passed down since ancient time, compared and respected as god, there are a full 3 of them are entrusted by a human trainer. By Z. Silent conference rooms, rooms full of instrument, brightly lit hall, dim or bright, Kanto and even Alola, bright or dark, countless big men, were all there today. I deeply remember this name. In fact, Baizi had already anticipated the situation that he would be exposed to countless gazes after this campaign. campaign, or from the moment he flew out of Junshin town with Lai Kongsi. Baizi has already decided to change the original hidden and tucked style of doing things since you want to test yourself. So simply let you see enough. To be honest, Baizi really wants to know that right now, or in other words, those behind the scenes black people really know the power he possesses. After they truly understand who they are about to face, what kind of expressions will they look like? That must be quite exciting. As for the dog jumping off the wall that the other party may exist, at this point, Baizi has already made arrangement. Among them, Serena kept Junshinjun, and later he also sent Pharomaloth back to Junshinjun for her self-defense. As for Mei and Lusa Manai, he also warned him. With Tuzi, the real hero, no one can hurt her under the eyes of a dragon god who is close to the pinnacle of God's domain unless she faces other high-ranking or even top legend. Them, and Natsu. According to her parent, Natsu seems to have gone to a rather secret clan to cultivate, which is the core of their superpower clan. Possesses enough power to deter the Alpha Lion. Therefore, but there is no need to worry about Natsu's safety. At this moment, in the desolate city full of chaos, the moon hangs in the sky. The top of the building covered in silver light temporarily took Lai Kongzai and Necrozma back to Baizi in the Pokeball. At this time, they were sitting on the back of Kang Sheng, who still maintained the form of the King of Swords. He looked nervously at the petite figure floating in front of him, closing his eyes to sense something. Time goes by slowly. Suddenly, Hoopa has been found. Accompanied by Gong Tingyan full of surprises, Hoopa's little hand to punish Hoopa moved again and again, and the golden ring that flew in front of him suddenly expanded rapidly. Following this, a blue space curtain was also born in the ring. On the other side, is Giratina's place. Well, Hoopa is sure. Facing Baizi's inquiry, punishing Hoopa lit his little head heavily, and responded with great certainty. Well, let go. Wu tilde. When Baizi took punishment Hoopa into the collar and zipped up the zipper, King Shang fit him straight, and went straight into the light wheel. Immediately afterward, the light wheel gradually disappeared into the void, leaving a desolate and silent city. The complete disappearance of Baizi's light wheel. 437 squeaky _ with the impact of the Q-bomb, a blue hexagonal pattern on the chest and abdomen, but the palm-sized green planarian jumped from the dark to the position where Baizi was just now. At such a close distance, whether it was Baizi, King Shang or even Hoopa, none of them noticed anything. And this moment, the weak-looking elf stood there for a few seconds. A tender, yet unique telepathy with a bizarre aria sounded slowly under the moonlight. Humans who harness God power. Moment. Oh Wu tilde. A little green light suddenly shot out from all over the city, turning into rays that converged on the planarworm. In the next instant, the green Doberman Pinscher, which was deformed from the white light, bent his knees slightly, suddenly jumped straight down from the towering building. If Baizi can see this scene at this moment, he must be able to recognize that the elf in front of him is supervising the order of the ecological system balance in the entire Carlos region. Defender. Zygarde. 574. Giratina. No martial art. And the other side. It was like passing through a layer of water that would not be soaked, and in the next second, Baizi entered a dark world. As far as the eye can see, the whole world is composed of large and small floating islands. There are upside-down trees, upside-down waterfalls, and upside-down water surfaces on the floating island. Everything is upside down, arranged in messy piles that can't reach the sky or the ground. In the deep world, reverse the world one by one, or called the ruined world. Here, it is one of the parallel spaces in the main world of the elf, and it is also its opposite and more interdependent. And just when Baizi rode King Shang to cross the light wheel, and fell on a 10-square-meter floating island while punishing Hoopa in his arms to take back the light wheel, just looked up, they met with a pair of scarlet eyes the size of someone else's head. Around the pair of scarlet pupils, the dark gray faces wrapped under the golden head armor in the shape of triangular flying wings, and the golden half-ring-like claws wraps around its neck from the back, black and red. The interstitial stripes are distributed horizontally on the front of the neck of the bobbit-like body. On the long snake body, 5 pairs of gray spikes with golden ends grow on both sides of the black and red line. 3 pairs of dark, phantom-like, striped wings float behind it, with red tips like poisonous thorns. Baizi's eyes twitched, because in front of him, this behemoth that was quietly suspended in midair, only 110 meters away from him, exactly the inverted world master, with titles such as Pluto Dragon and Ghost Dragon. Giratina in origin form. Almost subconsciously, in the blue eyes of Baizi shone a bright star that no one could see. Next second, Giratina's data panel appeared in Baizi's eyes one by one. Race: Giratina. Original form, other form, attribute, Ghost Dragon. Characteristic: floating pressure, telepathy, Monty. Level 1 God Peak, level 119, 99 100. Potential, level 1 God, extreme. HP 150, attack 120 100, defense 100 120, special attack 120 100, special Special Defense 100 120th B 90. Exclusive Skill Shadow Sneak Attack. Skill Shadow Sneak Attack. Clearing Thick Fog. Dragon Breath. Primal Power. Misfortune Comes Alone. Splitting. Ghost Face. Shadow Claw. Sharing Pain. Wave Missile. Dragon Claw. Earth Power. Same Fate. Law Comprehension. Ghost 100%. Authority. Antimatter. Status. Core. Introduction. The ghost dragon born from the shadow of creation, the master of the reversal world, has the ability to travel freely between the two worlds. Pluto Dragon. Giratina. Tilda. Vizi's eyes narrowed slightly. Although it can be said that it was aimed at this guy, he never expected that as soon as he entered the inversion world, he would directly confront the other party. Although he does not possess the power, and the level has not reached the limit of breaking through the realm of the god, but just comprehending 100% of the power of the ghost-type law was enough to see how extraordinary Giratina was. But think about it. In addition to the two places in Guandu, the three gods in other regions basically have one of the strongest. As familiar Raikongza with Groudon and Kyogre, Kiram of Union with Reshiram and Zekrom, Necrozma of Allura with Solgaleo and Lunaya Ra, Carlos Zygarde with Xerneas and Yveltal. Giratina is the same, but it was supposed to be the mediator between Dialga and Palkia, but it basically didn't bother to pay attention to those two guys who basically met each other. But if you fight, neither Dialga nor Palkia are enough for Giratina to beat with a single dragon. And in fact, in the two-episode theatrical version of the anime, Giratina has beaten these two goods more than once for various reasons, but this was not enough to shake Baizi's determination. If Giratina couldn't hand over Xiao Huang intact, he wouldn't care who the other party was, the god of three dragons and the lord of reversal. It's not like he hasn't beaten the legendary elves of the god's domain. Mind-turning. Just when Baizi was about to take the initiative to ask Giratina about Xiao Huang's whereabouts, a gentle force came from Kangshang under him, sending him directly to another floating island not far behind. And then, ow, roar, gay, accompanied by successive roars, came Jing, and the three of them, Ritsukusa and Necrozma, who suddenly escaped from the Pokeball on Baizi's weight. All of them looked murderous, bursting out with terrifying coercion, rushing towards Giratina. Baizi's face turned pale, a little confused about the situation. Besides, let alone Baizi, even Giratina has a question mark on his head. What the hell? Do we have any grudges? But at the moment, the attack has come. In the face of the long, loud kiss, the huge sword shadow that slashed down and stretched for dozens of meters, Giratina only had time to run the steel-type energy, and put the shiny metallic headgear, and greeted the sword shadow that slashed down towards Kangshang. Iron Head vs Holy Sword. Bang! The sound of gold and iron cries resounded, and the energy impact generated by the collision between the two sides instantly smashed the nearby floating island into livestock powder. The spreading shock ripples smashed the farther floating islands into slag one by one like crushing tofu blocks, clearing a large area. Even Baizi was wrapped in energy by Hoopa before the terrifying impact came, and was dragged to the aerial sky. At the same time, "Are you okay, Zhao?" Holy Sword from Kangshang. As the light flickered, Giratina, who was about to enter the shadows, suddenly froze. All around, the translucent psychic light beams imprisoned Giratina in place. Immediately after, a green shadow flew at a terrifying, divine speed, twisting and changing directions in midair, a tail flick, and a heavy swipe from the bottom to the bottom of Giratina. Wide area destruction. In the uncontrollable muffled sound, Giratina's head was raised high by the slamming of Lai Kong's eye, and a strong sense of dizziness came. A second before the loss of consciousness, an incomparably sad and indignant thought also emerged in my heart. Mad, don't talk about martial art. P.S. This picture is handsome tilde. 575. If you ask a question, you will call me like this. Boom, underscore. Giratina, who had been hit by Lai Kong's eye's powerful blow, flew backwards in an instant, crushing the floating islands along the way to create a gravel path that was more than 1,000 meters long before it was able to stop. Next second, Giratina's scarlet pupils, who had regained stability, filled with astonishing savagery along with a rust-like roar of rage. The ghostly energy that spewed out surrounded Giratina like a dark fog. Impressive, terrifying, like the demon god in the thick fog of the abyss. Towards the attackers on the opposite side, he released terrifying energy level fluctuations and killing intent. You seek death. Giratina was really angry. After all, whoever stays at home and hangs out, suddenly a group of uninvited guests come to your house, and if you don't say anything, it will be a set of big sinuses, and you will be angry. Not to mention, Giratina's temperament is a rather irascible lord. After being bullied like this, how could it be possible to give up? Isn't it 3-on-1? What are you afraid of? It is Giratina uncle who is almost used to playing 2 games every day. Now, even if there is one more, it is not afraid at all. Come fight. Anger in the heart. 453. The fire and war will rise. All of a sudden, a thick black shadow light so quickly emerged from Giratina's body, completely wrapping it in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Giratina jumped like a flood dragon entering the water, it dived toward the pitch-black quagmire that also emerged from below. This was the prelude to Giratina's elusive trick, Shadow Sneak. Black silk that appeared around it and the ground was actually a special shadow created by the ghost factor. Most of the ghost-type elves can use similar means to achieve semi-energy transformation of their bodies so as to conceal and move. Giratina's elusive trick, Shadow Sneak, is also achieved through this. But just before Giratina was about to sink into this dark shadow pool, a solid thought force turned into a transparent crystal wall, directly blocking the two. Thump! The dull hum of the drumstick hitting the bell resounded, and the defenseless Giratina suddenly slammed into the thick wall of thought power. The brain hums and trembled. The upside-down figure tilted to one side uncontrollably, and the next second, swoop, in the corner of the light, a familiar black dragon shadow came through the air again, and the slender dragon tail wrapped in layers of green light drew towards his face too. The dragon tail. This is so. The corners of Giratina's eyes twitched wildly, and six streamer-like wings behind him were immediately weaved up, using the steel wing to harden, weaving a grid which stopped Lai Kong sitting in front of him. Choke. The sound of the symphony of gold and iron was resonant, and the turbulent waves rolled up from between the two again, spreading out a ring of ripple. The force came. Lai Kong sat on the path and twisted the dragon's body, and easily resolved the aftermath. Giratina is not so cool. It was in a state of unsteady footing, and the aftermath of the impact caused its center of gravity to become disordered again, and it rolled out in midair in embarrassment. And right now, Wu Tilda, with the low humming, the breaking sword held in Kang Zhang's mouth in the King of Swords attitude suddenly soared and turned into a dazzling streamer, coming first, and Giratina passing by in an instant. Behemoth flash. Instant, the golden sword shadows that exploded one after another filled the heaven and the earth. In just one staggered moment, the sword blade had already slashed 3 times. Gia. The heart-wrenching pain made Giratina completely manic, and in the roar, the dark ribbon needles slammed out abruptly. But a pity, this note of Shadow Claw was swept away. And take this time. Necrozma's giant claws, which had been silently touching Giratina's side, suddenly pushed forward, and the dazzling light suddenly turned into a torrent. Above the dragon body, photons surged. The turbulent high-temperature impact fell like the rod of God, and in the painful scream, Giratina only had time to avoid the vital parts exposed on the top of the head, and the huge body finally couldn't support it. Balance, falling powerlessly into the bottomless darkness. But even so, as Lai Kong took the lead in chasing down with a flick of the dragon's tail, King Shang and Necrozma followed closely behind. Baizi was stunned when he saw that attitude of, I will never give up until the opponent is completely wiped out. By the way, isn't Giratina very popular in your legend circle? Baizi asked, looking at Hoopa, who was wrapping himself with an energy level shield beside him. Ah, this. Hoopa shook his head with a confused expression, indicating that the legend circle is too chaotic, and it is not very clear about many things. One by one looked at each other. The roar and roar kept coming. After about 11 bang, Lai Kongzai, King Shang, and Necrozma joined forces to defeat Giratina, and gained a little. The energy level has been purified to a certain extent, the ability to comprehend the law has been improved, and the skill proficiency has been improved. Have to strengthen. Close black lens bracket. As the system beat sound and lean, Lai Kongzai, King Shang, and Necrozma, who were all happy with a hint of regret, flew in return. Zip tilde. Hanging in the air, Giratina, who was locked to death by the psychic power like a substance, was thrown down by Necrozma and fell on the ground not far in front of Baizi. Puffs of smoke lattered. Moment. The smoke dissipated. The rather serious Giratina humiliatingly swept over Lai Kongzai, King Shang, and Necrozma one by one, and immediately turned his hateful gaze to Baizi. No, shameless. If you have the ability, one-on-one. Baizi. This is not the case. Ask yourself, if this happened to him, he would be suffocated, let alone Giratina, who had lived for an unknown number of years. It was probably the first time it had ever been surrounded by people and beaten in turn. And to be honest, Baizi was indeed a little confused as to why the three of them would be so active this time around Lai Kong. But this is obviously not the time to ask this. Ka tilde. With a slightly embarrassed wry cough, Baizi tried his best to make his voice not sound like coercion so that the other party would not have unnecessary rebellious psychology. Giratina, I just have a question for you. Giratina. Question. Why did you hit me like this just to ask a question? Well, the other party seems to be more angry. 576. A supernatural event, an invisible unknown existence. You. Almost visible to the naked eye. Giratina's body trembled slightly with anger, and the black mist rose up unconsciously, and the thought power that locked its body was consumed by each other. Causes the corrosive sound of heepy. Immediately, Necrozma's painted part flickered, and Lai Kongzai and King Shang also turned their slightly cold eyes to Giratina. Baizi shook his head invisibly, indicating that he should not act rashly for the time being, and after Giratina glared at Baizi for a long time, in the end, it was still angry. closed its eyes and said, "The winner is the king." "You ask." "The winner is the king." Baizi forcibly stopped the phrase, "What if you were to follow me?" that he almost blurted out. Hand move. In midair, use the power of thought to outline the appearance of Xiao Huang. Shen said, quote, "I think you should remember her. A few days ago, the human girl you taken from the permafrost plains in the Sheno region. Where is she?" Baizi's eyes were burning. Since he entered the reverse world, he has been fully operating the spiritual exploration, but I don't know if it is the distance or the characteristics of the reversed world. Except for fighting in a group, several legends of he did not sense even the slightest light breath. Only, I don't know if it's an illusion. Since he entered the reversal world, he has had some kind of weird throbbing. It seems that he has something important that has been left behind. Got here somewhere. It should be Xiao Huang. This thought flashed through Baizi's mind, and soon, his attention was caught by Giratina's word, "Little Yellow." Baizi's eyes flashed. "You know her. It's an acquaintance." Giratina glanced at Baizi and replied, "Or to be more precise, I know her partner Shemi. It turns out that you came here for the reversal space for Xiao Huang. Before, because I sensed that Xie was in danger, I rescued her and Xie together, and brought her into the reverse world. The world, quote, I have to say, that little girl named Xiao Huang is the purest human being I have ever seen." Having said that, Giratina's tone didn't feel a little sigh. Obviously, Xiao Huang left quite a deep impression on it. Baizi didn't care about this, but asked directly, "So, where is she now?" Giratina's voice suddenly became condensed. "She is missing, with Xie Missing." Baizi's volume was instantly raised several degrees, and under the wrapping of his mind power, he went straight to Giratina and stared at the other party's scarlet eyes. "Giratina, I hope you can make it clear." Giratina didn't care about the coldness in Baizi's tone. Because of this urgency, it also felt the same. "How do you say it? This matter should start from 16 years ago." Baizi frowned, but did not interrupt. He stepped back slightly. After getting away from Giratina, he motioned Necrozma to release Giratina's restraint. Giratina gave Baizi a slightly surprised look. Then, he lay directly on the floating island under him, and continued, quote, "One day 16 years ago, when I was wandering aimlessly in the reverse world, I suddenly felt a throbbing. There is something that has entered the reverse world through a certain way. Originally, I thought that it was the two guys who fought when they had nothing to do, and again invaded my territory because of the influence of the time and space ripple. Therefore, I rushed over immediately and prepared to teach the other party a profound lesson. But when I arrived, I found that there was nothing there. Nothing. But at the same time, I can clearly feel that I'm around me. That kind of peeping feeling. At first I thought it was some kind of special stealth ability, or a semi-energy like Argo system. But even if I carry out an indiscriminate coverage attack, or even enter the energy by myself, quantitative state search, I'll come up with nothing. But the sense of voyeurism is so real. I can feel that the other party is near me, even watching me from a close distance. As for flowers, it wasn't until the other party seemed to determine something from me that this sense of peeping completely disappeared. This matter seemed to have been suppressed in Giratina's heart for a long time, so that even Baizi could easily detect and perceive its undulating mental fluctuation. It doesn't lie. But, is it possible? An unknown, invisible and unknowable existence that even Giratina, whose tracking ability is among the best in many legends, cannot be detected. This is definitely not talking about supernatural event, even if it is a supernatural event. But in the elf world, most of the so-called supernatural events are only caused by ghost-type elves. But Giratina itself is the top legend of the ghost system. Could there really be other ghost-type spirits that could make Giratina so helpless? Although he had doubt in his heart, Baizi did not refute it. As a result, Giratina was unnecessary, and he could indeed feel that the other party was not lying. Secondly, the spirit world itself has a bit of supernatural color. Whether it is the girl ghost of Maiden Gourd, or the ghost girl who walked out of the spirit world in the ruins of the top of the mountain, they are all ghosts. All of them show that ghosts do exist in the wizard world. The so-called spirit world itself is also considered to be the habitat of some ghosts and ghost elves, and is the world after death. In addition, Baizi is not sure whether he will release a new generation and launch any new elves after he crosses over. Unspecified. Is it really a perverted eudemons like Hoopa with the ability to surpass the top legends of the same type? All kinds of thought flashed away. Baizi remained calm, and motioned to Giratina. Quote, Continue. P.S. Let's take a guess. What is this unknown existence? Promotion. One of the only two ordinary elves that the protagonist has to conquer. Beg. 577. Ghostly Dragon Serpent. Doran Baruto. By the way, have you ever thought about, Baizi added, spiritual world? Of course I have thought about it. In fact, after the incident, I went to the spirit world more than once to explore. Giratina shook her head. But that world is very special. Except for the spiritual body and a few special elves, the rest of the existence cannot enter at all. Also, they can only operate on the surface of the spirit world. Even me, even if I forcibly break into the spirit world with the power of the law of the ghost attribute, I can only enter the surface layer, and will soon be forcibly rejected by the world. Come out, let alone enter the deep area of the spiritual world. Is that so? Baizi's eyes flashed with 4, 5, 3 thought, and then he said, then what's next? The next thing is a few days ago. Giratina continued. At that time, after saving Shemi and that little girl, I led them around the reverse world for a few laps. Afterward, after I asked Shemi to help me clear the fog miasma, that is, after the real world was severely damaged, the black fog-like object produced in the reverse world quality time, Shemi, who absorbed the fog miasma and used the seed flash skill to dispel it, and Xiao Huang, who was not far from it, disappeared from my eyes as if being swallowed up by something. Lost. At that moment, I seemed to vaguely see a translucent body shaped like a dragon and snake, although this was the first time I had witnessed its shape, and it was very vague. But at that moment, the sense of peeping that was so familiar to me convinced me that this guy was definitely the unknown existence from 16 years ago, and the way it kidnapped Xiao Huang and Shemi also allowed me to confirm another message. That guy. Giratina's tone was decisive. It's a ghost-type elf. After listening to Giratina's story, Baizi fell into deep silence for a while. Among the known ghost-type elves, those who could match Giratina Banban's arms, except for themselves, only Lunara and Li Guanwang rode on black horses. Lunayala ruled out first. After all, Necrozma is here. It is estimated that it is too late to hide, and it is obviously impossible to run up and give people the head. King Liguan and his dark horse, Spirit Horse, lived in seclusion on the crowned snowfield of Galar, and it was impossible for them to run over thousands of miles to meet Giratina. Not to mention, King Liguan is a legendary king with the style of a king, and he can't do things like secretly peeping and unprovoked plundering. In this case, is it really possible that it is some unknown ghost-type phantom beast? But say it. According to Giratina's description, like a dragon and snake, this posture is somewhat like the quasi-god of the Galar region, Doran Baruto. But Baizi quickly put the idea behind him. Because ordinary elf, even quasi-god, compared with legendary elf, especially top-level legends, the gap between them is simply immeasurable. After all, not all elves can be compared with those in Baizi's hand, who can be called the protagonist template. All kinds of adventures and treasures, coupled with Baizi's continuous opening and hanging. Even so, now, in terms of talent and potential, it is only three fellows, Big Needle B, Shinado, and Leo Lu, who can rival the top legend. In terms of hard power, there is none. Doran Baruto, even the racial king of the ethnic group, is simply impossible. After thinking for a long time, Baizi, who still had no clues, decided to go to the place where Xiao Huang disappeared to investigate. This is the only possible way for now. Giratina, please take us to the place where Xiao Huang disappeared. I have a decision in my heart. Baizi naturally didn't want to delay too much. After all, Xiao Huang's whereabouts are still unknown. Although he is not at a loss because of his temperament, the depression in his heart has already accumulated to the extreme. You come with me. Before departure, Giratina's rust-like telepathic voice reminded. Subsequently, it turned into its original form again, and traveled to the depths of the reverse world. Let follow too. Baizi rolled over and sat on Kang Zhang's back. In an instant, a faint pink-purple soft light emerged from Kang Zhang's body, and soon a light pink honeycomb grid-like shield was formed, wrapping Baizi in it. On the other hand, Lai Kongzai and Necrozma were guarding both sides, almost as if they were facing a great enemy, raising their vigilance. Even Hoopa, as if reminded by one of the seniors, he took the ring on his waist nervously in his hand. It was as if he was planning to use the light wheel to escape at any time. No wonder they were so nervous. Even if Giratina was beaten by a few of them, there was no room for him to fight back. But whether it was a former semi-creation level Necrozma or a proud, strong MTC, he had to admit it. If one-on-one, there is no way they can take down each other so easily. Giratina is not weak, and the tricks are weird. The guys who make Giratina at the peak of God's domain helpless, naturally they can't help but be cautious. The reverse world was silent and dim, and as Garati 4.3 knock kept sneaking downward, Baizi, who was following behind, gradually discovered it. Further down, it seems that the inverted world is becoming more and more empty and bright. The density of the floating island group is gradually decreasing, and the strange light source that I don't know how to describe. This deeper and deeper space in between. It was as if he had penetrated into how you surrounded by stars. Lonely, vast, with an indescribable beauty of silence. Time passed by minute. Finally, Giratina, who was leading the way, stopped in front of a floating island in the shape of a cross-art bridge. The destination is here. 578. The fourth creation, the nether dragon, the body of imaginary number. Tread tilde. As Kang Shang landed on the side of the cross-arch bridge-shaped floating island, Baizi looked around while spreading his mental energy. Although the reversed world makes it difficult to distinguish between north and south, but according to the sparse division of the floating island group before, this place should already be in a very deep position in the reverse world. After all, under the gloomy sky of whiteness, except for the only cross-shaped artbridge-shaped floating island under their feet, nothing more. Wrong. Baizi suddenly cast his gaze to the right below the floating island of the cross artbridge. There, a square red brick wall of about 5 or 6 square meters was suspended obliquely in the void. Unremarkable, but combined with the surrounding environment, Baizi's expression suddenly became strange. In this uninhabited place, there is a red brick wall, and Baizi observed carefully. 25 It is found that the red brick wall is not suspended in the air, but more like it is embedded in the void below. It seems that the void itself has a gap, which is used by people. It's like red brick. Out of curiosity, an invisible streamer suddenly appeared in Baizi's eyes, sweeping towards the brick wall. The next second, spirit-sealing stone, a special stone ore used to isolate and block the spiritual body, produced in the deep area of the spirit world. Spirit-sealing stone. Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly, and Giratina also found Baizi's sight and explained to him, "There is one of the entrances to the spirit world, but I usually don't enter from here, so as not to break the seal and let the contents run out. Furthermore, it is precisely because this spirit world portal is located that I suspect that the guy may be a creature that came out of the spirit world." Baizi nodded to show his understanding, but somehow, since he entered the reversal world, the throbbing that he had experienced suddenly became stronger than ever before. Scene. Just ahead, just inside the entrance to the spiritual world, behind the sealed stone wall, there is something, an important thing he left in it a long time ago. Suddenly, Baizi's brain stabbed like a needle, and then, layers of ripples erupted from the stone wall of Fengeling, and a triangular gray head was drilled out of it. On the extending corners on both sides, there were 4 triangular airports like launch port, and 2 small triangular airports. The head probes the brain in it. The body like a dragon and snake is revealed, and the tail at the end is gradually transparent, suspended in midair. A ghost dragon. It is the quasi-god of the Galar region, Duolong Baruto of the Dragon and Secluded series. That the guy. Baizi was a little stunned, but Giratina's special rust-like telepathy that sounded almost at the same time made Lai Kong sit like a formidable enemy in an instant. And Baizi. He also suddenly narrowed his gaze on the body of Doran Baruto, who was obviously different in color, and broke free from gray and blue. This guy is the unknown elf that make Giratina helpless. I subconsciously fuck off in my heart. At the same time, from Baizi's pupils, rays, Dolong Baruto, gray-blue flash. Attribute, ghost dragon. Characteristic, penetration, can penetrate the opponent's obstacle avoidance or stand into attack. Imaginary body, exclusive, can make oneself and the carried objects enter the surreal imaginary space. State. Level 3 God Peak, level 99, 95 100. Potential, creation level, HP, 88, attack, 120, defense, 75, special attack, 100, special defense, 75, speed, 142. Exclusive skills, imaginary, dragon arrow, common skills, lightning flash, dragon breath, raid, scare, lock, malicious pursuit, misfortune comes alone, high speed movement, double attack, rapid return, dragon dance, hidden spirit surprise, dragon god swoop, close black lens bracket, genetic skill, curse, status, perfect, power, imaginary number, carrying item, Xiao Huang, Xie Mi, etc. Introduction. A ghostly dragon born from the soul of another world from the deep sea of the spiritual world, a natural hider, with the ability to traverse the boundaries of virtual and real at will. Even with Baizi's temperament and vision, he couldn't help taking a deep breath after reading the data panel of the Doran Baruto in front of him. Abnormal, so perverted, especially the exclusive feature, the body of imaginary numbers. Compared to that, even its potential, which is comparable to Hoopa's fourth creation field, is a bit dwarfed. So-called imaginary number is used as an auxiliary number relative to the real number in mathematics. Everything in reality is described by real numbers, and the world described by imaginary numbers does not exist in the physical sense. Broadly speaking, any world described beyond real numbers can be called imaginary number space, which even goes beyond multiple and rises to the concept of latitude. Put another way, analogy, in the fairy world, as long as all things, energies and general ideas that can be defined will have no effect on their corresponding imaginary number. That is to say, as long as the Duolong Baruto in front of him enters the imaginary space, then in theory, all existences in this world will not be able to harm it. This is so special that it is no different from opening an invincible hang. But this carrying thing, through the information on the system interface, Baizi quickly noticed that in the body of the 3-meter-long Duolong Baruto, the figure of Xiao Huang, who was holding Xie Mi, was floating comfortably in its middle. Now, seeing Baizi's attention, this little girl, who was obviously not hurt in any way, blinked her big watery eyes twice, and showed an innocent sneer at Baizi. Bai Zi. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, but seeing Xiao Huang, who was safe and sound for the time being, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'll settle the account with you again. After giving Xiao Nizi a vicious look, Bai Zi shifted his gaze and turned his gaze to the moment his expression was not so friendly. On Long Baruto 579. Hoopa, who was mischievous. Doran Baruto, who couldn't communicate please order. From the moment when this strange-colored flashing Doran Baruto appeared in front of him, the throbbing in Bai Zi's heart became stronger and stronger. At the same time, there was an unspeakable kind of unspoken feeling that seemed to be lost and found. This feeling. Bai Zi subconsciously held his heart and looked suspiciously at Duolong Baruto's bright yellow pupils, which were mixed with ecstasy and anger. Introduction. Column appeared subconsciously. A ghostly dragon born out of the deep sea of the spiritual world by the soul of another world. The soul of another world is it. Combined with the description in the introduction and the unspeakable throbbing in his heart, Bai Zi's eyes suddenly lit up. But if it is what he thought, the joy is understandable, but where does the anger in it come from? This idea has just occurred. Next second. Roar. Duolong Baruto roared in a low voice, a strange, ruthless special aura spreading across the world, like a mist that dissipates at a touch. Immediately after, its gray-blue body suddenly turned phantom. Roar. Ow. Gay. The successive roars sounded, and one after another, law, protection and nirvana suddenly rose up around Bai Zi's body, turning into layers of protective walls to wrap him layer by layer. But in the next instant, Bai Zi only felt that his body suddenly entered a cool semi-fluid, and then, accompanied by Xiangyu's soft embrace, the slightly blurred scene suddenly changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they had been taken out of the layers of protection under Li Kongxi and they had unknowingly been brought out, and they came to a void not far from Li Kongxi and they stopped. This is. Bai Zi looked around. He soon discovered that he was in the body of Doran Baruto. This is the specialty of many non-solid ghost-type elves, and it is precisely because of this characteristic that ghost-type elves have also become recognized by many trainers as one of the two best choices for body-protecting elves. As for the other, naturally, it is a super-type elves who generally possess the power of thought and teleportation skills. Roar tilde tilde. Duolong Baruto, who swept away Bai Zi, was obviously very happy, and Bai Zi could easily feel the joy and moisturizing from the other party's cry. Even the two little guys on his forehead kept making a cheerful cry of mea mea. Brother Bai Zi, Xiao Huang, who fell into Bai Zi's arm, was blushing, and his hands were nervously clutching Bai Zi's collar. His shy voice attracted Bai Zi's attention. It's all right. Rubbing the little girl's soft hair, Bai Zi comforted her. Now he has found out. I am afraid that Doran Baruto really has a lot to do with him, and that anger is probably because it misunderstood something. At the same time, realizing that Bai Zi was taken away, Li Kongzai, Kang Shang, and Necrozma immediately surrounded him. A cold chill rose from the bodies of these three legendary elves, but because Bai Zi was in the opponent's belly, he was a bit out of luck for a while. Giratina was wandering outside, intentionally or unintentionally, blocking her huge figure in front of the spirit-sealing stone wall at the entrance of the spiritual world. Instead, he punished Hoopa. Relying on his own dimensional ability, he opened two light wheels directly in front of him, and stretched his hands forward. Next second, two light wheels appeared from behind Duolong Baruto in an instant, and a pair of small gray hands suddenly stretched out and grabbed towards Bai Zi and Xiao Huang in Duolong Baruto's body. Li Kong sat, Kang Shang, and their eyes suddenly lit up. In order to cover Hoopa's actions, they all let out a deterrent roar, trying to attract Doran Baruto's attention. The scheme appears to be successful. Doran Baruto shook his big triangular head as if he was really attracted, and the two little guys on his head also looked in other directions. But, as Hoopa was caught, Duolong Baruto and the two Bai Zi in his body were directly penetrated like an illusory projection. To make a dent. Hoopa was stunned for a moment, and then, it waved its small hands again and again as if unwilling, just like catching the moon in the water, unable to reach any entity at all. Shout tilde. A cheery laughter suddenly sounded, and Doran Baruto, who had been attracted to the attention, suddenly laughed with a bad expression on his face. He was so angry that he punished Hoopa's three corpses and was almost blackened. So vile. Bai Zi couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. But, while it's unclear what exactly Doran Baruto misunderstood, it's not a good thing to keep their relationship sour. Not to mention, he didn't make a sound to stop it, and Marciado, who was also in the shadow of his own feet and the elves in the Pokeball, would not be able to sit still. At that time, once it is squeezed out of Doran Baruto's body, in the latitude of the same imaginary number space, Bai Zi also does not know whether it will have any bad influence on Doran Baruto. After all, it is very likely that this Doran Baruto will be the new partner to join his extended family. Doran Baruto, can you let me out? It is not the enemy outside. Bai Zi patted Doran Baruto's abdomen and said, Gollum. It seemed that he couldn't understand Bai Zi's meaning at all. After hearing Bai Zi's voice, Doran Doran Baruto put his big triangular head into his abdomen very intimately. Gently, he pushed Baizi's shoulder on the shoulder, with a puzzled expression, Maya, in the direction of Baizi, and their voices were full of foam, of joy. Baizi was stunned when he saw this. When I was about to say it again, Xiao Huang's voice sounded in my ear. Brother Baizi, this elf called Doran Baruto doesn't seem to be able to communicate normally with people, including with the elf. It makes me feel as if I can't understand the language between humans. Even elves can't communicate normally. Baizi frowned slightly. It happened to meet Doran Baruto's bright yellow eyes. P.S. I'm taking a leave of absence. My eyes are suddenly sore and tearful. I can't stay up all night today. 580. Spiritual World. DC. Welcome back, Doran Baruto. Please order all. Baizi can clearly feel Duolong Baruto's affection for him. Presumably the soul of another world is talking about himself, right? I just didn't expect that my rebirth actually passed through the spirit world. Is the deep area of the spirit world similar to the place of reincarnation in mythology? This thought flashed in Baizi's mind. Immediately after waving Lai Kong to sit them down and not being impulsive, Baizi tried to communicate with Doran Baruto in Chinese and telepathy respectively, but in the end it all failed. Doran Baruto's consciousness and feelings are not lacking, but it seems that it really doesn't know how to communicate, as Xiao Huang said. It is like a wolf child who has been separated from human society since birth. Perhaps try homology. Thinking of this, Baizi immediately squinted his eyes and put his hands on the inner wall of Doran Baruto's abdomen. Superpower synchronization. All of a sudden, the scorching white luster of psychic power was stimulated from Baizi's palm, engulfing Duolong Baruto. The special mental fluctuation instantly linked the spirits of Baizi and Doran Baruto, and gradually merged into one. Doran Baruto's expression froze immediately. At the same time, Baizi in the body fell into a daze. In a trance, Doran Baruto seems to have come to a colorful world that is completely different from the one he has always lived in. It witnessed the birth of a newborn baby, the warmth of childhood, the death of his parent, and the gradual emergence of the haze to grow into a handsome boy. Then, encountering the giant needle bee, fighting the gods above the sea, fighting against the legend. In the changing scene, Doran Baruto was like a bystander, reading Baizi a pantomime of superficial memories, until Baizi stepped into the reverse world, and met it and stopped abruptly. Under the harmony, this selective memory fragment is naturally Baizi's intention. It contains the general memory of the past 16 years. Of course, there is also some knowledge of L-term, and compared to it, Doran Baruto's spirit was completely open to Baizi. But, compared with Baizi's colorful experience, Doran Baruto is undoubtedly much more monotonous. In its memory, most profound, is the warm breath that suddenly appears when the boundless DT gradually sinks, wrapping it up and taking it away. Although after breaking through the DT, it dispersed with the owner of that breath, and it miraculously came to life again, born in the spirit world. But in the life after it, in addition to reminiscing about the warmth, there is only constant wandering and searching in the spirit world and the present world. It didn't dare to go too far, because the DT area of the spirit world is lonely and boundless, but it can always make it in a trance, like returning to the time of birth again, surrounded by that warmth again. Is that so? Baizi, who returned to reality, slowly opened his eyes, and he finally understood the pure emotion of Doran Baruto. The surface creatures of the spirit world follow the purest form of the law of the weak, just like the crystal lantern needs to draw souls to become strong. In the spiritual world, if you want to lose yourself without being washed away by the dead energy that fills this place, you need to constantly strengthen yourself and absorb the soul power of other spiritual bodies. Imaginary body. Doran Baruto is completely immune to death energy, but the primitive and pure fighting between spirit bodies, the scene of the strong engulfing the weak, has already made it accustomed to it. Therefore, when it was discovered that Xiao Huang with Baizi's breath appeared in the inverted world, the reason why Doran Baruto appeared to take her away from the inverted world was to rescue Xiao Huang. In its simple consciousness, the mighty Giratina must be a predator that engulfs countless living beings, and Xiao Huang CFED, this incomparably weak but also with the same warm breath, was regarded as the same kind. This is also the reason why Baizi recklessly appeared and became angry after Baizi appeared. I didn't expect this to happen. Baizi was dumbfounded for a while, but this heavy feeling still made his chest a little block, but the corners of his mouth also rose unconsciously. However, Messiah's turned out to be naturally generated companion spirit. This point is a little different from the normal dragon Baruto. Baizi stretched out his hand, and curiously touched the top of the heads of these two vivid companion spirits. Feeling the other party's intimate response, the smile on his face became more obvious, and at this time, Blue Tilda, after facing the other party and slowly opening it, the bright yellow pupils were still somewhat ignorant and dazed. Next second, the warm breath that washes the soul envelops the other party. A warm smile smile appeared on his face. First time, Doran Baruto, and welcome back. Baizi covered the palm of his hand on the angular and hard head armor of Doran Baruto. The next thing, including Doran Baruto's reign, naturally came naturally, and after Baizi told King Shang and the others about Duolong Baruto's experience, even if he was sitting proudly, he recognized this new partner in his heart. The emotional Hoopa directly lost the grudge before, and looked deeply moved with tears in her eyes. Everything is in harmony. Xiao Huang finally confirmed that he was successfully rescued without any problem. The only thing that gave him some headache, head down, turbulent shadow under his feet. Baizi couldn't help stroking his forehead. As a ghost type, Doran Baruto also doesn't like staying in the Pokeball, but fell in love with him Shadow. But Baizi's Shadow already has a tenant, and Marciado, who has always been very hopeless, showed a very strong expression of the possession of the Shadow. No, as soon as Doran Baruto entered, it was no different from the frying pan. Even Baizi's persuasion didn't have the slightest effect. And it's not just Machado. The same goes for Doran Baruto. Obviously he can already understand Baizi's word, but when Baizi persuaded it to be okay, he suddenly showed a blank expression of, "What are you talking about?" Completely ignoring Machado's madness and expulsion. With the help of the characteristics of the imaginary body, the old god was back in the nest again. Recalling its previous performance of playing with Hoopa, Baizi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Have to tilde. After Shinado and Zoroark, King Shang and Lai Kong sat. The third pair of enemies under his command was born. Elf I am the protagonist template. Invincible chapter 581 to 600. 581. A lost thing, a dark and sacred existence. Xiao Huang is safe and sound, and Doran Baruto is an unexpected joy. The trip to reverse the world has come to a successful end. Before leaving, Baizi expressed his gratitude and apology to Giratina. After all, what to say? Xiao Huang was also saved from being captured because of Giratina, and several of his subordinate Lai Kong were beating each other indiscriminately. To this, Giratina said nothing to say. The winner of the fairy world is king, and it rescued Xiao Huang entirely by its own will, and had nothing to do with Baizi. Well, this attitude is understandable. After all, whoever is beaten indiscriminately like this will not give the other party a good fate. But understanding is understanding. Baizi has no psychological burden on this. He beat him. Anyway, he is too modest. Not to mention that fighting in the elf world is the norm. Is it possible that he road travel now? Do you want to apologize to those wild elves who are holding experience point? That designation is impossible. Shrug. Baizi glanced at Xiao Huang and Xie Mi who were saying goodbye to Giratina. In comparison, Giratina was much more amiable to Xiao Huang, but also normal. Unless it's a special evil elf. Xiao Huang, who has the purest mind and the power of vibrant in the elf world, can almost be regarded as a heartthrob in the elf world, as long as it's not relative. Get along. There are almost no people who don't like her. Of course, it also includes Baizi. Well, the kind that is very pure. After all, Xiao Huang is still young. By the way, why were you excited before? I mean, when you beat up Giratina. Taking advantage of Xiao Huang, Xie Mi, and Giratina reminiscing about the past, Baizi was half bored and half curious and asked telepathically, quote, ... Well, isn't it very popular? Visible to the naked eye, the expressions of the three legends suddenly froze, and even the paint on Necrozma's face flashed. Participating in the siege for some small gain is indeed a loss of demeanor. King Shang lowered his head slightly. Bullying the weak with the strong is indeed not my style. Lai Kong sat pondering in his heart, coveting shortcuts and inflicting violence on other spirits. Then what is the difference between me and those humans in the ultimate metropolis? Necrozma was deeply ashamed. Also responded, because of the feedback from Lai Kong's eye before, I couldn't restrain my greed for a while. Oh, it turned out to be treating the other party as an experienced baby. Baizi instantly understood. Then he shrugged and said, in general, the rewards of motivating the gods are linked to the strengths of the two parties. Next time, let me make arrangements to maximize the reward. Change it. Good. Understood. Yes. Lai Kong's eye, King Shang, and Necrozma immediately put aside their previous shame and replied simply, punishing Hoopa, who was nestled in Baizi's arms. Blink. It always feels. At this moment, the three seniors seemed to have lost something important. Katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot. At the same time, the other side. After saying goodbye, Giratina suddenly condensed a triangular glass, and Baizi glanced at it. Into the hands of Xiao Huang. The streamer flickered. After finding out the specific information about that thing, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Broken interface. The channel connecting the reverse world. You can hold this to enter, or summon Giratina as the lord of the reverse world. Giving this thing to Xiao Huang is almost equivalent to sheltering Xiao Huang under its divine power. This is also good. Xiao Huang is equivalent to having a backer and amulet of the peak of God's domain. After Baizi, there is no need to worry about the safety of this little girl anymore. One more. With Xiao Xiao Huang's attitude of giving and begging for him, Giratina became his strength from the side. Anyway, as long as he wanted to, Xiao Huang could not refuse him. Summoned beast of Giratina is designated not to run. Baizi pondered in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Huang had already brought Xie Mi and returned to Baizi's side under the support of Giratina's ghost energy level. Brother Baizi ... asked for flowers, fell to the ground. She ran to Baizi's side, staring, then turned her hands behind her back, and moved her heels and toes around to move closer to Baizi, and then move closer, a little, until it was close to the distance of Baizi's shoulder, and then he pursed his lip lightly, revealing two beautiful dimples, a lot bolder. Baizi glanced at the girl's small movements with a funny glance. This little action, at the scene, I am afraid that except for Xie Mi in her arms, it is all clear at a glance. Do you know that your own invisible society is dead, girl? Then Giratina, see you. After a polite sentence, Baizi took Lai Kongzai and Necrozma back to the Pokeball, grabbed Xiao Huang's waist directly, and hugged her to Kang Zhang's back with her short exclamations, and followed suit. The leap, let go back. Putting his palm on Xiao Huang's flat but surprisingly flexible lower abdomen, Baizi reached out and patted the punitive Hoopa who was playing the game of look at me, look at you, with Xie Mi in Xiao Huang's arm. Look at me. The little guy deliberately glanced at Xie Mi, patted his little chest, stretched out his hand, and moved towards the golden ring that floated in front of him. Hoopa, low. Immediately, the light wheel expand, and the blue and white base curtain within the ring rises. Kang Shang jumped immediately, and went straight into the light wheel, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, and the golden ring that had recovered to its true state also disappeared into the void. No, it's better to never see you again. Until this time, Giratina's belated response was restoring the calm, inverted world. The dragon's body twists and turns like a cockroach. Giratina, who was about to leave this place, ringing out of the corner of his eyes, he unconsciously swept in the direction of the fangling stone wall. Next second, dark. However, a phantom full of sacredness came into view, making Giratina's figure froze suddenly. -12. Begging. 582. Let's die. Zygarde. Scene changed, and in the next second, Baizi and the others who passed through the first floor of the water curtain returned to the top of the building in the desert city of Hoopa's light wheel is enough to cover the entire elf world, except for those dimensional space nodes that are very obvious in its eyes. The movement on the plane requires sitting target for precise positioning. Therefore, is obviously unrealistic to want to return directly from the inverted world to the true new town. As for the desert city, not to mention that Hoopa has opened a light wheel several times here, everything it has visited is equivalent to leaving a space beacon under the power and energy of the dimension. If you want to come back, it's easy. Tread tilde. Kang Shang stepped lightly on all fours, and at the moment when it landed, the circle of light wheels behind him quickly shrank, and it was placed on the corner of punishing Hoopa's chair again. It's amazing. Xiao Huang opened his 453 eyes slightly, and Xie Mi in his arms couldn't help but cast his eyes on the pair of golden rings hanging on the corner of Hoopa's chair. This time, the vanity of punishing Hoopa was immediately satisfied. Hee, have you been scared? It was really startling. Xiao Huang's eyes were curved, and he echoed his face. The smugness on Hoopa's face was even more hidden. What a fool. Looking at Hoopa, who was coped by Xiao Huang after a few words, Baizi took out the calling bell from his bosom while he was amused. Shake lightly. Jingle bell 1. The rattling bell was crisp and sweet, carrying a peculiar chanting wave towards the windspeed dog in the distance. Take back the calling bell. As soon as he looked up, he saw Xiao Huang, Xie Mi in his arms, and punishing Hoopa all looking at him with a puzzled look. Baizi smiled and was about to explain out loud. Lu Wu tilde, accompanied by a soft moan. The Doran Baruto triangle is the head emerging from the shadow of Shirazawa's feet. Mea tilde. From the launch port on the top of the head, the two dragon-like messiah-like companions climbed out of it, looked at them for a while, and suddenly silently entered the void. Immediately after, it was at the corner of the building fence that was only 3 or 5 meters away from Baizi's side. Shaped like an arrow, it suddenly stabbed the wall on the side of the fence. PFF tilde. In the short muffled sound, an elf with a whole body light green, shaped like a planarian, and with a blue hexagonal mark on the center of the abdomen, appeared from the air with rolled eye. It turned out to be Zygarde. Looking at the light green planarian that was carried over from mid-air by the two dragon messiah companions of Doran Baruto, Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly. Keyguard, or more precisely, Zygarde Core. Zygarde 856109782 Ling Long is a very rare or unique group in the wizard world aggregate elf. Its entirety is made up of countless cells-like individuals, mainly divided into core and cell 2 parts. Zygarde cells do not have any will or thinking process, let alone use any trick, and the core is a brain similar to cellular organization, which surpasses other cells. Exists zygote has a total of 2 cores, namely Z1 with a red hexagonal imprint in the belly, and Z2 with a blue imprint in the belly. There is no subordinate relationship between the cores, and they can all change their shape by recruiting other cells. A single core can only show 10% Doberman form and 50% serpent form, complete Gundam form. It takes 2 core forces to converge and manifest. Moreover, they can communicate with each other remotely through telepathy, and can also use the perspective of cells to observe other places than themselves. Speak up. Zygote cells are almost all over the continent of Carlos. It can be said that the entire Carlos, at least more than 70% of the wild, are almost all in the ecosystem of zygote, under the sight of the traditional supervisor. Therefore, Desert City, where such a fierce battle broke out, was targeted by the opponent, and it was reasonable. While thinking in his heart, a streamer that no one could see in Z's eyes flashed. Next second, the zygote core cell Z2, which is a simple attribute panel, suddenly appeared in Z's eyes one by one. Race: zygote core cell Z2. Attribute: none. Feature: cluster deformation. Level: infancy, level 1, 0-100. Potential: level 1 God, incomplete. Complete body is the limit of God's domain. HP: 5-216. Hidden vitality, attack 0, defense 0, special attack. Exclusive skill: blocking. Common skills: none. Law comprehension. Ground system 99%. Open black lens bracket authority. Order close black lens bracket 0. Special defense 0. P 5. Status: slightly injured. Introduction. One of the cores of zygote, the god of order, has the ability to read words and group deformation, and can restore physical strength by absorbing sunlight. Unlike other elves or legends with special forms, zygote's power is completely thinned out, and there is no manifestation of other powers hidden in the body. But to be so weak is indeed the only thing that has happened in Z's life. It's no wonder that even a little girl less than 10 years old like Eulegia can't escape the magic laws. Of course, there is also the reason that the Lolicon core Z1 was domesticated. Heartlander. But Z obviously doesn't really look down on this zygote core cell, not to mention that its body has the power to suppress the 2 legends in the same region, Xerneas and Yveltal, the top-level domain of the god. The concealment ability that even Kang Xiang was concealed was quite astonishing. If not for Doran Baruto, I'm afraid Z and the others won't be able to detect this guy's peeping at all. Thinking, Z, who had nothing to do with leisure, was about to have a candid and frank talk with Zygote. Gollum, Z2 that was sent to Z didn't know that the string of brain 4.3 was broken, and he even tried to pass the level cutely, and made a grunting sound at Z like a cute one. The only left eye with pupils blinked and blinked, and the little tail at the end swayed happily, full of innocent and cute expression. Z. Core Z2. Just when the core Z2 felt something was wrong, Z spoke again. Then what? I know you, Zygote. The air fell into a brief silence. Immediately after, visible to the naked eye, Zygote Z2 gradually turned gray, and his eyes also lost their spirits a little. 583. In a word, let Zygote take the initiative to follow. Just when Z was thinking about whether to say something to ease the atmosphere, Zygote suddenly changed his expression, and changed the topic in a tone that could maintain his dignity as much as possible. Quote, Human, I hope you can always maintain your original heart while entrusting the power of God, and don't be blinded by too powerful power. Quote, Why don't you put it aside to play sermons with me and change the subject? Z blinked, looking at the other party's earnest and even a pleading look in his eyes. He couldn't help but murmur in his heart. However, Z was only a little bad, and he wasn't really ready to kill Zygote Z2 core completely. After all, the other party is also the official god of the peak of the god. This phase, how much still have to give a little. Only, just when Z nodded and was about to follow Zygote's word, gratefully glanced at Z, and the Zygote Z2 core, who was relieved, added another question. Quote, By the way, what about the legend of hetero-colored Raykosa and Allura who assisted you in the battle before? Did you leave? You know Necrozma. Hearing this, Z didn't answer directly, but asked back with a strange expression on his face. Zygote Z2 doesn't seem to sense the seriousness of the problem yet. Nodding his face as usual, he immediately smiled and said, quote, It doesn't count as acquaintance, it's just that I also have some cells in the Alola region, so I know a little bit about everything. Then your eyeliner is really long. He was sulking in his heart, and Z also nodded and replied, Necrozma has not left, he is already my partner. After speaking, he lifted the hem of his clothes and stretched out his hand. He patted the glowing ball on his waist. Yes, is that so? Hearing this, the smile at the core of Zygote Z2 also became a little reluctant, with a fluke in his eyes. Then, Li Kong sit. Whether it is Kang Xiang or Necrozma, the core of Zygote Z2 is not familiar. Necrozma had only heard its name, and Kang Xiang had never even seen it. It's a little embarrassing to die in front of them at the most. Anyway, they don't know each other well, so it's a big deal to hide their ears and steal bells, and it can be regarded regarded as never happened. But Lai Kongzai is different. It has really dealt with it. Anyone who has died should know that socializing in front of strangers and socializing in front of acquaintances are completely two-level things. Before, it was because he had sensed the absence of Lai Kongzi's breath on Bai Zi's body. It was only when my brain was pumped that I intended to use cuteness and pretend to be stupid to get through the test. Although in his core stance, Zygarde may not even be an opponent of a Carp King, but he is still very confident in his perception and concealment ability. And it is precisely by relying on these two perceptions and concealment that even in the legends of the god, it can guarantee its own safety without relying on group deformation in most cases. Safety. But what it didn't expect was the ability to conceal even the top legends was discovered by an ordinary ghost-type elf who was still shallow in the realm of the gods. Certainly, what Zygarde didn't know was that Bai Zi's multi-dragon Baruto was born in the spirit world and had long been used to and possessed the spirit vision ability to capture the breath of the other party's soul. Its observation has never been just from the naked eye and breath, but also the perception of the soul. Therefore, Zygarde Z2 Core's self-perfect concealment ability fell into the eyes of Doran Baruto, and naturally there was nothing to hide. Of course, all this Zygarde Z2 Core doesn't understand. Its focus now is on another thing. Since Necrozma has successfully avoided its perception, shouldn't Lai Kongzai also? Although the core of Zygarde Z2 has a fluke in his heart, unfortunately, the reason why Necrozma can block perception is because of the additional work of the exclusive Pokeball, Bright Ball, Youth, and the exclusive Pokeball with such utility. Lai Kongzai also has it. There was a trace of pity in Bai Zi's eyes. Even if he can already confirm that the core of Zygarde Z2 should know Lai Kongzai, maybe the two sides are relatively familiar with each other. And just when Bai Zi was about to send this unfortunate news to the other party at a high speed, I don't know if it was intentional or not, Lai Kongzai released the breath that was blocked by the starry sky ball. Double kill. The corner of Bai Zi's mouth twitched, and the sound of a game kill seemed to sound in his ear. And this moment, the Zygarde Z2 core, who scored twice, was finally unable to hold back. Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to stay here anymore. Let me die. Let me go. I don't want to live. The light green planarian wriggled wildly, screaming, struggling. For a while, I even forgot about the ability to swarm deformation that I have. No way. No way. Really not. Z2 core from the hands of the two dragon messiah companions, and said comfortably, talking. Bai Zi suddenly remembered the way Ulija teased Xiaomianruin Z1 core in the anime, and scratched the blue hexagonal part of the Z2 core abdomen a few times. Ha 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 ha. It's so itchy. Suddenly, 453 feet S uncontrollable laughter came from the mouth of Zygarde Z2 feet S core, who was trembling with anger. Scratched for a while. Z2 core, which gradually calmed down, was weak in Bai Zi's palm. One person and one bug stared at each other for a long time. Finally, the Z2 core said indifferently, quote, human, let me down. Oh, Bai Zi, who also felt a little embarrassed, immediately put the other party down. The Z2 core silently turned around just when it was about to gather the individual cells and use the swarm deformation to leave here. Then what? Bai Zi's kind reminder came again. Speaking of which, if you complete the group with another core, won't you share memories with each other? Gah. Z2 feet S core body froze immediately. Moment. It turned around and proposed with a serious look. Quote, human, are you interested in being my partner temporarily? Going out together to avoid travel together for a while. Bai Zi blinked, a smile on the corner of his mouth. Of course, I can't ask for it. P.S. Staying up all night is one step closer to sudden death. The next one. 584. The third core. Face Arceus. In the end, Zygarde Z2 core didn't really make up his mind to follow Bai Zi away. As a legendary leader, Zygarde shoulders the responsibility of guarding and balancing the stability of the natural ecosystem. And, day after day, unrelenting execution. Die in the neighborhood. Anyway, it has also died several times in a row in one day. Society's club. I'm almost used to it. But escaping from his responsibilities because of the death of the society is something that Zygarde cannot do. And honestly, Zygarde is the one with the worst relationship with Bai Zi in all the top legends. Justice, lawfulness, and great sense of responsibility. No matter from which aspect, Zygarde belongs to the absolute lawful side. But this is not very friendly to Bai Zi, a completely personal egoist. Because although he has never been stingy with kindness, he is really aroused by ill will and will not care about it. Size. To live really. This is Bai Zi's wish. And this code of conduct. Even if they form a partner, it is almost predictable that in the future, Zygarde and he will eventually part ways. It would be better to leave a good impression on each other as they are now. When the time comes to need the strength of the other party, Zygarde, who is a friend, should not be stingy to help, right? And in fact, during this brief time together, Zygarde's impression of Bai Zi was not bad. In other words, Bai Zi is still the first person in history to get along so peacefully. Therefore, although it it did not choose to follow Bai Zi. It left Bai Zi with a single cell as a carrier to contact him before leaving, and promised to call it at any time. Then, my friend, I hope you can keep the order and see you again. Words fall. The Z2 core turned into 10% of the Doberman's appearance in the countless green streamers, nodded towards Bai Zi, and ran towards the distance. Ziggurat Z2 core, 10% form, tripolar god peak, level 99, 5100, 3 god, tilde. He stared at Zygarde, who gradually disappeared until he disappeared from sight. Moment. He lowered his head and looked at the sluggish Zygarde cells in his hands one by one. Race, Zygarde cell, level 0. Introduction. What are you looking at? I'm just an unconscious cell. Just remember to bask in the sun every day. Level 0. Yes. Once again refreshed the lower limit of the legend. But speaking of it, Bai Zi held the unconsciously fluctuating, soft gel toy-like Zygarde cell individual in his hand, and a thought suddenly popped up in his heart. Now this little guy is my L. So is it possible to cultivate it into the core of the third Zygarde? Z3. Well, it's better to hear Z0. Desperately pondering for a while, Bai Zi took out a luxurious ball from his waist and gently tapped it on top of the individual cell head in his hand. The red light flashed, and the individual was immediately incorporated into the Pokeball. Think about it in your hand. Dragon. Bai Zi said hello, and then gently threw the Pokeball with Zygarde cells in his hand. Ow. Doran Baruto seemed to understand Bai Zi's intention in an instant, and he swallowed the elf ball in his mouth. Then he took back the two Dragon Messiah companions, and sank into the shadows under Bai Zi's feet again. Woo. At this moment, accompanied by a long roar from far to near, under the moonlight, a giant dog of divine steed, surrounded by lit light, rushed towards here. On its back, a slender figure is half prone, with the ups and downs of running. Wind speed dog. Bai Zi raised his head with a smile on his face, and just when the wind speed dog supported the sleepy Catalia and ran to Bai Zi in a few jumps in succession, all of a sudden, Bai Zi only felt that the scene in front of him changed in an instant. The devastated and dilapidated city turned into a vast universe of stars in the blink of an eye. In this deep and boundless void, an immeasurable stalwart figure stands in the sea of boundary, full body gold and white rendering. It looks like a centaur and a unicorn, with high hair on the temples from the head, gray face and red and green pupils, 4 red gold feet, and a golden cross-shaped wheel in the middle of the waist. The breath is indifferent and sacred, and a unique noble divine will arises spontaneously, and all around it, countless spheres shining bright or dark in various colors, accompanied by 19 mysterious stone slabs that are laid out in a ring, quietly surround. This is Arceus. Gudong tilde. Bai Zi never imagined that he would be so confused in this endless void where he would meet the creator god of the elf world, the multi-level ceiling. Shock. However, Bai Zi quickly adjusted his mood, but just as he was about to speak, buzz, the 19 stone slabs lined up around Arceus' way suddenly bloomed. In an instant, countless sacred proverbs emerged from Bai Zi's mind one by one. Before the birth of the universe, it was the only one who breathed alone. Magic slate. The place where the universe was born is also the place where it originated. Jade bug slate. When the universe was born, its fragments were turned into slate of the earth. It's watching Pokemon and people in all the universes. Dooley How. Legendary slate. This is a creation inscription. Bai Zi covered his head, and he could feel that these inscriptions seemed to possess some kind of magical power, but now he has no clue at all, nor can he perceive Mingwu. And just as he endured the pain in his brain, in the afterglow, Monster Slate, lined up with the 18th inscription, suddenly burst out with dim light, escaping from Arceus's side. Subsequently, the dim light escaped from the stone slab. The slate disappeared into the void. The dim light turned into a dazzling purple ghost face mark, which was directly printed on Bai Zi's left arm. Hi tilde. Suddenly, the severe pain caused Bai Zi to wake up suddenly. Strong. 585. The slate of creation. The trial of Arceus. Outside world. Bai Zi groaned without warning, which immediately attracted the attention of Xiao Huang and Kang Shang. Are you all right, brother Bai Zi? Bai Zi. Guru tilde. Xiao Huang, who was sitting in front of him, leaned over slightly, his eyes worried. Kang Shang immediately spread his perception out, and in the shadows under his feet, Machado and Duolong Baruto also followed one after another. Emerged. Wu tilde. Wind speed dog was even more magical speed, and a circle of fire was laid between the step, and he looked over with a worried expression. I'm fine. Bai Zi, who pressed his eyebrows and reopened his eyes, waved his hand, and immediately after a little relief, he pulled the cuff of his left wrist away. At this moment, the stinging pain like an iron brand has gradually subsided, accompanied by an emerging coolness. A coin-sized, very conspicuous lilac ghost face mark appeared on his wrist. It's not an illusion, Bai Zi murmured in an almost imperceptible volume, and at the same time, as Bai Zi stroked the mark with his thumb, a message suddenly entered his mind. After a brief trance, Bai Zi's pupils flashed a glimpse. This thing is the mark left by the ghost type yokai slate among the 19 creation slate of Arceus 453. Rely on this thing. He can enter a special parallel time and space, and after completing the trial of Arceus he finds the monster slate that also enters that time and space. He will be able to return to the original time and space again and gain access to the monster slate. The trial of Arceus. Ghost phase E1 that gradually disappeared on his wrist. For some reason, Baizi always felt that he was actually playing the role of a toolman. It may not be him who is concerned by Arceus. Look down. After looking at the ignorant Doran Baruto, Baizi withdrew his gaze and pulled down his cuffs again. Although the trial of Arceus came a little suddenly, but it is impossible for Baizi to give up. After all, the reward for completing the trial is too generous. Monster slate. This is the ceiling of the elf world, and it has been confirmed as one of the core strengths of Arceus at multiple levels, and one of the creation slates containing the power of Ghost EFED. Its inscription is ... Its violent clone was given to the back of the world. No doubt, this is exactly the slate that Arceus used to create the Pluto dragon Giratina. Even according to the huge gap between the two sides, it is very likely that the slate that created Giratina was just a fragment carried by the clone of Arceus. Projection or imitation, but no matter. As one of the creation slates owned by the multi-level creation god Arceus, the monster slate can be called the most priceless treasures in the elf world. With the opportunity in front of him, it is impossible for Baizi to hold back because of a little unknown. Not to mention, with the gap between him and Arceus, he really has nothing to do with himself, and he has no power to fight back. Therefore, this so-called trial is likely to be a chance given to him by Arceus or Doran Baruto, and this so-called trial ground, seriously, it always gives Baizi a strong sense of sight of the game plot of Legend Arceus. So, there's no need to go in such a big circle. The place where the trial is located, shouldn't it be the Shikui area in the time of God Augu, the background in the game? The more he thought about it, the more likely Baizi's expression became strange. Speak up. Baizi has very limited knowledge of the area. I only generally know a few pieces of information about Arceus and the new Zoro Hashikui form that have been circulated in advance. Others, things like the plot. Because he has never played the game, he is basically in a state of ignorance. However, this unknown has aroused Baizi's desire to explore. As a qualified trainer, exploration, especially the unknown exploration, is more exciting and fascinating, isn't it? Baizi couldn't even wait, whether it's the Genesis slate or this unknown expedition. But before that, something he still needs to understand thoroughly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Baizi, who quickly regained his expression, turned his attention to Catalia, who was half squinting at him like a sleepy cat. Reach out. The burning white thought force immediately picked up the big blonde cat from the windspeed dog's back and pulled it in. He raised his fingers and nodded towards the other party's smooth forehead, but the hand is only halfway out. Then Catalia raised her hand softly and grabbed it, and muttered loudly, Don't untie it for me. I feel so good now. You untie it for me. Just untie the seal of the Pokeball. Baizi blinked, glanced at the softness on the back of his hand, and shrugged. It's up to you. Anyway, with your spiritual power, you can break through this mental blockade that I set up by yourself for 10 days and a half months at most. Think about it. After signaling the wind speed dog to remove the authority mark on the Catalia Pokeball, and fiddling with the Pokemon watch twice, he raised his head and said, quote, Just in time, I'm going to Hajong, so I'll let you take a ride. Talking. Regardless of whether Catalia agrees or not, after taking Kangshong and Fengsugo back into the Pokeball and releasing the steel-armored crow, directly with one hand, he took her in Xiaohuang's waist and floated into the crown of the steel-armored crow. Wow! The steel-armored crow made a high-pitched sound. The giant wings vibrated, and it went straight into the sky in the rolling wave, heading towards the nearest Yaoshang city. After a long trip, it was not the same emergency as before, so Baizi naturally chose the most comfortable way to travel. Although Yaoshang city is not big, there is still a small airport in the city, and there will be a flight to Hajong at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's almost 3 or 4 in the morning now. After booking the ticket, it's time to go to the rest room at the airport to take a nap and leave tomorrow morning. 586. Since I'm not following the rules, don't blame me for flipping the table. On the way. By the way, Xiaohuang, why did you run to Shanao so honestly, and also sent all the main force in your hands back to the Damu Research Institute? Yifeng slowly. Baizi's palm covering the girl's belly seemed to be unintentional. He moved lightly and asked in a warm voice. He had some doubts about this before. Although Xiaohuang is simple, she is not stupid, and the sharpness given by the power of Vibrant makes it easy for her to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so easy to be deceived, because, with his body tense, Xiaohuang, who nibbled his teeth, turned even more crimson on his face. He nodded and lowered his eyebrows in a low voice. Because the other party sent a message using your communication number, Brother Baizi. So, Xiaohuang's head bowed lower and lower, and his hands were twisted together, so I didn't think about it that much at the time. And he also called me yellow. Thinking of this, the girl's face turned even redder. She glanced shyly at the boy beside her, and quickly took it back for fear that the other party would ask about the inside, the content. Luckily, Baizi didn't bother too much about the content. Instead he tapped the girl's forehead with a bit of laughter. Quote, So you don't hesitate to believe it? Why don't you make a phone call to confirm? Xiao Huang shrank his head and did not be. You tilde. Baizi couldn't help but shook his head and warned. Eat a cut. Grow a wiser. Remember, in the future, you should think twice before you act. Also, no matter where you go or do anything, you must bring at least 2 or 3 main force with you, understand? Xiao Huang suddenly nodded his head with a good-natured expression. Seeing this, Baizi didn't say anything more. He was well aware of the girl's longing and attachment to him. Since he had warned him, this little girl would definitely execute it meticulously. But think about it. He still decided to find an opportunity to help Xiao Huang find an excellent ghost-type elf. As a personal protection elf, there is nothing more suitable than the ghost-type. Gengar is a good choice. Or, also get a Doran Baruto for Xiao Huang. The next day, early in the morning, 6:30, on the sofa in the independent rest room, Baizi, who woke up on time under the reminder of the biological clock, opened his eyes and felt the soft restraint on his body. He bowed his head. Xiao Huang and Catalia were leaning on his side. Xiao Huang was okay, just hugged his left arm and leaned on his shoulder. And Catalia's sleeping position is unexpectedly indecent. Half of her body has slipped onto the wool pad under the sofa. How did he get under the bend of his leg? Drooling, and he was sleeping soundly, shaking his head amusingly. First, he straightened Xiao Huang's head, then carefully pulled out his left arm, and pulled the blanket over her body towards her. Then, with a hook of the finger, the burning white thought power rose, throwing Catalia back to the sofa, and another blanket flew straight up and placed it on the other party's body. Then, Baizi got up and stretched. He walked out of the lounge, rubbed the wind speed dog who was lying vigil in front of the door, went straight to the communication room of the compartment, and dialed the video phone of the Oki Research Institute. 2B. The call was quickly connected, and Dr. Damu also appeared on the screen. You finally called me, Xiao Baizi. Looking at Baizi who appeared on the screen, Dr. Damu took the lead and asked, how is it? Xiao Huang should be alright. Well, safe and sound. Baizi nodded, looked at Dr. Damu, who was relieved, and said with a smile, by the way, please send Dr. Damu's elves over here. Also, remember to tell Serena to let her stay in Junshin town with peace of mind. When I finish some follow-up matters, I will go back to find her to continue the journey. Good. Dr. Damu nodded, and immediately asked slightly hesitantly, Xiao Baize, have you thought about how to deal with this matter? If there is any inconvenience, I still have a little energy in Guandu and can help you. No need. Baizi shook his head and interrupted. Dr. Damu, I am going to solve this matter in my own way. Your method? Yes. As for flowers. A smile suddenly appeared on Baizi's face, and he said, since some people like to break the rules, then I will follow their routine. Playing trick with me? Then don't blame me for flipping the table. This time, I'll just lift it up. Seeing Baizi's smile, Dr. Damu suddenly felt a chill in his vest, but he did not advise him. After a second of silence for those guys, he chatted a few more words, and then moved Xiao Huang's the Pokeball teleported in turn. Hang up the phone. Putting away Xiao Huang's 9 Pokeballs, Baizi got up and left the communication room. However, when he reached the door, he turned around and did not head towards the lounge. Instead, he came to the lobby and glanced casually at the slightly empty and silent waiting room. He waved to a staff member in an airport uniform not far away, visible to the naked eye. The young man with the headset trembled all over, and then pointed to himself with some hesitation. Seeing Baizi nod, he trotted over with a pale face. This passenger, may I ask you? Okay. Baizi interrupted with a wave of his hand. I booked a flight to Hejong Shuanglong City. Since you guys are doing it so grandly, let's just go ahead and arrange for us to board the plane as soon as possible. The uniformed youth's expression changed suddenly, but then, a capable female voice came from his headset. Promise him. Quote, Of course there is no problem. The uniformed youth choked, and immediately said to Baizi, that fine. Baizi glanced at a certain direction on the top floor unintentionally, laughed lightly, turned and walked towards the independent lounge. Actually, he found out last night when he booked a ticket and arrived at Yaoshang Airport. Throughout the waiting hall, including passengers and airport staff, they are all composed of capable and elite trainers. Everyone is carefully playing large-scale role-playing games with them. Obviously, this is the response of the Carlos Union, and such a move is more interesting than he expected. Begging _ 587. The Land of Dragons Sakagi. Treatment of the top VIP. Not only did they enjoy a sumptuous breakfast, but they also boarded a luxury special plane with only the 3 of them and flew to the Hejong area. And just after the special plane called by Baizi and others planes took off. Airport command room. A lady Junsha in a blue and white uniform with curly ponytail hair picked up the communicator. Kaluna champion, Mr. Baizi and the others have left. Yes, I see. Beep underscore. With the busy tone. After putting away the communicator, Mawei Junsha directly grabbed the walkie-talkie at her waist. Okay, close the team. After a while, the entire airport waiting hall suddenly sounded messy footsteps as if it had come to life. And just after this, Mawei Junsha had just left the waiting hall with the whole team. It didn't take 4, 5, 3 for a long time. Head on, they bumped into a group of union personnel in suit. A middle-aged man with a slightly fat body at the head quickly stepped forward and stopped Junsha Mawei. With a bad expression on his face, he asked urgently in an almost questioning tone, Inspector Junsha, what about Baizaran? You're late, Mr. Tianli. They have already left. Carlos. Junsha was neither humble nor arrogant. Is it late? The wealthy man named Fulai suddenly laughed angrily, and his saliva almost sprayed on Jun Shajan's face. If you didn't start deploying from the early morning, drain the surrounding water near Yaoshang Airport. No way. Prevent us from carrying out our official duties. We will be late. Do you know what kind of opportunities our Carlos Alliance has missed because of your unreasonable interception? As the Alliance's special forces and the West Bank garrison used by you to intercept your colleagues and let go of the culprit who attacked the city. Who gave you the guts? Jun Shajan, you are serious dereliction of duty. It is a public tool for private use. It is lawless. Ha call. Yu Tianli shouted with a blushing face and a thick neck, gasping for breath. And opposite, Jun Sha, who raised her head slightly to avoid the droplet, wanted to wait for the other party to finish shouting, and then she looked intact and replied in a low voice, Congressman Annie, it's the order of Champion Karuna to arm, and we are also performing official duty. If you have any objection, please call Champion Karuna directly. Close the team. Saying that, she beckoned, and she was about to go directly over Yu Tianli and the others and walked out of the airport. The blue veins on Fulai's forehead were violent, and he was in a high position. He had never been treated like this for a while, and his mind was burned by anger. He couldn't help but reach out to Jun Sha, who was walking to his side. But next second, swish swish, one by one, the successive flashes lit up. Feeling the coldness from the framed body and neck, Yi Lai suddenly woke up. Yu Guang crossed carefully. I saw that everyone, including myself, was surrounded by a group of Koga ninja frogs that suddenly appeared. Their arms were captured, and 2 water shurikens were staggered in front of their neck. Gudong. Volley was left in a cold sweat. Immediately after, Jun Shajan came with an obvious sarcastic tone. Is Mr. Wu Lai planning to attack the police? You have to be clear that our special forces have special powers to deal with when they perform tasks. What are you doing? Wu Lisar said. I am a coalition member. So what? It's all a misunderstanding. Oh tilde. Jun Sha sneered and waved again, motioning to let them go. By the way, Mr. Yi Lai, before you want to do something stupid next time, can you please remove this layer of skin from your body first? Otherwise, others will think that our Carlos Alliance is full of sacks like you. As a colleague, I'm very embarrassed. After speaking, he led the team directly and left the airport without looking back. All that was left was Annie and the others, whose faces were pale for a while. After having the same sumptuous lunch on the plane, at 1:30 in the afternoon, Baizi and his group arrived at the airport in Shuanglong City. Get out from Shuanglong Airport. They first went to the L Center in Shuanglong City and settled Catalia. Subsequently, Baizi took Xiaohuang and went straight to the Land of Dragons, where Alice marked the route. 3:10 in the afternoon. After finally touching the entrance of Dragon Township, Baizi and the two passed through a long and narrow mountain forest, and in front of the clear hilly area, scattered villages crisscrossed each other, and Alice, who was looking forward to it at the intersection, greeted her immediately. Little Yellow. Completely ignoring Baizi, Alice rushed to hug Xiaohuang, who jumped off the back of the wind-speed dog. Her braided head rubbed against Xiaohuang's cheek desperately, her dark face blushed. Suspicious blush. Baizi's brows jumped when he looked at the idiot look that he didn't intend to show Alice. Xiaohuang didn't seem to notice this, and hugged him with his backhand, patting Alice on the back as if coaxing a child. After being tired for a while, Alice released her hand under Xiaohuang's persuasion, followed Xiaohuang's arm around her and came to Baizi together. Thank you. Alice gave Baizi a 90-degree bow regardless, and then issued an invitation as if nothing happened. Baizi, Xiaohuang, do you want to visit our village? The Land of Dragons. Baizi stared at the seemingly unremarkable small village under the ramp. The Land of Dragons, this sacred place of the dragon system, which is as famous as the Dragon Cave of the Yulong family in Chengdu. He was naturally interested, but now is not the time. I won't. He shook his head and said, if possible, I hope to let Xiaohuang stay in the Land of Dragons for a while, and I'll pick her up when I'm done. Okay, Ellie. Phil, of course I'm fine. Alice answered decisively without any hesitation. Xiaohuang. Baizi looked at Xiaohuang again. I can do it too. Although he was reluctant to part with each other in less than a day. Xiao Huang never knew how to reject Baizi. Good. Baizi rubbed the little head of the girl who looked lost in 4.3. Subsequently, wait for me to come back. In Alice's tasteful expression, she squeezed Xiao Huang's delicate face again, and then she patted the wind speed dog and walked in the direction of the road. At the speed of the wind speed dog, under the familiarity of the road, he quickly ran out of the land of the Dragon Township. Just when Baizi was about to take back the wind speed dog and transfer to Lai Kongxi, jingle bell. The caller's bell suddenly rang. Baizi looked slightly surprised at the unmarked video call on the elf bracelet, raised his eyebrows slightly, and chose to open it. A virtual light curtain rises, but next second, an unexpected face appeared on the screen. Yichi Sakagi, 588. Hunter Guild, please complete order. Baizi never imagined that the leader of the rocket, who had almost disappeared, would contact him at such a time. Moreover, in a way that is very easy to reveal oneself like a video call. In his heart, Baizi kept his head down and spoke first. I don't know what the dignified leader of the rockets is. What's the point of contacting an ordinary trainer like me? Ordinary trainer? Your Excellency, Baizi is joking. If you are an ordinary trainer who masters the power of God, then we are probably not even qualified to be called a trainer. Sakagi shook his head. As for the leader of the rocket, I have disbanded the rocket. Now, it's just an ordinary trainer. Well, the wanted one. Saying that, Sakagi spread out his hands with a smile, leaning back lightly on the back of the chair, revealing a very technical layout scene behind him. Is the cabin 25? Baizi's eyes flashed, and then he said with a chuckle, the dignified Sakagi, even if the rockets are gone, it's just one more useful tool missing, isn't it? Not to mention, with Sakagi's influence and control over the rocket, it's just a matter of raising his arms to regroup. It was the reason why he disbanded Team Rocket. Baizi, who had some guesses in his heart, focused his attention on Sakagi's face again, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on his face. Should I also congratulate that Chief Sakagi has found his long-lost child? Sakagi's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly restrained his expression, with a search in his eyes. Your Excellency, Baizi's source of information is really curious. It's just a good memory. Baizi shrugged, as if answering a question about money. Subsequently, without waiting for Sakagi to continue, he went straight to the topic and said, okay, let's stop playing the game. Let's get straight to the point. Sakagi, what's the matter with you looking for me? Turn fighters into jade and silk. Sakagi said sternly. What do you mean? Baizi frowned slightly. Subsequently, he saw the picture on the screen move a few meters to the left, revealing a strict acquaintance bound by a restraint belt. Hunter J. Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly, and Sakagi's voice also followed. This woman is one of the new 4 generals that I pulled out of Jobin prison a few months ago as a supplement to the rocket. However, this woman doesn't seem to know how to follow the rules at all. During the period I ordered to hide, she even privately reconnected with the group of hyenas in the Hunter Guild and participated in the acupuncture, a siege mission against your friend Xiao Huang. Recently, it seems that the underground world has started to clean up the encirclement and suppression personnel, so this woman ran back again. However, I dare not keep such a time bomb. Simply, I captured it, and regarded it as a small gift that you and I reacquainted with, and gave it to your Excellency Baizi. I think she should have some effect on your Excellency. As Sakagi's words fell, Hunter J, whose mouth was blocked in the video, looked more and more frightened, and the tightly bound body under the restraint belt also twisted like a green caterpillar. Stand up. Quote. Location. Baizi stared deeply at Hunter J, as terrified expression, and said after a long time. Sakagi smiled suddenly. There is no need for your Excellency Baizi to run around in person. Send me a location, and I will deliver her in person. Baizi didn't do much. After sending the coordinate information to Sakagi, he hung up the phone directly. His eyes were dazed, and he just sat upright on the windspeed dog broad cotton back and waited. And Sakagi didn't let Baizi wait for a long time. In just over half an hour, Baizi's mental perception noticed that a galloping object was approaching rapidly. Coax. Soon, along with the humming of the air current, a behemoth that was invisible, with a distance of nearly 100 meters, slowly landed on the open space not far from Baizi. As the stealth position was withdrawn, the cabin where the pitch-black triangular aircraft was being lowered fell. Sakagi, still in a suit, stepped down, and behind him, a tall, red-haired woman followed behind with Hunter J, who looked like a chick. Athena. Baizi looked slightly surprised. Good. This tall, red-haired woman was Athena, one of the 4 generals of the rockets who was carried in the hands of Shinado, who was still Chilean at the time, in the Battle of the Golden City. Through the pure eyes of the other party, Baizi could easily perceive the ignorant mental fluctuations of this Athena, like a child. Baizi didn't expect that Sakagi would fish out and cure this woman who can be said to be completely abolished. At least, she has regained consciousness. But after taking a look, Baizi looked away. The real Athena can be said to have been killed in terms of personality, but this one is just a newborn with the appearance of the other party. There's no need to pay attention. However, Sakagi can do this for a subordinate it who can be said to be worthless, and it is no wonder that the rockets almost gave up on him. This is the man you want. Hunter J from Athena. Sakagi simply pushed the opponent forward. Immediately, an interesting Hunter J, who was withdrawn, staggered towards Bai Z, but it didn't take a few steps. Hunter J felt an invisible force pulling her entire body forward. In the blink of an eye, she felt her neck fall into an iron hoop-like palm. Look at me. With an inexplicably induced scream, Hunter J raised his head blankly and set his eyes on Bai Ziwei's blue-eyed. Next second, substantial spiritual power followed Bai Z's slightly glowing pupils and rushed into Hunter J's mind unscrupulously. Suddenly, Hunter J's eyes widened, his whole body twitched violently like an electric shock, and he couldn't help but let out bursts of shrill screams, which made people shudder. Soon the screams and convulsions subsided. Bai Z's palm exerted a little force. Click tilde. Chris sound. J, whose head had completely lost its support. Bai Z casually threw it to the ground. Hunter Guild. Eyes slightly cold. 589. Old things don't give faith. The Hunter Guild, a semi-loose gray organization of this world nature. The real rise is only half a century, and before that, the so-called Hunter organization is nothing more than a gathering place for a group of bereaved dogs in the gray area to keep warm. Until now, the president of the Hunter Guild, the only S-rank hunter, proficient in evil, and the former champion of the Carlos region, who was once called the Duke Demon, appeared. Virgil Shaw. For some reason, Virgil, who had only been the champion of Carlos for a year, rebelled brazenly, and killed the 4 kings of the fire system of Carlos at the time, as well as an incumbent Carlos alliance. After the branch president, he disappeared. 7 years later, Virgil officially entered the stage of the elf world with the reborn Hunter Guild, 12 special A-level hunters with the lowest single-handed king level, and a group of hyenas gathered together. Make waves in Carlos. Hunter riot that swept the entire Carlos. Let everyone see the power of the Hunter Guild, and the madness of this man. Same. After this battle, the original upward momentum was extremely fierce, and the comprehensive strength, even the headquarters of the Guandu Alliance, which had not been divided at the time, had to be stabilized. The Ross Alliance almost collapsed because of this. Although it has gradually recovered in recent years, it seems to have completely lost the momentum of the previous rise. Virgil can be said to have cut off the possibility of Carlos by himself achieve dominance, but the nascent Hunter Guild also didn't get it right. Large number of A-level and B-level core hunters have lost half of their lives, and only 3 of the 12 special A-level hunters are left. Even Virgil himself and the 3 main players including the initial partner are also in this battle. Lost life. Hunter riot, event that shocked the entire elf world, came to an end. The Hunter Guild was also broken into pieces and entered a period of dormancy. Thereafter, relying on the vicious name of this campaign, the Hunters Guild frantically accepted the Desperados. Instead of being wiped out in the subsequent joint operations of the alliances, it was like a snowball. It accumulated more and more, and finally formed the scale it is today. However, as the alliance became stronger and stronger, the Hunter Guild gradually changed from a violent group to a great organization that took all black and white. Nowadays, Virgil, who is more than 90 years old, basically no longer asks about the Hunter Guild but entrusts the Hunter Guild to his subordinate. I don't know how many batches of 3 vice guilds have been replaced, managed separately, and one of the leaders in charge of recruiting elite hunters to participate in the siege of Shaohuang this time is one of the 3 vice chairmen of the Hunter Guild, and he and Hunter J belong to the same 4D special A-level hunter. The most mysterious one, Hunter Z. According to Hunter J's memory, Hunter Z wore a faceless mask all the year round, and even spoke in a hoarse mechanical voice. It can be said, a complete mystic. The only 2 things that can be determined are the gender of the opponent, male, and the elf attribute that the opponent is good at, ghost. But, according to Hunter J's own guess, Hunter Z's identity, not to mention the other 2 vice president, Virgil, the president of the Hunter Guild, should know. Because if you want to officially become the vice president of the Hunter Guild, you must go to a secret location alone to complete an unknown test before you can get the order from the president. Virgil. Appointment letter. Clap clap tilde. In the middle of his thought, applause suddenly sounded. Bai Z raised his head, and saw Sakagi stroking his palms and sighed uncontrollably. Such a neat and tidy method of killing. Your Excellency Bai Z, it really doesn't look like a qualified alliance trainer. Tilde. Why not let the tiger return to the mountain and wait for her to find a chance to bite me again? Bai Z restrained his thought, and without raising his head, he took out a wet tissue from his backpack and carefully wiped his right hand before throwing it away. Coax _ the invisible hot wind swept across, steaming the wet paper towels that fell in the air to dry and whitening, and then completely ignited, turning into little sparks falling on Hunter J's body. Immediately, the lingering fire suddenly burst into flame, turning into a pillar of lift-off to illuminate the surrounding area. And seeing this, Sakagi's pupils could not stop tightening. At this moment, the sudden fire column had dissipated in the blink of an eye, and and even took Hunter J's body, but the grass under her the ground is only slightly brown. As the top trainer, Sakagi couldn't see where the wind speed dog was in front of him, whether it was the control of the fire element or the retraction and release of the energy level. It was the ultimate, really wonderful fire attribute manipulation skill. Sakagi complimented and praised, then looked at Baizi and asked, "Your Excellency Baizi, I don't know if you are satisfied with my present. Are you satisfied?" To be honest, if Sakagi hadn't sent this clue, he might still be in the process of identifying and searching for the identity of the characters in the pictures extracted from Alice's mind before investigating one by one. Middle. It is impossible to identify the first character clue so quickly. This gift did come just in time. Sakagi's gesture of goodwill is also full of sincerity, but, as Lee Good Sakagi, Baizi raised his head and looked seriously at the leader of the rockets on the opposite side. His tone was solemn, but with a firmness that could not be changed. "Although it is a bit shameful to say this, is it true? Turning battles into jade and silk. Before that, I have a question that I have to figure out first." The word fell, and Sakagi, who was still smiling, suddenly sang, "P.S. The tablet accidentally fell to the ground last night, and then I was nervous, jumped up and gave it a straight kick. I felt bad all night. I bought a new notebook in the morning and bought a new notebook at noon. I went home and installed the login settings for several hours, and then I started to code. It is really force majeure. Sorry, *3 *wrong. 590. Dead Taoist friends don't die. Poor Tao, please complete order. Quote. That fine, you say." Sakagi spoke slowly. He is not without anger. It's just that since it has been done to such an extent with Sakagi's castle, naturally, he will not turn his face so easily. After all, he came here to end the conflict between Baizi and Team Rocket. After chasing, even trying and successfully creating the so-called God, he knows better than anyone what it means to be a trainer who controls a top legend. That is, God power. It is a mobile natural disaster unmatched by mortals. It is precisely because he clearly understands this that Sakagi will capture and deliver it in person at the first time after confirming the relevant information. Throwing away this may bring harm to himself. Hot potato. Second, it is intentional friendship. After 100 miles and a half 90, he naturally couldn't easily give up halfway. Heroic nature. Seeing that Sakagi quickly restrained his anger and agreed without changing his face, Baizi couldn't help sighing in his heart, and immediately said, "The place in Yujian Mountain is actually underground. Do you know what the test base is doing?" Mountain Moon. Sakagi was stunned for a moment, then looked at Baizi with a strange expression. "You destroyed the experimental base at Yujanshan 453. It's me." "Oh." Baizi nodded in recognition. "Good guy. Co-author, you already killed one of my labs before the Golden City, and many more. Since Yujanshan was done by him, then after Yujanshan, Lambda, who was attacked and killed in the Golden City before, shouldn't also." Quote. That raw tunnel between Deadly City and Golden City. Me too. Sakagi is really speechless now. What kind of alliance trainer is this? Just like a rocket team evil star. Now he really doubts whether Baizi has any grudges with their rocket. Otherwise, what a great hatred for him to destroy his team of rockets in a different place. Quote. To be honest, do you and our rockets have any grudges? Sakagi finally asked, but he couldn't feel relieved if he didn't ask this question. Otherwise, after he answered honestly, he would still be clicked directly. Is he wrong? No. Baizi's mouth twitched. No hatred. Then you destroy the evil laboratory, rescue the poached elf, rescue the attack city. Baizi gave examples and said, these are not the training of a Justice League trainer. Obligatory thing. Justice League trainer. Sakagi glanced at the slightly browned grass not far away, and fake and pretend believe it. Then, he began to answer Baizi's previous question. Quote. The underground laboratory of Mount Tsukiyama was designed to study the effect of moonstones on elves, but then I basically focused my attention on making Team Rocket final weapon. On the other hand, funding and excellent researchers are heavily skewed, and most of the other labs are in a state of stocking. As for whether they did anything out of effect, I don't know. Didn't lie. With Baizi's current mental power, it is not difficult to confirm whether the other party is lying or not with his mental fluctuation. Experiment log seized from the Yujanshan experimental base. The other party indeed seemed to be conducting the experiment without any support. However, it's better to conduct experiments in secret. God-making plan of the rocket, as well as the obtained dream eyelashes. There are very limited dream factors, and the breaking of Mewtwo is the bad factor. Really what an underappreciated lab supervisor can get. Looking back on his memory, Baizi has deep doubts about it. Quote. Then what about the experimental data about Mewtwo, and the genes of Dream and Mewtwo? Can anyone CFED these two things out? Impossible. Sakagi answered decisively, but then, he seemed to have just reacted. You know about Mewtwo. Wait, you mean that someone used Mewtwo's experimental data, as well as the Dream, and Cheomung's genes were brought out? Is it Yujanshan? Secret research on Mewtwo is being carried out in Tsukiyama's experimental base. Sakaji's tone didn't seem to be fake. In fact, at this moment, Sakaji's chest is almost burning with anger. It seems that your control of the rockets is not so comprehensive, Sakagi. Baizi said meaningfully. Let's use a simple method of elimination. First of all, other than you can so who is exposed to these things at the same time. Sakagi gave Baizi a deep look, and said solemnly, the only ones who can get in touch with these at the same time, apart from myself, are only Dr. Fuji and the 4 generals and 3 who take turns guarding this place. Sachi among the beastmen. Sachi, as one of the 3 beastmen of the rocket team that appeared in the special chapter, Sachi's identity and purpose are not simple. She is not only a member of the Galaxy team of the undercover rocket team, but also one and more a mysterious character connected to an evil organization. In the special chapter, she is even the culprit who petrified the owners of a generation of illustrations including red, green, blue, yellow, and collected the vermilion of the original power of Groudon and Kyogre orbs and Indigo orb. Boss of the Emerald Armored Man was already in her hand. It can be said, a character whose purpose remains a mystery to this day, although there is no basis. But this moment, a strong intuition suddenly arose in Baizi's heart. The culprit behind Lelora's suffering and strength was Sachi. As for the method of verification, Baizi turned his eyes to Sakagi. I think I already have a choice. Sakagi, did you rule it out? Sakagi was a little confused by Baizi's ignoring the process and giving the answer directly, but he quickly adjusted his mind and asked, who? Say. Baizi said the name without any hesitation, and then in Sakaji's frowning brows, he chuckled. If you want to verify whether she is really, the method is actually very simple. Just call over and talk. Quote. Sakagi looked at the elf bracelet on the boy's shaking wrist. After a moment of silence, he took out his dedicated communicator. Of course, he could see that Baizi was the mastermind behind the Ujanshin experimental base, and that almost undisguised mallet. But at this moment, people are swordsmen, and I am fish. He also has no right to refuse. Not to mention, whether it is a dead Taoist friend or a dead poor Taoist. This choice Sakagi is still well aware of. 591. The 3 caves of the cunning rabbit. Who is the strongest stinger bee trainer? Quote. Yes, I see, Sakagi-sama. In the island chain of the Orange Island, in the hillside of an unremarkable and unnamed island, a tall woman in a strange dress replied respectfully, and then put the communicator in her hand that had been hung up on the table in front of him. As she raised her head, under the light of the light, that bloodless pale face was revealed. Slender eyes, dark lip, and a face like a sly fox. It was like something from a horror movie. The vampire came out, with such an unusual appearance and complexion. Only those descendants of the ultimate metropolis that Baizi saw in Alola could match. Is the only female sex in Team Rocket. 3B. Sachi. Sachi, why did Sakagi contact you again? A short stature, a yellow-haired dwarf with a black beret sat on a high stool with his leg crossed. Obvious sarcasm. Isn't he disbanding the rockets and going home to take care of the baby? Why? Do you regret it again? Chakra is definitely the most dissatisfied one for Sakaji's sudden disbandment of the rocket, because the reason why he joined the rockets was not only because he was convinced by Sakaji's strength, but more importantly, to realize his ambition. Although he was neither a veteran nor the rockets the strongest under Nakasakagi, but Chakra regarded himself as the successor of the rocket's leader after Sakagi. In his opinion, since Sakagi has abandoned the rocket, it is better to hand the rocket to himself. The disbandment was announced without a word, causing Team Rocket to split into several small groups in an instant. Like the 3 beastmen, they were relatively junior, and they were all stationed in this experimental base where birds don't shit. In addition to Sachi himself, because he served as Athena's deputy for a period of time, he inherited part of the elite special team of Athena, one of the 4 generals. Another Oka of the 3 beasts, including Chakra himself, was assigned to the dozens of Team Rocket members left behind in this base. It can be said that they didn't even catch the soup. Take a few sips. Chakra itself is not some kind of generous guy. Naturally, there is a lot of resentment towards Sakagi. Compared with him, his body is rickety, but he is still more than 2 meters tall. Like a little giant, Oka still maintains respect for Sakagi and retorted, don't say that, Chakra. I think the boss of Sakagi must be. It has its own consideration. Quote. Chakra rolled his eyes, ignoring the stupid big man with a stubborn mind, but looked at Sachi, waiting for the other party's response. Boss Sakagi said that there is one thing that I need to do in person, so I will set off for a trip to Hajong immediately. Sachi said bluntly without hiding the meaning of Chakra and the two. Something. Is it a secret weapon, or the power he left for him to make a comeback? Chakra thought. Take me with me, Sachi, in case Mr. Sakagi. The big task is arduous, but someone can help you share it. Sachi was silent for a while, then glanced at the handsome dwarf in a speechless voice, and said in a light voice, as you wish. After saying that, he got up and walked outside. Oka, I'll ask you to stay here for the time being. Chakra greeted Oka, jumped off the chair, and chased in the direction of Sachi. Quote. Good. Oka scratched his head, and when the two of them were far away, he responded slightly sluggishly. sluggishly, but I don't know if it's an illusion. He always feels. After this parting, I will never see the two of them again. Illusion. The other side. United. As Sakagi put down the communicator in his hand, the two sides fell into a silence for a while. Baizi leaned on the furry side of the Windspeed dog, opened the virtual map of the elf bracelet, and began to mark the headquarters of the Hunter Guild according to Hunter J's memory. As the saying goes, there are 3 caves for cunning rabbit, and the Hunter Guild fully applies this. Fangyuan, Hejong, Chengdu. There are 3 headquarters that are completely hidden and require special methods to enter. It better to say that the branch is basically a semi-public place. Forget about alliances. Even an ordinary trainer can basically find the local Hunter Guild branch as long as he uses Snack to find it. And the opposite is, the location of the Hunter Guild's headquarters is hidden in secret. Even with Hunter J's authority status, one can only roughly understand where the 3 headquarters are located. As for flowers, the specific location, I am afraid that apart from the station vice president, only the president himself knows, because every time I go to the headquarters to replace the props and treasures, they are teleported by the super energy reception envoy in the guild. It's really well organized. Looking at the 3 marked areas, Baizi's eyes flashed brightly, and he immediately closed the map and looked at Sakagi, who was closing his eyes and resting. I have to say that Sakagi's concentration skills are really good. Standing still not far away, his figure is as motionless as a mountain. His eyes are slightly dazed, just like an old monk's concentration. Looking at Sakagi, who seemed to be asleep, Baizi, who was slightly standing beside Fengsugo's body, suddenly flashed his eyes. Sakagi, take advantage of the neutral gear. Are you interested in killing time with me? Sakagi slowly opened his eyes and looked suspiciously at Baizi, who looked at him with a meaningful expression. What do you mean? I mean, come and have a fight with me. My starting elf is also a giant stinger, right? You don't want to be sure whose stinger is the strongest. Big thing. Who is the strongest Sting Bee trainer? Sakagi's expression suddenly froze. The strongest stingray. The strongest stinger bee trainer. As a top trainer who nurtured a unicorn to a champion, Sakagi is known as Earth Sakagi, but his strongest and initial partner has always been in the elf, one of the representative elves of the insect family in a relatively weak position in the world, the giant stinger. It is not only his partner, but also his family, and the strongest trump card he is proud of. The strongest. How long has it been since he was about to forget this goal that he had also pursued and worked hard for? A year, 2 years, or longer. But this middle-aged man who has been trying his best to hide his edge in front of Baizi, finally at this moment shows the demeanor of being the top trainer in the world. That seems to be about to change the world. The reversal of this caused the potential of all innovations in Vientiane to break out suddenly. Begging. 592. Fierce battle. Sakagi's keystone. The universe is reversed, and the Vientiane is innovated. Will contained in Sakagi's potential that is almost infinitely close to the 3rd stage. Baizi's eyes flashed brightly, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Originally, he thought that Sakagi's potential would be the type that was full of aggressiveness, or showed ambition and domineering, but did not expect it turned out to be this type. So, Sakagi's dream is not to conquer the world, but to change the world. Thinking about it in my heart, a wave that is not inferior at all. It can even be said that there is not much or not at all, just the force that counteracts Sakagi's force surges up from Baizi's body silently from the heart level / In reality, taking 2 people as the eyes of the yin and yang fish, invisible forces scrambled in the center of the 2 sides, smashing the air into a ball. But in an instant, 4, 5, 3, the potential of the 2 sides quickly converged and calmed down as if they had been negotiated. The future is terrifying. At this moment, the unstoppable shock in Sakagi's eyes is almost beyond words. Originally, his knowledge of Baizi was just a lucky little monster who was recognized by legend. Although the talents shown are indeed shocking enough, Sakagi is still confident that he must be ahead of the other party in the trainer's team. But now it seems that the little bit of self-confidence in himself is nothing but arrogant. He can do it with ease and use the exact same amount of potential to offset the release of his release. The potential of such a degree is not something he can match. The 3rd phase, or the headmaster. So, are you ready to admit defeat? Baizi chuckled. Sakagi didn't respond, but silently took a dull-colored luxury ball from his waist and took out a wristwatch-shaped wristlet from his pocket and put it on the wrist of his left hand. Keystone. Looks like this fight is going to be more fun than I thought. At the same time as the corners of his mouth were raised, Baizi also buckled the pokeball loaded with the giant stinger. Next second, come on, Stingray. Act 2. Accompanied by the voices of shouting that the 2 of them blurted out almost at the same time. In the white light that blooms one after another, a streamer of metal and bright yellow phantoms rushed out from the light, pierced the air, and pulled out 2 long tail flames, like the tip of a needle facing the wheat on. In the blink of an eye, the needle arms meet in midair. Choke, underscore. The sound of the clash of gold and iron resounded instantly, and the two changed from extreme movement to extreme silence, as if they were frozen. The needle arms and gun tips were connected, and they were stalemate in the air, relatively sharp. Two red and black electric arc flashed between the energy levels that were brought to the extreme and collided, and the delayed wind turned into a ring-shaped impact, rushing wildly in all directions. A strong wind blows. Without waiting for the wind speed dog claws to solve the problem, the shadow at the foot of Baizi suddenly swirled like a tidal wave. The strong wind hit, but it passed through Baizi's body like a phantom, and soon the wind speed dog behind him. The hair rose and the grass rustled. Clotilda. On the opposite side, with a crisp sound, a vigorous figure in the shape of a lioness jumped out. The fierce claws suddenly ripped apart the wind. After landing lightly, the scarlet vertical pupils seemed to swipe at random from the wind speed dog, the big needle bee, and Baizi's feet, and then lazily raised the front paws and licked them. The khaki yellowish fluff, the big black rimmed ears that attract the wind, and the conspicuous red gem on the forehead. This is exactly the eldest cat in his prime, with a moderate size, and he is on par with his peers. There is not much difference, but the ripple-like flow of muscle lines between movements is enough to see what kind of explosive power is hidden under this body. Cat boss, champion of the peak, level 79, 99 100, level 79, the eldest cat at the top of the championship. Baizi glanced at this sly kitten who seemed to be lazy, but his muscles were tense, and he looked back at him quickly. Sakagi giant needlebee, who was in midair and caught in a wrestling with his partner. Sakagi's elves don't seem to be of the unusual type. The same is true for the trump hornbee in front of him. Ordinary body, ordinary posture, and even show no edge, except for the mega stone ribbon around the neck. It is almost indistinguishable from the same kind that can be seen everywhere in the forest. Make any difference, but that's the back to basic body. However, in the tit for tat with Baizi, a giant needlebee that surpassed its peers in every aspect, he did not lose out in the slightest. Finally, the energy level under the handover of the double pin contact has finally accumulated to the extreme. The black-red electric rays seem to overflow uncontrollably. Next second, boom, accompanied by the sound of the explosion. The near-zero explosion impact caused the two to fly out at the same time, and the smoke screens were everywhere, and the orders of Baizi and Sakagi also followed. Malicious pursuit, missing needles. The two shouts were almost indistinguishable. Beer. The long and narrow red worms of the metal hornbee suddenly lit up with a deep and dark color. The invisible mark was linked to the hornbee on the opposite side of Sakagi, and its figure followed the road sign. The traction went straight into the smoke screen and killed the opponent. And at the same time as the metal giant needlebee sank into the smoke screen, Sakagi's giant needlebee immediately waved its needle arms, and countless energy needles spurted out like a rain screen. Missing needles. The lacing energy flying needles penetrated the smoke screen overwhelmingly. Baizi's metal giant stinger was like a self-inflicted snare. In the blink of an eye, a series of explosions were provoked from the smoke screen, and the re-spreading smoke was illuminated like a fire in the sky. General cloud. This level of explosion. Baizi frowned slightly, and instantly 4.3 noticed something was wrong. The missile needle does indeed have the effect of an explosion, but with such an explosive amount, and not a single energy needle has been shot out of the smoke screen. It is as if all the missing needles have become cruise missiles. It was as if all the pulls were poured out on his own giant hornbee. What amazing maneuverability. But then, as the needlebee on the opposite side suddenly pulled the needle arm, under the sunlight, countless almost transparent silver wires were suddenly stretched straight, linked to the needle of the needlebee and the gradually escaping smoke screen, at both ends of the black shadow that is entangled in circle. This is 2C 593. Warm-up is over, please ask. It turned out to be a technique similar to the puppet thread made of worm silk. Baizi pondered in his heart, and this moment, destruction of deathlight, that Sakagi giant needlebees began to condense. The smoke screen gradually dissipated in the field, and the black shadow wrapped around the tough worm silk finally revealed its figure. But that is not the metal hornbee itself, but a lavender energy mold armor in the form of a mega hornbee. This is. Sakagi's pupils tightened immediately, and immediately gave the most correct response command. Hold on. But next second, beer. The ear-piercing, insect chirping sounded abruptly, and the sound wave spread, causing the Sakagi large needlebee, who gave up the destruction of death and was about to condense the guard shield, suddenly froze. The operation of the energy level in the body also fell into a short stagnation at the same time. And take this opportunity. 25-inch metal hornbee quickly rushed out, carrying the white unattached to the high-speed movement gill along the worm silk, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed to the hornet of Sakagi in front of you. Malicious energy spirals around the right needle arm of the backswing. Next moment, swing arms like gun hit the vital. Malicious pursuit. Poof. Underscore. The timing of this attack was too good. It was just stuck in the direction of the old force of the big hornbee, and the new force was not yet born, so that the big hornbee not only failed to achieve effective defense, but could not even evade. Up to shooting is coming. Sakagi's big needlebee hastily only had time to move the spare left arm forward a gear. What time? The acupuncture on the left arm that was attached to the operating energy level in the future was immediately pierced, and the spreading evil energy left a detailed scar on the large needlebee worm body after the acupuncture. At the same time, the short-term strength confrontation also fell into a disadvantage, and the mold armor with the worm silk was directly shot and flew out. Yan back. The large metal needlebee was arrogant, and with a flick of its wings, it chased after it again. Like riding the breeze, under the blessing of the flight factor, the metal hornbee, which has become extremely light, came first, waving needle arms like a sickle, and staggered towards the Sakagi hornbee. Fragile neck and waist joint. One by one flying trick. Yan returned. Hold on. This time, the giant needlebee finally used the hold trick before the attack fell on the body. The bright green honeycomb-shaped energy shield reappeared on its own surface, and it became a spherical shape and still did not stop in midair. The giant stinger wasps that were flying upside down were completely enclosed. Next second, stab. Just like the grinding of golden stone, in the harsh grinding sound, the large metal needlebee swept past the side of the giant needlebee. Moment. The hold shield was broken, and the Yan return was also successfully counteracted. But the large metal needlebee that just flew by suddenly stopped in midair using the quick turnaround technique. He stabbed at the back pocket of the big hornbee's vest, which was flying upside down without losing his momentum. Malicious pursuit. Substitute. Sakagi shouted. Follow closely. With a sound of puff, a white energy smoke screen exploded behind the big needlebee through a heart-warming metal big needlebee. Immediately after, the rapid vibration of the insect wings erupted, and a dazzling evolutionary light bloomed from the giant needlebee that rushed into the sky from the energy smoke screen. Mega Evolve. With the deep voice of Sakagi, who was holding the keystone on the super wristband, a splendid colorful light band spread out, connecting 2 by 2 with the same extending light band on the giant needlebee. All of a sudden, beer, accompanied by the appearance of a bright double helicolor structure phantom, the large needlebee, whose whole body was shrouded in white light, suddenly raised its head and let out a high-pitched insect chirping. In an instant, the originally pure white light of evolution gradually turned into a splendid iridescent luster, and under this light with more eyes, the shape of the giant needlebee gradually began to change amazingly. Its original round worm body was quickly elongated, and the connection between the bodies was no longer tightly combined, but a black link part grew. The antennae at the top of the head are shortened and extended back, the mouth is sharper, and the eyes are elongated. The shape of the needle arm became like a knife spear, and the feet also turned into double needle. The overall stance became more stern. Its appearance, it can be said that except for the color, it is basically the same as Baizi's giant hornbee. Mega transformation, or, in other words, super giant hornbee. Join. Race, big needlebee. Mega form. Attribute, insect poison. Feature, adaptability. Level, quasi-god. High price, level 87. Temporary blessing. Potential, quasi-god. HP, 65. Attack, 150. Defense, 40. Special attack, 15. Special defense, 80. Speed, 145. 1. Prop, focus mirror. Big needlebee mega stone. Status, perfect. Law comprehension. Insect 1%. Introduction. One of the former Insect King candidates in the Viking forest, experienced in hundreds of battles. Sakagi's absolute trump card, 453. Although the previous rounds of confrontation can almost be said to be fought by Baizi holding the nose, but at this moment, through the faint connection between each other after Mega Evolution, after vaguely aware of the energy level gap of the opponent's hornbee that was completely crushed by himself, Sakagi suddenly felt in his heart, "Da ding. Mega Evolution is worthy of being a miraculous force capable of changing the world order. Compared to this, the giant transformation that can only be used in the Galar region is a bit dwarf. See you in detail." While sighing, he turned his eyes to Baizi, who seemed to have suddenly lost his mind, and his voice was reserved and calm. "Come on, let's start the second leg." All right. Hearing this, Baizi withdrew his gaze towards the sky, stretched out his hand to brush the broken hair scattered in front of his eyes, and slowly brushed it behind his head. "Before dealing with the next thing, we really need to decide first the victory of this battle. It's not the second round, but the warm-up. It's over." The voice fell. All of a sudden, a deep and terrifying aura of destruction, accompanied by a black and red energy luster, emerged from the body of the metal hornet. 594. Between you and me, there is a dimension gap. Please complete the order. This feeling, Sakagi's face froze suddenly. Cold sweat dripped out of his forehead, and a strong sense of crisis stimulated his brain, making him desperately shouted, "Big needlebee, hurry up and use high-speed exercise." Instant, the super giant needlebee fluttered its wings, and the more powerful speed given by the Mega Evolution turned it into a golden flowing shadow. The sound barrier is broken at the moment of activation, completely beyond the limit of ordinary people's dynamic vision. And face this, Baizi started pretending to stop when, whether it's dodging or struggling is meaningless. meaningless. He shook his head, raised his hand and made a fingertip universe gesture. Because the difference between you and me, the big needle bee, is the gap of dimension. Word fall. In an instant, the world seemed to lose its color and fell into a black and white film like read. And this vast pale picture scroll. In the next second, it was pierced by a flashing scarlet flashing shadow. The world seemed to be divided by this red line, and the sharp and ear-piercing sound of the calendar exploded. The atmosphere was distorted, and there was a strong sense of distortion. Sakagi and Athena on the side were uncontrollably dizzy. The eldest cat also arched his back like frizz. His sharp claws like sickle hook penetrated deep into the soil, and his pupils almost shrunk into a line. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out as if everything had fallen into the big destruction. Within a few miles, all creatures have an instinctive sense of panic at this moment. They want to escape, but the fatal crisis is like a sword of Damocles hanging directly at the top door, falling at any time. Down. Make them not dare to move. Boom. The red light spread, and the impact of the surging air wave swept all directions. For a long time, the light gradually dissipated, and the air wave stopped for a while. In the midst of all the silence, the giant needle bee, who had already withdrawn from the super evolution, and the large needle bee mega stone scattered around it, fell from the sky. Seeing it is about to fall to the ground, the fur was soaked. The cat boss with a collapsed appearance reluctantly drove his body, and caught the giant stinger in midair, which was already in a coma and was on the verge of death. Secondary damage. You commanded the big needle bee hundreds of Sakagi's big needle bee. You get what you get. Battle plus 3-0. Big needle bee experience plus 1-5. Power of destruction. Proficiency increase. Double needle proficiency plus 3. CFED. The system beat down. End opposite. Covered in cold sweat, Sakagi, who had woken up from a chaotic consciousness, looked extremely bad, panting, holding back the throbbing and tingling nerve, staring at the opposite slowly. The metal hornet slowly fell to Baizi's side. Hoarseness. Then in the end, what kind of power is? I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. Baizi habitually handed Big Needlebee a bonus ability block after the battle, and shrugged in response. After all, he did not have the habit of explaining his secrets to his opponents before or after the battle. Do not know. You just don't know. The air fell silent, and soon after Sakagi silently put away the large needlebee and handed it to Athena on the side to send it back to the spacecraft for treatment. Koak _ a silver-gray aircraft shaped like a motorcycle galloped close to the sea in the direction of Baizi and Sakagi, and behind the weightless motorcycle there was a diamond-shaped aircraft. EPUB. Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly, and after taking the giant needlebee back into the pokeball, he lifted his finger lightly and tapped it on a pokeball around his waist. Sana tilde. Immediately, the graceful figure of Shinado with short lavender hair was transformed from the light. The tender eyes fell on Baizi as soon as he appeared. Soon, these two unique small aircraft landed next to the spaceship of Sakagi. Immediately after, the crystal canopy above the weightless motorcycle slowly lowered. His face was pale, and Sachi, who was wearing a dress transformed from the rocket's uniform, stepped down, and behind her, in the raised hatch, a short-statured dwarf also jumped out of the aircraft. Chakra. Baizi recognized the identity of this little dwarf at a glance. It was Chakra, one of the 3 beasts who belonged to Sachi. According to the original story in the special chapter, this little dwarf once privately convened and served as the leader of the rockets for a period of time shortly after Sakagi disbanded the rocket. However, it was soon overthrown by the 4 generals headed by Apollo. In short, he's a guy whose ambition doesn't match his own strength. Boss Sakagi. Boss. Moreover, compared to Sachi's respect, this guy Chakra is reluctant. After seeing Baizi, he didn't know which tendon was wrong, and suddenly said, "By the way, Boss Sakagi, is this kid your long-lost son?" Sakagi frowned, and Baizi frowned. On Baizi's side, Shinado, who seemed to be staring at Sachi at first, suddenly turned cold, as if the ice that never melted for 10,000 years was swept toward this little dwarf. Everyone present only felt a flower in front of their eye. Next second, puff ____________. The voice of the sharp tool human flesh sounded. I don't know when Shinado, who had appeared beside Sakagi and Sachi, was holding a mind spear, the top of the lavender mind power spear, and Chakra, whose throat was directly penetrated, had round eyes, and he didn't dare to ignore it. With a letter, he raised his hand and scratched in the direction of Shinado. Immediately, his arms sank, completely losing his breath. Tick, tick. The donated blood dripped down the telekinesis spear, and in the blink of an eye, it gathered into a pool on the grass below. The cat boss, whose hair exploded again, let out a vigilant whimper, and laid his body in front of Sakagi. The corner of Sakagi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Sachi's eyelid twitched wildly, and his figure collapsed almost immediately, and he threw out several pokeballs from his cuffs like a stress response. Boss cat, jewel starfish, and 2 only cursed dolls. The 4 auras are at the lowest level and are also heavenly king, especially the 2 cursed dolls, which are almost infinitely close to the powerful level of the peak of the championship. At this this moment, it is obvious. Wrap her around in the middle, and aside. Sakagi, who saw this scene, looked at the two cursed dolls, and his eyes gradually darkened. Another trainer. He never knew that some of his subordinates had reached the championship level. 595. What are you fighting for? In Sakagi's impression, among the senior cadres of the rocket, the 4 generals and the 3 Bs belong to the same senior cadre, but they are completely different in terms of strength and importance. Can't compare at all. In Apollo, of the 4 generals, is in charge of the scientific unit, the most elite core of the rocket team, and although he is also a senior cadre, he has the right to dispatch other cadre. Inside the rocket, they were dubbed the highest cadre again, and the status and power were only under Sakagi, and he could almost be said to be the second in command of the rocket. Moreover, he is also the strongest trainer of the rockets except for Sakagi on the bright side, and the ace black Ruga and fork bat in his hand are powerful holdings that are infinitely close to the championship field. Then there is Athena, who acts as the logistics manager of the rocket. All the finances, experiment, and logistics support of the rockets are all coordinated by her. The rocket's number 3. There are also Lan, who is transferred from the previous battle in the Golden City, and Lambda, who died in the hands of Bai Zi, who are also in charge of the overall training of the lower level troops and the smuggling of elves. As for the 3 Bs, except for some special offensive operations and guarding work in the rocket, except for a senior cadre title, there is no other real power tilde and duties at all. Therefore, the 3 Bs, in popular terms, in fact, is the rocket senior thug. The 3 of them were originally loners walking on the edge of the gray area. Embarrassing situation. A quasi-king. Moreover, it is still a quasi-celestial king in one hand. It was not until he joined Team Rocket that he broke through one by one under the supply of Team Rocket's resources, and officially set foot in the realm of Heavenly King. But now it doesn't look like that. Sakagi knew that he joined the rockets with his own purpose, but he didn't care. Power, well, power. As long as you dedicate your loyalty, show your value, and use it for the rocket, Sakagi can reward them generously. A champion trainer, and it's not an ordinary championship level hidden identity, and he worked hard in the rocket. Is it just for the resources to enter the realm of the king? Impossible. The other party must have other unknown purposes. Sakagi got in touch with what Bai Zi said before about the Mewtwo experimental data and the genes of Dream and Mewtwo that were brought out from the Yumi Mountain underground experimental base. Use. The target is Cheomong. Sakagi's eyes froze. The drooping right fingers subconsciously twitched. This is a symptom of his killing intent. But the killing start. Next moment. But he was forcibly pressed by Sakagi again. He glanced at Bai Zi, who was looking as usual not far away, and the strange colored Shinado in front of him, who was like an abyss and whose breath also made him horrified. His eyes suddenly froze, like an old monk, silently standing in the same place. JPG_. And aside. At the moment when all the elves were released, Sachi screamed badly, and this sudden incident disrupted her hidden plan. But the most important thing right now is to think about how to get out. After all, no one can understand the horror of this man Sakagi better than her. Not to mention, and this cruel and outrageous Shinado who doesn't know whether he is an enemy or a friend. Yu Guang swept the aircraft behind Shinado, and Sachi began to think silently about the next escape plan. First, find a way to get back to the side of the aircraft. Between thought, as Shinado waved his arm, Chakra's body was thrown aside, and at the same time, it seems to have sensed the death of the owner. In the successive Krisound, a full 13 elves rushed out of the release rays. Among them, a large steel snake, an armored bird, and 13 elves rushed out. Foratos used as a bomb by him. The strongest big steel snake should be his main battle elf, the first level king of heaven. As for the remaining 12, I am afraid they are all tool pet, and there is not even a quasi-king. As for flowers, roared Tilda. The moment the big steel snake appeared, it made a mournful roar, and as it roared, the body of the 11 Fletos suddenly lit up with dazzling light. It was a big explosion. Bai Zi immediately made a judgment, frowned slightly, and looked at Shinado. No words are needed. As if there was a consonance in her heart, Shinado raised her vacant left arm and pinched it while smiling back at Bai Zi. In an instant, the lavender hood that suddenly rose wrapped all the 13 elves and chakras in it. With a wave of Shinado's slender arm, the sound of flight disappeared in place. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, a series of dull explosions came from the direction of the sea. As for Shinado, he slowly turned his attention to Sachi, whose body was tensed and his mental power was highly concentrated. Sachi, not good. Curse the doll. Hurry up. Sachi's reaction is not unpleasant. After realizing the coldness in Shinado's eyes when he looked at him, he ran away without thinking. As for confrontation, she is not stupid. Not to mention Sakagi's strange attitude. Just the moment Shinado looked over, the almost unstoppable fear conveyed to her by his cursed doll made Sachi. There is no more fluke and confrontation. Joke. These two cursed dolls that I have been with since childhood are real champions. It is an evil beast that has seen blood, human life, and even devoured souls. This level of ghost-type elf, in the case of having an attribute advantage, or 2-on-1. Is it just because of one look at each other that they are timid? What are you fighting for? P.S. After 2 days of rest, I feel that my physical condition is much better. I will resume the update tomorrow. I also thank the series, A Dream, The Most Beautiful, and other bigwig for their giving during this period, encouragement and support. Thank you so much. Beg. 596. Become a legend with the human body. Sachi's choice can be said to be astonishingly decisive. After confirming Shinedo's hostility and his own incompetence, she made the best choice for her own safety without any hesitation. Abandoning the companionship since childhood, but also the most confident to intercept the 2 cursed dolls of Shinedo. Same light, suicide flow of 2 champion-level ghost elves. How could she be able to get a moment of respite for her? Then use the speed of the cat boss to bring her to the shore directly into the water, and finally rely on the gem starfish and the vast deep sea to avoid the pursuit. This is the best escape she expected. Life plan. However, the plan is good, but what she faced was Shinedo, who had already exceeded the limit of a champion and stepped into the realm of quasi-god. Therefore, 453, Sachi's words have not been fully spoken. Next second, With a wave of Shineduo sus hand, the sea of psychic power that was almost substantive surged up in an instant, completely submerging the 2 cursed dolls, the cat boss and the gem starfish, and Sachi felt an irresistible pulling force acting on her own body. She was pulled in front of Shinedo's raised palm without any resistance. Her pale face was facing her palm. Her body seemed to be bound by invisible chains, hanging inch from the ground. Shoes midair. No, as if his tongue was deliberately blocked. Sachi was not only unable to move at all, but couldn't even speak. He could only look at the opponent's slender white fingers and slowly click on his own. On his forehead. Moment. She felt as if her consciousness had entered the front-loading washing machine. First dazzling, then colorful, until finally, it turned into a blank. Baizi quietly watched Shinedo read the other party's memory. With Shinedo's current mental strength, reading the memory of a human trainer no longer has to be as rude as before, and he can do it with ease. But obviously, to deal with Sachi, it is obvious that there is no need to be so delicate. Baizi thought to himself. After a few seconds, Shinedo slowly opened his eyes. In the elegant eyes, a ray of scarlet flickered, and in this very moment, sea of thought power that enveloped the cursed doll and other 4 elves also suddenly set off a stormy wave. The lavender wave turned into a tidal whirl, and in the blink of an eye, a terrifying tornado was set off around Shinedo. Sakagi, who was close, suddenly retreated with his cat boss. With lingering fear on his face, he looked at the psychic storm that engulfed the position where he was standing. The corners of his eyes twitched. First, the giant Hornby, then this Shinedo. These 2 flashing individuals, whose energy levels are almost the same as their own giant Hornby, burst out with power, but they are all far from their own. On top of your own stingray. Hard to do. Is a flashing individual really so much stronger than an ordinary individual? Sakagi couldn't understand, but was shocked. Shinedo. At this time, Baizi's soft drink suddenly sounded. Instantly, as the power of thought gradually dissipated, Shinedo, who was standing in the air, was exposed with his palm on the top of Sachi's head. The grass under his feet has long been twisted into a circle of potholes as if it was split by a random blade, and the 4 elves that had fallen into the tide of thought power had long since disappeared. Only Saki, who was already awake and couldn't stop his eyes from frightened. I am sorry. Shinedo smiled apologetically at Baizi, and the warm telepathy seemed to be completely unable to feel the decisiveness of the killing. It's okay. Baizi also didn't care, shook his head, and then said, it looks like this guy should be. The problem is already obvious. Otherwise, Shinedo, who has always been calm about things other than Baizi, would not have such a big reaction because of it. Yes. Shinedo also nodded as Baizi expected, and swept his gaze to Sachi, as cold as frost. In fact, when I saw the other party, I was almost sure of the other party. It's the culprit that caused my previous experience. Because of the other party's breath, I still can't forget it. And the memory read also confirmed it. It was this guy who provided the fund, equipment, and genetic data for that lab. Speaking of this, Shinedo suddenly smiled. Quote, Speaking of which, I would also like to thank this lunatic who intends to convert himself into a legend. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have met you. Baizi, would I? Looking at Shinedo's sweet smile, for some reason, Baizi always felt that he saw Ryugu Reina, Saya, Bue Yanye, I, from this smile. Wife you know, haha tilde. Yeah. Baizigan smiled and nodded. He didn't feel anything before, but now it seems that Shinedo's love for him is a little too heavy. However, Baizi suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked, you said just now that this guy wants to turn himself into a legend. Shinedo nodded indifferently and said, this guy has been different from ordinary people since he was a child, both in appearance and thinking. She has an extremely strong obsession with survival, but she doesn't want to trust anyone. Therefore, rather than a human trainer, rather, she wants to be a great being who attribute great power to herself and possesses the power and longevity of a legendary elf. Do you attribute great power to yourself? This kind of thinking, in fact, in the elf world, people have been doing 4.3, but they directly aimed at the legend, trying to achieve the legend with the body of a human. I have to say, it's okay, a crazy guy indeed. I don't know what kind of experience it was, and it made the other party's crazy idea. However, Baizi was not interested in the reason and past of Sachi's idea. What he cared about was how Shinado was going to deal with this guy, and, in the end, is it possible to be completely freed from the resentment and fear buried in the bottom of my heart. Quote, So Shinado, what are you going to do with this guy? P.S. This has been paving the way for a long time, mainly for Shinado's next exclusive power and form. The next chapter is finished, and then the protagonist are to turn tables all over the world. 597. Indulge in the endless nightmare, the unprecedented Z form. Of course it's the easiest way to fight back. There is a creepy shudder in Shinado's tender telepathy. She raised her hand. In Sachi's terrified expression, he was placed on either side of the other's brain. Quote, It shouldn't be able to heal this unbearable pain in a place with Baizi. However, this nightmare is still going to be returned to you today. Indulge in this endless nightmare forever. In an instant, a dazzling and clear colorless light bloomed from Shinado's palm, instantly wrapping Sachi's brain in it. Spiritual corridor. With the release of this skill that Baizi never knew about, it was completed. The dazzling light suddenly shrank. No one was in Sachi's brain, and with the light dissipated, it was revealed that Sachi's body, who was thrown on the ground by Shinado, suddenly trembled like an electric shock. 25:1. Like a green caterpillar twisting wildly on the ground, the unfocused pupils were full of horror, and the pale complexion even appeared a little blue. That was the result of extreme fear and pain. The expression that can be shown, and the fact is true, Sachi at this time is in the world constructed by her own spiritual power. There, she will experience the same experience as Shinado when she was in the Moonlight Mountain underground laboratory when she was still Alora's, and she will be reincarnated just before she is about to be saved. And it never ends. It's what Shinado gave to Sachi, the final result. And this moment, the system beep also sound. Your Shinade duo defeated the Sachi group. God rewarded hard work. Got a little experience value +10. Skill proficiency has been strengthened. Your Xanadu comprehends his own exclusive skill. Spiritual corridor. Baizi was slightly surprised when he was about to check Shinado's data panel. Accompanied by the sudden rise of the colored double helix structure phantom from the surface of Shinado's body. Shinado, whose whole body was enveloped by the evolved white light, suddenly raised his head and let out a long, ethereal and melodious groan. This is a brand new super evolution. An indescribable spiritual connection flooded Baizi's heart at this moment. The joy of seeing the light as if the dust had dissipated, accompanied by an indescribable induction, made him know instantly the change of Shinado at this time. But, whether it is the super evolution of the X form or the Y form, Shinado has been completely unblocked. Right? Could it be that there is a third super evolutionary form besides this? Baizi was shocked in his heart. And this moment, with the surging power of evolution, in the void, there seems to be a spiritual, big source being opened, pouring towards Shinado below. Immediately after, a pink-purple ring mark suddenly condensed into the void and fell into the forehead of Shinado, who was in the long light of evolution. At this moment, it is like a bird flying into the sky and a fish entering the sea. In the induction of the link, a power that seemed to be hidden in the bottom of his heart and was covered by the bondage finally broke through the barrier and completely integrated into his body. In a nutshell, the feeling is 1. I have a pearl, which has been locked by the dust for a long time. Now the dust is full of light, and it shines through the mountains and rivers. And at the same time, your Shinado has been recognized by the spirit authority and obtained the mark of authority. Spirit not unsealed need to be activated. Hint: the conditions for unblocking need to be approved by the gods of the lake. Seal of authority. Gods of the lake. Baizi was stunned again, but then his eyes were attracted by the new posture of Shinado, who gradually emerged from the white light. The original lilac short hair has been changed to long hair reaching the waist, and the wing-like head corners are decorated like open wings, becoming more gorgeous and delicate. The body became thinner. The plate on the chest was completely red, and it was fully opened like an open heart. The upper body is a tight black dress. The arms are black gloves that reach the elbows, and under the waist that is gripped by yin-yang, there is a gauze skirt that flutters down like clouds and smoke, revealing a long and slender gauze skirt. Beautiful leg. Is this Shinado's new attitude? Staring at Lingran, who is different from the X shape, elegant and luxurious, and also different from the Y shape. Lingran is full of the ultimate temptation and mysterious new posture like a witch. There was a hint of intoxication in his eyes. After a long while, Baizi, whose eyes became clear again, regained consciousness from the charm of his elf. Subconsciously, he touched the tip of his nose. Immediately after, of his eyes raised, Shinado Shenado purple flash C form, X form, Y form. Attribute super, fairy. Characteristic, spiritual master, exclusive. All abilities related to spiritual power consumption or have, and the effect and power are double. Level, quasi-god P temporary blessing, quasi-god primary, level 80, 15-100. Potential, level 1 god. HP, 168, attack, 165 defend, 165 special attack, 225, 125 special defend, 100, 115 feet, 180. Exclusive skill, spiritual corridor, pulling the opponent spirit into the world constructed by itself or the opponent spirit power. All factors in the world include time and place, quality, etc. are controlled by the caster. Skill, charming voice, cry, shadow clone, mind power, hypnosis, draining kiss, teleportation, illusion light, 453 life water droplet, coquetry, meditation, spiritual power, healing fluctuation, closed black lens bracket, genetic skills, black eyes, farewell gift, prop, super orb bracelet, increases the power of super power skills, warms up to strengthen mental power, and improves the perception and perception ability of super power attribute law factors. Passive function can be used with time interval, world tree species, law comprehension, super energy system 5%, authority, spirit not unsealed, needs to be activated, status, perfect, introduction, talented, possessing a powerful spiritual power far beyond that of the same clan. It perfectly integrates the genetic sequences of the two superior legends of Dream and Cheomong, thus obtaining a transcendent supernatural power. Power and ability. The body contains the ultimate power of super evolution. Read at a glance. There was a glimpse of Baizi in his eyes, and he no longer paid attention to the unprecedented new power obtained by Shenado. Instead, he immediately reached out to the person in the air and waited for the other party to slow down, slowly fall, as if behind the shoulders, sending this belated congratulation. Quote, Congratulations on your new life, Shenado. Sana tilde. Shenado arched her little head and responded naively, as if she was back when she was still Lolora's. The most like by Z. P.S. Super Shenado Z, which form, please join. 598. Target, Raven City. After a short period of tenderness, Sakagi also got up and said goodbye, and, with great discernment, left behind the trophies brought by Sachi and Chakra, the two small private ship, man aircraft. To be honest, although Chakra specially made coffin board that even his leg can't make him straight, Baizi is grateful and insensitive, but the anti-gravity motorcycle that Sachi rode was obviously transformed from the Sacred Bird 3 Sealand Air motorcycle type aircraft that Silver Group had sold in limited quantities. The price of this thing itself is close to 300 million. Coupled with the transformation of Sachi, I am afraid that the whole thing can't be won without 3.5 billion. But something expensive reason. Shenbird Type 1 foot that only supports ultra low altitude, and the Shenbird Type 2 feet that support both land and air use below 100 meters. Magic Bird 3 is not only limited to 99 units worldwide, and only support customers who own Shenbird Type 1 foot and Shenbird Type 2 feet for sale. It can be said that the rarity is the first to be filled. At the same time, the Sheniao 3 fully supports high altitude flight within 5,000 meters with a maximum speed of 800 kilometers per hour, which is completely comparable to ordinary passenger aircraft and is almost close to the Fast Dragon's maximum hourly shorthand half of the recording. The no gravity speed on land is close to 500 kilometers per hour, and the tire mode is also enough to compete with the Wind Speed Dog's long distance running speed, which is between 340 to 360 km per hour. 600 meters is a submarine. It supports fully automatic driving, has a luxurious deformation compartment, and can switch between the two riding modes of riding and back-to-back, have a protective stand, and the whole fuselage adopts a new type of energy-absorbing steel, which can completely resist the energy level bombing of the King in a short period of time. Cool shape, practical functions, and extremely high safety. No one can refuse such a big toy that can go up into the sea, and neither can Baizi. However, the Sacred Bird 3 was fully booked on the day of pre-sale, and it is difficult to buy with money. Now that he can get one for free, Baizi will naturally not refuse. Certainly, before using this modified version of the Sacred Bird 3, it is obviously necessary to test and master the functional operation first. This is naturally not difficult for Baizi, who has advanced mechanical science skills. Using the material of Chakra's shuttle-type airship, Baizi even made simple modifications and optimizations for this Shenbird 3, making the operating system more suitable for his feel and get used to. Quote, let's do this for now. After this matter is dealt with, load this guy with a rotom. It will be perfect. Baizi threw the wrench into the toolbox, stretched and stood up, patted the interior and the completely changed Sacred Bird 3, and thought with a satisfied expression. Rotoms belong to a very special kind of elf. The body is composed of electric ions, which can not only shuttle freely in the circuit but also enter the machine machine to activate it and become a lotto with different special abilities. New form, mechanical body. In the anime TV, Sun, Moon, the Rotom Pokédex held by Ash is a special form of Rotom formed from Rotom's entry into the Elf Pokédex of Alola. And beyond that, heating Rotom, which is good at flame and enters the oven, cleaning Rotom, which can spray water and enters the washing machine, and spinning Rotom, which enters the fan and can blow strong winds. Wait, different machines will bring Rotom new attitudes and ability. Vizy is also looking forward to how his Sacred Bird 3 feet will change after he has a Rotom. To know, this motorcycle, which has been rebuilt and optimized by Sachi and Vizy, has an attack system. Does Vizy like this thing very much? On the side, the Mind Force manipulated like a virtuous little wife sorted out the toolbox and put it into the cabin. Shinado said softly, "Ah, Tilda." Vizy nodded, and looked at Shinado, who was always an inch away from the ground, still in Z form, and couldn't help but fascinate again. Excluding the strange charm that seems to be magical, the overall feeling of Shinado in Z form is very delicate. The shoulders are like the moon, and the feet are like branches, which is very beautiful. Human perception. Such a gesture. It really hit by Z's EP. However, is it alright to maintain this attitude all the time? Vizy asked with concern. It doesn't matter. Shinado shook her head slightly, wondering if it was because of her morphological change, but her tone was extraordinarily soft and pitiful. With such a posture, the concubine has a spiritual recovery ability that is far superior to the other two forms, and it can even be said that maintaining such a form, because of the connection with the Daewon, the concubine, not only will it not be consumed, but it will subtly continuously enhance its own spiritual power. Besides, facing Vizy's gaze, Shinado suddenly blinked playfully. You can tell from the concubine, Vizy, you also like the attitude of the concubine, don't you? Saying that, Shinado tapped her toes, with a little cunning and a smile of ecstasy, and turned around in a circle. The skirt flutters like a dream. Cough cough. Vizy, who was seen through by his own elf, couldn't help blushing. After retracting the Windspeed dog, he directly straddled the Sacred Bird 3 that was transformed into a motorcycle. Will Li Hao change the subject and say, Then what, do you want to try this big guy with me? Vizy patted the cushion behind him. Okay. Shinado was also very understanding and ignored it, floating up, leaning gently behind Vizy, with her head close to her, and her wristband around her waist. Then let go. Vizy turned on the switch, twisted his right hand, buzzing. The engine sound, which made people's blood rush but was not harsh, suddenly sounded. Next second, Sacred Bird 3 that raised the windshield was like a flaming horse running away, drawing a large semicircle on the sea surface, swooping towards the dense forest south of the outer suburbs of Shuanglong City. Enter. One by one target. The location of the Hujong branch, one of the three major branches of the Hunter Guild, Raven City. Strong. P.S. Continue the wife picture. 599. Sad Cloud, Raven Castle. The Hujong area is composed of three peninsula continents side by side. In order to link the Hujong area, there are many bridges that are famous in the elf world between the three peninsulas. Build. Among them, the Tianjian Bridge, the Fanba Suspension Bridge, the Cylinder Bridge, the Fantasy Bridge and the Village Bridge are the most famous bridges linking the central part and the east and west islands respectively. It is a famous spectacle in the fairy world. These bridges connect the large and small villages and cities in the Hujong area. Therefore, Union District is also known as the district on the bridge. However, Vizy, who pursues speed and owns a Sacred Bird 3 motorcycle that is completely unrestricted by terrain, is obviously not ready to take the avenue. Shuanglong City is located in the due north of the central peninsula, and Raven City is located in the due south of Shuanglong City. At the same time, it is also the center city of the central island in the Hujong area, just in the Hujong area, at the center of the area. Not only that, Raven City is also one of the two largest cities in the elf world. The other is also in the Hujong area, located in the port city south of Raven City, Feiyan City. However, it is contrary to the highly tense working atmosphere in Feiyan City, which is the economic and cultural center of the Hujong area. Known as an entertainment city, Raven City, which has various landmarks such as concert halls, gear stations, large arenas, small sport fields, trial houses and amusement park, has a fun and leisurely atmosphere. The atmosphere fills the streets of the city almost all the time. It is worth mentioning that, of Raven 453 ranks third in the elf world, after Mier in the Carlos region and Gungman in the Galar region. At the same time, it is also the hometown of Vizy's father. If you want to go from Shuanglong City to Raven City and take the artificially built Bridge Avenue, you must detour the number 11 road on the right and take the Village Bridge, or take the number 9 road on the left to cross the Cylinder Bridge. But no matter which side you go, you must detour to at least 3 cities between the island. Going like this, he was afraid that he might not be able to reach Raven City one day and one night. Therefore, relying on the boldness of Yi Gao, Vizy was going to directly traverse the largest wild wild forest in the Hajong area, the Lianjin Forest, to the first destination where the Hunter Guild is located. Here, at 3:50 in the afternoon, under the watchful eyes of the travelers along the street, Bai Zi drove into Raven City, a place that was both familiar and unfamiliar in his memory. 11 Cool, Magic Bird 3. A handsome young man. 1. The amazing alienation Shinado full of strange charm and beauty on the backseat of the locomotive. These are all eye-catching focal point, but Bai Zi soon discovered that although his group was very eye-catching, the focus of most people was not on them. Not only that, at this moment, the streets and alleys of Raven City are filled with a feeling of restlessness. Many pedestrians and residents on the street look sad and refreshed some kind of news on their mobile phone, communicators or elf bracelets with an unacceptable look. But the more you brush, the more suffocated your expression becomes. Did something happen? With such doubt, Bai Zi temporarily parked the car on the side of the road and opened the browser on the elf bracelet. After a moment, Bai Zi's eyes flashed clearly. Just yesterday, in the third qualifying match of the Galar region's much-anticipated competition, Nizi lost 3-2 to Mikali, becoming the first to fail in the Galar Gym Challenge team. However, no one underestimated Nizi because of this, because he is also the first Galar challenger to fight without using the slightest boost ability, that is, giant transformation. In a head-to-head duel, being able to hold a stalemate with Mikali until the last round before losing already shows that the opponent is indeed a real champion trainer. And after that, perhaps because this challenge failed, Chibana, the challenger of the 4th ranking match that was scheduled to take place 7 days after this battle, was openly invited to fight on the Elf Online, promising to ask Adek to do the same by not extremely large change the timing of the battle between the two sides. Adek readily agreed. This afternoon, that is, when Bai Zi was driving the Sacred Bird 3 in the Lianjin Forest CFED, in the battle that carried the hope and dignity of the United States, Adek was finally defeated by Chibana, and it was still absolutely fair on both sides, and neither Mega Evolution nor extremely large augmentation was used. In the case of Adek defeated by Chibana head-on, it's a pity. If Adek's will to be a champion is not broken, he has at least a 70% chance of winning this battle. He simply flipped through the 3 battles between Adek and Chibana. In the video, Bai Zi couldn't help but sigh. In fact, Bai Zi did not exaggerate. Although it has always been rumored that Adek was completely depressed because of the death of his partner, he who lost the heart of the championship may be the end of the championship. But in the video, the tactical command he showed in the 3 battles with Chibana, as well as the level of the elves on the court, are not inferior to Chibana at all, even faintly pressing the other side to know Chibana is not weak at all. Enemy by Dandy, who is definitely one of the 2 peaks in the regional championship class, could be a weakling. With Bai Zi's eyesight, Chibana is the most expensive champion for the last time. The normal level of the Ace Aluminum Steel Dragon may have reached the peak of the championship, and Adek, who is able to suppress Chibana from beginning to end, could be the so-called end of the championship. The reason for the final defeat, it is entirely because there is no way to confront and offset the blessing of Chibana's self-potential, and the other side is finally broken by the opponent's strength, thus falling into a defeat. It's a pity. Bai Zi sighed again. If Adek hadn't experienced the hardship of losing his partner, or, like Uncle Lu, had turned that hardship into a source of progress, Adek's final achievement would probably not have been better than Yulong, Fairy and Sakagi or worse. Shook his head. Bai Zi closed the elf.net, which was so popular because of the 2 championship battles, and opened the virtual map marked before. After some scaling, finally, he fixed his eyes on a medieval garden area in the western suburbs of Raven City, Raven Castle Manor. Interesting. Looking at the area on the virtual map where the Hunter Guild Hajong branch is located, and the highly overlapping area, Bai Zi's expression is intriguing. I didn't expect the Hunter Guild branch in the Hajong area to actually it will overlap with the famous Raven Castle to such an extent. Now, I finally know why the Hunter Guild branch in the Hajong area can hide so secretly. 600 Kamiser, to demolish the house that Raven Castle was named Raven, the same name as Raven City, and in fact, the name of Raven City is precisely because the former owner of Raven Castle Manor, Raven Lauren, the former founder of this Raven City state, created and named it. Later, as the United States entered the Alliance era, the city-state of Raven was officially renamed Raven City. Since then, the mayor of Raven City has been re-elected by members of the Clarence family almost all the time. Even if there are a few changes in the middle, the discerning person can see that Claw is among them, the shadow of the Lens family behind centuries of development. Stayed on the bright side as it did in the old days, but secretly, in Raven City, the industry of the Lawrence family has almost completely spread over all walks of life in this super city. From birth to death, so to speak, the lives of nearly all Ravens have been shrouded in the Clarence family sphere of influence. From the hospital where they were born, the school they attended, the unit they worked in, and the cemetery where they were buried. These are all all industries involved in the Lawrence family. However, the reputation of the members of the Lawrence family in Raven City seems to have always been good. Anyway, in the limited memory of Bai Zi, Lawrence's reputation among the residents of Raven City has always been indifferent. No negative. But if you want to say that such a huge family group is as pure as Wang Qingchuan, then Bai Zi's designation is unbelievable. Can develop to this extent. If there is no gray means outside of business or outside trick, then people are really regarded as fools. Some people have made a special survey and statistic. If a member other than Lawrence becomes the mayor, then there will inevitably be some emerging potential companies that will be targeted and suppressed. After bankruptcy, then the benevolent Lawrence family came forward, expelled the incompetent mayors, gave certain compensation to those who were suppressed, and finally annexed the other party. The mystery in this is enough to ponder. As for Raven Castle and the nearby manor, it was semi-publicized by the Lawrence family as a historical relic more than 100 years ago. Every year, a large number of tourists come to visit this historic castle manor, which is a landmark architectural attraction in Raven City. In the afternoon sun, the Obsidian Light Sacred Bird 3 slowly stopped at the intersection on the opposite street outside the Raven Castle manor. Turn off the locomotive, jump off, and gently press the electronic lock on Bai Zi, who is slowly supported by Shinado in the backseat. Drop tilde. In the crisp mechanical sound, the black crystal shield rises to cover the body. Get your key. Holding Shinado, who has always been suspended in the air at an inch above the ground, Bai Zi walked slowly to the gate of the manor of Raven Castle, and sighed in his eyes. Speaking of which, I haven't returned to Raven City for almost 10 years. It was on my 5th birthday. Bai Zi's tone was inexplicable. Then, he looked at Shinado, who slowly opened his eyes beside him. How about it? Can you determine the specific direction? Sorry. Shinado shook his head apologetically, and a tender telepathy sounded slowly in Bai Zi's ear. The entire castle, including the castle and the underground of the manor, were all made of evil attributes. The spar is constructed and wrapped, and the spiritual power cannot be probed deeply at all. I can only vaguely feel that there is a lot of life aura hidden underneath. It's okay. Bai Zi squeezed Shinado's plain hand and said with a chuckle, being able to determine this is actually equivalent to finding the location of the Hunters Guild. The rest of the rough work will be left to other partners. Talking. Bai Zi touched his palm to his waist, but at this time, a charming female voice with a clear sense of rhythm suddenly came from behind. If the two of you want to visit Raven Castle, I'm afraid it's a bit unfortunate because the manor of Raven Castle will only be open for 1 day a week, and it has only been open since the last time. It's only been 2 days. Oh. Bai Zi looked at the sound, and when he saw the person coming, his eyes flashed lightly. The street is dappled with sunlight and shade. A beautiful woman with a good appearance, the corners of her mouth lightly raised, and her whole body exuding an inexplicable sparkling beauty walked over. A tight-fitting black and yellow outfit showed her beautiful figure, and the earphones with different colors on the top of her head hung down a long black wire from each side, following her graceful pace. After shaking, Bai Zi recognized the identity of the other party at a glance. Looks like a Sparkle is the current owner of the electric gym in Raven City. It's just, I didn't expect to meet her at this time. Bai Zi narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the person in front of him whose prestige was not inferior to the local champion of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Gym trainer. As for flowers, as a world-famous model, Camsley's appearance is also rare even in the fairy world, a place full of beautiful women. And this moment, although the world-famous model seemed to speak to Bai Zi and the others, almost all of her eyes were focused on Bai Zi's side, Shinado, who was still in Z form. Bai Zi was indeed right. Main reason why Camsley took the initiative to strike up a conversation was indeed because of Bai Zi's side, the strangely charming Shinado. As a model, Camsley not only has a natural sense of fashion, but also has a unique and persistent pursuit of beauty. In her eyes, the more radiant and eye-catching, the more beautiful it is. And Bai Zi's Shinado, the strange charm that attracted her attention at all times was like an oversized light source in Camsley's eyes, which made her unbearably longing and loving. It dazzlingly beautiful. Arriving in front of Bai Zi and Shinado, Camsley habitually lifted the wire and hair accessories around her ears, and couldn't help sighing softly. Subsequently, she raised a smile that was enough to make any man fall in love with her, and took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Camsley, and I'm a gym trainer at Raven Gymnasium. If you are visiting Raven City, I can recommend a few good places. After a few days when Raven Castle is reopened, you can enter and visit. Oh, by the way, there will be my runway show tomorrow. Would you like to come to my Raven Gym for one night and join me tomorrow morning? No. Bai Zi shook his head and refused, and then, with a strange expression, he looked at the overly enthusiastic world supermodel in front of him. We didn't come to Raven City for tourism. To be precise, it can actually be defined as demolishing a home. Camsley was done, and right now, Bai Zi has already taken out a pure white elf ball exuding brilliance and threw it gently. Next second, a living body body cast like a jet black crystal appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is. Kamizli's pupils widened. Necrozma. Vizi softly called out the name of this pitch black light. His eyes were cold. Let me lift all the things hidden under this ancient castle manor. Beg. Elf. I am the protagonist template. Invincible chapter 601 611 601. Breakthrough layer by layer. This is Saitama clearance dream. Drop. At this moment, a rapid alarm sounded frantically in an energy detection room directly below the Raven Castle Manor. Ultra-high energy level fluctuations detected near the base. Confirm bearing. Vertical distance south 1121 m. 8. Confirm energy level. Beyond the observation range. It is suspected to be at the level of God's domain. Confirm identity. 1 by 1. God Master. By Z. The elf to which he belonged. Name. Unknown. Type. Suspected legend. Combat power material. The following video picture. Hi. Looking at the monitoring video, the handsome young man who pulled the alienated Shinado and called out the life of the jet black crystal suddenly turned his head, as if looking directly at his eyes through the video, monitoring the little boy. The bald leader of the group suddenly trembled. Immediately. 453. He grabbed the communicator on the desktop and shouted anxiously, "This is the monitoring center. Hurry up. Notify the vice president immediately. Just say, no, I'm already here." Accompanied by the sound of the door being pushed open, a middle-aged gentleman with golden rimless glasses stepped in and waved his hand to let the staff in the house continue. After continuing surveillance, he looked solemnly at Baizi and Necrozma in the video. God Master. Baizi. What did he come here for? And at this time, at this place, the legendary elves were released. One of the 3 vice presidents of the Hunter Guild, Rod Lauren, code-named Hunter K, in the organization, pondered in his heart. Mr. Vice President, did the other party discover the location of our guild brand? Also, did he come for us? The bald team leader reminded in a low voice. Quote, ... Should we do some countermeasures? Came for us. Rod Lauren frowned slightly. Not to mention the concealment of their brand. Even if they were really found, there would be no connection between the two of them. Don't be in a hurry. He shook his head and said, first determine the purpose of the other party. Even if the Comer is really bad, with the branch's defense system, it is not easy for him to break through layer by layer. At the very least, it was delayed enough until he was able to evacuate safely. But if Baizi knew what the other party was thinking, he would definitely tell him. You think too much. Break through layer by layer. Do you know what the Saitama circulation routine is? Only. The roaring sound suddenly came. Rod Lauren stumbled and fell to the side. Fortunately, the cherub he was carrying with him appeared in time, and used his mind to pull him up in the air, otherwise the dog would have avoided the mud. Not anymore. The rest of the staff in the room were not so lucky, including the bald team leader. They all collapsed in the middle of the house's earthquake and rolled into a ball. This is. Rod Lawrence looked terrified in the floating thought, because according to Cherum's telepathy, at this moment this house, and even the entire guild brand, down base, all of them are rising towards the sky. At the same time, outside world, the surging tide of psychic power seems to have turned into a wild ocean, completely filling the sky above Raven Castle. Immediately after, the ground began to shake violently. The entire manor was like a Lego mold lifted by a pair of invisible giant hands pulled up from the ground with ease. The surface near the manor was as fragile as a thin piece of paper, which was directly torn off by Necrozma's psychic force. Rocks cracked. The iron gate of the manor, which was twisted into a twist, smashed straight down. With a sound of yin dang, Kamizli, who was staring at the huge manor gradually lifted into the sky, was completely awakened. You really broke it. The world-famous model, the trainer of the Raiwan City Gym, has not been able to dispel the confusion on his face at this time, and his face is extremely stiff and turned to look at Baizi. She never thought that the other party really just like this. In front of his gym trainer, he lifted the landmark buildings of Raven City to the sky. She originally thought that the other party was just joking. Why not? Baizi looked at this silly girl who was a little bit amused, waved his hand to put a psychic shield on his car, and then tapped his toes, and the whole person rose in the white psychic luster. In the air, I came to Necrozma's side. Now, with the continuous lifting of the entire manor, steel bars, height, circuit, etc., were constantly torn off, and the huge black stone building hidden in the soil layer below was gradually revealed in Baizi's in front of you. Tisk tisk tisk. It's really extravagant. Looking at the underground building complex that was almost completely covered by evil type bar, Baizi couldn't help but click his tongue. Light as these evil attribute bar, its value, I am afraid, is comparable to the total tax revenue of the United States Alliance for a whole year. Below, Kamizli's expression changed. As the local gym trainer, she is responsible for keeping the city of Raven safe. But the same, she is not a fool. There is such a huge underground building complex hidden under the Raven Castle Manor that was lifted to the sky. No matter how you think about it, there must be an unspeakable secret. At this time, she made a rash move. If not, she might block the gun for this secret place, which is likely to have an unknown relationship with the Lawrence family. Cammersley, who knows the virtues of these family forces, doesn't want to be this cannon fodder for nothing. Not to mention, Cammersley looked at the alienated Shawnado who had come to her side at some point, and felt the fearful 4.3 energy level contained in the lilac chanting ball in the opponent's palm. Immediately looking at the nose and the heart fell into a state of emptiness. At this time, if she dares to make a move, it doesn't work. Let's talk about it. But she is a cannon fodder. I'm afraid she is set. Pretty JPG Zilla _ At this moment, a noise of electric current suddenly sounded from the huge building complex wrapped in pitch black bar, and then, a slightly flustered male voice came from it. Quote, ... By Your Excellency Baizi, is there any misunderstanding between us? For example, if you have any requirement, you can ask them completely. Misunderstanding. Baizi looked harmless, and said, is it a misunderstanding? Then I need to make sure first. Who is the vice president of your Hunter branch stationed here? 602. Photons flooding half the city. What do you mean? Yuan, which vice president do you have a grudge against? Our vice president. Ah no, I mean, trash. Another voice suddenly sounded, and after scolding, he quickly said, Your Excellency Baizi, I think there must be some kind of misunderstanding between us. Why don't you tell me first? Which one are you looking for? A vice president. You'd better tell me face to face. Baizi sneered, then gestured to Necrozma beside him. Can you catch him out? Gay tilde. Necrozma didn't say much, and the tip of his claws touched the surface of the dark enclosed building, like a hot knife cutting butter. The alloy wall wrapped by the evil attribute crystal melted at a touch, and was directly opened by Necrozma's giant claws containing extremely high temperature. Subsequently, a middle-aged gentleman with disheveled hair and a cherub were dragged out by Necrozma's psychic power. Cherub, Heavenly King Intermediate, level 63, 4100. The 25th Heavenly King's mid-level cherub is already not weak. At least, in a one-on-one situation, Rod Lawrence is completely worthy of the main force of any of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the United States. However, the Heavenly King rank is too small in Necrozma's hand. Cherub's psychic power is enough to easily stop the speeding heavy truck, and it can't shake the thin psychic aura that Necrozma casts on them. Any struggle is like it is as powerless as the intention to infect the ocean with a drop of ink. The gap between the two sides is really too big. It is precisely because of this clear that Rod Lawrence did not even have the slightest idea of resisting. At the same time, his heart is also full of regret. The ghost knows that the other party will be so uneasy to play the card the normal number of ways. Even if it is hard, it should not be a breakthrough layer by layer, one by one. Enter. Result. The other party directly overturned the entire underground base. This is so. Knowing this, he should have chosen to escape as soon as he determined the identity of the other party. It was only after cerebral palsy that he performed calmly in the base. Your Excellency Baizi. Your Excellency Baizi. Don't be impulsive. We can really have a good talk if you have something to say. Don't you want to confirm my identity? This is the home of the current generation of the Lawrence family. Lord, at the same time, is also one of the 3 vice presidents of the Hunter Guild, codenamed Hunter K. Also, if you have any other questions, I will definitely know everything and say everything, and I am willing to do my best to help Your Excellency. Lawrence showed his attitude without breathing at all, and then looked at Baizi cautiously, and asked tentatively, so what do you think? You know the current affairs, so I feel a little embarrassed to shoot. Baizi looked at the cowardly and unique contemporary Clarence Patriarch with a funny look. Subsequently, in the eyes of the other party's eye, he slowly floated to the middle-aged gentleman who was also the vice president of the Hunter Guild. Quote, ... But I have a better way to find out than to ask. The voice fell. Baizi's slender fingertip touched the opponent's forehead. Ah! Immediately, Rod Lawrence froze in mid-air as if he had been immobilized, and his eyes began to turn white involuntarily. After a moment, Baizi slowly retracted his arm. Tis, it's really cowardly and thoroughly. After reading the other party's memory, Baizi suddenly frowned slightly. The other party really has nothing to do with the previous encirclement and suppression, and it does not give birth to the slightest desire to resist himself, the absolute power player who, in the eyes of the other party, plays cards that are completely unreasonable. Law. Only, even at the opponent's level, they don't know the true identity of Hunter Z at all, and they also don't know the so-called hidden place of the Hunter Guild President Virgil. The only useful information is to clarify the location of the branch that Hunter Z is responsible for, the Chengdu area. It's just that, according to the temperament of this guy, I'm afraid I really rushed to Chengdu, and I may not be able to catch him in the Chengdu branch. Baizi pondered in his heart. Woo. At this moment, Rod Claren, who felt as if his brain had been stirred, suddenly widened his eyes, sweating profusely, and panting to wake up. I verified some things. Why? Does Patriarch Lawrence have any opinion? No, I have no opinion. Rod Lawrence forced an ugly smile on his face. It is my honor to be able to serve Your Excellency. Well, you don't don't seem to be lying again. The gleam in Baizi's eyes faded away. Have to say, Lord Lauren, you're the most current guy I've ever met. Looking at Rod Lauren, who was sweating, Baizi couldn't help but chuckle. Slightly pondered, Baizi once again looked at the middle-aged gentleman with an apologetic smile in front of him, and said slowly, Patriarch Clarence, I just have something I want to ask you for help right now. I don't know. Willing to serve you. Rod Lawrence answered without any hesitation, and even felt a sense of happiness in his heart. Because there is something to do by himself, it means that his own the safety of life should be guaranteed for the time being. It's very simple. I want you to start from now, under my banner, in the whole territory of the United States, round up the members of the Hunters Guild. I think it shouldn't be too difficult for the Lawrence family, right? Baizi's eyes were calm and asked softly, this, why? Are you going to regret it again? No, you're worrying too much. I'm naturally willing to do my best, but, Rod Lawrence wiped the sweat from the corners of his eyes, it's just a reckless fight. Our Lawrence family is really no match for the Hunters Guild in terms of high-end combat power. Don't worry, Baizi comforted. Starting today, the Hunter Guild will have no high-end combat power. Wordfall. The photons suddenly rushing up, like a river rolling backward, from Rod Lawrence's side and hit the manor floating island behind him. Rod Lawrence's figure froze suddenly. This day, almost all the residents of Raven City saw the gradually falling sun in the western suburb, and it suddenly rose into the sky, breaking through the stratus cloud, and illuminating half of the city's photons. 603. The coronation of the new king often means the end of the old king. The next day, Higaki City, United Alliance building. In the conference hall, a high-level member of the United Alliance with a solemn expression gathered around the huge conference table. There are about 10 people. Sitting at the top is Richard Hughes, the president of the United States Alliance, and on the left and right are several members of the coalition, representatives of the Juncha and Joey clans in the United States, and a deck headed by the four heavenly kings. Of course, there is a superpower king absent from this. At the bottom of the conference table sat an acquaintance of Baizi, Rod Lauren. Everyone, you can speak freely about what happened this time. Who looked rich and had a matriarch expression, glanced at Rod Lauren, who was at the bottom, and lightly buttoned the table. The voice fell, and the meeting room fell into a brief silence. Subsequently, with a casual look on Erlang's legs and holding a sharpening knife to repair his nails, the evil King Lingonberry suddenly said without raising his head, according to the information, Baizi has left the company yesterday, within the congregation, and just last night, Mr. Lauren, the vice president of our former Hunter Guild, directly crossed the alliance and issued a surrender order to the super-large Hunter Guild, and also personally took the family trainer and all the defense forces in Raven City to clear all the Hunter Guild strongholds and members within Raven City overnight. Lingberry raised his head, glanced at the middle-aged gentleman at the end of the table, and said, Patriarch Clarence, you really hate evil. I do and dare. It's just to serve your excellency the God Master, Baizi. Rod Lawrence replied eloquently. You. The Lingonberry suddenly choked. After the Battle of Carlos Desert City, Baizi's name was almost completely placed on the table of all large forces. The dragon chants and visions that split the continental plate and spread nearly half of Carlos' territory made them deeply understand the almost insurmountable gap between human trainers and legends of the god Ditch, and Baizi, this trainer who uses the human body to control the legend of God's domain. Naturally, Lingonberries do not, nor did they dare to be hostile. The reason why he uttered his word, in the end, was just because he didn't like the proud face of the villain Lauren. The grass on the wall tilde. Okay Bilberry. A deck made a statement to stop it. Although he lost the ranking battle of the tournament not long ago, his reputation was greatly affected, but added prestige among the four heavenly kings was still sufficient. As soon as he opened his mouth, the Lingonberry immediately died down. A deck knocked on the table and said slowly, President Clarence Patriarch, since everyone knows what this meeting is for, it's better to talk about it openly. If you talk about officialdom at this time, it will be me who will lose, for the benefit of all. Since the owner of Lawrence is here, he must not want to fight alone, does he? The United Champion looked at the two of them. Rod Lawrence pondered for a moment, finally nodded, and said sternly, the main purpose of my visit this time is to hope that the United Alliance can give us Lauren clear support and help. We will conduct a comprehensive roundup and extermination of the Hunter Guild stronghold throughout the United States, as well as all the registered members of the Hunter Guild. It's impossible. Rod Lawrence finished speaking. The thin man on the right immediately retorted, the Clarence Clan Master wants the honor of your honor, so he can completely take the lives of your Clarence Clan trainers and want to pull the entire United Alliance into the water. He snorted and looked around. Quote, Everyone should be aware of the Hunter's disaster that occurred in the Carlos area decades ago. What was the level of Carlos at that time? But what was the result? It was as prosperous as at that time. After the first battle of the Hunter Guild of the period, the hegemony was almost over. Yes, the people of the god, the legends of the god, we can't afford it. But is the Hunter Guild easy to mess mess with. It's a big deal if the people of Yushan can't provoke us. We can't hide our ears and steal the bells and ignore them. It's not like we will kill people if we don't help them, right? But a full-scale war with the Hunter Guild. I may ask, who can guarantee that we will not repeat the mistakes of Carlos? Obviously, no one. Therefore, when the thin man finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent again. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Rod Lauren's laughter suddenly resounded through the house. You. The thin man's expression suddenly turned pale. Snape, take it easy. President Hujong opened his squinting eyes and looked at the man named Snape beside him. Lauren. Mr. Clarence disagrees with Senator Snape's opinion. Well, let's be blunt. Okay, since President Hughes said so, then I might as well be a little more straightforward. Rod Lauren slowly got up. He looked around. The lean MP waved his hand, then turned his gaze to the opposite Rod G. There was an obvious mockery and laughter in his eyes. I think everyone may be mistaken. The main force in the battle with the Hunter Guild is not me, nor the United Alliance, but the Lord of the Gods Baizi himself. In the end, even if you enter the stadium, it's just like our Lawrence family to help fight and clear some wanderers. The mainstay of the Hunter Guild is the registered hunters of the three hunters branch base, and the Hujong branch has been completely wiped out, and the remaining two are also under the sword of your excellency Baizi. Point below. As for their high-level combat power, do you think it will be the opponent of your excellency Baizi, who has multiple legends of the god, ellipsis? Won't. The reason why I seek your help is just to quickly complete the task assigned by your excellency Baizi. Perhaps you haven't had a clear understanding until now. Rod Lawrence put his hands on the table in the conference room. Because what you and I will face next is neither the Hunters Guild, a dark force destined to withdraw from the stage of history, nor the intrigue between me and you. Horn. It's the real, imminent, great change that could change the world. Gentlemen. His tone suddenly became high. The establishment and construction of the Elf Alliance is the result of the agreement between humans and elves, or more precisely, the contract between humans and the legends of the gods, and it has developed to this day. But now, a trainer who controls the legends of multiple gods has appeared. Everyone. The coronation of the new king often means the end of the old king, and what this man of the gods will do next will inevitably touch the rules set by the Elf Alliance. The result is nothing more than two, Du Li Hao, Plant 1 and 1. The headquarters of the Alliance admits that, and the rules set by it are trampled on, then the Elf Alliance will lose its absolute authority and leadership in various regions from now on. Or, be tough on the front. In the end, the winner is the king. I choose your excellency Baizi. What's your choice? Rod Lawrence finished speaking. The venue fell into a long silence, and needles could be heard falling. Long time. Like President Richard Hughes seems to have woken up from a dream. I have to say, Mr. Lauren, your eloquence is very good. Old man, I was persuaded by you anyway. Saying that, he turned his eyes to Adek, who was beside him. What's your opinion, old man? I don't have any opinion. It's the old rules. Raise your hands to vote. Adek shook his head, then raised his right hand. I personally express my second opinion. Second to be strong. Second. 604. Arbitrary cruelty. Lusamanai's domineering declaration. L calendar 212 years. November. The end of the year. Continuing the 40th year of the Carlos Hunter riot incident, the second local alliance, the United Alliance, launched a large-scale plan for all Hunter Guild strongholds and registered hunters in the region. A substantive annihilation operation. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the entire elf world. And then, the other three news that followed, made almost everyone feel the impending storm. First, this siege operation by the Hujong Alliance is to cooperate with the God Master Baizi in a total annihilation of the Hunter Guild. Among them, the headquarters of the United Hunters Guild has been destroyed. And Baizi's goal, it is clearly stated that it is Hunter K, one of the three vice presidents of the Hunter Guild. Second, the Alola region, which has never been incorporated into the Elf Alliance, has not been incorporated into the Alliance for various reasons. Its actual controller, the chairman of the Ether Foundation, Miss Rusa Manai, also responded quickly shortly after the United Public Alliance issued a statement, and indicate the A467 Rala area will fully boycott the Hunter Guild and related industrial chain. Moreover, she will personally lead the team to the two places in Guangdu to start the siege and annihilation of the local Hunter Guild branch. I hope that the Guangdong and Chengdu alliances can make preparations in advance to avoid misunderstanding. Thirdly, after the God Master Baizi went to Fengyuan overnight, he landed in Kana's city in the west and went straight forward. The unscrupulous imperial envoy, the unknown Black Crystal Dominion legend, all the Hunter Guild branches hidden in dozens of towns, mountains and even nature reserves along the way will be wiped out. The methods are brutal and chilling, and based on accurate comparison of satellite path data, it was estimated that the final destination of Baizi's trip should be in the suburbs of the northwest corner of Luling City, and there, the only building is Green Ridge Universe Center, Kaiyu City. In the small conference room of the Fengyuan Elf Alliance Alliance building, staring at the virtual map in front of the desktop. The marked arrow points directly to the direction of the current CFED, champion of Fangyuan Alliance. Dao suddenly stood up and lost his voice. Dao's full name is Zifuki Dao, and he is the only son of Zifuki Mujin, the president of Fangyuan Oligarchic Enterprise Dewin Group. In other words, Dao is the prince of the Dewin Group. Green Ridge Universe Center, located on the outskirts of Green Ridge City, was jointly funded and constructed by the Pokemon Association, Dazijin Company Limited, and Dewin Group. Among them, the Pokemon Association is an unofficial organization similar to a club, with a large number of members and an amazing influence. However, apart from the initial integration and auxiliary work, the other party basically doesn't care about anything, and Dazijin Company Limited has long ago lost to Dewin Group in a brutal business struggle, and is now bankrupt. Therefore, the Green Ridge Cosmos Center, the secret research institute established by the three parties, was completely placed under the name of the Dewin Group. In other words, this is my own business. And now, this place is actually related to Baizi, the character at the center of the vortex. Naturally, I can't help but be nervous. Indulge for a moment. Daigo immediately pushed the seat behind him, then got up and walked towards the door. Daigo, Mikuri, who was beside him, immediately got up and took 2 quick steps to stop his close friend. Dao, don't do stupid things. Don't stop me, Michelle. Dao looked solemnly. You should know that the Green Ridge Universe Center is an industry under the jurisdiction of my father Dewin Group. I can't just sit back and watch. Of course I know. Mikuri's eyes did not show weakness, and he looked directly at Dao and said, but you must also know who you are today as Dao. You are the champion of Fangyuan League. To a certain extent, it represents Fangyuan. Will, what's more, according to the information collected by the intelligence department, the purpose of Baizi's trip is likely to be because it happened on the deep snowfield, targeting trainer Xiao Huangdai Jobin Lilac, the siege incident counterattack, and the target of his counterattack is the target of this trip, and the Hunter Guild is obviously a participant in it. That is to say, the Green Ridge Cosmos Center, like the previous places, is likely to be a branch of the Hunter Guild, or even its headquarters in Fangyuan. Therefore, neither from your own standpoint nor from the right or wrong of the matter itself, you should not rashly intervene. Dao was silent for a while, then raised his head, and said, what you said is true, but these are not reasons for me to stand by, or, more importantly, because of this, I need to find out the truth hidden in this matter. Mikuli stared at it for a long time, and finally sighed. Okay, then let me come with you. No, Dao interrupted immediately, patted his best friend on the shoulder and said, Michelle, from now on, you are the official Fangyuan champion. I will handle this matter as appropriate. Trust me. Done. Dao stuffed the badge that symbolized the championship into the palm of his friend's hand, and went straight past Mikuri, who was stunned when he heard the word, opened the floor-to-ceiling window of the conference room, turned over and jumped up, and jumped right down. Quote, ... Hey, Mikuli woke up with a start, but when he came to the window, he could only see the back of Dao flying away on a giant golden monster amid the roar of the air. This guy, Mickey couldn't help but grit his teeth. He looked down at the Fangyuan champion badge in his hand. Squeak _ Just then, the doors suddenly opened. The old man in a military cap wearing a blue windbreaker and a sea breeze entered the door. He took a sip of wine at will, and said, okay Mikuri, it's not a big deal to let that boy in Dao go. Bad thing. After all, it's about yourself. You have to figure it out. Furthermore, I think that the kid named Baizi is a bit cruel, but he is not the kind of unprovoked murderer. And I'm quite familiar with the old ghost Damu. You know, I'll hang up in a while. Don't worry, nothing will happen. That's the only way. Mikuri squeezed the championship badge in his palm and smiled helplessly. P.S. Luca Mina tilde 605. The trump card of the Alliance, the man of charm. At the same time, the city of Sujing is known as the place where the land ends and the sea begins. Near the Fangyuan TV station on the street side of the city center, Baizi, who slid to a stop in front of a hypermarket with a lot of traffic, didn't care about the crowd around him, and Nike, who was hovering behind him like a spirit behind him. Lasma's gaze. Lower the hedron canopy. Raise your arm. Tap the bracelet. Baizi glanced at the marked area on the virtual map raised above his wrist, which overlapped with the white dots representing himself, and looked around casually. Fangyuan TV. Family building not far away. Baizi's eyes lightened slightly, because according to the plot in the special chapter, the Fangyuan TV station in Shujing City is actually the hiding place of the Shuichuan team, one of the two major underground organizations in the Fangyuan area, pretended by the leader of the water fleet, Shui Wudong. However, Baizi has no spare time to help Fangyuan Alliance to fight criminals. After casually glancing at the vaguely cast gaze from the direction of the TV station building, he turned his head and refocused his gaze on the direction of the hypermarket, where there was an endless stream of merchants in front of him. According to Hunter J.'s memory, a hidden counter in this hypermarket was the entrance to the Bounty Hunter branch in Shujing City. Baizi, there's no one run inside. At this moment Sinead Duo's delicate telepathy sounded in his ear. "Well, I found it too." Bai Zi, whose eyes were dimmed, also nodded. Through his mental power, he also discovered the empty scene hidden in the compartment behind the counter. "That's right. Anyone who has been killed by me all the way should know that they have escaped." Bai Zi smiled. He didn't care about this situation. Or, this is what he did on purpose. After annihilating the Hunter branch headquarters of Hejong, he knew that with the temperament of Hunter Z, he was a mouse, and he could not hit a single blow. It is impossible for him to find each other easily anymore. In that case, it is better to simply make things worse. Forcing the Hunter Guild to be soft is one aspect. On the other hand, it is to prompt the Alpha Lion, and he has to choose between helping him find Hunter Z and directly confronting him. However, according to Bai Zi's estimation, the Alpha Lions may not be easily convinced, because once it is soft, it is equivalent to surrendering the hegemony that has been maintained for more than 200 years. Alliance Majesty, it's bound to be destroyed, but I am not convinced. In the face of Bai Zi, who has multiple legends of the god, it depends on the bottom of the Alpha Lion, and how much of the trump card is hidden in the end. To be frank, Bai Zi was also curious about this. As for whether the Alpha Lions has hidden card, Bai Zi thinks it does. Otherwise, with Sakagi Owl's ambition, it is impossible to rely on the power of God to conquer the world, and it is even less possible for other regional alliances to obediently hand over the tax share to the headquarters. Not to mention, with the power of the dark super dream of different time and space, the rockets are still unable to completely subvert the domination of the Alpha Lion. The information contained in this is enough to prove that the alliance is not simple. At the very least, it has the trump card to resist the power of the dark super dream to a certain extent, and as the isotopes of different time and space. Bai Zi doesn't believe that the Alpha Alliance in his own world is much simpler than the Alpha Alliance in different time and space. The other party definitely has the Alpha Alliance that can check and balance the major forces in the world. Deterrent force. It's just that he is still not sure what this deterrent power is composed of. Thinking in his heart, Bai Zi turned his attention to the hypermarket again. The corners of his mouth raised a slight sneer. "Tis, how naive. Thinking that you can escape Necrozma's lock by leaving the gathering place of the brand. If this is the case, then it is too small to underestimate the perception ability of the legend of the superpower system God's domain." Slap tilde. Bai Zi raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Next second, gay. A dull low roar came from behind Bai Zi. Immediately afterward, a scorching colorful beam of light rose into the sky from the painted prism that Necrozma looked up at. After rising into the cloudy sky, the beam of light suddenly turned into countless splendid rain of light and scattered, covering the entire sky above Shujing City in the blink of an eye. Then, the light rain fell from the sky, completely covering the entire Shujing City. And then, it is a precise block that spreads to the whole city. High-rise buildings, streets, alleys, and even moving vehicles. All hunters who have retained their breath in the Hunter Guild are all under Necrozma's precise prism laser. Instant death. No one was spared. Even not far in front of Bai Zi, a laser beam rained down, hitting a dreadlock guy with earphones and a violin case on his back who seemed to be immersed in the music. As for flowers, it's just that this blow seems to have caused some kind of accident. Hold on. With an urgent shout, a blue figure with a strong hand stretched out suddenly, and a bright green energy shield was propped up above the dreadlock guy. The giant marsh monster. The whole body is blue, like a frog, but the four are strong and strong, with black fins on both sides of the top of the head and the tail. This elf that suddenly rushed out is the final entry of the Fengyuan water element Yusanjia. Change. Giant marsh monster. Bai Zi raised his eyebrows slightly, and on the field, the laser light, which was no more than the size of a potassium nail, passed through as if it had pierced a layer of foam, completely ignoring the obstacles of the energy shield formed by the hole. Straight through the dreadlocks man under the shield. Blood flashes. Woo. A short cry of pain sounded, and the orange acupuncture tissue on the face was also directly pierced by the giant swamp monster, which fell straight and rolled on the ground in a small circle before struggling to get up. Tick-tock. Blood slid from the face. The giant swamp monster tensed and turned his terrified gaze at Necrozma, who was suspended in midair. Fangkai. If it weren't for the critical moment, it felt a fatal threat and turned its head in midair. Otherwise, I am afraid that there will be one more corpse lying on the ground now. Zuzu. At this time, a fashionably dressed young man in red clothes and black trousers, wearing a white Baotou hat with the emblem of the ornate contest, and a cloth bag slung over his shoulders squeezed backward from the suddenly scattered crowd. Out. He rushed to the giant marsh monster for the first time, threw off his backpack like no one else, took out the medicine bandage, and wrapped it up for the giant marsh monster. At the same time, a Shinado appeared out of thin air and stopped in front of the other party. Bai Zi also felt two pairs of eyes at the same time, and lurked left and right behind him. It turned out to be him. Reaching out to stop Shinado, who was about to shoot when his eyes turned cold, Bai Zi put his gaze on the boy opposite it, who quickly finished dressing and stood up again. This suddenly appeared young boy Baizi has already recognized it. Protagonist, whose combat talent ranks among the best among the owners of the illustrated books of all dynasties. The man of charm, Ruby. P.S. Let me see if anyone can guess the whole card of the Alliance headquarters. Hint, it is set according to the anime, and there are 2 foreshadowings in the previous article. Hehe tilde chi. 606. Take the life of the rescuer in the name of rescue. Since there is Ruby, will the female protagonist in Fangyuan area be only Shafina? Or, Shafina and Xiaoyao will appear? While thinking about it, out of curiosity, Baizi's eyes shone with unparalleled light, and swept across the 2 elves beside Luby. Immediately, Giant Swamp Monster, Zuzu, Champion Elementary, Level 70, 25-100. Zanaido, Ruru, Champion Intermediate, Level 73, 60-100. 2 champions, no, at least 4. Baizi's eyes lightened slightly, tilted his head. Savior, who saved the Fangyuan area in the original book, and said with a chuckle, why do you want justice? Speaking of which, Ruby and the destination of his trip, Green Ridge Universe Center, also have a close relationship of 467. When the other party was 10 years old, that is, 5 years before the Ruby Sapphire arc, Tiana, who is eager to complete the unfinished business of Shigana, finds out the location of Lai Kongzai, and sends her own Stormy Dragon to the Pokemon Association research building in Manjin City to rescue Lai Kongzai. And before this Tyrannosaurus went to its destination, it met Ruby and Sophia, who happened to be playing in front of the research building. The 2 side clashed, and Ruby, who was only 10 years old at the time, successfully repelled Tiana's Stormy Dragon with his 3 elves, the Wolf Dog, the Elegant Cat, and Shinado. To know, as a leader among the Meteor citizens, although Tiana may be inferior to her sister, Tiana, who is capable of controlling the Rift, her aptitude and strength will definitely not be weaker than her training at that time. How much is the first echelon of trainers? Therefore, during that time period, her storm-flying dragon was conservatively estimated to be a dragon species in the Heavenly King domain, and Ruby can repel it, and his strength and talent are evident from this. But it is precisely because of this blocking, it made Ruby start to hate fighting, and instead pursued beautiful things, and embarked on the road of coordinator. But even so, Ruby, who is standing in front of Baizi now, is still a top trainer with at least 4 championship-level handheld. However, although Ruby defeated Sigana's Stormwind at the beginning, the injured Stormwind still broke into the research building and destroyed the equipment, causing the Rift to eventually become a escape. After that, the remaining research materials on the Rift were stored in the Green Ridge Universe Center in Green Ridge City. EPUB. Although the flag they attacked Tiana's sister, Shiana, was to save the Fangyuan area that will be attacked by meteorite, but they are also prepared to prevent meteorites in the depth. Ready Tiana. After arresting the injured Risikuza, what these people did first was to build an experimental base and conduct secret research on Rift, and all these actions were carried out in secret while concealing the Fangyuan Alliance. And now, according to Hunter J.'s memory and Rod Lawrence's intelligence, the headquarters of Fangyuan Hunters Guild is also hidden near the Green Ridge Universe Center, which is even more unacceptable. Not thought-provoking. It's not for justice. Ruby pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose and looked rational. I just want to remind you that according to the Union law, instructing elves to attack humans and cause them death and injury is a felony. Quote. Kai tilde. Baizi stared at Ruby for a while, then suddenly laughed out loud. Next second, Ruby only felt that the atmosphere in front of him suddenly dropped, and the solid dotted line suddenly pulled down. At the same time, the invisible heavy pressure seemed to suddenly act on his whole body, and under the strong force, Ruby was directly pressed on the flat ground of the street without any resistance. What is this? The turban was scattered, and the cloth shakar on his forehead revealed Ruby's face flushed red. He struggled to turn his eyes up, but he could only see the same weak Shinado, who was pressed to the ground by the invisible heavy pressure, and giant marsh monster. This is of course the difference in strength. Baizi stepped in front of Ruby, followed. The 2 elves, who were tightly bound by the lilac mine, were thrown in front of Ruby's eyes one after the other. A wolf dog with gray and black fur, a large wolf dog, and a cream fur with purple head and tail cat, Elegant Cat. Nana. Coco. Don't worry, necrozma is very measured, it's just temporarily making them lose their ability to resist. Baizi slowly crouched down and looked directly into Ruby's eyes. Also, before meddling next time, make sure that both sides have their own position. Go and rummage through that guy's cello bag. If you're going to catch up, I won't be merciful. Done. Baizi got up straight and straddled the sacred bird 3 with a hum sound, and a whirlwind flew by. Ruby reluctantly looked up at the path, in a trance, but he met a pair of pale purple indifferent pupils. Next second, also only felt a hum, a stinging pain, and an unbearable dizziness attacking him immediately. No. After a long while, Ruby, who felt her cheek being licked, got up soberly with the help of Shinado, said, I'm fine, and came to the man with the dreadlock for the first time. Unzip the cello bag. La. Rows of guns and traps were scattered all over the place. Ruby rummaged through and found 7 or 8 imprisoned balls that were banned by the league from the piano bag. Ruby grabbed one and opened it. In white light, a water-jumping fish with a restraint on its neck and timid eyes suddenly appeared in front of Ruby's eyes. Thwomp. It can be seen to the naked eye. Shui Yuyu shuddered when he saw Ruby, and then shrank his body very obediently, and cautiously screamed towards Ruby as if to please him. Ruby looked at the other party's back. It was not serious, but it was obvious that there were not few marks of whipping, and his lip gradually tightened. Ow! At this moment, with a click sound, a sturdy 4.3 Heluga suddenly sprang out from the dreadlock boy's waist pokeball, and made a deterrent low voice towards Ruby. Roar! During the roar, a strong bloody aura suddenly rushed towards his face. Ruby's face darkened. He carefully took Shui Yuyu, who was obviously more frightened in front of him, into his arms, and whispered, "Frozen tea." Sound. In an instant, the big wolf dog, which was obviously much smaller in size, turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of the ferocious Helugia, and the chilling ice teeth bit the opponent's throat and neck. With a flick of the long kiss, it fell to the ground, and the other side. Behind him was an incomparably conspicuous jet black crystal light, who was driving the sacred bird type 3 feet away from Shujing City, when Bai Zi suddenly heard a belated reminder sound from the system 1 by 1. 607. 11 Destiny. 3rd Core. C blockade. You defeated Ruby. You got a little gain. The charm is increased, and the elf affinity is innately plus 20%. Ding! Defeat the Son of Destiny. God reward diligent. Get additional reward. 1 by 1 prop. Show the charm of the heart, 1 time. The heart of exhibiting charm, 1 time. It can make the elves show their potential power and obtain a reborn transformation. Note 1. The strength of the user shall not be higher than that of the infancy period. 2. The stimulation direction is uncontrolled, and the transformation is carried out according to the highest feasible potential of the user. 3. The stimulation process is irreversible, and therefore, it is possible to destroy the original will and reshape a new will. This thing, passing through the outskirts of Shujing City, driving the Sacred Bird 3 in a zero-gravity state, driving on the water surface of number 124 waterway, the largest inland bay in Fengyuan area. Bai Zi, with an expression on his face. Weird. As one of the protagonists of Ruby Sapphire R, and the owner of the 3rd generation illustrated book, it is not surprising that Ruby can brush out the Destiny reward. But this 11th Destiny reward was the most outrageous one so far. Ability utility is ambiguous and has many limitations. Does this thing even have sequelae? Article 3 to 11. The activation process is irreversible, and it may destroy the original will and reshape the new will of all 25. What does this mean? Taking this thing is likely to cause a will die. This stupid shit will only go. And many more. Bai Zi suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a guy who could completely ignore this side effect. If I use this thing for the Zygarde cell individual in my hand, the sea gallop, as the individual cells of Zygarde. First of all, its strength fully meets the requirements of the heart of showing charm. As for potential, as a part of the top legend Zygarde, the potential he possesses is naturally no trivial matter. Above the Sacred Bird 3, Bai Zi's eyes gradually brighten, and more importantly, as Zygarde's individual cell, the other party itself does not have the slightest consciousness. What is there to fear of annihilating consciousness? This is equivalent to a free reshaping of consciousness. Quote, Maybe I can really use this Destiny reward to create my 3rd Zygarde core. Bai Zi couldn't help but think of this. This is not a whim. Rather, it's a method that might actually work. Not to mention, with so many restrictions, the Destiny reward, Heart of Charm, only this Zygarde cell individual in his hand is the most suitable. And GT. Quote, while he was thinking about it, the sudden tingling sensation between his eyebrows made an alarm bell in his heart. Tighten the brake subconsciously. The high-quality braking system of the Sheniao 3 made Bai Zi not feel the slightest bump and inertia, and stopped on the blue wave steadily. Be careful. Immediately afterward, the sharp scream that pierced the eardrum, and the cold and urgent shout of Sinead Duo sounded at the same time. Next second, a brass-colored phantom hit the hood raised by Sinead in front of him. Dab. The dull crashing sound was like the twilight drum and the morning bell, and then, the violent grinding sound mixed with the electric light suddenly rose, and suddenly, Sinead's powerful hood was born like a fragile glass. Crack. Moment. The phoenix shattered, and the phantom continued to strike in the direction of Bai Zi without any hesitation. Shadows floated under him, and an invisible wave suddenly spread across Bai Zi's body, pulling him into the imaginary realm that could not be touched. But before that, the pitch-black crystal claws had already stopped in front of Bai Zi. Bang! There was a crashing sound, and Necrozma clenched suddenly. Wait for the palms to spread out again. A distorted and deformed metal bullet with the length of the forearm and the thickness of the forearm appeared in front of Bai Zi's eyes. Sana. There was an astonishing chill in Sinead's eyes, and in the next second she disappeared into Bai Zi's backseat. Bai Baizi shook his head slightly, lifted the fuselage with his left foot, and whispered, Durong Baruto, you can follow along too. Guru. Duolong Baruto reluctantly emerged from the shadow under Baizi's feet. It didn't want to leave Baizi at all, but in the end, he turned around obediently, and no one was in the air. It's an amazing blow. Doran Baruto left. Baizi looked at the giant bullet in Necrozma's claw again. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help sighing. Technology in the elf world, the power cannot be underestimated. It is able to break through the hood placed by Shinado, which is far superior to the general quasi-god spiritual power, even if it is rushed. But this is still a quasi-god level energy shield, if not Baizi. As long as another person attack, even top league champions like Yulongdu and Dandy, I am afraid that if they are not careful, they will die on the spot. No wonder these guys dared to kill halfway. It turned out to have such a big killer. Speak up. If it weren't for the fact that when he was in Raven City, he was too blunt, wouldn't the United Hunter branch also have some big killer? That didn't work. Such thoughts swirled in Baizi's mind and were quickly put behind him. Anyway, no matter what kind of big killer, as long as it's not Arceus, Baizi, who has Doran Baruto, will always be invincible. Therefore, instead, he was looking forward to the other party's struggle, because it would make his boring slaughter a little more interesting. Jingle bell. At this moment, the bell of the communication device on the Sheniao 3 feet that had been synchronized with the Baize elf bracelet suddenly rang. Baizi clicked on the call interface and connected. Immediately, the face of Dr. Damu appeared on the virtual panel raised in front of him. Dr. OGI. What? Has something happened? Nothing. Dr. Damu scratched his face on the screen and smiled a little embarrassedly. I just have an old friend who asked me to ask you for mercy. I hope you don't want the life of that kid from the Zavok family. Is that so? Baizi's eyes flashed, and he probably guessed what happened. The Green Ridge Universe Center itself is one of the industries of the Dewin Group, and as the prince of the Dewin Group, ZVQI Dao is not in Baizi's mind if he does not know how to do things unexpected. But like Ruby, Baizi didn't have any bad feelings for Dao, or whether it's the elegant noble boy in the anime, or the league champion who sacrificed his life to protect Feng Yuan in the special chapter and finally died of exhaustion. Dao's will and responsibility gave Baizi an innate favor. Therefore, as long as he doesn't really stand on the opposite side, Baizi will at most teach a lesson like Ruby, and he won't really take Dao's life if he doesn't agree. However, since someone asked to the bright side, Baizi rolled his eyes and chuckled. Dr. Damu, it's all for your own sake, so I just need a Rotom recently, preferably the parent of a champion. Of course, I can be sure that it has the potential to be a king. It's not unacceptable. You kid. Dr. Damu was dumbfounded, then squeezed his chin and said, but you should show some sincerity when asking for help. Don't worry, a champion of the league and the prince of the oligarchic group, even if you look for a needle in a haystack, they will help you get a Rotom with the potential to be a champion. Baizi blinked, his face even more smiling. Then I'll ask Dr. Damu. Hang up the phone. Next second, the scorching light burst suddenly rose from somewhere in the waters ahead, and the sea waves pushed by the turbulent air wave came in layers. P.S. Continue the wife beat. 608. Trial. For this uncle, welcome the arrival of a new era. About 10 nautical miles away from Baizi, an island the size of a stadium was almost wiped into white ground at this time, and directly above the central pothole where the smoke repeatedly rose, Sinead Duo slowly hovered in the air, the terrifying energy level surging all over his body slowly converged. After glancing at a certain place as if feeling aware, the next second, Shinado, who still maintained the Z shape, disappeared in place. Gollum. The void swayed slightly, and the big triangular head of Doran Baruto slowly loomed. It tilted its head and stared at the direction where Shinado disappeared just now. Has the look in your eyes just now been discovered? Doran Baruto stared for a moment. Subsequently, swimming like a spirit snake, he plunged straight into the void. The other side. Kaiyu City is 130 nautical miles from the west to the north, near the world-famous Fengyuan Grand Trench. Above the sea, Dao, who was driving the giant golden monster, just flew over an island reef full of thorn bushes, was forced to stop in midair by a rising water column in the next second. Who, bowing slightly and standing firm on the giant golden monster who suddenly stopped and retreated, Dao stood up and drank, pressed his palms to his waist, and turned his eyes to the direction of the water column below. On a coral island reef that is no more than 10 meters square, a short-sleeved boy with brown hair slapped his arms in his pocket, facing the sea breeze, looking straight at him. Beside him, a huge water arrow turtle was half immersed in the water, and the gun barrel on its back was high in the sky. You are Big Wood Green, monster-level rookie. These rookies who stood out in the Silver Mountain Conference, although for some reason were not really widely circulated outside the scope of their respective regions, but the big I do know it. After all, a teenage champion trainer, a monster of this level, is indeed hard to ignore. What's more, among this group of monsters, there is also a guy like Baizi who has stirred up the entire elf world. Since the champion of Daigo Daigo knows me. It seems that I don't need to waste time introducing myself. The condition of the blue and green is not very good. Band-aids are attached to his forehead and face. Under the bandages wrapped around his left arm, there are faint bloodstains, but his expression is the same as always. Very. Even in the face of Daigo, who is at the top of Fangyuan, he still shows arrogance that can be called contempt. In the middle of the sky, Dao felt Qinglu's almost undisguised hostility couldn't help but sank in his heart, and asked with a frown, "So, what is your purpose? Don't ask yourself if you're okay." Qinglu spread out her hand, and then grinned as if it had touched a wound, then held back and looked at Dao. "Purpose? Of course, I hope that the Dao champion can stay for the time being. Here, take a look at the scenery with me." Dao's face sank. Why didn't he know that Qinglu's purpose was to prevent himself from going to the Space Center Research Institute in Luling City? Silent, he glanced over the turquoise forehead covered in sweat and the right arm that was oozing blood and stained with red bandages. Finally, his face became condensed and he advised, "Damu Qinglu, with your current state I'm afraid I won't be able to stop me for a long time. Let's get out of the way. I'm just trying to figure out the cause and effect of things." "Cause and consequence," Qinglu sneered and said, "Isn't the cause and effect already clear? As the Hunter Guild of the Dark Forces attacked the trainer of the Alliance, and then that guy Baizi took the initiative to stand up. Come, get rid of evil. Justice. Destroy evil. Simple and straightforward at a glance, isn't it?" The fine sweat on the boy's forehead became more and more obvious, but the glare in his eyes became more and more domineering. But you're right, in order not to be thrown too far by those two guys, especially that guy Baizi, I was indeed a little anxious during the first stage of the trial, so that my current state, my uncle, is really not very good." He sighed softly and took a pokeball from his waist. In white light, woo, one of the scales on his body was shattered in half, and the newly born armor was rendered with black line. Bangira, whose breath was obviously weak, appeared in front of Dao. This is Dao, who was standing on the back of the giant golden monster, frowned, and he didn't understand the operation of Big Wood Green. The energy level of this Bangira is erratic. However, the remaining vicious aura is enough to show that the other party is not an easy person, but the injury is already so serious, and the breath is so weak that Bangira is on the verge of death. No matter how strong the strength is in the heyday, what can he do when he takes it out at this time? What kind of effect? Thinking in mind. However, as a top trainer, Daigo did not lose his due vigilance. Opposite, the green eyes stared at the partner beside him with emotion, and then turned his eyes on the man at the top of Fangyuan again. Look mocking. But why do you think you can drag this uncle into the stalemate of the protracted war? By your status as a top trainer. Qinglu slowly raised her relatively intact right arm, spread her 5 fingers, and slowly pressed down. On the side, the green behemoth also moved almost synchronously to press laws. The strands of black sand swirled together. If Wang Wei's potential spreads and rises from the green body, he will look directly at the opponent, as if declaring, "Your Excellency Champion, starting today, you so-called trainers who stand at the key to this uncle, prepare Wang Zhao to welcome the arrival of a new era." Thump tilde. As Bangira's claws slammed on the ground, invisible fluctuations spread immediately. Gollum underscore. The sea boiled like it was being boiled. Immediately after, in the eyes of Dao's sudden tightening, the dark quicksand Fuden rose from the sea like a tidal wave, completely obscuring the sky near the Fangyuan Grand Trench. General, below, with Qinglu slowly clenching his palm. At the same time, terrifying rocks and evil-type mixed energy levels continued to rise from Bangira's body, setting off Bangira like a demon possessed. And then the black quicksand that gathered together turned into a giant claw that covered the sky and the sun, totally submerged. 609. Unblock the final combat power. Let start. Please order. Kanto area, Ports Alliance, Elf Headquarters Building. In the softly lit General Meeting Hall, a group of senior leaders of the Alliance sat around the round table, staring at the virtual panoramic map of Kanto in the center of the table and the report in front of them. Sip underscore. Too deceitful. It's simply lawless. A sturdy, blonde old man like a lion stood up from the table, his face full of anger and a low voice. He was one of the 6 senators at the headquarters of the Elf Alliance, in charge of the military and alliance. The mobilization of the Alliance's grassroots armed forces. Shiki. The main seat of the parliamentary round table is the chairman of the executive committee of the Alliance headquarters, who also claimed the speaker. The other senators and the 4 heavenly kings headed by Yulongdu sat on both sides. Joseph Nash, the mastermind behind all this incident, served as the deputy speaker, and also served as the old man who oversaw the intelligence department and the finance department of the Elf Alliance. Also listed. Now, his hands on the table were clasping each other, and his eyes under the circular lenses were slightly drooping, making it difficult to see his expression. The main reason why the atmosphere in the field was so condensed, and the reason why the blonde old man was so furious, was because of a message that had spread to the headquarters of the Kanto Alliance not long ago. Lusha Manai, who issued a statement yesterday, was really daring to organize a large large-scale trainer team, and not long ago landed in the Kanto region from the direction of the Southern Sea. At this moment, it has been divided into east and west, starting from the two directions of Red Lotus Island and Light Red City, and launched the clearing operation for the hunter guilds in various areas of Kanto. 467 inches. He is right. After a long silence, a chunky congressman with Mediterranean hair also spoke up. The one before. Pause. That's not easy for us to decide. Then continued. But now, a private organization in the remote Alola region dares to be so lawless and challenge the authority of the Alliance. If it continues to be so laissez-faire, the headquarters of the Kanto Alliance will really majestic. Even, it may gradually lose the command and supervision of various regions. As soon as the chunky senator's voice fell, the elderly version of Miss Junsha, who is also a senator, immediately retorted, Mr. Fujiwara's remarks are a bit alarmist. There are those things in the Kanto headquarters for the commanders and leaders of various regions. Regulation cannot be lost. Quote, then what? Named Fujiwara looked at the old Junsha, guarding the deterrence brought by those, and letting a private organization do whatever they want in the Kanto land of the Alliance headquarters, the Alliances. Where is the majesty? And, with such a beginning, inevitable turmoil is bound to occur in the divisions of the Alliances in the region. Could it be time for us to fight another civil war? Or wait until after the real-world chaos to use those to reunite the elven world? The chunky congressman said just and stern word, but the elderly Junsha on the side was unmoved. Why should Senator Fujiwara go around this circle with Lao Shen? She shook her head, her face that was covered in wind and frost but could see the splendor of the past lifted up, looked around, and said bluntly, why do you really want to deal with the people coming from Alora's side? Use those things. If you really want to deal with it, you don't even need a special operations team. If any Alliance army is pressed up, depending on the number of people, they can be piled to death. The reason why you are still sitting here, in the end, it is not impossible to determine whether there is a relationship between the president of the Rusuminai of the Ether Foundation from the Alola region and the God Master Baizi. Just a direct connection. The old Junsha looked around. Or to put it more bluntly, the senators, the kings, and the president here have no plans to confront Baizi head-on. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into silence. Really, in any case, the core problem facing the Alliance at this time is Baizi, the trainer who personally controls the top-level legendary combat power of God's domain. Everything else, in the eyes of the Alliance that has ruled the world for more than 200 years, is nothing but main. Anytime, anywhere, it can be easily flattened. In fact, everything was fine. It's just a hunter's guild, even if it causes turmoil. With the power in Baizi's hand, it was enough for the Alliance to make concession. But judging from the statements of the United Alliance and the Alora Ether Foundation, as well as what Baizi did afterward, it was obvious that the other party wanted to make things worse. Therefore, there is no concession at all, because it is clear that they are here to lift the table. This kid, why can't I give the old man some leeway? Damalen opened his eyes with a headache. That's all. This catastrophe, after all, has to be experienced again. CFED Damalen, who knew that the situation at this time could no longer be suppressed by anyone, sighed in his heart and made the final decision that he must make as the speaker. True color. Now, I, the fourth president of the Alliance, will vote for the final combat power, unblocking in accordance with the highest protection order of the Elf Alliance. The order is accepted. Now, please certify the current member. The crisp sound of the machine sounded. Immediately after, the desks in front of the several senators each have a dark base open, and the 6 senators put their palms in it, and then one by one. DDD. The certification is complete. Please start voting. Abstain. Abstain. Pass. 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 Abstain. Anonymous voting is completed. Half of them pass, and the final battle power unblocking resolution pass. Close black lens bracket. Alas. With a sigh, Damalen said, since this proposal has been passed, then next. Drip drip. Damalen frowned, turned on the external communicator, and asked, what's wrong? Report to the president. The staff's nervous swallowing sound came from the other end of the communicator. Just now, someone broke through the Tower of Trials in a short period of time and applied for the championship challenge at the Alliance headquarters. What? Everyone, including Damalanchi, was stunned. No one thought that anyone would apply for the championship challenge at this juncture. Who is it? Damalanchi asked. It's one of our monster-level newcomers in Kanto, the runner-up of the previous Silver Mountain Conference, and the red of Junshin Town. The meeting room was silent, and Damalanchi's white eyebrows couldn't help shaking. I see. Damalen hung up the phone. Immediately after, he saw the 4 heavenly kings headed by Yulongdu stand up one after another. King Yulongdu, what are you doing? Senator Ski asked immediately. Yulongdu didn't care. Kona, who was following behind him, spread his hands and said, what else can I do? Of course I'm going to fight. After all, if you pass through the Tower of Trial, you can face the 4 heavenly kings and challenge for the championship. This is the express provision of the Alliance. After speaking, several people walked out of the conference hall one by one. You guys. The sturdy old man looked at Damalan Lanchi with a worried expression. President, what's the difference between them going to fight at this time and escaping? But it's really the League's express rule. Damalongi waved his hand. Okay, what you have to do now is to deal with the things at hand. Let's break up. After speaking, the short-statured old man jumped out of the seat, and regardless of what the senators who were looking at each other thought, he walked towards the door with his hands behind his back. End of the meeting. Joseph Nash, who has not spoken and abstained from voting, took out a special encrypted messaging device after he stepped out of the Union building and boarded a private aircraft. After a few seconds of silence, the old man standing at the top of the tower finally looked ruthless and said solemnly, quote, Let's start. 610. What amazing power? Please ask. Kanto, Port Plateau, Tower of Trials. Step. Accompanied by the crisp step, the four heavenly kings headed by Yulongdu stepped into the tower. Clap sound. Under bright light, Hitboy with a bandage on his head and left eye, and a tattered trainer's coat on his body, sitting silently under the throne of the champion, which symbolizes the peak of Kanto. The third section, the middle section of the stairs. Side. A pixie skillfully cleaned the wound on his exposed charred left shoulder, and the pure water droplets continued to condense in the void, dripping slowly. This is a healing move. Style. Life droplets of life. The tired-looking yellow-skinned mouse lumped on the last step. Down the step, one side, the pitch-black demon dragon with wings spanning nearly 4 meters and a height of 2 meters, surrounded by blue flame, was surrounded by dark blue flame. A tragic breath rushed towards him. Face this. The four heavenly kings of Kanto almost invariably frowned, and Yulongdu, headed by him, looked straight at the young man and said, Scarlet Red, right, you look like this. You definitely don't need to cultivate challenge again for a while. The boy named Crimson did not respond, as he slowly stood up. Squee tilde ah tilde. The gate of the Tower of Trials behind the four heavenly kings suddenly closed automatically without wind. Does this mean refusal? Kona, who was leaning on the door, squinted at the closed door. The pokeball twirling with his fingertips lingered with chills, and said with a smile, ha 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 ha, this is the will that the fire of friendship burns. Shiva raised her thumb and laughed. Boy, I approve of you. Young people, it's just impulsive. The mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, who closed her eyes in crutches, had a faint tone, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but raise a hint of admiration. I see. Yulongdu stared fixedly at the red eyes, waved the big wall, and the cloak behind him suddenly moved. On the opposite side, Crimson pressed the brim of her hat. Next second, the scorching fighting intent, accompanied by the surging attribute factors, turned into two annular red and blue flame. The flames were surging. The battle has begun. It overflowed and rushed through the entire battle hall of the Tower of Trials in an instant. At the same time, in Fangyuan Sea area, Baizi continued to head toward Green Ridge City after waiting for Shinado and Duolong Baruto to return. Magic Bird 3 rides the waves and rides the wind. Among the countless bright or dark eyes, they gradually approached and prepared to land in the city of Green Ridge, which is known as the paradise on the isolated island, from the direction of the west coast. En route, Baizi has encountered playful roaring whale groups more than one. This is normal. After all, the sea area near Luling City is a deep sea area that is very suitable for roaring whale group to survive. Whale watching strait in Green Ridge City is one of the landmark attractions for tourists to watch roaring whales. It is different from the physical values shown in anime and even game. An adult roaring whale is nearly 100 meters long. It is a veritable behemoth, with a physique weighing more than 100 tons. Even a specially made overweight ball cannot fit at all. Rubbing and touching, it is no less than being hit head-on by a speeding car, is a veritable ocean overlord. However, the personalities of these big guys are generally not violent, and they are not malicious to humans and most elves. Just a bit naughty personality. I really like to rush out of the sea to be startled, although most people and elves can't bear such a scary game, that's all. After all, the hundreds of tons of behemoth fell down, and the waves and seawater backflow caused by them were not something that ordinary ship could endure, unless it is a real 10,000-ton ship. But even a 10,000-ton ship, for the sake of safety, will avoid encountering a large number of large-scale roaring whale groups on the sea in its own channel. There are even records in the outer waters adjacent to Fangyuan and Shanao areas. Some people have seen a giant roaring whale with a body size of up to a kilometer, which is the largest elf individual recorded so far. Total and MN. Passing through a roaring whale group, especially one that is numerous and playing, is very dangerous. But to Baizi, this does not pose any threat. The wave caused by the frolic of the roaring whales are like layers of tsunami flowers blooming from the water surface. As for flowers, and the sea where Baizi passed by, under the action of Necrozman's vast and terrifying thought power, a mirror, like a flat lake was formed, separating the roaring whales on both sides, allowing Baizi to control the god bird 3's smooth employment. This is to be in the middle of the roaring whales without any scruple. Fuck, it's too cool. Many tourists who are watching Whale Strait are surprised by Baizi's operation, and they are also handsome. This scene, it's almost like a movie scene. Many tourists took out their mobile phones and took pictures in Baizi's direction. However, the speed of the Sacred Bird 3 is still very fast. It didn't take long for Baizi to have crossed the strait, landed on the island from the west coast not far away, and disappeared before the eyes of a group of tourists. Most people put away their phones, or discuss, or rewatch the frolic and spectacle of the roaring whale. Few were curious. After chasing towards the coast in the direction of Baizi's disappearance, he was stopped by the heavily armed Green Ridge City Guard. Above the city tower, the two masters of the Dragon and Phoenix Gem, Zhaofeng and Xiao Nanyao, who stood side by side, looked at the suburban area blocked by the city guards in the distance. The backgrounds of the young people who have gone away have different expressions. Sister, are we really leaving this alone? What? Xiao Nan glanced at his younger brother and said in a calm tone, not to mention that this is an order from the Alliance. Even if there is no order from the Alliance, it is not necessary to fight against a disgusting organization like the Hunter Guild that should not exist. Trainer, I can help if I can. Okay, take care of the safety of city residents and tourists, and don't let them get close to the location of the Cosmos Center Institute. Oh, Zhaofeng nodded again and again, summoned a rock spirit shaped like the sun, and disappeared in place. Xiao Nan turned his eyes to the direction of Baizi, who was gradually disappearing at the end of his field of vision. His eyes glowed slightly, and he stared obsessively at Necrozma, who was following Baizi. What amazing power! Behind, a meteorite elf like a moon wheel, ups and down. 611. I am very sensitive to malice. Green Ridge Cosmos Center, experimental building. Goff, _ The sound of the tires rubbing violently against the ground sounded, and Baizi, who was driving the Sacred Bird 3, stopped on the square in front of the experimental building with a handsome drifting tail. Although the non-gravity riding mode supported by the Sheniao 3 is not only comfortable and has no bump, but Baizi still prefers the riding experience brought by the regular mode. After starting the hover mode, Baizi, who stepped off the locomotive, raised his eyes and stared at the experimental building of the Green Ridge Cosmos Center in front of him. With his mental acuity, he naturally sensed that this empty experimental building was empty at the moment. Speak up. The black technology in the elf world is sometimes really perverted. Not to mention the ultra-long-range blocking bullet that attacked him before, enough to penetrate the quasi-god level hood. Although the members of the Kakuza clan are sparse 467, but according to the words of his own Black Flash Crack MTC, the ethnic group individuals in the Crackseat clan that can be allowed to survive independently are all after reaching the Divine Realm level. That is to say, the lowest level is also the 90th level of the Tripolar God. Such exists an inheritor who could make Risikuza achieve super evolution in the prophecy of the people of the meteors, Shiana. It was still captured by an unofficial organization and two technology companies using special equipment. He didn't even save the life of his chosen inheritor. But obviously, although these guys had the gut to block the heirs of Horikuza and the meteor citizens, they didn't have the guts to stay and face themselves. It's the Fangyuan branch of the Hunter Guild. This time, has it changed to heaven? Originally still standing in the square, Baizi, who was looking at the experimental building, suddenly raised his head and aimed his eyes at the top of the sky, with a mockery like a hunter before he captured him. Oh, I thought I would be safe if I hang it in the sky. You know, I'm very sensitive to malice. At the same time, as Baizi's word fell, he was located in a large floating fort covered by high-altitude cloud, and Baizi's voice also resounded in the control hall. You must know that I am very sensitive to malice. Close black lens bracket. In the entire control hall, all the incumbent staff couldn't help but feel a chill in their heart. As the vice chairman of Fangyuan's Hunter branch, Saranchi also felt a chill running from the tailbone to Tianlingai when he met Baizi's eyes on the screen. This made the iron-blooded faction, who was also well known within the Hunter Guild, involuntarily resign. After all, when the Hejong branch was destroyed, he could deceive himself and say that he was helped by an inner ghost, got caught off guard or something. But Baizi traversed Fangyuan all the way. On the way, the brutal killing method, which is not much harder than pinching the ants to death, has already scared all the members of the Hunter Guild. Among them, of course, also includes Aransi. Particular, the scene where Baizi resisted the big killer impact drill, and was unscathed, and quickly counterattacked the sniper team, made his not much sense of confrontation completely disappeared. Exhausted, the reason why it remained in place, but it is only because the floating fortress is at an altitude of 10,000 meters and has the most advanced anti-detection stealth equipment capability. And now, other party find out where he was because of the so-called malicious. Saransi couldn't believe it at all, but in the same way, he is not going to stay here any longer. Start the thrusters now. Get out of here, Saransi ordered loudly. Yes, the staff in the control hall hurriedly operated on the control platform. But then, report to the vice chairman. The fortress doesn't seem to be able to move. Then turn the power to the maximum. It's already the biggest. The staff looked like they were about to cry. Don't wait for Saransi to change color. Ko Kwong. With a loud engine overloading noise, everyone above the air fortress instantly felt top-heavy, and their bodies seemed to be thrown to the roof uncontrollably. Circle Bear. With a flushed face, Serency, who was firmly attached to the alloy ceiling at the top of the observation room, endured the intense dizziness that struck, and tried his best to speak. Click sound. In white light, a dark brown glittering bear with a golden ring pattern on its abdomen rushed out of the open Pokeball and hugged its owner before the Sky Fortress fell to the ground. Armed. Next second. Boom. The violent impact, accompanied by the reaction force brought by the sudden stop, still caused Sarangi, who was protected by the Circle Bear in his arms, to vomit blood. Fortunately, he is still a fortune teller. Did not die in the fall of the air fortress. At this moment, as the alloy wall not far from him rolled inward, burning red. Then, a pair of pitch-black giant claws penetrated like hot knife cutting butter. Tear on both sides. Among the cracks that opened, the parts like painted paintings flickered slightly. It's not that easy to die. On the square in front of the experimental building of the Green Ridge Cosmos Center, a huge pothole was knocked out of the ground, as if it was beside a heavily damaged aerial fortress. The flashy Circle Bear and the bald-headed strong man dragged out by Zima said casually, in the main control room, and has a Circle Bear with a high price. Although Bai Z didn't know each other, but this guy should be the person in charge of the Fengyuan local Hunter Guild, the vice president of the Hunter Guild, codenamed Hunter Q. Serency. Speak up. This guy is also the only one of the Hunter Guild, the vice chairman, who was placed on the bright side. And Mystic Hunter Z is completely too extreme. Certainly, although he also has a letter code, he is the same as Rod Lauren, the former vice president of the Hunter branch of the United States, codenamed Hunter K. Not like Hunter Z, one of the 4D special A-level hunters that really belongs to the Hunter Guild. Around, Spare Your Life. 4.3. Looking at the bald-headed strong man who was carried to the front by Necrozma after he casually pinched the evil beast slashing Circle Bear with bloody claws to death, Bai Z completely ignored the other parties begging for mercy, and gently tapped his fingertips in front of Serency's forehead. A scorching white halo instantly filled. To be frank, the original Bai Z didn't have any expectations for this, but what he didn't expect was, codenamed Hunter Q, he actually found a memory message about the clues of Hunter Z.